fie mai de păcat, m-ai iubit și m-ai lăsat. La 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 la. M-ai iubit ca pe o copilă și-ai raiat. M-ai iubit ca pe o copilă, m-ai lăsat ca pe o străină. La 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 la.
This splash rack pick from Vici Gaming was really good. Like, throughout the Dota history, it was always a good pick. Against Slark, you have this insane amount of damage.
And he's lassoed up, and there is so many stacks on him. He'll end up dead. to Bach. They get this kill. Natsumi jumps in, immediately disrupted.
Yopaj thinking about going in.
He's got his BKB, so now they're going to try and go to the Shadows ready. He's still alive for the moment, and he's just not even going to die at all. They time walk in. They've got themselves the BKB from Bach. He's looking around, looking for a kill to find Tims and Scam. Shiro gets that one, and now they're going to look over at Natsumi, who's forced to pop that ult and run. Gotta try and get back to his side of the base. Split Earth lands for a second, but Natsumi able to get up out of the high ground. They're still going forward. They've got the rebound. They have the silence. And Natsumi's in trouble. They got the kill on Yopaj. It's a full team wipe for Vici. Never satisfied with whatever the build is from some of these heroes. Smokes are going to end up breaking, blink into the avalanche. Yopaj is going to be the first one to be spotted. Snowball comes out from the side. They got XM locked up for a moment, and now he's going to be in some trouble. We'll wait for the rest of the fight. Yeah, time lapse early on. Tims is low. Bach goes in. He's got the black hole. He's pulling at Scam. He's pulling at everybody. He's got the Aghanim. Something they go and throw the roar. It's going to be out of this. Shadow Feed. Do they have the damage to get the kill? They get the kill on Bach. Another BKB. This is Shadow Feed standing his ground. XM's gone. Down goes Innocent. Shiro. He does not have the survivability, and it's a full team wipe for OG.
You know, like the ultimate bully. Doesn't even have to do a lot. The Palace.
Oh, they got the Yules, Bottega. We'll get the BKB off at least. Raw's still going to be there from no one. The supports are once again doing a good job to try and protect them, but is he actually going to be able to make it away? No one did go a bit deep inside the base. They're going to get a buyback out of the Earth Spirit, but still with the death, some of the heroes aren't available. They're off in a couple of seconds. No problems. But we actually kept the Zeus alive. Triple S, he's trying to get the last little bit of damage, and he will be able to do so. Zeus is gone. That's a dieback out of your Earth Spirit as well. And meanwhile, some of the other members of Paravision, they're just happy with dealing with the objectives. They will have the Fiends Gate out to hold them into place. Scouting out some extra heroes that's playing behind Makoto, because they're actually looking to try and mount a defense. They did just complete the pipe. We're gonna have this inside the team fight. Meanwhile, though, they started once again. Chrysalis, it could be back-to-back deaths. They're gonna do a good job to try and keep him alive now. WS is gonna charge to deal with Salary. Now without the life drain, Chrysalis is gonna be in some trouble. The roar is out. WS taking the full brunt of the force. Yes, you got the one kill, but you're not gonna be able to live to tell the tale. For Gorn, and Boom's gonna join them in the afterlife as well. It's a bit more of a difficult kill with all the atrophy aura that he's working with, but finally they'll dwindle him down. mid one's going to be able to get the speed, but of course Chrysalis ready to fall as well. A different start to the team fight. WS a defensive arena, but the hook shot's even better. Immortal Faith controlling 3 heroes in the backline. V2 will turn. They've lost him. Chrysalis is gone.
WS is
but the
alive.
DK's just gone. It's at the team fight, and mid one as well is going to be ran down. What is happening? Back-to-back team fights, and it's almost similar to last game as well. With triple kill for V2, and then with all the damage they're going to have, these buildings will fall pretty quickly. They need a buyback. Chrysalis is going to be into the middle, but Chrysalis is about to be a dieback. Oh, MOUZ, what have you done? You gave a rampage over to V2. The stand-in has done it.
Looking for their chance encounter to make something work. Dream Coil comes in immediately. Two-man Coil, they'll go and find that hitch a ride for a second, but FY is already dead. Dream Coil again. Waro, now the refresher from Collapse, the Primal Roar. Ame's in, but he's doomed up, and that's a problem. X-Nova, FY, XXS already dead. GG is called before the fight is completely over, and that will be game one going the way of Team Spirit.
Find 23 on the Muerta, just doomed up. She pops the ult, trying to do what damage she can, but look at the effort here. Just deletes both of the supports. Skinner now falling will force the BKB. 23's done a lot of damage, but his ult is now expired. His BKB is expired. Can they get out of the fight with the kill onto these heroes? No, 23's dead. Lorna is still quite healthy. Doom.
A less hostile ecosystem.
Step forward here with Nisha. GPK or the answer right in with a crush inside the arena. They'll try and grave and save, but Ace is gone. Nikkei will spin. Try and get some damage back on the Curatage here, but the Ursa enrages and swings back real hard. The poor little birdie. He can try and dodge and run with Tofu by his side, but the dive in forward, the damage over time, and GPK! GPK is all the way in the top left corner. And Liquid have scanned this, so they know there's people in behind Curatage. They're gonna get the torrent from Miero on the jump.
Oh no.
That's beautiful. Now Curatage, he's tossed in, but his BKB blade mailed up. Nisha on the run back. As this Murder's popped the ulti up. Evil's there to try and slow the advance from Kunkka. GPK's being focused though. Nisha gets the combo down. Puck is gone. In comes the boat across from Miero, trying to connect on this tiny little bit better, but Curatage has been zoned away by Ace. Save in the back, casting his spells on Boxy and Mickey, but disposed into death. And Curatage another avalanche will finish off his life, while Miero a tree his way, and Ace will jump in.
Low where Largo should be weak, and they have been strong.
Yeah, they've been pushing forward. This is good though. Another kill. Oh, the Lotus play. Can he get Nisha out of here? He's barely surviving. Remnant's away. No chance. Oh, God. He's put a Remnant back forward to sear them up as well. Caught in the chains. Curatage and Kataomi trapped and slain.
Whisper, well, I'd say he's found a target, doesn't want to commit too far though. On the other side of the fight, they managed to find DM. He is all alone. Focus fire into the snowball. In comes so much damage, but there's the Chronosphere. Can they keep him alive? It's going to be a blind, and the March of the Machines is just destroying them. Oh no, Watson can't play the game.
The supports are dead, there's no dust.
Zayas wants to roll back in. Parker out in the open, trying to disengage, dropping low. No backup coming in though. Parker doesn't even kill off Zayas. And the poor Bruling is getting blasted by this. Got the Juice Weaver. A couple more hits here. 33, the Earth Panda getting towards high ground, throws a pebble at the bug.
Oh.
Let's see if we can get out of this one with Niku's gap closed. He does get hexed up on a toss under tier 3. Navia diving incredibly deep.
No,
what's happening? 33's dead. There's a tier 3 tower there. But Shadow Shovel's getting blasted by a Kez. We're 20 minutes in. Navi role-playing her boast diving with freaking Gyro.
That was only the action of day 1. You're watching PGL Wallachia Season 7, and yesterday was madness. We had so much Dota coming your way. Today might be just a repeat of the same, because we have, again, a lot of Dota coming your way for day number 2 of the Swiss group stage. And, of course, here to talk about it is myself, Shiva, and I'm taking you through the first half of the day together with Jenkins and Gunnar. Gunnar, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. It was a long day yesterday.
It was.
It was exciting, though. A lot of the games really good. I always like them when the series are close, so I had a good time yesterday.
I think everybody had a good time.
I think we did. Gunnar, it's good to see you. I'm glad to see you in the realm of the living and not the realm of dreaming, because it was a long day yesterday, Shiver. It was probably the closest day 1 I think we've ever had at a Wallachia.
For sure. It can't be. That has to be.
And I don't know if it's like as a result of the teams just being so damn close, or the stand-in situation, or certain teams were like on and other teams were off. I don't know. There's a lot of theories you could throw out there, but boy, day 2, like the 0-1s, there's some really strong teams down there, like really strong.
There are. I mean, okay, so we had 2 streams where one stream went all 2-0s and one stream went all 2-1s. So I guess it's perfectly balanced. You know, there's that. Today, we have all the 1-0s going up against all the 0-1s. And I think there's a couple of results yesterday that I think people weren't expecting. So that makes today even more spicy as well. And I just wonder if we're going to have a chance of another couple of days with all these 2-1s, because the teams are maybe just that close, maybe closer than what we thought.
I think in the lower bracket, this is my predictions. I feel like all the, not lower bracket, but all the teams that are 0-1, I feel like there's likely going to be more 2-0s there. Because I think some of the teams that are dropping down had very close ones.
Yeah.
And from our stream, and the other stream was a lot of just like they got 2-0'd.
Yeah.
But then I think all the teams that are 1-0 are going to have more. Basically, if you want to qualify, you have to win like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 all the way through. So it's going to be a hard road. That's my prediction, though.
I mean, I would generally agree with that. I will say there are some like weird cases. For instance, like MOUZ had Immortal Faith standing in. Yeah. He is actually a very high-rated player for a coach, but to replace Yamich on a team is very difficult. I think 4 position in general is like, this might be the hardest role to stand in for, because the first like 15 minutes of the game, it's literally just dictated.
Some teams even just like you make the shot calls. Like if you think of like save, right? They always say like save makes so many calls, makes so many moves, and when you just kind of remove that piece from the team, I feel like it's so hard to kind of recover.
You set up the whole early game, which sets up for the win condition, everything else. So I think they'll be happy to have Yamich back, and the team should be very strong with him in the 0-1s right now.
Yes, they should be. There's no room for mistakes. And speaking of mistakes, I think, yesterday we had a lot of action. Very cool, very nice. There's one mistake in particular that I think a lot of people are going to remember for a very long time, and we figured in case you missed it, we wouldn't want to make you forget it. We wouldn't want to have you miss it. So here is... Oh, can we pause? Is that a possibility? oh, we could. Nice. Because we have a typical scenario, Jenkins. You want to go for ultimate efficiency.
Okay, let's break this down. This is obviously a Swindle Melons type scenario. Everyone saw it. When you're playing Largo, you have a lot of spammable abilities. Whenever you drop an item, like Aghanim Scepter, for example, you are dropping a stat item, which is giving you mana. So when you use the Soul Ring, you're gaining some mana from that Soul Ring. But then when you pick the item up
tread
again,
toggling.
Yeah, exactly, it's like tread toggling. When you pick the item up, then you're keeping the same percentage of mana. So you're actually gaining mana by doing this. Now the problem here for Ace was that his arcane boots were on cooldown for 4 seconds, and he was being real greedy.
He was like, I'll wait the whole time. I don't want to do it again.
He dropped that right on the wave. That's some jet lag right there. Like,
he's coming from Europe. There's no jet lag.
It's a 1 hour difference, Sheaver. That's some jet lag right there. I mean, it's like, I think as Dota players, we all feel that. Like, everyone's had a game where something like that happens. They did end up winning the series. So,
yeah, not that game.
Not that game.
But they were already behind to begin with on that game.
I still have trauma. There was one time a Shadow Demon disrupted me when I dropped my arcane boots. Back when it had the mana component part of it. And I just had to watch him walk up and take my boots and walk away during it.
Yeah.
So I still think about that. I think that was like 4 years ago.
What I liked was I was looking at the Liquid cameras after this. They were just laughing. Like, they were just...
Really? Yeah. Oh, I saw some frustrated faces afterwards.
I saw a frustrated face from Ace, but then it led into, like... Once the despair was over, they're just like, boys, what the fuck just happened? You know what I mean?
I think
they were also down like...
You could see him like, you know, the big breath.
The realization that it had actually happened, but then they laughed.
They were also probably down like 10k gold, I think, before. So they're probably we were losing anyway.
It's kind of like, it's one of those situations, like one of those like Three Stooges type situations where like, you know, you step on a broom, it hits you in the face, you hit your head on something, and then a beehive falls on the head. It's just like the series of events. Just really bad things just keep happening, and at some point you're just like, oh fuck, what can I do?
But the good thing is they won.
They did.
So it's like they can laugh about it. They're like, oh, haha, you know.
Exactly.
They didn't win the game, though. And
they won the
he was
series.
Playing Largo, and Largo, we talked about, is one of the big 4 heroes at the moment where we will keep our eyes on them because they're considered to be first ban, first pick material. And these are the 4, and we figured we'd keep you up to date with how they have been doing, and Largo in particular, not doing too hot.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and you know, check on these guys, because after Dream League, I think these were the heroes where if you're letting them through, there's either some insane counter that you have to them, or you're getting some sort of trade. And I just wanted to see like what trades are working. Clearly, teams have, I don't want to say figured out Largo. It's been 1 day, right? But we've seen some pretty interesting options. Like Gunnar, you were saying, you think the Doom that we're seeing a lot is like in response to, we're going to pick Doom. So if you do pick Largo, then we have a hero that can just, you're doomed.
I think it's kind of giving me Beastmaster vibes from the offlane, where the solution was like, just bring 3 heroes to this Beastmaster and stop him from farming. Because the heroes, genuinely in all these games, I have to wait 18 minutes for my Ags, and then I can have impact.
Yeah.
So you either just run all your heroes and shut him down so he always loses, or I think some teams are trying to Doom. Because then you prevent the healing, you prevent him from casting spells, he's disarmed, so he's just a useless hero. And I hope the hero starts winning a bit more, but because I like watching the hero. But I still think it's going to be contested a lot.
Yeah, I think the 4 will continue being contested, and that means maybe we'll see them banned all the time, and that means you might have to get your advantages from other things, Jenkins.
Yeah, one thing I think that's very interesting right now is just looking at these like little unique details that makes a team get some sort of advantage, because like we said, all the teams are very close, but teams do have their little specialties. And speaking of specialty hero specialty players, of course Falcons is that team. Now I wanted to show this initial clip because he's trying to, clearly Crit is trying to set up for something by shooting the little gun into the tower, and here's where they successfully do it with the fear into the tower and then the spear back. So this is something I actually noticed in the qualifiers for, I think, Birmingham, that a lot of the time Falcons will play heroes between Crit and Amar that can get people into the tower. And of course, you think Amar Mars, this is a very common thing, but like, look at this. Here they do it with Tiny and Muerta. And just the more that I saw it, the more that I realized, like, this is a trend. Whether they know it or not, it could be one of those situations where they say, like, okay, yeah, Tiny Mars is good, Muerta Mars is good, because we can skewer them into tower. It's like tiny Magnus. That's the like original. You toss into skewer into the tower, but then you have a tiny Magnus on your team. Amar already wants to play Mars, so it's already a good hero. So maybe Falcons is just in a situation where they already have the Mars pick, and then Crit is like, oh, get me Tiny, or oh, get me Muerta. Because of this, or because it just feels good and they happen to win lanes. But like, this is something they try every single game, and I think it's so cool because you can't play on the wave as a carry. Yep. You have to be so careful. And Falcons, no matter what heroes they're playing, they're very good at putting their bodies in a position where they have the option to make plays on you. And good players always know that. So Falcons, like, they get all the CS in the laning phase. It's like, how? This is how. This is why teams are afraid of them.
Yeah, let's see which team is going to be afraid of them today, as we do have the schedule of today coming your way. We've got, once again, 2 streams. This is what's happening on the B stream. So we split up our 16 teams in 8 for 8. 8 teams that won yesterday and 8 teams that lost yesterday. Stream B is full of losers. I thought about for a second if I was going to say it like that, and then I did anyway. They all lost yesterday, so this is their chance of redemption. Which one stands out most, Gunnar?
I'm still hoping for the Yellow Submarine. I'll give them a second day for my approval.
3 strikes and they're out.
Yeah, well, I give them 2.
Effectively,
it is 3 strikes and they're out, but I'll give them 2.
Okay.
I always want to note that there's a lot of stand-ins that were in that kind of situation of being in the like 0-1. So no buff yet, really, as opposed to the last.
We have apparently 2 teams. We can take a look at the Stream A schedule. 2 teams that did well with their stand-ins. So we got Vici and Aurora, and we got obviously Lorinov for Falcons that we just watched. So what makes them have the buff?
I don't really know what it is in particular, but I know Lorinov is just the stand-in king.
He's the
there cannot be a better stand-in to get on your team than Lorinov. And then I think Vitun probably just has a very similar playstyle to Nightfall. So it's like a very easy, like you just slot him in. He's probably not as vocal as Nightfall. But
nobody is.
Yeah, I think that's a hard thing to beat.
He's the king.
I think Aurora in general has just been on their they're winning all this series. So when you're in that kind of flow state as a team, I think it's really easy to just keep winning, even if some circumstances change.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to figure out like what is the secret sauce of Aurora. If they can have all these stand-ins for Dream League, and they got 2nd place. They have stand-ins for this tournament. They're doing well. Like, who is good on this team that's like doing the carrying? And I mean, we came up with the suggestion. Kaori, of course, won a Wallachia. Amira won a TI. So, but still, like, it's crazy to have it. This is like the ship of Theseus. The ship of Theseus. It's a Greek philosophy.
Yeah, I know.
You know Socrates?
I do. Plato?
They build the ship and then
they take it, they replace like a board here and they replace the sail one time and then eventually it's a brand new ship.
Yeah.
Or is it the same?
It's like the ship of Theseus.
Well, I'm going from the Greek to the Latin as we're going to watch Vici Gaming up against Team Liquid in our upcoming series. And we're going to focus on that one because these are 2 winners that are going up against each other. Now, of course, both teams have yesterday. They went the distance. And even though there was the Ags drop, that was not the reason why Liquid eventually lost. Well, maybe it obviously didn't help, but they were already very far behind. So both teams can bleed, and I think that's something that they'll look at for each other to see how to beat each other. And in particular, conversation that came back yesterday frequently was the mid lane, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think both of these mid players have kind of different playstyles for their teams. I think Nisha's more of the catch kind of playstyle. He wants to play like Tinies, Pucks, Storm, stuff like that, and carry the games that way. Whereas XM, he can't play that playstyle, but he's more of the lane dominator. And the big hero for both of them, though, that they kind of share is Puck. And so in their kind of recent, Puck has been destroying, at least in Dream League. I think it's one of the strongest heroes. Here, yesterday, I kind of had a bit of a rough day, I would say. When 50-50, it's not terrible, but it's not as good. And I do think that that's a hero that will be valued a lot. Also with Void Spirit, it's kind of the counter pick, but it doesn't really end up winning. But these 2 players on Puck, when you compare to those stats, it's XM has 100% win rate in his recent, I believe it's like last month and a half. And even Nisha has a 71% win rate. And some of those losses were still really close games that he was destroying. And every time I see a Puck player, I looked at like all these like random KDAs. I looked at Laurel from Team Spirit. They all have like a 30 KD on average in the last month. Like Puck doesn't die. It just wins these games. And I wouldn't be surprised if even gets kind of picked in like the early 2nd phase today.
Okay, even though then you might have to deal with the Void Spirit, like it would win anyway.
Every time I watch that matchup, it feels like the Puck doesn't really care. Like they kind of have inverse win rates. So I think the only thing to care would be the XM sniper, because that match was bad.
Or maybe some Huskar, like if you're against a Huskar player, like if you're against Laura, for example. But in this
one, I think the big one would be sniper, and then Nisha's response is probably Tiny. He's been valuing it more than Void Spirit, so those are probably the two ones we'll see.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah.
I remember like Aiden was talking at Insania at Dream League about how Liquid is the type of team that they're not like necessarily a formation team when it comes to like staying together in team fights. Rather, they have these players like particularly like the big three, Boxy, Mickey, and Nisha, that just play to their own particular strengths and their own limits, and like they will chase you into the fountain if they have to, and they'll just like outplay. Puck is like the perfect hero in Dota for that sort of player, I think, which is funny because I don't think XM is that type of player.
I think he's just a consistent guy. Like he's gonna always like win his lane, pretty much always be in the right place at the right time, do the right things, and I think when I see him go 20-0, I think he just did everything correct. And if I compare that to like seeing Anisha go 20-0, I'm like, he just played better than the other team.
Yeah,
like he made the other team look bad.
He did some crazy shit. Yeah, he looks on another level.
Yeah, he's considered to be. You would consider him more of an instinct player than XM in this case.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that has been working out for Team Liquid. I mean, obviously Nisha now also back on the leaderboards. I think top 3 for now until he rises further in the ranks. Considering he's playing pubs again, that's big news. And they have obviously been doing well with that as well. How well and how fast have they been winning, Gunnar? What's up with these game lengths?
So I thought this was a pretty interesting difference. Is that they both average game lengths are like pretty similar. It's like 38 minutes, 40 minutes. Yeah. But the average win length, even though Vici actually has longer games on average, they win faster on average than Liquid. So I think to me...
Quite a big difference.
Yeah, to me what that says is when... It's two things. Is when Vici's winning, I think it's a lot of the time of like XM's playing Sniper, and he like crushes the mid lane, or he's playing Viper, or these kind of cheese heroes, and he wins the lane, and they just kind of snowball super early. And also the second part is, if Vici's losing, they don't give it up. They're gonna like hold everything. The game's gonna be like 50 minutes. You're like trying to win, and it's a slow grind. Whereas I think Liquid's always been kind of consistent. They'll either win or lose in the same like 36 minutes because they either snowballed in one, or they kind of like try to snowball and don't really get it.
Yeah.
I love this idea, by the way. Like I feel like this is the most Dota, the Dota pilled thing in the world. Like you either win quickly or you make the enemy
make them wait an hour
as long as possible.
Or you lose slow.
Yeah, this is just Dota through and through. I love it.
Okay, so now we have both teams going up against each other. There's a bit of a clash of styles, if you will, the way we were talking about it. Who comes in with an advantage? We see the data of Vici Gaming, but at the same time, that's the only data we have to go off of for Vici Gaming, because they really haven't played in that much at all, other than obviously yesterday. Team Liquid has played in everything and went the distance in most tournaments. So obviously they are very good and they are on a high, but they also have a lot more shown about what they are doing.
I have a theory here.
Okay.
So I think that Liquid kind of got figured out in Dream League. They were looking like the unstoppable team in the second group stage. I think they got figured out in the draft. I think
Tundra.
By Tundra. When it comes to play, I think they're still playing extremely well. In particular, I think Nisha was like absolutely rampaging in those games, and I think nothing has changed there. And I think the other players, and Mickey too a little bit there, but I think the other players, it's whatever, they're doing Liquid things, but Nisha's like on an absolute high.
He's peaking again.
VG, on the other hand, they play their own meta. They're picking like Marcy carry. They're picking Faceless Void 4 position. We saw them win with that twice yesterday. So they're picking really cool and interesting stuff. But my question is, can they do that while also answering Liquid in the draft like Tundra was able to? Because Tundra did it with very like on meta stuff. They let all the like overpowered stuff through, banned Nisha's heroes in the early phase, and then just played the overpowered stuff better. Can Vici do that against Liquid?
Yeah, I think the other big thing for me, honestly, is going to be draft order. I think that Vici is really going to want second pick. Yeah. I think having this counter pick mid matchup, sure, Nisha's playing really well, but XM is, I would say he's the mid player in this tournament that I would say would be the best to counter pick. Like if I was a coach and I had to pick a mid player to get last pick, counter pick, I would probably pick XM right now. And so I think if you're going to try to shut down Nisha, their other solution could be give him what he wants, but you also get the counter pick.
Yeah, it's XM or Lornoff for me in this tournament. It's like one of these. You have a couple of really cheesy heroes up your sleeve.
Yeah, and if you take a page out of Tundra's book, you ban Puck in the first phase, so you don't even have to think about that one anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I feel like Nisha is the type of player that can kind of get whatever he wants out of a game, even if it's a really hard game. But I feel like he does that on a very specific set of heroes that may be bannable. For example, like Puck and Ember. I think he will always have a game on these heroes. Maybe Storm is also in the conversation there. But if you're using like every phase of bans on Nisha, you're either forcing him to pick really early where you can like destroy him with the counter picks, or you're in this situation where he just doesn't have something he can pick and feels good on.
Looks very cool with the sunglasses.
That is Aura. That is Aura right there.
I will say, yesterday the face is void. I think my main concern was how much, especially when going up against Liquid, if we're going to see it today, my main concern was how much can it help out in mid lane. But we saw that Faces Void ganking yesterday.
He did the jump into Blood Grenade.
He did.
The time
But it was very effective.
And it killed. He got 2 kills with it.
Yeah.
I think the Faces Void is pretty good versus Team Liquid's playstyle because it's good versus Nisha's heroes in general. Like these low cooldowns, pucks kind of things, getting time dilated sucks. And even just Liquid in general, I think they always pick very fighty drafts that they want to group up and use all of their spells. So I do honestly expect a Void at some point today if it's not banned. The other hero I think will matter is potentially Beastmaster for probably the mid lane. I would say it's going to be the mid laners. And that's the kind of hero that is pretty good versus like the pucks. Like you'll beat the puck in the lane, you'll beat the storm in the lane. So I think this is a very hard draft to just think about. Like I think there had to be a lot of prep work and for both of the coaches, honestly.
Sides, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, which to be fair, I mean, because of the way the format works, you only know the schedule once all the games are done. So that would have been this morning for the teams, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough.
But both teams obviously in the same boat with that, so they both get the exact same type of prep. So Maps and Blitz have their work cut out for them.
I think the Beastmaster is a very solid point. Like that's a big question for me as well. Is how highly do teams value the hero? Now that we've seen it more played in the carry position as well, so carries are learning it. It seems like a really busted hero that we could maybe we'll be talking about the big 5 or the big 4 minus Largo plus Beastmaster at some point during this tournament. I love the respect ban on the Faces Void. Yeah, but I really do feel like Beastmaster's priority.
I wouldn't be surprised if Vici might ban it here. And also, so Vici did get second pick, which means that if they do end up last pick in their mid, he will get kind of the overall counter pick, which I'm happy with if that's what they want to draft. I think still for Vici, if Beastmaster doesn't get banned, that's just such a clean hero, assuming Shiro's willing to play it. I don't know if we've seen him play it, but if he's going to play Marcy carry, I think he can probably just play Beast. It's not really...
Yeah,
it's not that hard of a hero to play.
Very similar. Okay, so what's being... what is Liquid dangling here? So there's Largo and there's Batrider. And the question is, does Vici ban both? And if they do, then Liquid could take a free Beastmaster. And yeah, it feels like that would be a really good trade. Like, there does not...
I think you ban the Beast and the Bat. And you give them the Largo, and you kind of have to... They had an entire day of kind of solution for the Largo. They got to see him lose a lot, maybe watch... Because you can still watch the replays, right? You can't prep the full draft for specific teams, but you can say... Largo's going to get, no matter what team we're going to play, if we're second pick, they're probably going to pick Largo. So we can prep for it.
Oh, so it's a Largo in Beast.
Yeah.
So
you got one of the two.
And a lot of the time when this happens, the first pick team just takes Jakiro. They're like,
you take neither.
You want to dangle both? We'll just take the Jakiro. Like,
you planned for this? Let's ruin your plans. Yeah.
10 seconds. Coach take the puck.
Yeah, we did.
There's no way they puck.
That would be a based pick. I mean, imagine that an XM just takes first pick sniper.
Oh, there's the Largo.
Okay, so I'm going to assume Vici has plans for the Largo. They watched replays. They got to see some drafting. I think the Doom has looked pretty good versus the Largo as a one-to-one response. The other solutions, I think, were just leaving... I think we saw the Marcy, right?
They did Marcy, yeah.
They did Marcy yesterday.
Yeah, they beat Largo with Marcy. Yeah, they
crushed it. They destroyed it.
They came up with one of the answers. Yeah. And the idea was Marcy builds Dom. You go for the the double jump facet, and you run around with the creep in Largo's jungle, stealing his camps.
You burst him if you see him.
And you burst him, yeah.
Throughout the whole game. Like,
Yeah.
he
So-
doesn't really have the HP to sustain a Marcy jumping on you for, like, I'd say at least 30 minutes.
Yeah, and in that game, there was a Bat Rider to, like, help with the jumps on Largo. So I guess my question is, like, okay, what single target burst heroes, lockdown heroes are we going to get so that Marcy can jump with them?
I think not only was the Bat good for their draft in that game for the lasso, but mostly that something we talk about is Bat can just be left alone right now in this meta.
Yeah.
And your position 4 can just tri lane in the safe lane. And I think that's kind of one of the solutions to deal with Largo. It's you leave your offlaner on an island and then you tri lane the Largo and you shut him down, because most offlaners kind of farm faster or have impact earlier than the Largo, whereas he's like basically not a hero until the Ags. So I think the tri lane kind of meta is good. I don't know, like, offlaners would replace that compared to the Bat. Like, there's not many that are as good as it, but I think that's the kind of playstyle they'd want to look for.
I mean, Beast if it was an offlaner, but it kind of...
Yeah, but Beast is also a greedy, right? Like, he's almost the same as Largo. Yeah, he's almost the same as Largo. Like,
I agree.
Your Beast is going to get screwed as much as the Largo, and then you're both sad.
Yeah, Vici picked Enigma yesterday.
I think that one's good.
He can be left alone. It's kind of a single target because you can just hold the Largo.
Centaur, I think, is acceptable.
Centaur's very good. Yeah, that's a really good call. I mean, Timber can always be left alone, but it's not...
It's looked kind of weak recently, especially with a lot of the strong carries. Ursa, I think, is an okay hero. Luna is pretty okay. TA is popular. So there's a lot of these, like, kind of anti-Timber heroes that are in the meta.
And he doesn't have a stun. It's really nice to have some, like, frontline stunner for Marcy to just do a ton of damage to Largo.
Another disruptor ban coming out.
I always find that one a bit surprising. It's looked pretty weak to me recently, outside of maybe an anti-Bat Rider hero.
And an anti-Warlock hero.
Yeah, I don't even... The Warlock one's okay.
That's a contested one among Warlock.
I'm not a huge believer in that one.
They get very upset about that when you say it's a counter.
It kind of is, though.
Yeah, but then you take the mid lane
Then
tower.
you take the mid lane tower, then what?
That's fair.
For anybody that's wondering and that hasn't seen it, if you glimpse the golem, it goes
when it gets instantly dropped.
Yeah, when it gets dropped, it goes to 0-0 on the map position, which is the middle lane. So you can, if you're fighting bot, you can glimpse the golem mid.
If you're fast enough.
It's straight up a bug. It's not meant to be like that.
It is not.
It should be like the thing where when heroes respawn, remember how Glimpse used to glimpse you all the way back to the lane?
Back to where you...
I think that's a very easy thing to change.
Yeah, if you bought back while getting glimpsed.
Yeah, you would still go back. I think that still's in the game.
Is it?
Yeah, because I think that debuff persists through death.
That's awesome.
That is pretty funny.
We love that.
All right, so we do have the Jakiro picked up on the side of Vici Gaming. The two supports that they ran yesterday with their opening on Marcy were the Shadow Demon and the Faceless Void, so they got to think of something else entirely, and obviously the Bat Rider also out. One thing that they did do yesterday against OG is they set an incredibly high tempo, which allowed them obviously to deal with the Largo. I wonder if Team Liquid is a team that they would get away with that as well, because Team Liquid themselves play kind of fast too, other than the Largo.
It's interesting to try to out-tempo Liquid, actually. We don't see that very often, but when there's a Largo, you know, you should hypothetically be able to do it, right? Because Largo's like 15 minutes of farming, doing nothing, then he's active.
Is that just Nisha Tiny, you think? It's flex, but I think he's probably... right now, the mid that plays Tiny the most, maybe besides BZM, I think plays it a good amount too. I'm not a huge fan of it as mid, but they won with it yesterday. I think it's also one of the heroes that doesn't really get counterpicked too hard in the mid lane by XM. Like, there's nothing that he
That's
can
what
pick.
I was thinking. Like, maybe
it's like a whatever hero.
It's just good against XM's hero pool. Like, if you sniper this, he's going to toss you back. If you puck it, you've got Disable for puck. It's like one of the classic counters. Vipers,
I want to say
out.
Necro, but Necro's not even that good versus Largo because you can purge the
Shroud,
W,
and
also just so much magic damage from the ult.
No, it's not a great Necro game other than just like shitting on Tiny and lane. And what else?
I really like Ember versus Tiny, but again, a lot of these like anti-Tiny heroes are bad versus Largo because he just purges you.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the way you deal with Tiny. So maybe they're just gonna avoid picking it to last pick and just get a full picture-perfect idea of kind of what the matchups are.
That's an early Underlord pick.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
I think it's just to me, Underlord is one of the, I would say it's probably top 5 at worst offlaners of the patch. It's really strong laner. the Ags build is so strong right now, and even just the auras, like people are going, like pipe Ag, something like that, or even like Vanguard Ags, and you just hit this like really, really strong mid game timing that it's kind of like having this like IO, this Dawn, this like global hero, but with auras, which makes it better.
Okay, I have a weird suggestion for XM, and I know this is also not that great against Largo, but it destroys Tiny, and it is something he plays. Veno mid.
But it's really bad against Largo.
Is it really that? Is it that bad for
Your
Largo?
Gale's just gonna go away.
But if you buy the shard, they get stunned.
And if you buy shard, they get stunned. Sure.
You can't really purge the ults. The W and the E are like.
That's true.
It's just
it doesn't sound that bad.
It's kind of a pseudo jungler. You get really farmed. It changes the pace that you're playing the game. Like, I mean, maybe you could use it to really up the pace.
I will say the thing we did mention about Largo though in that matchup is the slow resistance from his ult.
Yeah.
Is very good versus Veno. It's like, I believe it goes to, is it 90%? It's like 70, 80, 90%. So just completely ignoring movement speed.
But that is when you already have an Ags. That would imply you are not as far ahead as you probably want it to be. So if they want to go all in on the first 20 minutes, maybe they don't care as much about that. I don't know. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Is the Largo just not going to have an Ags? Is it a support Largo then?
No. I think he's just going to be
No, but
oh,
with the Tide.
With the Tide. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they take a page out of Falcon's book. Boxy Largo?
I think it probably has to be.
I mean, it's against
I mean, technically there's a world that there's a carry Tide.
Largo mid coming in hot?
I don't think that one's that bad. But it's not good. The reason that it's not bad is like, oh, well, he's going to get levels, he's going to get his Ags at a good timing, and then you're still really strong here in the mid game. The reason it's bad is because almost every single strategy relies on your mid not only being active, but kind of having catch to some extent. Yeah. And you just have neither.
Bro, they banned Muerta. I feel like this could be a Necro pick coming out. I don't know.
No.
You don't think so? I feel like Necro.
I mean, Necro's looking better, especially with the fact that the Largo's going to be a support.
Yeah, you're so tempted to get one of these green heroes that owns strength heroes because...
I mean, Viper is really good too. Banned. You have... It's banned. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Viper would have been
good.
The XM, it's...
Yeah, Sniper, speaking of XM, also banned.
That's why I'm thinking, like, what are the other green heroes that, like, own the melee strength guys?
So you're thinking Veno and Necro?
Veno, Necro, Death Prophet are unironically, for some reason, the guys that are dealing HP, like, that own the melee heroes are green themed. The toxic XM heroes. I mean, he's going to have full vision of the draft to make his pick. So if Liquid picks, like, a Sven, for example, then... that's 4 strength, guys. Like, come on. You got to do it.
Is there a chance that Mickey will play the Tiny instead?
Or Tide.
Tide.
It's possible.
Yes, but I actually, for some reason, think his best pick is Beastmaster. It's not banned. You have a BKB piercing stun for the Marcy. It's a fast hero.
That's such a good counter to Marcy.
Also, even if the Largo's a support, having a hero that kind of uses his E very well makes the Largo support better.
True.
And I think that safe lane should be fine with Beast plus whichever support.
Razor.
Okay. I think that's kind of a... I don't want to say a similar hero, but it's a tanky, kind of fast-paced hero with a bunch of like random teamfight AoE damage. And also the Razor-Largo combo, surprisingly, is really good. Because of how much random magic damage that the Razor does between his Q and his ult in the teamfights. And the E. I don't know why, but that combination just feels very good.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, XM, you're in your favorite position to be in.
Overall last pick.
What are you going to do, buddy?
What are you going to play against? Most likely Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one concern is it could be Tiny or Razor, hypothetically.
That's true.
So it's not
like... It's good versus both. Venomancer.
Venomancer...
It's good. It is good versus both.
To be honest, and it is a hero that is very much on his radar generally. That would be very funny.
Oh my god, imagine.
I'm trying to think of other... I mean, it fits their draft, too.
Don't do it to him here. Don't give him the meta. We don't want that meta coming back.
Other than that, maybe... Like, there's a potential Storm, which is okay versus kind of everything.
But you think you're going to get anchored?
Yeah, you'll get anchored, but...
Queen is... Oh, no, it's banned.
Yeah.
That would have been good as well.
Preemptively there.
He's not really a Voker player, is he, that much? I feel like I don't really see him play it.
Oh,
I don't...
Okay.
That hero played much.
Blast from the past, that 2013 cold. They want their hero back.
Fucking XM, it just can't be. It just can't be something normal. Ember Spirit, no way.
You saw him already laughing, and I'm like, maybe Venno, but OD would also indeed cause
Good
a
lord.
smile.
I mean, you know what's good versus Tide and Razor? It is OD.
It is OD.
Conceptually, if we think of like OD, what does this hero do? What's he good versus? And not think of the strength hero, very good OD game. Basically, versus 2 strength cores plus a Razor, who kind of plays like a strength core. You have save, you have setup for your team, like the Astral into the Jakiro, Astral into the Underlord. It's like very, very nice. And you have your Marcy as a carry that's like a stun go-in hero.
We do have Willow, not Willow, well, Willow also. Willow 4, Largo 5.
Okay.
Or
I'm not too... I don't like the Largo support that much these days compared to offlane.
Yeah.
But it should be a good lane with Razor. You have a slow, plus you have like a pullback into the static link. So maybe the top lane will be good for them.
Have you seen the refresher OD? It's like super early refresher build.
Yeah, and you just like
Second or third
W,
item.
and then you just ult twice during the W.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be pretty good here. And I'm not saying like
Yeah.
yo, bro,
It takes a while
refresher.
to get there.
It's a lot of
does,
money.
but it is a lot of damage. And when you're playing against heroes where the mana difference between
Which is
you
pretty much the
and
whole
them-
team. There's like no...
which is the whole team.
I guess there's Dark Willow, but Dark Willow doesn't really get much mana.
Yeah, you're gonna ignore her anyway.
Well, there's 2 people who probably also haven't seen OD in a little while. The cost, Bika. Bika, when's the last time you commentated in OD?
Vici J Thunder Freeze Kama. He was playing OD all the time.
we were
Yeah, but
going
when?
way back.
Yeah, way back.
Yeah, well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I love XM. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think he's the best player in the world. He wants to experiment, and I think this experiment, a lot of the times you see this OD and you're like, it's good. It's good on paper, but I think in this game it's going to own.
Okay, well, with that said, enjoy. This is going to be a good one.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game, we got OD here.
Where was this hero? I wanted to see this hero for a really long time. Every single time we're like in tanky meta, all these beefy boys, all these Underlords, Centaurs, they don't, Timbersaws as well, like they don't like to play into this one specific hero, and that is OD, for a good reason. Pure Damaggio, very good against Razor, very good against pretty much everything they have. You have save against Willow, you have save against pretty much Razor, pretty much anything. And yeah, the panel did discuss about what the build is going to be, whether he's going to be going for this newer build, something that has been played in pubs, but we're yet to see. Or if he's going to be going like, it's a very good 4-staff game as well, the Witchblade, if he feels like he needs to deal slightly like more damage that is not relying on longer cooldown like Refresher.
Obsidian Decimator. I can say this one. This
easy to pronounce, yeah.
Way easier than other ones we had yesterday. I'm a big fan of words I can pronounce and facets I can pronounce. So we'll see how this all matches up. As XM, he used to be an OD guy back when this hero was picked a lot, but I feel like this is one of those heroes that I see mainly in just my pubs. And outside of that, this hero doesn't see much play. Why? Getting run down, but rebound with the help from Shiro to get out of any danger. And how's Nisha going to handle this hero? I mean, OD, in theory, or at least in my own theory, sometimes that theory is not correct, should have a pretty easy time here.
Yep, he should. And I just had to double check his win rate on OD.
Should
Played
be
it
good.
43 times. It is 67% win rate. Wow. On OD. These numbers are pretty massive.
That's really good. I don't think I've ever seen a 60% win rate.
I don't think I've ever in my life checked someone's win rate on OD.
Just not a hero you're checking that
Nope.
often on anybody. Yeah, when I think of players from China that play it, it was Kama or XM that really liked this hero, and it was a long time ago when XM was really playing this hero a lot. But seeing him up against the Tiny in a matchup that he should win, we probably see the best of OD in a matchup like this, and I'm curious to see if it's enough. Maybe this hero finds its way into the meta.
I hope so. Like the only the hero was viable back then when people were buying Meteor Hammer. I found that very, very boring type of a play. I think we are seeing Invoker now playing with the Meteor Hammer, but it's a bit of a different hero. I also didn't like back in the days, for example, when you like had to buy Necrobook on your Lycan, otherwise you can't play the hero when you're like locked in into one item build. OD now has many different options that he can go for. It's just that the hero, like, nobody wanted to experiment. Here and there you see a casual OD pop up because the game is like kind of asking you to pick it, and then it falls short, and then everybody's like, yeah, it's still bad.
They jump in with the rebound, they try to go for ace. Bramble Maze is down, trying to stop them from getting this first blood, but Y will get the first blood on ace, taking out this Tidehunter in the bottom lane and playing aggressively with that rebound. So Shiro looking good and ready to go. Having that early crown delivered, of course. You know, activating that special delivery to get the quick items in. Looking to get that helm out early.
It is a super strong lane. It is a lot of kill threat. And also, Marcy, now because you don't have that old facet, let's see if Bach is going to be fine here. It does seem like he's going to be. Also forced to use Bit of Malice early. This is not something that you usually see on Underlord at early levels, because you want to be the one putting the pressure, getting that extra bit of a damage with Atrophy Aura. But him playing against Razor means that he needs some kind of a way of dealing with it. And look what Mickey and Tofu have in their quick buy, in their inventory. Sorry, it's a bit too early. Both of them have Quelling Blades. So they are going to be cutting down what Planet wants to do, and the deforestation in this area doesn't allow Planet to play the game. So they have this whole area where they can try to play aggressive, use the static link, use the static lick as well, if you want to call it, pull him back in, and then just get the damage.
A nice static lick for you in the lane, but you know, it kind of ruins Hoodwink's game to do that. And I'm looking over at the Underlord. Is this just a lane where you're focusing on getting Firestorm instead, and you know, maybe maxing that and ignoring Atrophy Aura altogether, or trying to maybe go a different route with Underlord?
Yeah, you get points in Firestorm and 1 point in Pit of Malice, and then you probably want to go to jungle, farm with the Atrophy Aura. Mid lane, Nisha still doing pretty good in this matchup. Nisha has been on top of his game, back to being the best mid laner in the world.
Top lane, Planet ends up dead. Tofu getting the kill there. Some damage on Mickey, but Bach not having quite what it takes to really be able to get anything in return.
I also want to see if potentially Hoodwink is going to be buying extra branches so that you can actually play the game, but then again, they can use Quelling Blade afterwards, but just to have some kind of a stun, especially if they decide to play aggressive. And also to go back to my point about Marcy in this bottom lane, now you have Pick Me Up Facet as kind of a default facet on Marcy, which does allow you to save your allies or just throw somebody in and play aggressive, which makes her laning stage much more stronger than what it was before. Like having, and you could also play a bit of more on the defensive side. XM getting harassed by this toss, constant harassment coming up from Nisha. Does have Soul Ring coming on the courier.
It needs to be careful about all the damage he's taking. He's got 15 wand charges anyway, so in theory he should be okay. 1-3-1 on the build on the OD. They'll look to try and throw a bushwhack over in the top end, but not connecting. And Planet, it's not an easy lane for him, and you can see the struggles continuing. And I would assume Underlord, if he goes to the jungle, then you've also got maybe Planet getting some priority and some farm in this top lane if he's able to stay there himself. It might be difficult to survive there, but we've seen a lot of these Hoodwinks try to get a bit more farm under their belt and farm where they can find some open space, right?
Yeah. Not gonna be like he needs levels. He needs to have a point in Scurry so that he can try to run away.
Right.
There's constant harassment from Nisha, keeping him low. Blood Grenade, no supports. He looks very dead.
XM, in a lane that felt like it should go his way, I mean, you definitely need these supports to come over and slow down his game. And Nisha is doing really well in this matchup. Not only that, but it happens around the 6-minute mark, so they'll have control of the rune. Ends up being an Invis rune that Planet picks up. So, you know, they have both supports there, and I'm a little bit surprised that he's the one who ends up picking up this Invis rune for the side of Vici. See if it ends up leading to a kill or anything like that. Because the one good thing as well for Largo too, or not just the one good thing, is that strength gain. Yeah, he's the position 5, but he's pretty tanky as a position 5 with all the health he's got.
Yeah, the stat gain is very good on this hero. Nisha does have Bounty rune to play with, so he can refill that bottle. OD, he constantly got spammed. I think there's one way you can play around this as OD in the mid lane. I've seen it happen in pubs in certain matchups as well, where you pick up Tranquil Boots, like when you're getting constantly harassed. But then problem is you have Tranquil Boots. This is something that we have seen yesterday happen for the offlaner, because it's a bit of a new build where you are getting Tranquil Boots, you keep disassembling them to get that extra bit of regen. Exactly what Bach is doing right now on the Underlord. Just don't get hit.
Yesterday he got hit. And then I think he stood still for about 40 seconds, realizing that now he had Tranquil Boots forever. But he's gone 2-on-1, holding a skill point right now. And he should be getting the off lane to himself.
Oh no, here we go.
Rotating all over.
Here we go. OD back to getting Midas. It's always on this hero when you don't know what to play. Like, you die once. Oh, guys, I gotta go for Midas. Sorry.
Do you want the Midas?
Yeah, I said the Force Staff. It's a really good Force Staff game, because what he's playing against, you can pretty much push yourself out of the trouble, out of anything they do have.
Right.
So I'm fine with Force Staff into Midas. We'll see how the game's going to develop. Double Ice Path.
And it's on 2. Astral Imprisonment through onto the Dark Willow, but they bring over the Tide Hunter. They'll look over to try and get a kill here onto Y. They finish him off, and the Cursed Crown stuns up XM, who threw down that Sanities but didn't get a kill with it. That's a pretty long cooldown as well. And then top, they're diving the tier 1 tower. Mickey going after Planet, but he's quite low. They've got XM making the TP rotation. There's the Astral Imprisonment. Tofu, can he help from the high ground? It's not likely, and they will get this kill into the Razor.
Tofu, they do have Bushwhack. Oh, he got the other
wrong tree. So they will get this kill, and they will get the haste rune as well for this OD.
Big, actually pretty big for XM to make this play. Gets a double kill. Misha trying to fight against Marcy. The Night Hunter doesn't have much mana to work with, so they are going to need to back off.
Yeah, he ran into this, and I think he was very confident in what they had going, but Shiro popping his ult and ready to fight back. Not that I would recommend punching a rock with your bare hands, but early on, not really going to feel that great for Marcy.
Uh-oh. Here it is. It happened again.
Oh, no.
Tranquil Boots. When I first saw this, it was Collapse who was playing Primal Beast.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is pretty good. I have to test it on Primal Beast. So I played like 3 games of Primal Beast in the same day, and all 3 times I forgot to disassemble them. That's why I keep talking about it, because I know how
you've been there.
Yeah, it can happen very easy.
It's one of those things I'm scared to try, honestly. You know, first hit, I'm losing it, and it's just Tranquils forever. 4 heroes down here, bottom for Liquid. Ice Path on 2, but Y's dead on his screen already, so they will get that kill and it'll be claimed by Nisha. Shiro trying to bail, but they're still around him. They do have Ravage, so he's got to try and hide within the trees, but Boxy's a 4th that's here.
Oh, what a play. Takes over the range creep
and jumps away. He's still, I mean, it's still a long chase. Can they catch you lick into maybe an avalanche or anything? Tide didn't go with, so
does have another rebound.
Toss over to the range creep, looking for the terrorize. Now holding it, throwing it, and it does land. Brambles connect. A long chase for Shiro, Cursed Crown, and he will eventually die to the hands of Boxy. It was a long chase for this kill, but it is the carry, so at the end of the day, it does end up being worth it. And then this tier 1 tower mid will be taken by Y.
And I like that XM actually changed his item build after getting that double kill, after killing the tower. He already had gloves, so it is going to be Hand of Midas coming out. The damage is going to start to ramp up. Arcane Orb, it's level 3 right now, about to be level 4.
Shiro again, he just respawned Frog Stomp and the catchy lick. They're gonna try and Fiend's Gate over. And Box only got about half health. Astral Imprisonment, Firestorm down, Tofu, Boxy on the run, rebound lands with the Ice Path. Bushwhack, Ace. He's not gonna throw that Ravage out just yet, and he's actually gonna hold it to his death. They'll get the kill there, bring over a lot of heroes for the side of Vici, and make sure they can at least get this Tide Hunter who is going for their carry again.
Marcy's not an easy hero to kill. Like, you need to, if you don't have enough lockdown, she can easily rebound off the current dominated creep, as we've seen. And XM now starting to ramp up in terms of his net worth as well. This Midas is definitely kicking in.
It's doing its part. As you can see, he's behind Nisha by about 400, and Nisha's looking for that early blink, trying to be that initiator. We'll see some offlaners, especially, you know, Tides kind of forego the blink for these auras. And he's going into the pipe first. So that'll be the first pickup, and we'll see if Ace can get the space necessary to just kind of farm into this as quickly as he can. He's holding on to 1,400 gold right now.
Yeah.
So quite happy with what he's getting, but bottom of the cores in terms of net worth.
Yeah,
it is kind of tight, though.
I think Ace needed to change his item build because maybe he was thinking about the Aghanim Scepter, but you can't drop that. Like, you don't want to be dropping pipe, so he's like, yeah, just go with the simple stuff. Like, you're not dropping auras. Aghanim Scepter, maybe it's a no-go for him.
Keep everything in that inventory. Triangle, XM, like you said, still farming. He's looking for that 4 staff, going complete Hurricane Pike. What's the build after the Hurricane Pike? What are you looking for as this OD?
If he wants to go slightly more defensive, I would say BKB. Panel talked about the refresher build that he can go for because you're not lacking mana on the hero. Your ulti is pretty low mana. It is only 200 mana level 1, 300 level 2. So nothing too crazy. You can definitely fit in a refresher in that build.
Are you looking towards an Aghanim Scepter?
Aghanim Scepter maybe later down the line. It's a very good
Bushwhack.
Ags upgrade.
Sharpshooter and the
it's
rebound.
A flying dragon.
Wow. Quick kill on somebody who you'd expect to feel a little bit more tanky in Tide. But Y claims the life, and now they've got the toss into the Avalanche Frog Stomp, and Y will be traded out. Nisha coming over and getting a kill of his own, and that's with that Blink Dagger that he just picked up. So having that Blink and now putting themselves up 2,000 net worth, game does feel about even. 2,000 seems about right. And what's been pretty quiet other than the death on the dive over the Tier 1 tower is the Razor, who's level 11 and is working on the finishing touches of this Manta style. So Razor, kind of having an open game at the moment, and much higher than his lane equivalent of this Marcy. So Tofu, Nisha, and Boxy coming around. Maybe they can find something over bottom. Marcy nearby the lane, but over in the jungle, so they'll have to cut across and try and find this Marcy. They do have Tide down here as well. But with Planet taking the Twin Gate towards top, it's not looking likely that they're going to really catch anything. Leaves Ace open to continue to farm this pipe, and Nisha even thinking about going through this Twin Gate.
Nisha has Arcane Rune. He wants to go in, and I'm a big fan of this build. This Cobalt Cup, Quicken Cobalt Cup with an extra Windlace and Phase Boots allows you to pretty much move in a fight almost hasted, or add Arcane Rune on top of that. This is the fight that they want to be taking right now. Lower the cooldown. Bach, no pipe yet available.
Blink in, toss. Avalanche now looking for the Terrorize. That lands on 3 heroes. They get the kill to Planet. The Astral Prism's going to save the life of one. Sanity's dropped down. Tofu's going to die. They go after Mickey. They've got the Pin of Malice. It's locking him up for a moment. The Static Link's not going to save him.
Another
XM's
one
got the
from
double kill.
Nisha.
Bach ends up dead. Down goes XM. Nisha's got a couple here. He's getting quite low with the Unleashed Shiro trying to chisel down this Tiny, and will finally get this kill, and it's worth quite a bit.
They need Tide. Team Liquid, they need Tide in that fight because his Ravage is ready, his TP's ready as well. He's also close to the Twin Gates. I assume he was saying that he wants to finish off the pipe, but he's still, like, at least was far away from it. He still needed to buy the whole recipe. And look at this damage from Tiny. 4,000 damage coming out from him in the previous fight. Used combo like 3 or 4 times because of that Arcane Rune. Pretty much dealing the same amount of damage as the whole Vici squad.
Yeah, that initial toss right onto 3 of those heroes and then having the Avalanche followed up is well done by Nisha, but a good salvage by Vici, especially with Shiro getting a couple of these kills. He's going into the early BKB. So he'll try to survive in these fights and kind of ignore what Tiny's throwing his way once he does get this BKB. Mickey moves into the triangle. I was talking about how he wants to finish that Manta. That's coming out right now, and he'll have that for the next fight. We'll see if they do want to try and smoke and go once they've got this pipe from the Tide and maybe work with this Ravage that has been yet to be used in this game so far. Charge towards mid. Blink. Toss into the Avalanche and the Bedlam with the Cursed Crown, but the Estro Imprisonment will avoid that. Fiend's Gate trying to catch somebody out, but the rebound, can they catch up? They've got themselves the Pit of Malice. Boxy, catchy lick, avoiding the Bushwhack. And that will mean Boxy survives.
All right, we gotta post this on Reddit. Like, click on Bach and do the professional e-gamer edition, guess the hero. What is this? Like, what is this green menace?
Casual Gloves of Haste. I've got the Tranquil Boots, the pipes here. Box keeping it green.
I don't think I've seen anything similar. All because...
Pit of Malice and Ice Path. Look for the Cursed Crown, and the Marcy will end up being stunned and stopped. But behind them is Ace, and he was bushwhacked for a moment, but able to run away. Sharpshooter, that lands, but they don't want to chase on the side of Vici. They are waiting in the wing on Liquid, and maybe even thinking about jumping forward. Drop down this Obs, and Ace is in front of them, but nobody making a committal move just yet. Ooh, Nisha. They'll back up, they'll get the tower.
Tidehunter, he still needs to be very careful in these fights because he's playing into pure damage from OD, he's playing into Sharpshooter that can break him. And they have, like, no real saves. Sure, you have Lick, catch a Lick from Largo, but that's about it. No real other saves. There's no Glimmer Cape or anything to keep him alive. Might be forced to use like a really bad Ravage that he doesn't want to be using. And right now, Ace 0-3-3. Pipe online, Essence Ring as well. He is tanky, but he can definitely die.
Especially if that Sharpshooter is the beginning parts of it, and they have the Marcy jump in, right?
Yeah.
Marcy soon to have the BKB, and then this Ravage might feel
very
like
awkward to use. Yeah, if they decide to focus him down with the Sharpshooter, Marcy can definitely kill him. Smoke from Liquid. Let's see what they can find.
See what they can get with this smoke. 3-man smoke. Mickey towards top. He picked up that mantle a while ago. He's got the Mythor Hammer for the BKB he wants to go. Ravage immediately onto these supports. Planet's going to be caught and killed. As the Ice Path lands, the Static Link is there. Nietzsche comes in with an Avalanche. Almost gets through the trees. Boxy's going to be the one who ends up getting that kill. Ace finishes off Y. And they also get 100 gold for that dominated creep. So not a bad little gathering of gold there for Liquid. It's a Ravage that's used for both supports, but when you get both kills, certainly worth it.
Definitely. Not sure if they can take any big objectives on the map in 30 seconds. There's going to be Tormentor. So with no Ravage,
nice Brambles.
I want to see them go for Tormentor potentially.
Cursed Crown, Shiro trying to get out, but tossed back to a Bedlam. And then the Astral Imprisonment on the
mid-air
rebound, so he's not where his imprisonment was. He jailbroke his way back towards his team still.
The other two things.
Similar to like the whole Pudge Hook, but I grabbed you, and it's weird.
Underlord going for more green items. This is exactly what I did. What I talked about, where like you're like, what do I do with these Tranquil Boots? So
Ags isn't green though. I'm a little disappointed.
But with your Tranquils, you build into drums and then you can upgrade it.
Yeah.
Which means that it's like a soft reset in a fight. It's very good for potentially breaking the link from the target.
Been Mouse down.
Y again.
Y is dead. Y is not having a lot of fun. He is dead for the 5th time. Not as many as I thought it was, but he has been getting caught quite a bit. By the way, that Tormentor got taken by Liquid. They get that shard, that Encore for Tofu. And when you're playing this support, maybe you're looking for like a Glimmer or a Lotus that you can, you know, get the most out of that Encore. You think the show's over, the band leaves the stage, then they come back, it's an encore.
Yeah. Can I get an encore?
Do you
want more?
Yeah.
And then you yeah, you want both of them. And now going for Axe on Underlord, actually skipping the full Bongo Boots. I thought they might go for Tormentor on side of Vici Gaming because there was no Ravage. Problem is there is still a tier 1 tower standing in the top part of the map that wasn't killed.
Right.
So they can easily rotate, they can TP in.
Jump
this
in
is
on
the
the
big
Razor.
kill. No BKB yet available.
Bushwhack and the Sharpshooter. Shiro getting that kill and thinking about coming over in a TP, but that'll be stopped, and they Fiend's Gate get the tower, and then they could just leave all the way back from whence they came.
This is the type of play I expected them to make a minute and a half ago, knowing that there is no Ravage, try to utilize that. Anisha's the one who's really popping off. 6-1-4, involved in 10 out of 12 kills, and big fan of this like early Shiva's build that we are seeing on Tiny. Sometimes it is straight up blink Shiva's if he's not needed to buy a BKB, but in this one he wants to move a little bit more. You're playing against Astral, bit of Malice would cause a lot of issues, so Anisha recognizing what needs to be done, getting a BKB, and then going for Shiva's. Shiva's still relatively far away considering it is a very expensive item, especially the recipe.
Look at where OD's at. He's not in a bad spot when you look at his net worth. He's got Midas, Hurricane Pike though at the moment. It's going Blink Witchblade. And I would assume BKB is after that, but it does just say Ogre Axe plus 2 items. Is that the build you're reliant on? Is there maybe a switch that ends up happening for the OD? Are you happy with the progression you're making? Because it's going to be Hurricane Pike and a Blink Dagger, 2 movement items that are your real first 2 items to come after.
It allows him to get better save. It allows him to connect onto a target that Marcy wants to go for. So if they decide to focus Tidehunter, they could definitely burst him down with the BKB on Marcy, OD blinking in, getting a couple of right clicks as well. This time around, Razor is not going to be the easiest targets. They don't have that like instant stun. So Mickey will be able to get a BKB off. He also has Manta Style, 2 defensive items that also gives him damage, gives him move speed, gives pretty much Razor everything that he does need.
So far, I will say, it seems like Astral Imprisonment has been used as mostly a defensive tool.
They don't have that big combo. Like maybe in a fight where you are using Ravage when everybody's getting low, if you can survive long enough, then we might see Ice Bat, Astral into Ice Bat, which is a strong combo.
Yes. And this is kind of a strong combo. The catchy lick through a Bramble and then into the Frog Stomp. Ace picking up that Aghanim Scepter that's flying out.
Uh-oh.
Check the hands, make sure they're nice and dry. Don't want to let that fall out and hit the ground or anything like that. It happens.
Yeah, it's like the reason why he's going for Ags is he doesn't necessarily need to be close to the fight. He can keep the distance because he's still afraid of this OD. He's afraid of Marcy. So Ace as well recognizing what the best item for the situation is. And now Liquid going into Roche Pit. Vici Gaming, they are giving a lot of respect to this team fight that they do have with Tiny, with Ravage, Pipe Online, 2 supports now that do cause a lot of issues as well. They do have good amount of sustain. And also got to be aware of Bramble Maze, like the way you're taking a fight inside a Roche Pit. So that's the reason why Vici Gaming is not going in, not trying to contest it, even though they have the damage. Like OD is one of the best heroes in the game to be able to kill Roshan.
So Largo just playing that Island Elixir while they shake that Roche. Getting that music down. Ooh, this is a long TP. And that's going to be stopped by the Avalanche. Now forced to Fiend's Gate. Can't do that either. Tossed up, hit a Malice. Can he get it this time? No, there's going to be a Terrorize. Now a Bedlam and a Gush for his issues there, which are the armor, but they'll take care of that and get that kill. So Mickey getting the kill on Abaki. Tried to TP, tried to Fiend's Gate a couple times. Not going to happen against this team. He gets caught, and Bach now almost at the Aghanim Scepter of his own. He just needs 300 gold. So when he gets back up, Firestorm, a couple creep waves, get there, get that next item, but the rest of the team still working on what they need next. Is they've got finally the Basher on Marcy and looking for the full Daedalus, get that extra oomph, get that extra damage. And then like we were talking about earlier, Witchblade for the OD, who's got 2,100 gold saved up for the moment.
Still, the fights are not going to be as easy anymore. Vici Gaming, it feels like they stopped playing for the last couple of minutes. Like we've seen this one good move where they killed Mickey in the top lane and killed the tier 1 tower, but other than that, they have been pretty silent.
Not really looking to fight, avoiding Liquid, not contesting any of these objectives that Liquid have been taking. Hoping that when they get to that point in farm that they'll be ready to go. Very old school China to just kind of farm and avoid fights. Not as aggressive as we've seen in the past. Not as aggressive.
Where is that guy?
Probably streaming, honestly. He played in the... He always shows up for... China does these, like, Immortal Cups where they do a draft of old players and, like, everybody gets to be on a team with each other. He shows up every now and then. He showed up for the last one, which was pretty fun. I think the team went 0-3, but it was fun to see him playing again.
You can tell XM, he's changing his mind multiple times with what he wants to build.
Yeah, now he's got Hex queued up with a BKB. When it was the Witchblade and the BKB, but now it's the Hex. And he's committing by getting that Mystic Staff, so... Spends the gold, which means he's not too far away
That's what you
from
think.
a Hex.
That's what you think. He could get upgraded Blink.
Early on.
Yeah, Arcane Blink, which he's definitely not going to get, but has an option available if necessary. I think BKB Hex seems a bit superior. Witchblade is a very good item on OD, of course, but I think this is a very aggressive item that you want to be picking up early on or super late. Like we're talking about, you know, maybe 6th item, but there's maybe an argument for a better
BKB
item at
the
the
Ice
time.
Path lands there. Mickey Unleashed was going after him, but the static link, there's the Ravage. It lands on a Shiro. Gush across the bow. He pops his own BKB, goes after Mickey. They've got the Pit of Malice, and now they've got Mickey alone. They'll get the Aegis out of his hands. But with the BKB running out, can they still go for this? It was a Pit of Malice that was used with the ult from the Axe from Bach. Ice Path connects, Macropyre down, Dual Breath comes across and hits on a Mickey, and Innocent's still alive, but he touches from a distance from Ace, doing some decent damage. Do they jump back into this? They've got Largo on the side, giving them out Island Elixir. Now. Bushwhack lands onto 2, Sanity's Eclipse lands on 3, Terrorize as well lands on 3, but do they want to go back in? They do! BKB, the blink, the jump with the toss, back over, Astral Imprisonment for the save, but the static link continues, going into the Shadow Realm is Boxy, but they're going to rebound, trying to get away. Shiro's still alive. He gets away from this one, but now XM's going to be the one who's focused. Hurricane Pike on a Mickey who pops the Manta. They get the kill to Boxy. They take out Shiro. Ace is the one who gets the kill with a Gush. Astral Imprisonment once again off to the side, though, is Planet. Can they get the control to get the kill to Ace?
Another round.
Comes in. Isha, Ice Path lands. He's stunned up for a moment. They've got the help from the Croakers. Puts him up into the air. They get the kill on Isha. They'll look over at Ace's Mickey trying to run, but the Pit of Malice locks him down again, and XM gets the kill. Double kill for the OG. 4 years down on the side of Liquid, and Ace is the only one who gets away. But I say he gets away, and XM searching doesn't quite get the vision, but maybe they'll find him as Planet still moves forward and eventually will give up on his chase.
This was also the fight where Liquid had Aegis available, so the next fight is not going to be as easy. You can feel the power of this OD, dealing almost 10,000 damage in the previous fights, but so did Razor. Like Marcy, she did pop off during the BKB, did manage to get out. That was a really nice save. He kind of saved himself with the Astral as well, of course, coming out from XM, but things are going to be looking rougher and rougher for Liquid in the next couple of fights, especially if Ace is going to be using Ravage like this. It only connected onto 2 heroes, but they didn't manage to get too much out of that Ravage, because they need Razor to lock onto a target and kill it, and Tiny, he goes in, he's not like dealing the right-click damage. Tiny wants to go in, he wants to reset, he wants to wait 10-12 seconds for his abilities to reset, and then you can see how aggressive Vici Gaming are. They understand that they can take the fight right now. Another good Astral, and then damage from XM. Look at Nisha, he's gonna melt in 3 hits.
Ace is, like, the only reason they get this kill on Shiro is he lands a long-range Gush by the Tier 2 tower from the jungle that they were fighting in, and they get the kill on a Shiro, but without that kill onto the Marcy, this is a horrible fight for Liquid. At least salvaged a little bit. Still feels pretty bad, but man, you can see just XM unbothered, and here's that win probability, 52-48.
In favor of Vici Gaming.
Yeah. Just a touch. We're at that 31-minute mark, trying to pick up some Lotuses here for Boxy. He's got the rest of his team around him, and this should be time for potentially another Tormentor. They all show up. The Shard goes to, drumroll please, Ace.
Pretty good Shard. Very good Shard. This is the one that you want to buy, even though this Shard has been nerfed multiple times. It's still a very good Shard, especially against Marcy. If you want to be using pick-me-up like that. Okay, with the fresh to bot Satanic coming into the fight. Let's see what they can find. XM.
He's got this Hex, but now he's tossed and he's all alone, so nobody there to save him. He'll end up dying, doesn't even get the Astral Imprisonment off. He was working on his own BKB. He had that queued up for a while, trying to get that from the Hex. And a lot of damage being done here by Nisha at a pretty even split, physical and magical.
Whispers of the Dread with Shiva's Guard. That's a lot of magic damage.
BKB early, rebound to try and get Innocence away too. And just the TP all the way through. Oh, the BKB ran out, and at the end, oh, the Avalanche stops the TP. There's the Ravage. Oh, Shiro, it feels so horrid. They'll get the kill on a Y. It was just at the end of the TP, the BKB ran out.
Man,
oh no.
Man, Vici Gaming, like, we've seen something similar yesterday when they were playing against OG, that game number 2. It just seems like they make one mistake that is followed by another mistake, and then they just crumble. Like, the game kind of ended. That second game against OG was a 30-minute game, and now Team Liquid, I mean, we could give credit to Team Liquid for having a very good read on the situation in the bottom lane, getting that smoke, and then immediately hunting them down.
I can't believe that they end up getting that kill. It was an even game. It was an even game. I'm going to go do a little win probability research, because now it is 65-35 in favor of Liquid. The quick drop from what it once was. Liquid, again, just playing across the river, putting a lot of pressure on Vici. They really, I mean, if they can get this BKB, which is about 1,500 gold away from XM, I could see them wanting to finally be the initiators and the aggressors, but they have played this entire game as a counterfoot for Vici.
And they're gonna smoke. They want to get something done. Does Marcy have Daedalus? No, she's still 900 gold away. They'd purchase a recipe. They would definitely want to have that extra bit of damage, but the situation definitely changed after that fight. McKay going for Butterfly, which means that it's going to take a while until Marcy gets her MKB, and 2 big items also finished on Liquid. They do not know about these double Octarine, one on Tidehunter and one on Tiny, so very low cooldown coming out from Tiny. This is one of the best item, like best, I would say, 5th, 6th item you can buy on Tiny. It allows you to lower the cooldown. Your avalanche goes down to 10 seconds and toss an 8-second cooldown. So you can keep going in, keep resetting. Your BKBs on lower cooldown. You can get Shivas at least twice in a fight, maybe even 3 times if we're talking about a longer fight, because the cooldown goes down to 20 seconds.
Trying to get this Daedalus, still far from that. They almost have the BKB on OD. Getting a little bit of help from his Midas. One of my favorite Beatles songs, With a Little Help from my Midas.
Yeah, big fan of that song indeed. Never heard of it, but
it's a good one. It's a banger.
It's a banger for sure.
Bach in, Pit of Malice. It's just on an ace, and they're going to rebound forward, but the Shrine is taken, and now they've got the toss. Shiro made this move in, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. The static link is there. The Ice Path lands on it too. They'll break that immediately with the BKB, but that's going to run out for Shiro. Ravage in. That's going to land on a lot of these heroes on the side of Vici. Now they're going to try and go in with the damage, but the Pit of Malice is down once again. They'll look over at Bach, who's got the Lotus Orb. Another Pit of Malice with the Fiend's Gate, but they get the kill to XM as well as Bach. 2 heroes down to the side of Vici. His Planet needs to get away with Shiro moving around the mid lane, just trying to get away from Nisha and the rest of Liquid. But they just escape, and they have no XM for 60 seconds. And there's buyback available for Bach, but he is also dead for quite some time.
This time around, Ace lands a really nice Ravage. And also the static link, like, it forces you to use a BKB. You're trying to run away. Even though he didn't steal too much damage, it forces you in a situation where you're not going to be standing your ground and taking the fight. And now that's going to be a full Butterfly on Razor that is going to be coming out on the Courier. So Marcy can't even focus Razor anymore. You have BKB, you have static link, you have Satanic on top of that. So very difficult carry to carry matchup. They need to focus the other heroes, try to ignore the Razor, but still, Razor's gonna do Razor things in fights.
Jump in, toss not back. Toss doesn't matter if it's thrown back towards the rest of the team. Planet's still dead. Liquid feeling like the Death Star because they can destroy a planet in seconds. And they will take the mid-set of racks as well. So it was an even net worth game like 6 minutes ago.
And then XM died, Shiro died, game looked pretty much over. Roshan does belong to Liquid. They just can't seem to find anything. XM, it feels like he has been close to this BKB for a very long time. And the Hex, have we even seen him use that Hex?
I don't think so. I'm always waiting for the Hex sound when it's the oink right after you Hex somebody. And I've not heard it yet.
Let's see what Hexem can do this time around with the BKB online. Blink Dagger, but you're fighting into this massive Razor that is holding onto the Aegis. Shiro trying to look for the angle, but again, he doesn't have Daedalus. Let's see the explosive damage from XM.
That was on Anisha, but he's got that Aeon disc, and now they're going to use the Unleash. Trying to get the kill on Anisha, but it's not going to be possible. They throw the Sanities, they kill off Ace. That's a quick kill onto the Tide Hunter. They want more. Get a Malice on a 2. But Liquid will retreat for the moment, and back to farming for Vici as well. They're trying to pull this game back into reality. But like you said, it's tough to deal with this massive Razor.
OD still deals insane amount of damage. This hero is nuts when it comes down to like post 35, 40-minute fights. He also found a very good neutral item for himself with Alert Enchantment, so extra bit of attack speed, bonus vision, extra attack range, exactly what he needs. And if he gets the kill, it's gonna reset with the Bloodthirst, or passive is Blood Rush.
They're towards top on the side of Vici. Planet coming through the Twin Gate, but he's the only one who makes the jump through that Twin Gate. TP back from the Jakiro. It's quite a difference in net worth. The experience is kind of close. But now Planet spotted by Nisha, now needs to try and scurry 4-step TP attempt, and tossed out of his TP, and Mickey gets yet another.
Octarine Core. Also the cast range on that Avalanche is pretty nuts. He does have Keen Eye with level 10 talent, so pretty much covers the whole screen. It's like Nisha has been popping off this game, getting a lot of toss backs, level 10 talent, level 20 talent as well. Toss requires no target. And this is the dream build. Like, once we get into this territory where you can build Shiva's Guard and Overwhelming Blink on a hero, you're having so much fun. You're gonna blink in, and everybody's gonna be super slowed. At least the good thing for Vici Gaming is they have Boots of Bearing, so that can be a soft reset for when Nisha jumps in.
Still threatening this bottom lane with these heroes near bottom. Creep waves pushing in, of course, mid pushing in with no racks on the Radiant side, so that'll innately push in. 2 minutes left on this Aegis, and trying to figure out where Vici can defend, because now you had the bottom creep wave cleaned up. Top's pushing in, Mickey is here, looking for that refresher orb. And Tide now has his BKB, so should be a little bit more survivable against this OD.
He needed it. He needed either Ghost Scepter or a BKB, and he opted to go for a BKB, which is a safer choice. Let's see if Liquid is going to push for that high ground. Minute and 30 seconds left on it. XM in the same spot that he got caught 10 minutes ago, which turned the whole game around. This time he is too fast. Liquid 10 seconds too late.
But now they smoked, and they're going to try and fight, so he was too fast to leave that spot and not get caught, but we'll see if they can fight back and be too furious. Can they make a move? They jump in, they've got the toss, BKB's going to be popped by bot, the Pit Mouse is going to be down on 3, Shiro's moved in, and the Sharpshooter comes out. Ravage flies forward, but these BKBs are already in use, so Ace doesn't get anything with it. And now he's hit with the Astral Imprisonment. Fiend's Gate was used, Pit Mouse down to the low ground, Catchy Lick to bring Ace over to the low ground with the rest of the team, and some big spells expended, but nothing really gained for either side.
Vici Gaming, 3 BKBs used. They don't get hit by that Ravage, but the damage still has been done. Ages 30 seconds. Let's see if Liquid is going to be resetting. They do have Octarine on Ravage on Tidehunter, so that means the cooldown goes down to 100 seconds, which is not too bad. BKBs will reset at the same time.
Smoke again purchased by Liquid, but they're losing this Aegis in 8. Ace wants this refresher. Quite a ways out from it. Holding onto that 9-second BKB still, too. Nisha closing in on that overwhelming blink that you were talking about. Working with 4,000 health as well. Quite a bit. Underlord close to the Shivas, and then Silver Edge being built for OD. A lot of different items have gone through the Rolodex of queued up items here for XM.
That's what I like to see. That's like you'll see some players just going for the build, queuing up, and then sticking with the build, kind of predicting what's going to happen in the game. But it seems like XM, he's constantly evolving, constantly adapting to whatever's happened in the game. And Silver Edge, it's...
Isha? Do they have the damage? Aeon Disc is going to help him survive in the catchy lick. The 4 staffs away. The sharpshooter misses. The BKB is now down for Nisha.
Silver Edge is fine. It's a break mechanic, which is going to be very good against Tidehunter. Tide does have BKB. Razor, breaking Razor is also kind of okay-ish. Maybe it gives him a bit more maneuverability in a fight. It's not so much about the break, but also setting their move speed and like capping their move speed, which is kind of a nice new mechanic that we added. I think this was added back when we added Shard to Tidehunter.
Refresher on the way for Ace soon, as he's got 2,400 gold saved. By soon, I mean probably about 5 or so on the minutes, but they smoke on both sides.
Underlord's very close to 25. That's the big one. 0.4 seconds on Pit of Malice, and then you have Aghanim Scepter, XM, Shield Rune. He gets lost.
Ace got that Hex off, but it's going to be out of the Tide, and XM's way out of position. The 4-step out of the high ground, the double 4-step to get away, but the Shadow Realm, the Yule's used by Boxy. They've got the control. XM catchy lick back into the Pit of Malice. He's going to Astral Prism it himself. Box now in the front lines. Ace looking for the Ravage. That's going to land. They'll get the kill to XM, and they'll look towards the rest. Y in trouble. These BKBs still running. Y and Shiro die. They've got a triple kill for Mickey. They're going to look over at Planet, and it's 4 heroes down on the side of Vici. A triple kill for Mickey. This Razor cutting through you like a Gillette razor on your face. Clean and easy.
Man, they got Shield Rune baited. Everybody was waiting behind XM. He goes in, forced to use a BKB relatively early on, and then the 4 staffs, he's trying to run away, but it's not enough. Mickey is the one who had pretty much the free reign, whatever he wanted to do in the previous fight. Just goes in, has a refresher, has a BKB, and just like that, this game looks very over. That's going to be mega creeps, unless they want to be using some buybacks. They do have buybacks available on all 4 heroes.
They're holding off on them like they think they're going to have enough time to not use them and fight again. But now you're up against Megas. Bot's the only one to defend. You've got a Glyph. Creeps are invading. All of Liquid is here. And then they've got the banner. So they don't use any of these buybacks. They trade no buybacks, and in return, they lose all their racks and all their towers.
Everything is ready for Liquid.
Is there a button to reject this trade? Banner gone, Hex used. That's on Anisha, but the 4 staff back. He's into the hands of his own team and Comfort.
Mega creeps are coming.
Uh-oh. They surely they didn't buy back because Bach could get all the solo experience to get to 25. But he's not quite there yet. Amplified damage bottom.
Roshan's available. Team Liquid, they should go in, get it, get a refresher, get another Roshan's banner plus cheese. They can't leave the base. This lineup is also very, very bad at dealing with mega creeps. OD, he doesn't have AoE. Back in the days, this orb had splash damage. It doesn't for a very long time. And Marcy, also, she, like your carry, can't kill creep wave, so that's gonna be a massive issue, and they're gonna smoke. This is the Hail Mary play.
But these Aeon Discs, man, just keeping them alive. They can't output the damage to get these kills. The Sharpshooter flies in, maybe, just maybe. Oh, Shiro commits. He wanted it. BKB, Gush from a distance, Astral Imprisonment. Now that's going to leave Planet in a dangerous spot. Force that up onto the high ground. The help from the Ice Path that lands on a Mickey to get him away. Nisha locked up with the Pit of Malice for a second. Bach in the front line. He's finally level 25. Bushwhack catching lit. Now out of that Pit of Malice and that Bushwhack. But they're still working with an Aegis. They're still working with a Cheese. All is okay in the world. For the side of Liquid, that is. Not so much Vici. Up 30,000 at 48 minutes into the game.
Probably gotta wait for Boxy to respawn and then go in and try to end this game. A refresher ready on Tidehunter. It is a refresher shard. He did consume his Aghanim Scepter. Does have enough mana for both Ravages.
Creeps just constantly pressuring.
And they can keep the distance. I like how Liquid itemized this game. And also keeping the distance. Tidehunter with Aghanim Scepter, lower cooldown with Octarine, just spamming them from the distance. And then you have Tiny blinking in, Overwhelming Blink, Shiva's Guard with the Octarine core. Making it very difficult for Vici Gaming to take the fights. You see Tiny blinking in and Tiny Refresher. This has to be one of the few times it has been purchased on the hero.
Certainly not the most purchased item for a Tiny. Especially with all the low cooldowns he already has. They've got some vision inside the base. They are smoked up. Mickey just at the front line.
Hates buildings.
Yeah.
Hates these small buildings in the base, and there's only one building left.
And that's going to be another toss, but they'll get the save. They go to the Ravage that lands on a 4 heroes. They're up on this. There's another Ravage. That's going to land on a 3. They'll get the kill on XM. There's no OD. There's no Y. There's no planning. And with Bach, him falling too, they'll lose everybody, and that's going to be GG called by Vici. Liquid take game 1 at about 50 minutes in. Ultra kill for this Razor at the end.
This OD experiment, it did look good until it didn't.
Would you cross it out and never do it again? Or?
Nah, I'm sure we're going to see this hero again, but Team Liquid, they were very, very eager to win this game, especially Nisha on this Tiny. Insane performance.
Yeah, definitely a real good performance from Liquid. I want to hear some more educated thoughts on what went wrong in this game for Vici, but we'll throw it over to the panel to hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, there's a lot to say about this game. We will get to what we felt Vici Gaming could have done better, but I first want to shine some light on how Liquid did very well weathering the storm at the start of the game. And obviously, even though we know Vici Gaming, as we talked about, they do like to prolong games when they're on the losing side. They try to drag it out, find an opportunity. Team Liquid did not let them have an opportunity, and they did close it out eventually, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think the early game was a bit kind of rough for Vici, but it felt like there was times in the mid game where they kind of were winning these fights, right? Like there was that one fight where they had the really nice kiting with the Marcy, and you could see the glimpses of the OD, I think, actually having impact. Like them picking it did this like really high damage in the fights versus all these heroes, but it just felt like for the majority of the game, they were just kind of too far behind, and I think there was also really nice Ravages from Ace a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, bro, those are the situations that bait people, OD pickers, into picking OD. Is you have these fights where it's like, oh my god, look how much pure damage I'm doing. Like,
I ulted, I got 3 kills.
Hypothetically, there's like an infinite amount of damage you can do if you keep stealing in with the W and then use the ult when they have no mana. But it's like, it's so hard to get these fights that you want. I feel like the hero is just in a state where the numbers aren't high enough that you can see the glimpses, but it's almost always going to be just the glimpses, especially against a team the caliber of Liquid. I agree. Like the Ravages in this game were amazing. It's incredible to see Ace have a big blunder yesterday and come into they ended up winning that series and then coming in today looking like he's not phased at all. Because I think for a lot of people this would phase them and maybe
get stuck in their heads,
make them lose some confidence. But like the way Ace was playing there, even against an OD, he looked very confident.
Yeah, but we gotta give the MVP to Boxy. You already saw just now the net worth. It was the lowest in his team. He had to give some space to Tofu, who was obviously Largo and therefore maybe a little bit greedier. But the amount of times the terrorizers were absolutely on point with the Brambles as well, I think earns him that spot.
Yeah, there was like 3 or 4 different times I felt like he got like a terrorizing the entire team.
Yeah.
And it just turned the entire fight. He would also set up for the Ravages with them. And I just think that Boxy's, I don't want to give him like all the credit for Liquid, but I think he's the one that kind of is the cog in their machine, and he just turns a lot of the stuff that happens on Liquid is because of him. He like, makes a lot of these calls, he does a lot of these moves, and sometimes it's hard to see, but in this game he was playing a hero that made it really easy to see.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta shout out Nisha as well. Like
we can't give him MVP every game,
but
he did okay.
Come on, he got like pretty hard counterpicked in that game. He's playing Tiny versus OD. They pick his hero early on in the draft, so there's there we go. There we got the
he does have 94% kill participation.
That
he did okay, guys.
That is crazy. That
on
is
a Tiny as well.
Yeah. And I love the build. Blink Dagger, Soul Ring, BKB, Shiva's Guard, even going for the Refresher. I think this makes sense against OD. If you can simply stay spell immune and burst him in this like long window of spell immunity that you have, which like 12 seconds should almost always be enough, then OD is never going to do anything to you. And I mean, this is one of the weaknesses of the hero. Maybe you need a Hex, but Hex still is not that good because...
This was like the Ags because he hates getting jumped.
Yeah.
So you buy the Ags, but then you don't really do damage. It just feels really hard to itemize on the hero.
It does.
Well, since we are talking about the mid lane, we do have a little moment in that mid lane, Gunnar, that you wanted to revisit.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game kind of broke down with... We're going to talk about the OD a lot, and that he kind of just got ganked mid, which is what we were hoping for them, because that's what they did yesterday, right? Like, they brought their 3 heroes mid on when he was playing the Lesh versus the Storm matchup yesterday, and then they kind of snowballed the game. Like, they took the mid tower 8, and we wanted out this counterpick matchup, but in fact, Liquid did it to him, and I think that whole kind of just was the story of their impacts in the games. I feel like XM was always playing from behind, and sure, when you're behind, maybe you get a good play here, you get a good play there, but majority of the game, I feel like it was just the Nisha show, if we're going to look at the mids.
Yeah, you want to be the one dictating the pace of the game, Like, you don't want the last pick hero to come out, and you still have Nisha, who got, essentially, I think it was second picked in the draft. He got second picked, and then the hero damage is still double at 20 minutes into the game, which I suppose makes sense, because Tiny's, running around doing stuff early. The last hits, Nisha's even winning on last hits. Kill participation, of course, like XM...
Just everything.
He tried to help out in the fights, but you're running around with like 4-staff Midas. It's just not the same as a Tiny with the Blink Dagger. So, yeah, I mean, you can see why Nisha is getting, like, early picked his hero. He can clearly, like, handle it. And this is interesting from Liquid because the way that Tundra defeated them in the previous tournament was by saying, we're banning out Nisha early. We're going to force you to pick Nisha's hero later and get something shit, which is what they did. And then now Liquid is taking the other approach of saying, like, okay, if you're going to ban out Nisha's heroes early, we're just going to pick them early and throw them to the wolves. And guess what? He does fine.
Do you think in hindsight, Venomancer would have been a better option?
I do think so, yeah.
Okay.
OD's, when's the last time OD wasn't even good? Was it like 3 years ago or something like that?
It was longer than that.
And I've seen Veno have success in the past 6 months as a mid laner. So, yeah, I don't even think I've seen OD win a pub in years.
I definitely felt that. Watching the OD, and it's like
it felt bad.
I'm gonna destroy this guy. It's just even, and then the moment supports rotate, the OD dies because OD.
And then he dies once, and you're like, oh, I'm buying a Midas. It was the classic. Your mid's buying a Midas, guys. Yeah. Like, I look much love to the mid players out there, but I don't know about going for a set of Midas in this meta.
Dude, listen, the mid players they don't even care what we say either way. This guy's got big egos. Anyone who's not a mid player knows the mid players. You click them, they've got a Midas. You're like, God damn it. Okay,
they ping. They're like 5,000 gold remaining for a refresher.
For Agnum Scepter, yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. I need Midas. I need Ags.
This was their overall last pick, and we did say at the start of the day that this would be for Vici Gaming. That's what they needed, that overall aspect, to get the counter matchup against Nisha. It was XM that was supposed to be able to be the counterpoint there, and didn't end up working out in game 1, but there is always a game 2 after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Vici Gaming and Team Liquid, they are going head-to-head here for PGL Wallachia Season 7. And it's one game up for Team Liquid right now. We're going to find out if Vici Gaming can strike back and force this series to a Game 3, which on this stream has happened every single time so far. So surely Vici Gaming will have a good shot here as well, especially since Team Liquid, even without the information from yesterday, Jenkins, normally Team Liquid does find a way to make all series go the distance regardless of the result.
Yeah, they do. I wish I knew why.
Entertainment for the fans, of course.
They're for the people.
They are for the people. I will say, I feel like that trend is from pre-pubbing Liquid.
Sure, yes,
and
I agree
now
with
we
that.
have, Nisha rank 3 on his main.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I got rank 3 Nisha on my team, I would probably still think, okay, he's value. Like, that guy is considered, like, pretty ubiquitously, like, to be the best mid of all time potentially,
Yeah.
He's like the highest rated and a pub stomping type mid as well. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be like that. But I feel like game 1 wasn't like Vici played bad. It wasn't like Vici didn't do
Liquid just played better.
what they wanted. Yeah, it's like Liquid just played really well. I think the OD was like a bit of a pocket pick, and maybe they regret that.
Too much in the pockets.
Yeah.
Do you think if it was against a team that had a different mid lane or a different team, do you think it would have worked?
I think so. I mean,
I think it had a.
Ooh.
I don't really trust in the OD.
Okay.
Like maybe it would work if we're gonna say like, oh, they're just that much better than the other mid. Like it's just a skill issue kind of thing. But I still just, I don't like this OD pick. I don't like the hero. I think that they had other options that could have just fit.
I think they had quite a few options.
I think they had enough that they really didn't need to go for like a bottom 5 mid hero.
Yeah, that was a bit sus. I respect it. I mean, this is why like XM is one of the most fun players in the entire world.
It's a beast thing to do to pick OD on land.
I was very sad when he was off Xtreme Gaming, and then seeing that like he's back in Pro Dota on a top tier team. It's like, oh, thank God. Okay, we get to see the snipers and the vipers and these cheese picks. I mean, they look more than happy to play game 2. I mean, Bach always looks happy. Come on, but you know, I really think you can chalk it up to like, okay, we tried picking a weird hero, it didn't work out. Like, this is just the risk of having XM on the team and getting these crazy last picks. Like, let's just go for some other pocket pick. They can still do it again. I really think they can. It's just OD is like Gunnar said, bottom 5.
I don't know. There's like Veno. I would have taken Lina, Invoker, Storm.
Some of these.
Just list all.
I could probably list like every mid hero I could think of off the top of my head.
I mean, XM can Storm just fine.
Yeah,
it's just a normal hero. It did feel like it's one of those drafts that Liquid picked where it's like all these strength heroes. This is punishable, you know?
Yeah.
But I think OD.
I even think like a Timber mid could have been better.
I'm with that. I was thinking Timber as well. But yeah, Necro, DP, Veno, these were all available, and XM plays Veno, so.
It's interesting to see Team Liquid ban out Mars from both positions, from first pick and from second pick. A lot of respect put on the Bach. Mars, which we talked about yesterday as well, being one of the stronger heroes. But it also means that of the big 4, we are going to see some heroes being let through, because Shadow Fiend, Largo, and Batrider all in the pool still.
Yeah, and
they will remain in the pool.
And Liquid showed that they are more than willing to play Largo as a position 5, and it looked honestly, it looked good. I'm kind of starting to believe that this like sentiment that support Largo is dog shit is a dog shit sentiment. Like it looked totally fine. I think there are games where the lick in the dispel element of this is like extremely bad for the enemy team.
I think it's one of those things that it is good when it's good, like it's a situational 5 or support, and it's a consistent offlaner, which is why it always runs offlane. Because if I first pick it, pretty much every single game, it should in theory be good in the offlane. But certain games, you kind of want a ranged carry if it's a 5, or if it's an offlane, maybe you want like an Enigma, something to kind of carry it out of the lane.
Sure.
So it has more kind of stipulations when you put in the support role, but I definitely, by no means, I think it's a bad hero.
Like against Jakiro, it looked really.
Yeah, you just like purge the spells and. Yeah, we got this one.
Well, we got the Shadow. Yeah, Shadowfiend makes it through. So this is definitely of the big 4 support, or not supports, heroes. This is considered to be the strongest. So
I think
here's how it works out.
Yeah. So I mean, the typical response is Batrider, because you can destroy SF once you can get like level 3 or 4 in the lane. However, because it's Liquid and they've been like really valuing the Largo, and I think.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I feel like this just works better for them.
Also with the flex potential, and the thing about the flex as well is that
really say flex potential. He's sitting there with his big biceps out. That's a Freudian slip, right?
But I feel like if you take Disruptor is a hero where everybody is accepting. It's like, okay, you build boots, maybe something else, and then I get accept.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
and surely Largo can fit into the same role. Maybe you get an extra item beforehand, but. It can just be there too. You might have it 10 minutes later, but that late game will still be very strong.
I unironically think you're onto something with the support Ags on Largo. It does feel like it does a lot of the times a similar thing to Guardian Greaves, and people build Greaves.
Yeah.
I think the question is like, do you go for Solar first, Glimmer, these other like smaller items? I think, but the Ags is by no means bad on support. We saw Tofu get it last game as a 5. It's not even as a 4.
Yeah. He was very wealthy. I will like Boxy was definitely suffering a little bit on the gold. He gave a lot away. To be honest, Largo does also farm nicely with the Frog Stomp, so he could still pick up some camps here and there.
It's a classic Liquid to have like 2 4.5 positions though, so yeah. I feel like it does work for them. So Vici, they're looking for the, like, every time SF comes out, we talk about the classic like melee heroes to pair with it in lane that are really strong. There's Clockwork, there's Tusk. What else am I forgetting that's really good? Heroes that just run in and body for the SF.
Tree, but it's banned all the time.
Yeah, Tree SF is like.
But we like should never see that.
That
I
should
think
not happen.
It should not exist.
Are we at all worried that the Batrider is still in the pool? Like Liquid has a chance to get Bat and Largo this game.
I honestly think they should.
I think they should take Beastmaster.
Would you then ban the Bat instead?
I would ignore it for Liquid. I think that the Beastmaster, to me, I think it's an even stronger hero than the Bat, to be honest. I think it can flex all 3 core roles. Liquid's probably, if I think about flexing between like a Beastmaster, I think Liquid's the best team to flex Beastmaster all 3 roles.
Oh, that's a bit of a steal.
That is also a good hero to pair with the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
Right, like you can jump your Shadow Fiend in the lane, he can get a melee raise.
That's true.
Disposing like the second one. So taking it away. I also think Mickey is probably a type of guy to still want to play Marcy.
Yeah, we see Boxy has played it twice yesterday.
Yeah.
In their wins.
I mean, yeah, with a Largo and lane, I suppose you can toss back into the Frog Stomp, which is pretty strong. Like, it does seem like there's a lot of damage. Oh, there it is.
It wasn't bad this time around.
The offlane duo.
The Bat plus Void lane. We saw it
the
yesterday.
classic.
Yeah, that's a classic lane right there. I mean, this is a really good Largo lick game, though, I will say. Like, you can take the Shadow Raises off, the Bat Napalm, the Void Time Dilation. That's probably the #1 thing. And you can also lick people out of the time zone. Not that it's, like, really an offensive ability. Well, it is an offensive ability, but it's more about, like, lowering your cooldowns. So for Vici, now I'm thinking, okay, they have the Void. What were the combos they like to run with it? They ran the Gyro. They have Carry SF already. Leshrac was the other one?
Yeah. So
there could be like an 18-pick Leshrac coming out here, maybe. So Liquid has to like potentially pick things in preparation for that.
Yeah, and then
think they just
yesterday they had Shadow Demon as their 5, obviously already banned.
I like Nisha Quap here, and then you just take. Tofu plays Chen, right? I believe I
believe so.
Yes.
I would like Chen Queen of Pain here.
But that means that they remove any kind of flex potential. But they do have overall last.
There's still a
pick,
bit
so
of flex potential. Like the Marcy can go carry on the last pick, and then they could technically still put the Largo support in last pick and off lane.
True.
So I think there's still enough flex potential. They could even put the Queen of Pain safe lane.
Yeah.
I think basically the only thing that locks in is the Chen, which Chen's very good versus the Bat with Purge creeps in the early game. Also versus the Void, getting like the Purge creep is nice, and just like Void doesn't really deal with his creeps. And I think the Queen of Pain lanes versus Bat mid, which isn't super scary, but it's nice to plan versus. It lanes versus Shadow Fiend mid, which is also a thing. And it doesn't get screwed over by like time dilation that bad. But they're going to go with the puck that we talked about pregame.
Yeah, they go for, I mean, very similar sort of hero to the Queen of Pain. I mean, often you see these heroes against each other. Now, my question is like, we've seen Planet play Faceless Void position 4 twice now.
Yeah.
And it like this is their thing. We've accepted this. Do you just put Shiro on Faceless Void? XM places SF, which he was quoted saying he will take SF until teams ban it, until they can beat it. Like, is there a world where you just go Faceless Void carry because it's a really good Faceless carry game?
I don't see why not. I think the only logic between not wanting to do that is if they want their carry to be faster paced to deal with the Largo. Like they were picking the Mercy versus the Largo.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And Void's like a bit slower. Like he's not really going to be the guy to like take the Largo camps and invade past this tier 2 area.
It's just a question. Like I really do think they just think that 4 Void is genuinely good and that Time Zone is like very underrated. To me, it's clear that they have identified that as a team before anyone else. But I'm just saying
the flex is definitely
there is a
there.
world where it's, you just give such a free Void game that
no, I agree. I think you just take their mid here though, and they just do their kind of standard meme, and then it's like I always think of Void Spirit.
That is a mid that XM also really likes.
It is really good versus Puck. You one-shot Puck in the mid game. Like when you get your Blink Shard, if you ever get the stun on the Puck, he pretty much just dies. I like it. I think that's good. Also minus Aura with the Shadow Fiend. So you have like this kind of minus armor comp, which is really good. And Kite, I think the random like Kite hero fights like with short cooldowns are good with the Void because you have, if you want to think about it, you get like 2 times the amount of spells the enemy casts because you just reduce all their cooldowns with time dilation. So you're just like getting your short cooldowns just more effectively.
That's true. Actually, Slardar Crush is one of those like medium cooldown abilities that will do really well with Time Zone. Because like with Time Zone, you don't want really long cooldown abilities. You're never going to get them twice. You don't really short cooldown abilities.
It doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, 400% increase on those is like 1.5 seconds.
Like a sticky napalm, like, oh, congrats.
Yeah, exactly. But like Firefly is really great. The raises are really great. Slardar Crush, that's really great as well. Even the Sprint, getting that off cooldown again is pretty nice.
So then for the side of Vici Gaming, we're looking for a hero for Y, no? And then Phoenix is still in the pool. Which other 5s? Is Jakiro still in? No, Jakiro's first phase banned. There's still quite a few 5s in there, though. Just some of the usual suspects removed. There you go, Shadow Shaman, Pugno. Also still in. We got the Brewmaster banned out. That does mean that they're maybe at the moment playing with the assumption that Largo is support.
I think it's a fair assumption, especially if they want to run Void as a 4. It's like Void Batrider offlane. Largo's with the Dispel is really strong.
Bane gets banned.
I like that ban. I really do. Like Bane, well, that makes me lean towards like it's going to be Ace playing Largo because I feel like Bane is the best hero for running around and being annoying on the camps that you want to farm as a position 5. And like you mentioned, Vici is clearly picking a position 5 right now. So what is like a good last pick for being the most annoying here? It's like a hero that counters Puck. You have the grip, and then you can run around and be annoying on the Largo camps.
I'm trying to think of... I think the support should have something to help with the Puck a bit. Like some type of stun. I even thought Silencer.
Lion, maybe?
Well, then Lion Shaman comes to mind.
I do not like Silencer against Largo. It feels so bad.
Sure. I mean, I'm just like thinking of purely...
another guy.
I think the Lion or the Shaman could be pretty good for them. The laning stage is decent versus the Largo. Like just having stuns, I think is always really good versus that hero.
I'm leaning towards the laning Lion.
I like the Lion more because you don't have a shackle.
The alliteration.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
we do have the Phoenix being banned out by Vici Gaming themselves, so with that ban on the Bane, they're also once again being brought to attention, probably like, hey, this Largo could be offlane, so removing a support.
Yeah, they're just taking out heroes that would be like annoying to play against in the game. I know a lot of teams do that. They don't double down on, oh, we know where these lanes are going.
No. Keeping it open. And it's indeed Liquid has overall last pick, so Vici first. Let's see where they go with this one.
Yeah, I guess now we get to see, is it going to be a Void carry or is it going to be a SF carry?
Yeah, it's a Pug now.
Okay. Ward is pretty good versus Puck. I think it's just hard for the Puck to find into it in the mid game, and then I think just having magic damage on your support's nice versus Marta. It doesn't really give them counter to Puck per se, but I think they're hoping that the Sardar and the Batrider kind of deal with him.
Will there ever be Batrider 4s ever again? Like, if this was a few months ago, we would look at this draft and say, okay, Void carry, Batrider 4, Slardar offlane.
There is still a world where that could happen.
Yeah.
Technically, it could happen.
If Liquid picks some, like, absolutely atrocious hero against Void carry.
Yeah.
Or, like, an offlane Slardar.
Well, they have only 2 seconds to think about it, so let's see. Here goes. There's the line on their side.
Okay, so Muerta carry, I assume? Yeah. Okay. I don't know how I think the Muerta should be good, right? In this game versus the Shadow Fiend. Like, Shadow Fiend's whole thing is he just kills you in 5 or 6 hits. But with the Muerta ult, you'll kind of avoid that. Potentially you'll get bursted by some like Batrider Pugna kind of deal, but
yeah, they pretty much have to hit Muerta with Bat, otherwise Muerta will never die in this game. Like Slardar, Shadow Fiend does nothing. Even Pugna, you can't save from Muerta because of her innate going through ghost abilities. So yeah, a lot riding on Bach on Batrider to catch Mickey this game.
Yeah.
But I do think he has a good lane. I mean, hypothetically in lane, like Batrider can definitely run down Muerta. It's a Muerta Lion lane. It's nothing that devastating with Faceless Void. Like, as long as they like cut the first few waves and get Bach to like level 3, they could definitely kill Tofu and then maybe pressure Mickey after that.
Yeah, and I think considering yesterday when we had the Batrider Faceless Void lane, I am also worried for Nisha a little bit because those rotations against Puck and however silly it sounds with the Faceless Void coming in, I do think that with the Slardar there is definitely kill potential.
There is. I think for me, I want to go for Team Liquid because they have Puck. And I want to keep seeing this hero succeed. That's kind of my opinion. I think it's going to end up at the end of the storm being top 3.
Okay.
So if I had to go for a team, it'd be Liquid just because of the Puck.
I actually think they might run the Marcy in the safe lane. Like
with the Marta.
Yeah, with the Marta. I feel like that makes more sense than Lion. Then there's less.
And then you have Lion with the Largo.
Yeah, Lion laning with the Largo. Yeah, it's really strong for sure.
I think there will be little problems.
As well.
For them.
Me too.
Okay, very good. Thank you, man. We'll keep it at that. Thank you for your contributions. We're going to find out if Team Liquid can 2-0 this one or if Vici Gaming will push this series to a game number 3. It's over to Lacoste and Bika.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, we'll see if Vici can hold on to their winning ways, you know, in series aspects, or if Liquid are going to finally break them, or if, you know, we'll see a game 3. There are a lot of questions. Pugna, being the last pick here for Vici, left maybe this room a little bit questioned. But what are your thoughts on this hero, where it was picked, and what, you know, what we expect from it?
Not a big fan. Like, usually what Pugna wants to do, I don't think they had many good choices. I was kind of with what Gunnar was saying. Like, he was talking about some, like, silencer. I think they had to go into some, like, weird territory because this Pugna doesn't give you what you want. Like, you're playing against Marta carry, so her innate ability, Supernatural, you can attack ethereal units, so you don't care too much about it. So there's not going to be really safe. Sure, Ward is good against Puck. Ward is good against the last pick Lion that didn't even see, but other than that, I'm not really feeling this Pugna. XM on Slardar, he loves to play into this Puck matchup. I think he's going to be the one needing to be the control for the team. They do have this stun, so the support duo looks very wonky. Let's just be completely clear. Faceless Void plus Pugna. Like, this is not something that you see every day. Probably, I don't think there was a game in the last 5 years that this was the support duo in professional esports scene.
Well, it's kind of like that whenever there's the Void first on that support, right? Like this and this, it's been a while since we've seen it. I mean, the Void just feels like no matter what's with it, you're going to kind of question what the support duo is. I mean, early on, we've said it and joked about it a couple times. It's Time Walk Blood Grenade is your only contribution. Maybe a Time Dilation at level 2, but other than that, you know, like it's not exactly the biggest impact hero when it comes to being a support. And we already saw he's taking the Time Walk, and there are Blood Grenades available for him, but we'll see how that ends up going. Mid, like you said, XM, we'll see how he does against this Puck. Should be all right. But Deadshot landed on Planet Top. He's actually still running away from Boxy with this creep wave at the moment.
This is the exact same lane that they did run yesterday. This Batrider plus Faceless Void position 4 against OG. They were very successful with it. Planet does have Time Walk.
Long 21 seconds on cooldown there as we saw it, and he's still just trying to run away, trying to get these creeps all the way over. Work with anything he can get. Nisha actually almost dead there as XM landing that Slithering Crush and making Nisha's life a little bit difficult. It was a matchup in which Nisha was, in theory, supposed to struggle with last game when he was up against the OD. Did really well. Ended up, in my opinion, being the MVP of that game. And now he's up against XM, who's on this Slardar and could do pretty well.
Yeah, I've seen this matchup goes both ways. It's a skill-based matchup. Like you can see, he almost died there, and now he is bringing the bottle. One thing that he also has the upper hand in this matchup on side of Nisha is he has a Flying Courier because of Marcy, so his bottle is going to be coming in much faster. Let's check the difference. 310, 340, so pretty big difference. Like, there's a massive distance that you need to cover from the fountain to tier 3 tower.
Always nice to have
those
early Flying Couriers, is that little bit of an advantage it gives you. This lane is an interesting combo, the Largo Lion, Battle of the L. Seems like a decent combo. Frog Stomp, Catchy Liquor, Spike Hex, like a lot of tools there to disrupt the bottom lane of Vici.
Yeah, also the reason why I don't like Pugna is he doesn't have too much synergy with Shadowfiend. Especially in the lane. Like, there's no way for you to set things up, which means that Largo is going to be able to get the farm if they ever want to try to play aggressive. Tofu can land a stun. So for Liquid, it's going to be fine. I think Shiro's still going to be getting the CS, but also Largo's going to be getting as much CS. Shadowfiend naturally pushes the lane because of his aura. So even in bad matchups, when you play against Shadowfiend, sure, he's going to be denying a lot, but also you're going to be getting something out of the lane no matter what.
Trying to pull the creep wave over, but that creep only had a little bit of health left on it. Some raise action onto Ace. But we'll see how Shiro continues to find himself in this lane as he's got some success so far at 19, now 20-6. The Largo doing all right, 17-1. Like, it's not been a hard lane for him at all. Keeping up. Okay. Doing well in this top lane up against this Batrider who is only 5-3. That's where the struggle is coming from for Vici, and it is that Batrider. Seeing Shiro take a bit of damage, a couple of raises landing on an ace. Not enough damage to get the kill. No first blood yet, 4 minutes into the game. There might be one here with XM getting silenced. They've got the rebound, the jump in, XM turning for a moment, but there's the dispose. A blood grenade from Planet. Is it enough to save him? Dodges the illusory orb, but that right click will be the killer as Nisha claims that first blood.
Yeah, I think there's a big, big difference in what these two heroes from position 4 can do. One can time walk, and the other one can actually use the time walk on you, push you in, and then pull you back in if necessary. Both of them did have blood grenades available, but yeah, Faceless Void, position 4. Compared to Marcy, it's just not it. Even though they had good success, they did win 2 of those games in the second game that they played against the OG yesterday. It got banned later, but seems like they are seeing something in the hero. I haven't been really impressed, even with the wins that they got. It still feels like okay-ish. I do feel there are so many more better options in the game.
Planet has been in love with this hero for a while. He played it a lot during that ESL Challenger LAN event. He's been enjoying the Void 4. Much to my own questions about the hero. We've seen it in the few games that he's played it here too, right? Like, he stays a pretty low level for a while because he's not having much impact around the map. And
you can't.
That is very true. Disposed back into the calling, but gets the
that
time walk off.
It's a very nasty combo. Like, even if they decided to run Largo in this lane, they could have used Lick to pull him back into the silence. Boxy, it was nicely done. McKay slightly off the mark with the dead shot.
That would have been enough to get that kill, most likely. Finally getting some open space, though, for the Batrider. He is getting some CS under his belt, but the lane has been a bit of a struggle, and I say he's gotten some open space, but he's running away for the moment with the creep wave. Deadshot connects, and now
this
he's
time
dead.
He doesn't miss.
XM's got an invis rune. Boxy just heading straight back towards his own base, not really putting himself in much harm's way. And XM was trying to sniff out maybe if they could get a kill onto the Marcy, but it's not easy whether or not you find him at the moment. So it is now a question of what XM wants to accomplish. He's just going to sit back over mid because we are getting towards that 7-minute mark. Nobody really invading for a shrine just yet.
They don't have enough damage in this bottom lane to kill Shadowfin. They try to play aggressive 2 times. He does have Fairy Fire, Magic Wand, Raindrop on top of that. And also he's spamming them with raises every single time they do get close. Problem is, offlaners nowadays, they are doing the trick with disassembling Tranquil Boots until they get cancelled. But so far, we are seeing multiple Tranquil Boots, one on Faceless Void that is being built. Batrider as well.
Them.
Yeah, this time
Wants
around. He doesn't mind if his boots, because his item that he rushes is going to be Boots of Bearing on Batrider anyway. Aisha with the rotation.
Raise hits, but the Earth Spike's there. Dream Coil on it too, but realizing maybe there's not enough damage at the moment. However, that being said, the calling stopping the Requiem as Mickey's made the rotation, but he's under the tower taking a lot of damage. There's nobody here to really help out. Planet time dilation. XM's finally showing up, but I think there was a chance to maybe get some kills earlier if the rotations were a little bit quicker. Mickey was under the tower and taking a lot from that ward from the Pugna, and he was down to about a third of his health, but nobody came over quick enough.
2 supports. These are do-nothing supports, as I like to call them, where you can't make a move. You can only react when the enemy is doing something. So it needs to be XM that's going to be doing stuff. Oh,
get the kill to Mickey. Fuck. Thought he was in a little bit of trouble with the fact that he was inside the calling. Tofu's rotated over. Planet's here. Time dilation. That connects, and now these do-nothing supports have found a little of something to get a couple of kills on, and it was more so Bach getting the kill onto Muerta. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but the second one, the time dilation helped a little bit.
I do like Batrider against Muerta. You always have enough magic damage, and you also have a BKB piercing ability. So something that he's always going to be afraid of. Planet, thinking about going on to Tofu. 2 supports still sticking around.
Helped to swing on that courier twice. You need 2 to kill those. Southern Crush on a 2. Dream Coil committed. Will snap that with the Waning Rift and the Illusory Orb. Nisha's got another kill on a XM. This tier 1 tower taking a lot of damage over mid, but Nisha holding on to it for now, and while getting that kill, he's having another successful start to a game. Sitting top of the net worth and well ahead of his lane enemy of this Slardar.
It's very important that they do shut down Slardar. This is the hero that can't really farm fast. And if you shut him down, they already killed him twice. His Blink Dagger gets delayed. A lot of the times you would see Slardar, even if he's off to a good start, if he can't find any openings, this hero doesn't farm. Like, you need your shard to be able to get the farm going.
Feels a little similar to what we were seeing with the OD, right? The calling, Finger Hex, Deadshot, all there to get the kill on a Planet. Tofu hits that 6, gets a stack on the finger, easy kill, and we'll see as we look over to Bach, who's trying to farm these stacks that were made for the Ancients. You know, like you said earlier, he's trying to get into those Boots of Bearing.
I guess he didn't expect level 6 on Lion pre-10 minutes.
Unleash, Boxy. He's also 6. Pugna surviving for a little bit longer than maybe the 3 heroes expected, but they still get the kill anyway.
I'm just thinking how many abilities on Liquid they have to break the coil. So you have Largo's Leg potentially that can pull him out of the coil. You have Boxy with Marcy, and you also have Deadshot. So you'll always have something. It's like not the best combo, but all these little things that you can do with the coil.
Not quite guaranteed though with the distance, right? See how the time zone ends up playing in all this when they do hit that level 6 on these supports, because the supports of Liquid hitting that 6 much quicker than the Radiant side, who are still working their way on that 6, and it'll take some time for them. Planet getting some soul experience over mid, while XM's moved off the lane. Pugna was down towards bottom, still sharing it there with Shiro. But yet to hit 6 for these supports, which are going to be quite important to what they want to get done, and when they finally seem to be able to activate a little bit more in this game when they have their ults available. Ask Madness finished for Shiro. XM who's out farming the jungle, and he's trying to get that early Blink Dagger. That's going to be his first item to be that initiator. And Bach still up top, just farming away. He's level 9 at the moment. He's having a decent time once he finally went over and took those stacks. Keeping up with the Largo, which is probably to be expected anyway.
This is what Batriders do nowadays. They don't want to be like the initiators. They don't want to be laning too much either. They want to be creep skipping, just maximizing the farm. Another finger. I feel like he just used it and it's off cooldown again.
Jumping in with rebound and looking for this Pugna. They killed the Faceless Void first. XM's coming over. Maybe they get a kill here on a Boxy. They will. Dream Coil committed onto 2. That's going to snap on a Bach, who's down half health, and he ends up dead. Never really has a moment to do anything. Wanted to lasso, wanted to really turn this fight around, but instead ends up dead.
Very limited lockdown on their side. If they're not using lasso, that's one of them. The other one is Slardar. And that's about it. And if Slardar's getting silenced, they do have a good amount of control on Liquid. He's not going to be able to achieve much. Oh, look at that damage coming out from Faceless Void. I want to see that impact, that position 4 impact. 0.
Minus 61 gold, 0 experience, 0 damage, just Faceless Void, 4 things. And then the normal build of just going Solar Crest.
The set looks good.
Now we're giving total hero damage numbers. I'm suspecting somebody in the observer room doesn't like Void 4 either, because we're pointing out the hero damage now in total.
Yeah, this just seems ridiculous. Like, less than 1k hero damage after 13 minutes. He's been stacking some. He's
like, top of the net worth for the supports. That's a silver lining.
That's from stacking.
That's still doing something. I feel like you kind of dismissed that.
They also gave him mid lane for like good 2 minutes.
Time dilation, the time zone. All right, well, just a rebound out of the time zone. Easy way to escape the square. It is not the old time zone.
No, not the
good time zone.
The good time zone, the leash one. Nisha, Tofu, he's close by, but not close enough.
He has finger. If they could just catch up, maybe he get an Earth Spike out. Rebound, and no finger used, no finger needed. Boxy just gonna get the kill on XM with the Unleash bottom lane. Ace is here with Boxy, who still has the Unleash going, but not committing to jumping out of the Shadow Fiend. XM struggling this game.
Can't find anything. 3 deaths already. Does have a Blink Dagger, and if you can't find kills with Slardar, it puts you in a position where you're like trying to make something happen. You saw the Chrono Square also being used. They didn't get anything out of it. And another finger. Tofu, he's all over the place. 3rd time.
3 finger stacks in 15 minutes is a very good number. That is really working out. And Bach dead again, who's continued to farm now, looking for this BKB. And gonna really need it. There is a lot here to just disrupt the side of Vici that's coming forward from Liquid. Especially the calling with the rebound and everything to control him. Okay, in trouble. Shiro's got the damage. They have 4 heroes up top. Planet not really involved in that one, but they do have the damage coming out for the Shadow Fiend, showing that they can still hit back hard. As long as Shiro's kind of uninterrupted.
Yeah, don't underestimate the damage output, the right-click damage from Shadow Fiend alone, and then you also have Slardar, who is still level 10, so level 1 Corrosive Haze, minus 10 armor, but it will definitely start to add up. I was also looking at the changes, because Figure is on normal cooldown right now. This ability throughout Dota history had the abysmal cooldown. Like, it was like 3 minutes almost, and then in 740 the cooldown got reduced by 10 seconds. In 739 it also got reduced by 10 seconds extra, so now it's on 2-minute cooldown, which makes you able to actually play the game.
Fun to use off cooldown. Good nuke damage to just try and take out anybody you can. Bottom tier 1 tower going to be taken here from this Shadow Fiend. Get himself some extra gold. He's also looking for the early BKB. These early BKBs are going to be very important for the side of Vici.
They have no abilities that go through BKB on side of Liquid. One of the reasons why they want to have all 3 of them. And now, let's see if they're making that rotation. Liquid already used the scan. Is it going to expire? It did clip someone for a second. McKay immediately starting to run back.
How far back does he commit to going? Looks like all the way back to the tier 2 tower. Sometimes greed gets you. You stay a little close, you see a little creep wave or a camp. Planet just gonna time walk. He's got this Pavis and looking to, of course, get the Solar Crest. Steps up into Tofu, who does have finger available, uses that, and that's another. Stack it up. 4 stacks here for Tofu.
I know that people like love to think about, oh, all this extra damage on Lion, hell yeah, but it is actually starting to add up. That's 160 extra damage that later on, when you use it on core, for example, the magic damage reduction that you're going to be having resistance coming out from Parasma from Puck as well, it's going to be a lot.
Get that many stacks early, you start to think about, well, I could just go for Aghanim Scepter. He does have 1,800 gold saved up. Probably a Blink Dagger, but
yeah, he's a professional esports athlete, so there's not going to be Aghanim Scepter from position 5.
Tofu, cue it up, thank you. Get in there. I'm allowed to wonder. He's got nothing queued up. I get to guess. It's the fun part about being able to see what he's got on the docket. I can put my own idiot builds into... Oh, he's got Blink. Never mind. All right. Blink Dagger queued up. Never mind. Good
you know what
debuffs.
we need? We need a mode in Dota, in professional Dota, that like one of the players in team has to go for a Herald build. Like they have to decide, they pull it out.
Why'd you say Herald build?
It's not related to you.
Oh, okay.
And you gotta, you know, one of you are like, oh, our 5 has to go for Midas, Travel, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter, or whatever.
I would like it. Call it Herald mode. I'd be down for a tournament as such. XM dies top to the Dream Coil, the Unleash that came through from Liquid with the dead shot there too, and they take the tier 1 tower to follow that up. BKBs are starting to finish on the side of Vici, but we saw a lot of this style in game number 1, right? Vici very willing and content with allowing Liquid to kind of do
whatever
their own, do whatever.
Exactly. It feels like they're not trying to counter whatever Liquid is doing. They're playing their own minigame, and they are losing this minigame. In 30 seconds, there's going to be Tormentor. Liquid, they definitely have enough damage to kill the Tormentor. Vici's lineup is much better with Shadowfiend and Slardar, of course. We'll see if they decide to contest it. There is no tier 1 tower available in the top lane anymore, so Liquid can't just be there immediately. They can't come back. We've seen like a good amounts of buybacks as well. If you're not able to kill that tier 1 tower, the enemy team will buy back on their position 4 or 5. Ace again, dropping the Aghanim Scepter. That's a risky move. Oof.
That's a good red card. 3 and 3 red, risky move. Good magic card. But risky moves in Dota, sometimes very risky. Dropping Ag, I would never. And after seeing what happened yesterday, I think I'm going to stick to that trend of never doing something like that. But I like that there's no fear.
He dropped it again.
We're going to need a little Ags cam in the bottom right. Just constantly seeing where it's at. But I respect not having a fear of doing it after what happened yesterday. Hex. Shiro in trouble. The finger's there. They'll get the kill. The time zone is down. Boxy, he's the only one left in the time zone. They get the kill, but it's not an equivalent trade just yet. XM being helped by Innocence, but eventually dying there to Ace. It's that catchy lick and gets him down to the core as he kills off this Slardar.
This is one of the first things that I did test out when Chrono Square was added to the game. Slardar. So you are increasing the speed of the abilities, whatever it is called. What is it called again? Yeah, cooldown acceleration to be more precise, Benjamin. And it is very good. Like, Slardar is one of the best heroes to utilize that because you can crush, zoom, crush again, crush again. It is very good, but problem is he doesn't have any defensive tools, so he's just sitting in there. He's getting silenced, he's getting hexed, bounced by Muerta. So pre-BKB, it gets very difficult for him to use it multiple times.
You know what would make Time Zone better?
A leash.
If you were stuck in Time Zone and you couldn't move, maybe also making it a sphere.
Oh, I see.
feel like Time Zone would be a lot better in that way. But right now, it feels like there's just easy ways to escape the Time Zone.
I've not been impressed. I've not been impressed. I feel like it's pretty bad. I feel like, you know, sometimes you have mixed feelings. Maybe it's good, but
do we give the leash mechanic back to it?
It was strong back then. But also the problem with it is everybody's buying drums, the upgraded drums now, and you just run away. You don't care about the slow. Like one item to completely negate what you want to do.
Negate your ult?
Yeah.
Completely, yeah. It doesn't really feel great. But we'll see if it ends up feeling a little bit better when, of course, Slardar gets the BKB, you get the Blink Dagger from the Bat Rider. They have caught themselves the Pugna. And they will get yet another kill. He's getting credit for that one. Bach, he's farming deep on the Dire side. And he's got the gold for the Blink. He'll buy out on that. And now Blink, BKB, and Boots of Bearing for this Bat Rider. Definitely loving the Bs for Bach. His build brought to you by the letter B. But will this be enough? Can this trio of items for Bach finally be what Vici needs? I think XM desperately just needs this BKB, and then they can kind of go. But he has been, like you said, Slarner struggles to farm, and this is what we're seeing from him in this BKB taking so long to get.
Because you need Shard. Like, it's a must-buy item. Give him the finger again.
Lasso onto the Lion. Lion ends up surviving. They get the kill on a Tofu. They'll take out one. But can they get a kill here onto Nisha? They're still searching. Waning Rift gets some distance, turns his back. He's got Ace for a little bit of help. He's doing some double music disco. Using that Axe. Shadow Blade, Requiem, it lands. Nisha in trouble and will lose the Aegis. But now, what else do you have to really make this work? Do you have the ability to kill him a second time? Frog stop, no phase shift, stops the rebound.
Anti-combo.
Yeah, not the best to see there, but Deadshot lands on XM. Boxy, he's trying to run. They go to the time zone. They've got Ace in a little bit of trouble, and Planet going forward with the help of Bach, but they've got Miguel on the side, and they have not really thought about this Muerta at all. Pops that ult, pierces the veil, trying to pierce the lives of these heroes.
Oh, he lost
vision. Wide Bach and the rest. But Shiro, he got into the Shadow Blade. He gets under the tier 2 tower and is able to escape while Planet will time walk towards the bottom tier 2 and just make it away as well.
Largo, he gets insanely tanky. Like, he's sitting at, what is it right now, 30+ armor. You're playing against Shadowfin and Slardar. He's keeping the distance. He has the boost speed. He has the phase boots as well. So he can choose how he wants to take the fight again, because they don't have enough. Like, they don't have enough control if Slardar's not going in. Even though they killed Puck immediately off, there is no real follow-up. And then Muerta, that's the issue. You have Shadow Fiend, you have Slardar, purely physical damage. If there's no lasso being used on you, Muerta has a pretty free reign in what she wants to do in a fight. There's no control that can cover like what she wants to do. And I really like what he had in his quick buy. He was thinking about potentially buying a disperser, because there's a lot of these things that are annoying. He can dispel himself, he can dispel Slardar as well, corrosive haze, Batrider, time dilation, so many things that are very annoying to play. So I want to see if he's going to be committing for that, or if he's going to be going actually for Silver Edge. It's either that, you can also buy Manta style, but the disperser feels overall much better in terms of like what you're getting on a lower cooldown.
Right. And so tough to kill Ace while he's doing the full belly blitz and using that heal. He's also getting mana fed into him by this Lion at times, and I don't really know what they're going to be able to do. And he's going into the Lincolns. He'll have some extra help to now avoid potentially getting lassoed or put into much trouble. This is a hero. We've talked about the strength gain multiple times. He's got 3,000 health to get through as well. And this guy's got it all.
His positioning has been really good this game. Game number 1, it was a bit early. Couple of Ravages didn't connect. Then he landed some really big Ravages. And this is the big item that I saw Boxy had in a quick buy. Didn't know if he was going to commit for it, but Heaven's Halberd. An item that we usually don't see. This is the item for a short period of time from the offlane, like a year ago, where the recipe, when it was changed, the crown, and the recipe, I think the recipe was 200, and everybody was buying it, then disassembling. Let's see the fight.
Crush missed. Dream Coil down into 2. Box down to about half health. They've got the Hex and go to the finger. They're going to try and throw the damage under Chiro. He's going to pop that BKB. He thinks about the Requiem, the rebound up out of the high ground. It's out of the cliff. You've turned into a ward, and now you're dead. Why? He's going to fall. So does Bach. Ike low and gone. They've got the damage, but now the Earth Spike. They've got Shiro in a bad spot. Nisha's going to go into his face and try and get the kill here out of the Shadow Fiend. Down he goes. So does Tofu. XM finally get the kill there to help out, but 4 heroes down to the side of Vici while Liquid lose 3. And Nisha still holding on to this shield rune throughout the entirety of that fight.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more, I would say, recently, where the carry isn't the real carry of the game. A lot of the times it is a mid laner who's taking over the role, especially if the carry dies relatively early on in the fight. And if you look at his items, it's basically like 2 items on Nisha, and he's doing so much. These are very expensive items. This is Parasma, Lincoln Sphere, he does have a Shard, and he also has Gunpowder Gauntlet. So a lot of these like small things are adding up. And let's see it again. Two heroes ended on a cliff, on this small cliff. I gotta say, for like the 5th time, this Chrono Square is not doing shit. It's like it's used on a heroes and then just run away, and nobody from their allies is fighting inside of it, so it doesn't even do anything.
Oh, man.
Nice. He doesn't care. He's dropping 3 items right now.
That's... I mean, that's risky.
Middle tower is under attack.
All you need to do is have time zone stop chronoptic time, and then it'll be better. Truly. Ace just about has this Lincoln's. Is he then going to be dropping the Lincolns as well and dropping all the items to have that soaring efficiency? The calling, stopping the time lock, another finger kill. That's now 6 stacks here for the Lion. Almost that silver edge for Muerta. Just that 80-second cooldown now. Once it hits that level 3, which he is pretty close to getting to, I mean, you'll have it ready always, basically. This is similar to last game. I mean, VG have just kind of let Liquid do whatever, and now they're up 12,000 net worth. And this is a big deficit to have to climb your way back from. It's always possible, it feels like, with Shadow Fiend and the damage that he's going to be able to do. But you're already at this point, and you're already at this point where he's being controlled. The BKB at 7 seconds, and that feels like you either get it done in 7 seconds, or that's the fight.
Yeah, usually it's not the case with Shadow Fiend because he's the turret. He's the one who's standing and not moving, and the rest of the team is controlling the fight. They are fighting around him, but this time around there isn't that much control. If they take XM out of the equation, they can't really do much. Everybody else is going to be running away. And look what Mickey has in his quick buy. This is the next level thinking. Again, we're going back to Supernatural. Not the TV show. We're talking about Innate from Muerta, where she can attack while she's ethereal, and she can attack ethereal units. And again, Shadow Fiend, Slaughter, all about that physical damage. So for a very cheap amount of gold, you can get a lot of protection while you can still attack, which is pretty insane.
Didn't realize, by the way, that Ace had also picked up the shard. So he's giving the Lincolns over to Mickey and keeping it on himself as well with the Encore. So you're protecting 2 heroes with Lincolns, essentially. And it's more safety for this Liquid team.
These items that are coming out on Liquid and that they already have, and the ones that they're going to be having in the next couple of minutes, is going to be way too much for Vici to handle.
The Croak of Genius constantly being given out as well. And now they've got another Aegis to work with, and these splits in the net worth are massive. I mean, not just within the game, but hero to hero and position to position just feels insurmountable for Vici. They'll try to make a stand. It's going to be so difficult. But you see Bach even trying to run away and the calling with him, and he doesn't want to be using this BKB, which for the most part, I thought these BKB timings were going to be decent enough for Vici to really make their own moves. But the reality of the situation is they really haven't benefited too much from that. Blink in, Waning Rift, silence on a planet, and then Nisha getting out with the Illusory Orb. And you're just constantly able to be getting the double Lincolns with Ace giving it over. So both him and somebody else are going to be protected pretty much at all times.
You can't get the jump. Now Bach did pick up a Force Staff, which is going to be the way to break the Lincolns potentially, and then get the drag back into Slaughter, into Shadow Fiend's damage. Nisha has been very annoying. Banner is down. Mickey continues to siege.
Can't quite break this banner. There it is, 200 gold for Planet, but they do lose the tower. Tough for them, as all they could do in that situation is really just watch. Hold up a chair, watch them just take the bottom tier 3 tower. Not an easy situation to be in, and still 3 minutes with this Aegis. Liquid can really just be methodical, take it at their own speed, and control all portions of this game, all lanes, all movements, and almost honestly wait for Vici to be feel like they are forced into a movement where they have to go and fight. And Liquid are going to be ready for that anyway with all the protections that they have.
They're controlling the map, they're controlling the enemy outpost as well. Even if you go in, you need to commit with a BKB and then maybe even 2 BKBs. You can buy back, come back into a fight, and potentially end the game for Liquid. For now, Liquid's just choking them out on the map. They can't really do much. They can't leave the base. You can see XM. This is pretty much what happened in the previous game, around 30 minutes, where XM got caught on his OD, farming the same camp. Let's see if he's going to learn the lesson. Mickey. All right, he will be able to blink out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's always obviously a chance to
Pull GG and go next? No, not in this one. They'll
hold
already
the high
one
ground.
game down.
I was going to say hold the high ground, but it requires a lot to go right. So hard to get from A to B in these fights for Vici. There were glimmers of hope in that last game where they were getting some pickoffs, but this game stuck at 10 kills, 35 minutes into the game, and now they've got a Lotus coming out for the Marcy, even more layers of protection.
Multiple Lincoln Spheres, Lotus, Nisha, Arcane Rune, didn't die a single time. Nisha has been a menace. It also comes down to them shutting down Slardar completely, which was supposed to be the control. And here it comes.
You said this position is where he was and where he died in the last one. He's going to need a BKB. The question is, can he get that chance? And he will with the help of the Pugna. And they will try to get the kill on an Innocence. He just gets killed off at the end by Nisha, who's now godlike. Looked for a second he was just going to make it out, but I think died in the fountain when I click his hero. We'll take the bottom set of racks. No contest coming in from Vici again. As they continue to chip away at everything they hold dear on Vici from Liquid. Looking for Planet, they'll find the Hex. The lasso on to Nisha. They've got the Lotus now, the Requiem, the damage coming in. Maybe they get the kill on this one. Planet's dead, phase shift. Can they finish him off? No, they can't. Nisha ends up surviving. They also lose that gem. Nisha will pick that up. Mickey walks forward, and everything that they try to do with the Requiem and the lasso ends up being futile as they don't even get the kill. But the damage on Mickey for a second was almost enough.
It's insane. Like, this is the power of lineup. Slardar plus Shadow Fiend. It is level 3 Corrosive Haze. Shadow Fiend hits you from the Silver Edge. They are resetting. Everybody's back to full HP, thanks to Largo.
Just playing that music. Blink, crush, rebound out, ending up getting that save. Nisha in their face as they will continue to feel the benefits of the Island Elixir. Must be nice to know that you're healed up to full so quickly.
He was down to 100 HP.
The combo with this Ags of the Bullbelly Blitz and the Island Elixir just makes things feel so simple for you. You feel almost unkillable. Lincoln's shared over from Ace to Mickey, and he'll get his own with the Encore. It's been a full set list of tricks here for Ace up to this point. On the side of Liquid. Time walk in, time walk out. That's about all you got when you're this 4-position Void. But the jump in from XM with the BKB, they still get the kill on the Planet, and they're putting the damage onto XM, whose BKB is going to run out in a moment. Illusory Orb jaunting forward, Dream Coil down onto Shiro. Nisha keeps up, Waning Rift, but Shiro being helped out by Y, getting that life drain pushed into him and just giving him some extra help to get back into the fountain.
Liquid's not committing with anything too much. Coil has been used. It's on a relatively short cooldown. Less than 50 seconds, it's going to be up again. No Faceless Void for 20 seconds. It's not like he had some massive impact this game, so even if they find an opening, Vici Gaming should still try and take the fight. Otherwise, they're going to be playing against Megas.
Or Spike, Finger, and then followed up by Mickey, who will go Scepter, but now they've got the lasso. Do they have it? The Requiem, fearing him, they get the kill. Mickey giving over about 2,000 gold and dead for 80 seconds. Blink, Crush, Lotus on a Boxy, Tofu now in the time zone, Force Staff out of the time zone. So we'll just watch this square as it does nothing. And the time walk in and the time dilation, but still nothing doing other than that kill onto the Muerta coming out from Vici. The jump in from Nisha, he's still powerful enough to do this by himself, and Nisha actually ended up getting the kill onto Shiro, I believe, with
insane.
the Parasma damage.
Parasma, Shiva's Guard, it has Gunpowder Gauntlet, and
So they're in Crush, and
without Shiro, there's no damage. They do not have Damasio.
they have no damage left over. It was actually the Crooked Genius reverb that got that kill, by the way, onto the Shadow Fiend shown by our lovely observers. And now they're going to go in, look over, XM, he's low, he's dead, he's gone. Nisha continuing to just do so much damage to the point where Vici called GG. Liquid get the 2-0, and they do so with so much ease.
Oh, Nisha's playing out of his freaking mind. Like, he's just being in their face this whole time. Wins the matchup against Slaughter and continues to dominate. Two supports playing around him the whole time, making Slaughter's life miserable. They really wanted to hurt XM in this one.
And that was insanely easy for Liquid, man. They made that one look so good. The Largo looked unkillable, unbeatable, and kind of giving the benefits of both, having that a little bit of what we see from the support build in the Encore, building that shard, having that Lincolns. How do you even cut through that? I mean, everything was going the way of Liquid. They end up getting this one 2-0. We're going to throw it over to the panel and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. Slow and steady wins the race. In this game, it was Liquid that had the lead and the advantage, and they just held on to it, and they just went through the motions, and of course, at the end of the day, get the 2-0 on the board here. Jenkins with a seemingly smooth victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting one because, like, the way that I look at Vici's lineup versus Liquid's is, I think, okay, there's no answer to the Muerta, really, other than, like, Bat Rider, Lasso, and then burst Muerta before he can get the ult off. Like, even at a point, he went for Ghost Scepter because he also realized this on Mickey. And there were a lot of fights. Vici did actually kill Mickey on Muerta first. But then Nisha just killed everyone. He 1v5'd. Like, he survived lassos at 10% HP, came back into the fight, solo kills Shiro on carry. Like, it's just the Nisha show. So I almost feel like the way teams need to deal with Liquid is, like, in the draft because of Nisha. Like, he's presenting too many problems right now to properly counter Liquid in the game.
I just think the really cool thing with the Largo is it pairs really well with Nisha's heroes, with the Crooked Genius.
It does, yeah.
Like, you just buff this guy and you just give him what? It's like 40% more damage just on everything. And we saw, I don't know, he like blinks on the Shadow Fiend in the base and he just kills him. I think everything that Liquid can do to just buff up Nisha and give him these situations he 1v5s, he's pretty much just going to take it every time and just run all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, this guy is just currently playing in flow state. Like, he looks to be the best mid laner in the world, maybe, like, barring BZM. He's up there in the conversation, but I think in terms of a 1v1, BZM even said, like, oh, Nisha is the guy. It's like Nisha or Lornoff are the guys that he struggles with, or he'd like to spar with the most out of any of the mid laners. Like, this was just a really crazy performance. And Gunnar, it goes back to what you were highlighting in the prior to the series, which is, like, a lot of these times when a puck gets drafted on this patch, especially for the good teams and, like, the good puck players, they have like a 30-0 KDA.
Yeah.
They're totally unkillable in the game, even if there's Tiny, even if there's Lion, and these counter picks that are hard to play into.
Even when they lose, I feel like they're like 6-2 or something. They're like 5-3. They're like, okay.
It's still decent. It's really hard to
and then they win and you're like, oh, he's 17-1. He died one time.
But I will say that is also one of those things that in the past, every time there was a puck, if puck has a good game, you kill him once and he stops having a good game. So it is definitely just in the nature of the hero itself as well.
Yeah, I think so. But the concern is, I think the metas kind of have been developing like this for the last like 2 or 3 years. That is like not a puck meta, or puck gets nerfed, and then it's like, oh, you pick puck like once here or there, and then eventually it just becomes, all right, we have to pick puck every single game. Every single game we have to ban it or counter pick it, and the counter picks don't work. So my fear is that this
going to just move up.
It's going to just eventually move up to just being the best mid of the patch or this tournament.
Well, okay. I remember we saw this one time where GPK was playing a lot of puck, and it might have been the Wallachia season that BetBoom won, where like everyone else started picking puck, and it didn't look good, and the win rate wasn't good, and GPK was the only guy that could do it. So maybe the trend here is like whoever the current best mid laner in the world is, just in terms
he's allowed to play puck.
Of raw skill.
They're
like,
the only ones.
They play puck and it'll look good because there's so many play options. And if you give the best player so many play options, like they're going to find an opening to snowball in the game. But maybe for other players, it doesn't work. It's an interesting question.
It is. And it's only day 2, so we're going to see that that puck trend probably persist and see how it goes. But it wasn't just the puck, of course, in this game too. There were other star players too. We already mentioned the Largo, but we should also mention the other core because Mickey played Muerta and he was a big focal point for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, he was. I mean, the only way that they could kill him was in the lasso or some sort of like hex if they were to pick that up. Because if he presses ult to Shadow Fiend, Slardar, and then 2 supports that are dealing no damage, he's not going to die. So he actually went for the Ghost Scepter. And I didn't realize this. I thought Gunnar pointed this out to me. I thought with the innate you could just hit into the Ghost Scepter, but apparently you can also attack while Ghost Sceptering. So, you know, Mickey is one of the biggest Ghost Scepter enjoyers in the world. There was a while where they popularized going for this even on carry position heroes that right-click. He can actually continue to right-click even in the Ghost Scepter. So here you can see, like, Vici is doing exactly the strategy, killing the unkillable hero, and they do it successfully.
And then Nisha's here.
And guess what? Nisha is simply here.
Look how much damage he takes, right? Like, all he does is he blinks in, orbs, hits him once, and he's out.
Yeah.
And then I think it was a residual like 450 damage that the Shadow Fiend just took, that there was nothing he could do about it. And that's like Plasma damage over time and the Largo damage over time. It just seems like a really nice combo, and especially with how popular Largo is. Like, all these teams want to pick Largo, so why not just pair with the puck?
Yeah, and it is now maybe extra scary in Team Liquid's hands because they've proven they're also very capable of just rotating it to position 5 and still being very strong of it. But both teams, of course, now done for the day. Team Liquid will move to match point. They're one of the teams that is 2-0 right now. Vici Gaming will go to the pool of teams that will be 1-1 by the end of the day. And we are moving to our next matchup, which is going to be Aurora versus Heroic after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are ready for our second series of the day. Aurora and Heroic yesterday both had a 2-0 victory, which for Aurora, maybe a little bit extra special because they're one of the few teams that have a stand-in here. And we've been talking yesterday already that Aurora was like, oh my gosh, it's Nightfall +4. Nightfall is the best carry now. He's doing so well. And he's not here. Vichun is here.
It's the prime
Vichun
carry.
is doing well. Vici, as you said this morning, Gunnar, is seemingly slotting in perfectly.
Got a rampage yesterday. It's the first day of a LAN. You're on a new team. You get a rampage. What more can you ask for?
Really?
He was playing Shadow Fiend.
Sure. I don't think he can get that again. Maybe.
Hopefully it's going to be banned.
Wait, I'm sorry. He was playing Shadow Fiend with Treant Protector as a 5. It does not get better than that.
Maybe it was a little situation where like, it's a stand-in. Give the carry. Give him what he wants. See what he does. But yeah, he kind of popped off. I think Aurora as a whole is definitely on this momentum grind. Going to the tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if at minimum they're top 3. Just strength-wise.
It's just such an interesting team because, like, really, for me, the heart of this team is Nightfall. And I think for a while, the heart of the team was like Nightfall, Toronto, Tokyo. Obviously, Toronto, Tokyo being gone, they build up a new roster. It's just that he seems to have like the most clear identity, I guess. But then with all of these stand-ins, it's putting a lot more. I will blame the team's success on Mira and Kaori more. And maybe just like the general ideas that the team has, which of course Nightfall will be a part of, and so did Toronto Tokyo at a point, because that was kind of like the culture and the history of the team. But yeah, it is interesting. I think this is more of a test for them because MOUZ did have Immortal Faith standing in yesterday.
Yeah.
I think we all agree, like, not having your 4 position this is one of the hardest roles, if not the hardest to stand in for right now, because the 4 position is not on an island. They're playing it into every single lane. They're making rotations. It's not like they're not... An off-laner could stand in because they can just go farm, A 4 can't do that. 4 has to win the off-lane, go mid for the runes, go through the portal, etc. So,
yep.
We'll see.
A tougher opponent, and especially considering Heroic has been doing very well. And there's a couple of things that they are doing exceptionally well, Jenkins.
Oh yeah, I had some clips. So I was watching my boy Whisper last night. You'd love to see him back on the off lane, and I saw an interesting trend that resembled some sort of old Dota 2 technology where he went to block the creep wave, and I thought, oh shit, he must have missed the block, because a lot of the time people try. Oh, wait a minute, Watson's doing it too. And by the way, Watson did not have vision of Whisper doing this, so I thought maybe this is something to do with the bounty runes and when the lanes connected. Of course, if one team is doing it and the other team is doing it, nothing is going to happen here. So I, watched the second game. Oh my goodness, he's doing it again. So clearly, to me, he is intentionally letting a single creep go first, and Watson, once again, he's also countering this. By the way, no vision of Whisper doing this. He just knows from the replays that this is something Whisper is doing. To me, I think this is a reflection of the offlane meta and how hard it is to lane. So
is this you trying to do it?
This is me doing it in a practice lobby. And keep in mind, I'm not a professional e-gamer, so my blocks are not as good. I wanted to show what would happen if you do this and you do not touch the creeps. Like a simulation of pure creep manipulation. So one creep goes forward. Obviously, it's going to get focus, and it's going to die first. And then at about 1 minute into the game, you can see this is when the double range creep comes in. So at this point, maybe if you're in a really hard lane, which is every off lane, by the way, you're going to be trading with the support, helping your support, getting zoned by a Shadow Fiend. At 1 minute, 20 seconds in, roughly, the creep wave is right in front of your tower. And if the supports are fighting and the camps are blocked, like, you're pretty happy to be here, even if you're laning in a really tough lane, which, once again, is every single off lane currently. And then only at about 3 minutes in does the creep wave run into your tower. Up until that point, it's in front of your tower. And for about 5 minutes after this, it's still, maybe not 5 minutes, like 3 to 4 minutes, it's still slingshotting back into their tower, but it's still in front of your area rather than like right in front of the offlane tower. So this is why Whisper is doing that. Like, you have to take these little tiny advantages in the offlane. This is why we see the Tranquil Boots tech as well, because it's such a difficult lane that these little micro plays you can make to irk out an advantage are actually necessary.
So I have a question. So you mentioned it's old tech. In the mid lane, people used to do it a lot, but they always try to let the range creep through rather than a melee creep. Does that make a difference?
I think to let the melee creep go, to let the range creep go through, you have to start the block a lot earlier.
Yeah.
And
that's not possible.
No,
because you might have a rune fight.
Yeah, if you do that, you're griefing the rune fight effectively. And I think people also have just gotten a lot better at body blocking, where like the melee creep can die, and then it's a 3 versus 4 in terms of like the creep wave, and you're still going to have a lot of impact. it's one of those things. It's funny to me. People haven't done it for so long because offlaners have always gone to the runes since the bounty runes have spawned. They always walk back to the lane, and a lot of the time they just watch the creep wave go by. It hasn't been necessary up until this point to do that. And of course, the man that is popularizing this currently that we just saw is Whisper. I wanted to take a look at the most picked offlaners between the two offlaners here. Whisper has some very interesting ones. In the like Magnus and Leshrac. This is over all time, by the way. But Mars and Timbersaw are like his two iconic like level 30 heroes. The Whisper Batrider, that's
that's
to
a
look
classic.
out for. You know, and the thing is, it's like Batrider offlane, very good on this patch.
Yeah.
We all love Batrider offlane. Very dog shit for a long time, and Whisper would still do it and destroy teams with the Batrider offlane. So, like hypothetically, this patch should be pretty incredible for him. And then on the other side, I did want to look at WS's hero pool because the results are a little surprising.
Okay.
When you compare the two, they're actually very similar in terms of their play style.
Because WS is obviously also he's a lot younger.
Yeah, but it's funny because like
that is very
Mars and Timber, it's actually quite similar. But there's one key hero that's missing.
The Bat and the Darkseer, but the Bat.
For this patch, the Batrider being missing is something that is potentially problematic, especially when you're playing against Heroic and Whisper, one of the best Batrider offlanes, if not the best Batrider offlane of all time. Maybe it gets banned out, maybe they let it through and they bait it, but I expect the Bat to be a big hero in this upcoming match.
I would imagine so. I also think that when we're talking about Heroic versus Aurora, we have to mention the mid lane for both teams because Gunnar Mikoto is back and he was absent from the team for a long time. And on the other side, you got the prodigy in Tai Lung.
Yeah, I mean, Tai Lung was I feel like he got so much like praise when he first joined the team, and I think he's definitely deserving of it. I mean, I've seen him around in like NA pubs for such a long time, and how old is he? Like 16 right now?
I didn't know he was that young because I remember playing with this
I feel like I've played with him
ago.
long time ago, which is just crazy to see him now.
He's just some 13-year-old kid like styling on
even recently, he's been really high ranked in Europe on ping, which is I think a pretty hard thing to do, to be playing on like 120 ping. So I have high hopes. I think also Yuma has just looked so good in the last year, ever since that last TI when he was looking like honestly one of the best carries of the event. So I have pretty high hopes for this new roster for Heroic.
Yeah, their peak is definitely very, very high. And has Tai Lung not been in the like Belgrade boot camp with the boys?
I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, for sure when he's home, he's playing on ping. Like every
I meant when he was home, yeah.
Yeah, every like North American, South American player is playing on Europe server.
Yeah.
Like, even with you'll suffer 200 ping just to play because
I think I saw something that like when he went with Heroic to bootcamp, he just gained like 500 MMR, 1,000 MMR in a couple weeks.
That's
so just shot up even further.
He of course was with the squad in Malta for Blast, but Heroic did not qualify for Dream League. So were they just bootcamping that whole time, or were they going back and forth?
I'm not sure. I think a lot of the time they try to bootcamp in Europe as much as possible, just because like
the
better scrim partners, better pubs, just less ping.
Yeah.
I think I feel like most teams in the world, if they could, would just bootcamp in Europe pretty much full year.
I can imagine so. We are in the draft already, so we got Aurora and Radiant side with Heroic on the Dire side this time around, and keeping our eyes on the Bat that is now banned out against Heroic, who has got first pick this game. Also, first phase Big Huskar coming out, so some extra respect on the mid lane there. It does mean that there's more likeliness of some of the big four. There's 2 left in, moving through, the 2 being a Treant Protector and, of course, Shadow Fiend. Let's see, because Aurora still has 2 bans, so maybe they'll ban them out.
Aurora's not going to get both Shadow Fiend and Tree. Not again.
Yeah,
not 2 days. Not 2 days in a row.
Not against Aurora. Come on, King Jungles will take Tree, and there's no way you give Yuma SF. Like, this guy was playing SF carry before anybody else. It's insanity. Unless the trade is like, you think you can get like Beastmaster +1, something like that.
You can get a Meepo.
Is it a
never forget the Yuma Meepo?
I know you can't forget, but I feel like if Heroic's not already picking it, it's not a Meepo patch.
Every patch is. I've played with Yuma. He would literally be 2 bans in, and he would go, guys, this is a Meepo game.
Oh my god.
They have to ban it.
You know, the funny thing is,
really
Tai Lung
funny.
has also played Tinker in the 2 matches that they've played. So, like, there's a little extra cheese. Not a little extra cheese. Heroic might now be like top 3 cheesiest teams in the world. If Huskar, Meepo, and Tinker have to all be banned.
Dude, if that's going to be a first phase ban at some point against them, that'll be hilarious.
Yeah, that's
There's already 2 out of 3 right now. So.
That's not fun to play against, even remotely.
Even I feel like Whisper is one of the cheesier offlanes, potentially. Like, sure, he's always can just default to the Mars or the Timber, like the normal heroes, but
he can full cheese.
I've seen him just play like some random Rubik offlane. I'm like, what is this guy doing? And then he just ends the game like 8-0.
Leshrac offlane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will be if Treant gets picked up, the 3rd Treant game of the event. Actually, I'm not sure what's happening right now on the B stream, so, you know, pinch of salt there. But they won't go for it.
This hero. It's happening.
Just moving up. The Mikoto puck also classic.
Very good. I think Shadow Demon is really nice when tree's in the pool because you work well both ways versus the tree. Like the shard is really good versus the overgrowth, and the ult is very good versus the armor when you go on heroes in this like early-ish game. So Shadow Demon just seems nice, and having the damage amp also helps deal with all that like kind of tankier heroes that get with tree. And then puck is just kind of puck. Like at this point, there's not really a reason to pick it besides the hero's good.
It's so funny how cyclical Dota is because I feel like that we've seen this exact thing happen at a Wallachia where the stock and puck went up because there was like a couple really, really strong puck players. We saw the progression of like banning Nisha's heroes earlier throughout Dream League. And it turns out this is just a like maybe a strong mid laner thing to do on this patch. A lot of mid laners, Makoto is one of them, that can like 1v5 a game easily with the exact same archetype of hero of Nisha. So if you want to get it, you kind of have to get it early and just suffer through the consequences of picking it early in the draft or flex it. Or just be good enough that like, even if the counters come out, it's not a problem. I mean, the big one is like Huskar, it's gone. First phase banned already. The other puck answers, I don't really feel like answer it that well. Like Tiny is okay, DK is okay.
Everything seems like okay. It's like, yeah,
Monkey's bad.
Monkey's not a good hero. Sniper is the one that in the past was like the 1-to-1 best anti-puck hero, but it's not really a good sniper patch.
Are we? Should we? So we have obviously the Corey heroes being banned with the Warlock and Jakiro, and he gets his hands on his Phoenix, which is the other of his big 3. But it also does mean that Treant Protector is still in the game, and I have been sold this hero that this is the end-all be-all support. You cannot not have it if you have the chance to get it. You should.
Yes, but not, I actually don't think that Heroic will pick it. I think the sub-duo of Tree Shadow Demon is really iffy.
Yeah.
Because you're both like very low damage supports that don't really provide stuns per se.
So this is an unwritten gentleman's agreement to just say...
Yeah, I think they're both going to ignore it. I think Aurora can still pick it.
I mean, Tree and Phoenix is pretty damn good.
Yeah,
like that's the best egg protection in
I think
the game.
Aurora has the ability to pick it, but I think Heroic will just ignore it because I've seen that sub-duo of like Tree Shadow Demon and it just doesn't feel great.
But then also, like, for Aurora, I mean, it feels a bit weird too because it's going to be Kaori playing... Yeah, it's going to be Kaori playing the Phoenix, right? So then you're running like a position 4 tree, and I don't think that's anywhere near
I think that's probably just like one of the rare ignored games.
It might be ignored this game, which is pretty crazy.
And so Heroic they pick a more damage support rather than the tree. They pick the Skywrath, which is good versus the puck. You have a built-in silence, and also just a lot of like spell amp, which is what you need for puck. I think the best things to think about when dealing with puck is killing it as fast as possible. So having silence plus a spell amp in that one spell means that hopefully the puck dies in like half a second or 1 second, depending on what heroes you pick. And the Phoenix save shouldn't really save through that, like that health regen.
Primal plus Sky is a pretty nasty
lot of
combo
damage.
too. Like you're holding a guy effectively in one place, and the Sky ult is a guaranteed setup and so much damage. Like
when you're ulting a hero and you put a Mystic Flare over the top, obviously you lift it up. Does it stay in the Mystic Flare? Because he kind of does it with
90% of the damage
you
take.
Yeah, you stay in it. Like sometimes you'll leave
even though the bubble only looks very small, if you lift it out,
it's not vertical.
The very, very like end of the grab, he'll be outside of the
because he moves it to his back. Yeah.
But I think at most they'll take like 90%.
If you place it well,
they'll take like pretty much full damage. Like it's not really too bad of a thing, but yeah, it's not perfect stun. It's not like a Legion Commander duel.
Interesting, they picked Brew into the Sky plus Primal combo.
Yeah, I even think the Primal seems decent versus Brew.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
But I suppose like part of that is they probably already wanted it for the game, and Heroic picked Sky like anticipating something like this could come out, and Aurora's just like not going to be dissuaded by a single pick, because also Skywrath Mage doesn't like dealing with like all the pandas running at him. Like he's so bad against summons.
Yeah.
So it does go both ways, but Sky is pretty happy to get a clutch silence on a Brewmaster.
KJ just told Yuma to pick Alchemist. And Yuma's like, are you sure? I won't pick Gyro.
Heroics turn to
Nope, they picked Tide. They picked neither. I was wrong.
That was a bold.
I was hoping for it would have been.
That would have been sick.
That would have been like I lip read that.
In another universe, that was. Like
I'm really cool. We like.
So, but then the lane is gonna be tied for Whisper, and Tai Lung's playing the Primal. Or what's happening?
Yeah, I think so. It's just an offlane Tide mid Primal. Probably the reason they want to pick their offlaner here is, which I'm not 100% sold on this, but these next 4 bans are going to be carries for both teams. So it's going to limit the carry pool, and Heroic might just be thinking, like they have a couple options, but having 4 options banned plus a 5th pick makes the pick way harder for Aurora, versus if they take their carry there, it's way more simple to draft. It's like we ban 2 carries, they ban 2 offlaners, we take the 3rd best offlaner available, they take the 3rd best carry. But now it's more of like a competition, because Aurora's like, we can't leave the best carry options in the pool, but we're banning our own heroes.
Heroics turn to ban.
Okay, there's Gyro.
There it is.
There's one of them. I don't know. I think for Heroic, they kind of want something that deals with the brew, which I think of Gyro, I think of Sven. I think even Alchemist can be okay versus the brew sometimes. I don't think there's anything else big.
5 seconds remaining.
I think those are the big ones. And then for Aurora, I think any range damage is really good. Even honestly, a Drow Ranger looks kind of good for Aurora.
You know what I was looking at?
What?
I was looking at the fish man. Fish counters fish. Slark.
Slark.
Owns Titan lane.
Yep.
Awesome potential gameplay with the 3rd skill.
Tide's not a fish, but continue.
He's a bit of a fish. He's a bit of a fish.
Is our octopus fish?
I would grill him up, and I would eat him real good, Gunner.
Okay.
Same for Tide Hunter.
There's a lot of blubber on the Titan.
That's all right.
All right.
You're
into that?
The northern people in Canada, Native Americans eat a lot of blubber, and they're very healthy. Great heart health.
Wonderful.
Some of the best hearts in the world, actually.
Razor
would have been good. That's a. I mean, you were suggesting a ranged hero, and that's a ranged hero that like owns.
Yeah, it's like both of Heroic's bans are these range carries, right? It's like the TA and the Razor. I actually think that there's a chance there's a Drow here, and it looks pretty good. I've seen Drow recently at some pubs, and it's looked kind of nice. People are experimenting a bit, especially with Silver Edge being such a strong item. I think that item just feels so good for Drow.
I'm trying to remember what Vatoon plays.
He does play Drow.
Is it Vatoon fellow? He's a big Drow player.
I don't know about big, but
is he a Slark fan? It's been a while since I've played with or against or seen Vatoon.
I just remember Vici PL, but that's not in the meta.
Oh, it's not happening. Not in this game.
No, I know.
Tide Primal Beast?
Yeah, that's devastatingly bad.
But like, that's the hero I think of when I see him. So, it's been a while.
There's no way they pick. I'm so worried if they pick like a Sven here to counter the brew. It seems like.
How about Ursa?
Ursa? Okay.
I thought Ursa, but Ursa can sometimes get kited by the brew with like the primal split and the lift.
Yep.
I mean, Muerta.
It's good versus Phoenix.
Muerta's pretty. Well, Muerta, I guess, into SD is
a lot of
a bit rough, but it's super good against Ursa.
Tide. Versus Tide. Even Primal, it's good. You can like shoot the Primal away from you.
Mm-hmm.
And Muerta's a less scuffed version of Slark. I'm just looking for something that like wins the carry matchup, devastates Tide in lane. Slark is maybe too shit of a laner. Muerta's like actually a good laner.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other of the random ranged carries. A lot of them are banned. It's like the Shadow Fiend's banned, Gyro win. Like 5 ranged carries are banned pretty much.
Weaver, I guess, but it's
no, not Weaver.
Against Primal Sky, it's a bit sus.
Is Medusa not good at all?
I don't like it too much versus Ursa. Because he just stacks the damage on you.
SD
You don't feel that
illusions
tanky.
as well are really good. That's also why like Muerta looks a little rough, but I guess you can't just not pick a carry because SD is like effectively good against every carry.
Everything, yeah.
I'm sticking with the Drow.
Well, there's not a lot of time. It's a Baton, so it's not a range carry at all. Why does the Baton work as a pseudo range carry?
It doesn't really.
Okay.
I think the nice thing with it is it's safe for the... To me, this is saying Puck's going to carry the game.
Okay.
Like, V-Tune's job this game is literally just to exist, build a Radiance, get some farm, get some items, maybe some like Manta, Bloodthorn timing, and he just kind of exists there, and then Makoto's going to carry the game 1v5.
Yeah, it's way safer. It's like never going to die.
It's like you can shield your Puck when he gets silenced or grabbed. Like, it's definitely more of a utility type of carry.
I take it back. Tide is a big fish.
He is
the Kraken swell.
Yeah, very good. You'll see it more so when we're
Are sharks fish? Is a shark a fish?
Yes.
I had shark in Turkey the other day.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was pretty decent on a skewer. No Magnus in this game to do any good skewers, but I feel like Abaddon hypothetically is better against Ursa now, right? Because Ursa no longer has the old Ag Shard. You're playing around like bursting somebody. Abaddon can survive the burst and turn on like Bloodthorn.
Yep. And just kill him after the ult.
Yeah, like hypothetically, this matchup should be better for Abba now than it was before, where Ursa would just like build these stacks on you and then eventually kill you. Leave less immunity time on Ursa compared to Abaddon.
If this is obviously for Aurora, their first pick was Puck.
Yep.
And if you're saying with the last pick, it just looks like, hey, you know,
Puck is the star of the show.
Puck is the star of the show. Do we feel like Heroic has answered Puck sufficiently?
I think they did it to the best of their abilities. I don't really like the Abba too much, but I don't know if I want to go against Puck. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I don't really know.
Lacoste, what do you think about this Puck? Is it going to have free game Makoto Puck?
Skywrath Mage might cause some issues. This is not going to be a deathless Puck game by any means, but I think Puck can carry this game.
Easy. That sounds like we're going to be one up for Aurora. Let's find out what's going to happen.
Getting into game one here, Aurora against Heroic. I love when I don't get asked. I was ready to just say, I agree with you, Lacoste. That's always my go-to answer. But yeah, I mean, Skywrath, Silence, the Ancient Seal, going to be pretty difficult to, deal with here for this Puck.
But considering that this was the first Puck pick overall, I do feel like they could have used something else. Like, these are not reliable things other than Skywrath Mage Silence, which is the best silence in the game. Primal Beast has some control, not the easiest way to use it on Puck, and there's also save coming out from Abaddon. Heroes are not the easiest to kill on Aurora to start with. This is Abaddon, which he doesn't die. Then you also have Puck, you have Brewmaster as well. In terms of the burst damage, Primal Beast, he deals damage over time. Like, it's not like the instant burst of damage. Skywrath Mage, when he's paired up with him, they can try to burst potentially Brewmaster. But I feel like if WS gets the split off in the fights, it gets very difficult. We're talking about some like 20-25 minute fights where you have Abaddon with Radiance, Manta style, a lot of these things running around. There's going to be a lot of confusing fights for Heroic to take the fight. And both of the supports, they don't like to play into Abba, they don't like to play into Puck, and they don't like to play into Brewmaster when he uses Split.
Well, we'll see how it ends up going because these resets and these kind of regos here for Aurora might be troublesome for Heroic, especially, they are working with 3 melee cores. If you just kind of get some distance, it might be a little bit difficult. I would say almost singular egg hitter is the Ursa. So an egg in a good position as well from Kaori. I really am a bit worried about this Heroic lineup. For these heroes to not only have the control,
these are
have the second wave of damage,
3 melee heroes against Brewmaster, against the Phoenix as well, who can keep the distance. This is 5 Phoenix, it's not a core Phoenix, but if things go well for them, it can get pretty difficult. Also, in terms of egg protection, they don't have anything crazy. There is a Lion, depending whether the Brewmaster got the split off, but also the mischance is gonna be there. You're gonna be playing against Phoenix, which makes it way more difficult for you to hit it, of course. And I don't know, I feel like I've been very impressed by the Brewmaster performances. This is the hero that can build into any item. If we're talking about, I'll hold that thought for now. Let's see if Mira's going to be in trouble.
Earth Spike to try and survive, slowing him down. Mira getting some distance between him and Yuma, and it looks like he'll be A-okay. Now, just for you viewers at home, WS, he is not taking damage currently. He is just on fire from a glitched item.
He's in fire stance, that's why.
Yeah,
he didn't even skill yet.
He's got Trail of the Burning Doom on his weapon, so he's got that glitched cosmetic action going on for him. But don't worry, he'll be okay. It's a rare one, a rare hero to see have glitch cosmetic. A lot of the same heroes got them, but we'll see how WS does. I feel like we've seen him when we've cast together previously and really been impressed with some of his play, especially on the Brewmaster.
Yeah, he's a hero specialist. He's the one who also plays offlane Phoenix if necessary, so they are using this Phoenix pick as a flex if it's a good game for it. But as I said, been very impressed by Brewmaster as a hero. It makes it very easy to play, considering that you only have 3 stances, you only have 3 primal splits that you need to control. It makes the hero easier to play, and also your status resistance is tied to your liquid courage now. The hero feels good. Like that's the, like, I don't know if you're a Brewmaster player or you guys who are watching, but it makes it so much easier to play. It only takes like 2 games to be like, oh, this is the old Brewmaster that I'm kind of used to seeing, that I'm kind of used to playing. And also, I've seen different itemization coming out from Brewmaster, whether we're talking about maybe you're getting Orchid and then you're playing with your mid laner, so a good amount of that. It was MOUZ, I think, during the previous tournament, or one before. We had a bunch of tournaments where he's building into Orchid. Storm Spirit is just paired up with him. They are lacking control, so he goes for that item. Aghanim Scepter is the key item on the hero. You can build drums, you can build Spirit Vessel. Midas into Aghanim Scepter feels also good. And he's not falling off. Before, he had this issue where the hero falls off relatively quickly if you don't get something done with your first, with your second split early on. But now it doesn't feel the same way.
Definitely a hero that can stick with it the entire ways through. And see Makoto thinking about going towards the illusory orb bottom, but Theokor is there. This is the level 2 Sky holding a skill point. Maybe if he found the opportunity to help out and get that Ancient Seal out or go work with that, but Tylong is going to be able to survive Makoto for a moment. Illusory orb, onslaught back over towards the mid lane and grabbing a couple creeps for his troubles. But Makoto dealing with these 2 heroes off the mid lane. And Theokor takes a lot of damage. Ancient Seal comes in. He's got that shield, but it won't be enough. Makoto getting first blood on the Skywrath Mage. And Tylong, he has to walk all the way back. So this is a big advantage being gained by this
QE1, he was really pushing the limits on Primal Beast, and Makoto getting a kill. Also, why is this guy called Tioli Core if he's playing a support?
Would you like him to change his name?
Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense. They also, like, it's just something weird with this team. You have King Jungles, the guy doesn't even play the jungle. It's like he starts in the lane.
Bunch of liars on this team. Concussive shot over on the Kaori. As top lane, Mira in some trouble, but they were trying to help out with the Brewmaster. Mira's still on the run. Might be able to make it away from this Bear's Claws if he could just walk out, but that last right click lands, and Yuma's got himself a kill this time, taking out the Lion.
And this Whisper dude as well. Like, I saw a bunch of interviews. Like, he never whispers.
You still on this? Man.
Anyway, good kill. Mira died.
6-minute rune is going to be showing up in just 10 seconds. Phoenix and Lion are both over here mid. Sky is close, but this does look as though it'll be control for Aurora, and it will be that illusion rune picked up for Makoto, so not, the worst one to give up. 6 minutes as they hit the Hex. They'll have the Illusory Orb, onslaught through, but Makoto going to be able to continue on to Theo Accord, throws out that Dream Coil, is trying to get more than one kill here, but they end up trading Mira. Tailong is in trouble, but this disruption, is it enough to get the save? Can he Illusory Orb and follow him up? No, he can't. Kaori is dead. KJ under the tower now. Makoto, well, they'll look over and get KJ, but they don't get the Primal. But again, another couple of kills here for Makoto, pushing that mid laner out of the lane and having it solo for a bit there too.
Man, we've seen in the previous series what Puck can do when he's off to a good start. And we said there's only one hero that can kind of control Puck in this game. That's going to be Scarlet Mage. If you're the one getting the first initial jump on him, getting the silence, hitting him with the Witchblade, this hero is just going to die to 3 of your spells. And now King Jungles, he's in trouble. VTune, he's here.
Thinking about swiping this shrine and give it over to Kaori. Didn't want to take it himself. TP towards the top lane as there is a fight happening there. We'll see if they can continue to get the shrine. Actually, the puck stayed still and stayed over. Yuma now fighting Mira, gets that kill, looks over at WS, will get that, and he's going to get the shrine.
Even Yuma's laughing like, what the hell just happened? Like, these are professional e-athletes that are getting paid salaries to die like that.
When you put it like that, you really make it sound much worse. They're getting paid to die, e-athletes. Okay, Pulverize, Trample, Makoto, Illusory Orb to get onto the low ground and get away from this Primal Beast. Theo, of course, trying to get some damage out, but Makoto hiding within these trees, staying out of vision, and now they get the kill to Tailong. They'll look over at Theo Accord, who ends up dying to Kaori. Whisper is in. He's got a Ravage available, but the Illusory Orb looking for KJ, and he'll get the kill there too. So 3 kills for the side of Aurora. Whisper, he's got full health, he's got a salve, he's pretty tanky, he shouldn't die to this. He's also got Ravage. They won't go his way, but they do get 3 kills elsewhere.
Man, Makoto's like, yeah, I got a replicate. My team's feeding. I gotta keep up with this Ursa, who just got XP Rune, double kill for free, level 7 on top of the net worth, 4.5k at 8 minutes 30 seconds. I don't think you can ask for a better start on Ursa.
Well, that is a pretty perfect start. Force feeding it into him, as they had 2 heroes over there. I don't know if there's a bear equivalent to Foie Gras, but that's what they're doing by feeding him forcefully like that.
Hey, it's when you visit your Slavic grandmother. This is what happens. You're like, I'm not hungry, but she doesn't take no for an answer. You gotta eat. Yeah, you look so skinny.
I'm stuffed, please. I've only experienced that a few times. Whisper, Earth Spike, Sunray on him. He'll use that Ravage, and that will land onto 3. We'll get Kaori for his troubles. And then Whisper, now they look over. Ancient Steel onto Makoto. Yuma's over. VTune popping that borrowed time. They're not even hitting him, so he's going to be on a 4th of that health. Yuma might just turn this and get the kill to the Abaddon, and that's exactly what he does. Makoto jumps forward, and now they're trying to get the mana away from this Ursa. Yuma, he's got this Primal Split in front of him. WS is going to Cyclone him up. The old core staying over to the side. Maybe thinking about getting that Ancient Seal out. Disruption for the save. Avoiding that Earth Spike. But they're still going forward onto Yuma. They've got Tailong coming around the corner of this Roche Pit. Makoto waning Rift into the Roche Pit. Yuma's still here. He might jump over there too. But he's down to a quarter health. They go to the Ancient Seal. They've got the silence out of this puck. They're still chasing. Kaori's here. Sunray to try and keep him alive. He'll end up dying. They get the kill to Yuma finally. Whisper coming back over. He died, if you remember, 30 seconds ago. Mira, he'll end up dying to Tailong, and now WS doesn't have the Primal Spin. He's got the help of VTune and 3 heroes chasing from the side of Heroic.
What the hell is going on?
Kaori dead for the 2nd time in this fight as WS is on the run. He's got the help from the Aphotic Shield, and Whisper, he is not going to chase. WS will finally get away, and the fight, I'm just checking, it is over.
It is over. Never back down. This is pretty much whoever backs down first loses. Like I like that Abaddon VTune. He's also going in, and like nobody's hitting him. He could have just easily ran back, and I think he would be fine. Another coil.
Looking to get this Shadow Demon. KJ silenced up with Waning Rift. He does try to get some help from the Skywrath Mage with the Polywog Charm, but KJ, unfortunately, Theo Accord couldn't save his little PogChamp there with the Polywog Charm, and KJ ends up dying to VTune.
This also benefits hero like Abaddon, who's not the fastest farmer. If we talk about like certain heroes, like he can't match up with the farms from some others, but he's getting some assist gold, he's getting some last hits, he only died once, and he's gonna be relieved of some pressure in the next minute or so, because he can just leave. He can leave this area, he lost the tower, and once you get to your relic, then you're kind of Gucci. And then once you get to your Radiance, this is where your farm is gonna start to increase. Yuma, Battle Fury finished, 12 minutes in.
You become very Gucci, but when do you become very Louis Vuitton? Anyway.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with these fancy brands. Don't have enough money for it.
This guy's wearing Crocs over here.
Didn't have to call me out like that.
Kaori with the Icarus time away. But there are 3 heroes chasing him as he'll Sunray over the cliff and through the woods, getting away from these heroes as Makoto almost thinking about going in, but everybody's here for Heroic. Yeah, Yuma's a little bit far, but he can make his way over through the river eventually. Whisper sitting mid, just keeping the pressure onto the tier 1 tower, continuing to farm going into the pipe, as he's already got that Ring of Tarask, so he's got that extra HP regen. Close game overall in the net worth department of the kills, but still an amazing start for this Ursa, sitting at 7,000 net worth already. Mystic Flare, Pulverize, Ancient Seal, WS never stood a chance. He gets the Midas in death, but Yuma with another kill and more gold going his way.
He's getting all the last hits. V-Tune, he's here. Rest of the team is smoked up. They want to use Finger. Mikoto, coil ready.
Everybody showing up again. Blink forward onslaught. They've got the stun on the Makoto. Aphotic shield. But they don't go for more.
One thing we said about Aurora is their heroes are very difficult to kill. You have Brewmaster, you have Abaddon. Puck is also quite elusive. But Heroic, on the other side, you have 2 extremely tanky boys. One is about to have Pipe finished, and Ursa with status resistance, who has insane amount of farm for this stage of the game. Damage right now on Aurora is lacking a little bit. First Primal Split, it didn't grant him the kill. No finger stacks yet. Mira.
XWS coming in, air spikes in. Ancient Seal to silence up the Brew, but they got the finger, and Makoto will get the kill on a Tai Long. He doesn't have the help from the rest of his team, and he ends up dying alone. He'll end up now, was 3-1-1 before, he's now sitting 3-2-2 after a couple of fights. But Whisper, he's been moving around a lot. Now he's got this shield rune to work with. So effective HP is pretty high for him if they want to take a fight. But he can definitely put himself at the front of the creep wave and continue to pressure the tier 1 if he so chooses to. Full pipe flying out for him.
Most of the damage on their side is magical. There isn't that much right-click damage, so once Heroic picks up this pipe, it's going to be quite difficult for Aurora to take the fights.
I'm going to say these fights have been a little bit difficult for Aurora.
The fights have been very chaotic.
Yeah. It's so tough to figure out who's getting the better of
Lion.
3 minutes fights. Is he? Well, oh. All right.
He said it's hard to figure out. And
he's going Blink Dagger, and he's a bit away from it. He could use some time solo in a lane. Yuma continuing with this Battle Fury, farming up these stacks in the jungle. He's got his Blink Dagger. He is just so farmed. The one thing that really sticks out in this game is Yuma's farm, and he is so far ahead compared to anybody else, especially that Abaddon. 2,300 net worth lead over his position opponent.
He needs to catch up. Once the Radiance is done, it's going to be much easier. Still, 16-minute Radiance. Still okay.
They've got vision on both these heroes. This ward sees everything. Blink, Mystic Flare, Ancient Seal, Primal Split immediately, but they'll end up losing Mira. And now maybe the chase is on to get a kill on a Theo Core. But Tai Long finds Makoto, as they've got one of the Pandas back with him. They'll use that Dream Coil, stun him up for a moment, still trying to put the damage onto Theocor, but they've got themselves the disruption save. Whisper moving forward, Ancient Seal is out, WS trying to TP out. They'll use that Ravage, they'll get that kill, they'll take out the Brew, and that's going to be 2 here for the side of Heroic. KJ getting that save out of the Skywrath Mage, and Tylen's going to have Blink Dagger eventually. Yuma's trying to stick with him as the Illusory Orb jumps forward, and now just hit down so hard by this bear, but the Earth Spike gets the control. They go to the trample there on top of Makoto. They'll finish him off. That's going to be a 3rd. Mira back into the fight for the 2nd time as Abaddon's going to show up. He can't really help out Mira. Mira's dead for the 2nd time in this engagement, and they will finally back away and TP out from Yuma up into the top lane and continue to farm and accelerate his game even more.
Very clean execution from Heroic. In this and in the previous engagement, 1-2 combo that you have with Primal Beast and Skywrath Mage, you can pretty much kill any hero on the map except for Abaddon, because his ulti is gonna proc, but every other hero is sustainable to dying. The insane amount of damage that you do have with just Ancient Seal, which is maxed out, so that's extra 35% magic damage that you're gonna be taking.
It's a significant chunk. It is a big percentage. Nobody's ever saying no to an extra 35% of anything. Blink Dagger now available for Tidehunter. Pipe, Blink, going Shard. Wants it Yules after that. We saw, obviously, in the previous series, Aghanim Scepter being built by Tide.
Yeah, this time around, I think he wants to be in the middle of the fight. That's why he is getting those items instead, compared to the previous one where Ace wanted to keep the distance. They were playing off of the toss back, keeping the distance, and just making sure that he doesn't die. He was playing into OD, he was playing into break mechanic as well. And now into Roshan. Between 15 and 18 minutes, if you can find something. Ravage is not available, but they feel like with Pipe, Aurora is not going to be going in and trying to contest this, even though they are going to be using scans, so they will try to get the most out of the side lanes, try to get as much farm as possible. Problem is, with this good of a start, Ursa, he's the one controlling all the objectives. By all the objectives, everything besides tower. That's the downside of Ursa. He doesn't really kill the towers quickly, but Roshan and Tormentor, seems like that's going to belong to Heroic.
Checked off. And not only that, he's about to have another item here. He's about to have this BKB. He is just forming so quickly. What's the game plan for Aurora? Like, does late game even feel good enough for you?
I mean, Puck is a menace in the late game. Abaddon can be very annoying. Brewmaster, it depends. Like, you still have insane amount of damage that can actually kill the Brewlings. Cleave from Ursa if you don't split them. It really depends who's starting the fight. Let's say you're the one getting the split, you're using the Yules, you're putting him in the air with the Cyclone, then the Brewlings are not gonna die. If you're engaging onto the supports in the backlines, but right now, they don't have that jump. The only one who can jump the backline is gonna be Puck, who has a Blink Dagger, but nobody else can play with Puck.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Puck's also very vulnerable.
He is. He's gonna need a defensive item. He doesn't have anything queued up yet. I want to see if this is gonna be a BKB or if he's gonna be getting a Yule Scepter of his own, because you need some kind of a dispel. Nobody on the team can help you unless it's gonna be Abaddon playing with you, playing close to you. And even if you like trying to get that save, potentially if you're getting pulverized with the second pulverize, especially the third one with the facet, the ferocity, AoE gets bigger. And it's just gonna stun you. Like, you're not be able to get it away straight up, and that's why Puck is building a Lincoln Sphere. It's a more expensive item. I thought he might get one smaller item and then go for Lincolns, because he definitely needs this. It's great against Silence, it's great against Primal Beast Grab, of course, and look at how casually Whisper is dragging the creep wave in front of their noses, and there's not much they can do about it.
Kaori almost killed by Yuma. Is the Lincolns the best choice? I'm wondering, like...
I would say yes, out of the three, but it's also... Yeah, but it's also very, very expensive item to buy.
Right. We'll see if it ends up being enough once he does get it, if he does get it in time, because it does feel like Heroic are kind of putting this heavy pressure on, or he may not even get that opportunity. Mira ends up dead. Taiwan going in with the help of Theocor. They've got this combo continuing to have that 1-2 punch. Jab, uppercut, and now a turnaround. An attempt to try and get a kill here onto the Skywrath Mage, and will find success in killing off the Okor. It seems Makoto can still get it done in some ways, but he needs to be very certain about what he's trying to accomplish. And now he actually TP'd bottom to 3 heroes. He ends up not jaunting over to that illusory orb, staying back and waiting rifting away from this tier 2 tower that's going to be taken by the side of the Dire. Now I'm thinking about moving in. They've got the tier 1 tower still sitting still. Ooh, might be able to stop the TP. They can find him. Whoa. Not going to be able to stop the TP. Now the rotations are coming over. They're going to wrap around with the smoke. Who are they going to find? Hex, the Finger, and the Sunray. That's going to get the Aegis out of the hands of the Ursa, but now Whisper moving forward. He'll throw out that Ravage. That only lands on a 2. The Blink away right into the hands of Kaori. He's not able to get the Supernova off. Forced to buy back. Silence now. Pipe popped by this Tidehunter. Jumping forward. Got the Pulverize. That's going to land on Makoto. The Mystic Flare is down. They get the Silence out onto the Abaddon. They get the kill into Makoto. Whisper on the run. Now ends up dead to V-Tune. The borrowed time has run out. The sands of time are now going back towards this Abaddon, and it's not looking good. KJ dies to WS, though. Jump onto V-Tune. The right clicks are there with the BKB being popped by Yuma. They had the Cyclone as the Primal split from WS, but he goes back to form, and now they'll hit him with that Ancient Sealant, thinking about jumping back in. Mira, Kaori, as well as WS are the only ones here, but Mira, well, killed off in 2 shots. Supernova ends up getting used. They've got the Yules.
Overpowered in a second.
He's got the shots, and he'll get the kill. Kaori ends up dead. Another Ancient Seal. Gonna be on the WS that chases on with the Trample, and it's a full wipe and then some for the side of Heroic.
That Ravage, it was pretty much the zoning Ravage. Didn't really do much. It was on the Ursa's respawn coming out of that Aegis. But they managed to clean up. We said that like they need to pretty heavily commit. They need to commit with pretty much everything to be able to kill one of these tanky cores. They do kill Tidehunter, and then you have Primal Beast coming in with multiple rounds of spells. He wants to play the longer fight. So does Ursa, and Kaori comes back. He uses buyback. Dies again. It was very close from Egg from going off. I think he still dies afterwards nonetheless. But yeah, also I want to see what Ursa's going to be buying next. Whether that's going to be MKB, you are playing against Brewmaster, which can be pretty annoying. You are playing against Phoenix, the Mischance coming out from the Blinding Sun, and also Radiance. They killed him pretty quickly here.
He knew where he wanted to go right after when he respawned. He jumped right on top of Kaori. Blew him up so quickly. And then Whisper, he'll eventually die here, but Split use, Pulverize, Mystic Flare, silencing up. V-Tune can't help with the Aphotic Shield at all. And then Borrowed Time, sure, you're back to full health, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. 2 lives, 3 lives. Seems like they can rip right through them all, especially with where Yuma's sitting in net worth. And he got the Basher off that fight. And then a bit of more gold off this, especially killing Mira, and then going and getting the kill on a Kaori. A big influx for him. WS ends up getting caught. This Mystic Flare, and these silences are so devastating for the Skywrath Mage.
Aurora, they need to win the fight when the spells are up. They need to win the fight with Supernova, Coil, and the Split. If they're playing the longer fight, they're definitely losing it because they're going to be able to reset Primal Beast, one of the better heroes, I would say, in general, to play the longer fight. His spells are on the relatively short cooldown, 16 seconds on both Trample and Onslaught, multiple rock throws, Pulverize level 2, which brings it down to 35 seconds, and he is going for Aghanim Scepter, which is pretty nice in this game. They have Silence from Skywrath Mage, and if they apply Break mechanic, Abaddon's ulti is not gonna proc. He does have Manta style, so at least that's something. But also being able to break Brewmaster is pretty big. No status resistance, no extra bit of a move speed coming out for him.
Yuma getting Mira again. And taking on the line, we took a look at Theo Okora's inventory for a second, and he's got that Midas. He's so farmed. You look at him compared to the other supports, he's got so much gold.
He got the shard as well. If he gets the free cast in the fight, it's going to be insane amount of damage.
Yeah.
He has Greedy, 75 GPM, and he also has Searing Signet. He's going to start to scale. He's actually going to become another core if this game goes on for longer.
We'll try to kill him this time. Croaker help. Disruption help. Vici is here, Mira back in, Earth Spike fingered, but the Cyclone, not the symphony of skills that they would have liked in that situation. KJ gonna get run down. 2 years dead on the side of Heroic. BKB being popped by Yuma. Immediately going to the TP, and they will bail on this one, losing both supports.
Ursa would still be fine, but they need to be on the same page. There was no Ravage this time around. Supports need to be also close to Tidehunter. They need to be playing around their cores because they are the ones that can save them with the grab, potentially with the Ravage and Pipe.
And we were talking about this Lincolns for Makoto. He is still far away from it.
Got the most expensive component, that's what matters.
Now, on top of all that, you're wanting to avoid this silence, and yeah, you're going to get this Lincolns, but it might just end up meaning that instead of getting silence, you just get hexed by the Tide who just picked up that Scythe of Ice.
It's so much control. He also has Shard on Tidehunter. Scarlet Mage got the Shard from previous Tormentor, which means there's going to be more farm coming out his way and more damage in the fights. Vitun has been pretty silent after the laning stage. Didn't manage to do as much as he wanted to.
What's he hoping for in 7 minutes that this Dormant Curio is going to give him?
Where are we at right now? In 7 minutes.
On the tier 4s, what from the tier 4 list is going to be what he chooses with the Dormant Curio?
From carry roll, probably. I mean, Rattle Cage is good if you don't find anything better, but most likely you want to be getting Flare's Bota. This is the item that allows you to get that extra bit of damage. You get the attack speed and then it resets. I think from the tier 4 neutral items, Giant Small is probably the worst choice, but there aren't many like carry options. Like if you want to be dealing damage, if you don't get Flare's Bota, Giant Small is probably the second best option, but it's on such a long cooldown. It's on 50-second cooldown.
What's a Bota?
I have no clue.
Never.
I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's Bot A. It's Bot A and Bot B casting this game.
Jump in on a V2. They're going to try and get this kill to the Abaddon, but don't quite have the damage to get him. I don't want to overcommit. Roche is up, so they could go get an Aegis. I'm going to just give a little searchy search on Bota. Because I've never seen some of these words. They really try to make me feel stupid. What is a Bota? As they go for this Roche, get themselves an Aegis. It's a leather bottle.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I mean, they were also, as they look for Ursa, Sunray. Finger, but not the damage that they were hoping for. Mira might end up dead. Rock does land. They'll stop that TP to get the kill to Mira as well as WS. So Flare's Bota, they were halfway to just writing the word bottle. They could have just B-O-T. They were halfway there. And they chose Bota instead. Anyway, 2 kills onto Aurora. And Heroic now dealing and still having this Aegis for another 4 minutes.
Their tower damage isn't really insane. They need to take the fight. Ursa can deal some. Overpowered. It gets easier once you're level 25. Extra 3 overpower attacks, but it's nothing too crazy. Kaori inside the enemy base. We'll TP back.
Safe place to leave from. Guardian Greaves for KJ, by the way.
Yeah, and the medium Lotus. That's going to be a good amount of heal. He also wants to pick up the Shard. It's very important to pick up these Lotuses, especially when the game goes on. It's so much healing.
Makoto. Dream Coil popping the Lincolns, but the rock gets thrown. He gets stunned for a second. And will Illusory Orb jaunt away or try to. Yuma's in Mystic Flare with the Abyssal, and they get the kill on Makoto anyway.
Well, there is a Tormentor right here. Yuma can't take it alone. Hex
Mira
in action. Whisper.
I say Mira, but yeah, it is Whisper who's the one in trouble. He's looking for the high 5, and now will Ravage. Still on the run. Mira hits that finger with the Earth Spike combo. And gets his third stack, but Yuma's coming in. The rock thrown over, stuns onto 3. I think it hit Vici to the back as well. Kaori ends up dead. The look over at Mira. Her spike not gonna matter. He'll end up falling, and that will be a double for Tai Long.
Tai Long has been pretty impressive. Like ever since this kid came into the scene, he looked amazing. He's very active as a player. He's involved in what, 18 out of 29 kills. The game has been chaotic, so maybe the numbers don't tell the whole story, but he's exactly where he needs to be. He's playing super active every single time I watch him play. He's like always in every single fight. The mistake that Tidehunter just did, he fixed it there with this rock throw, relatively easy. And now going for Shiva's guard, Aghanim Scepter done, as we said. That is going to be the break mechanic. Very good against pretty much everything. Even if you like break Withering Mist, it's still pretty good. Like some of the region, you're going to be breaking Brewmaster's innate ability. A lot of good things to break. Like it's not like anything is super crazy, but if they can pull off the combo, maybe with the silence and the break, if Abaddon doesn't have Manta style, ulti's not going to proc.
And then you will ask to borrow some time, and they say they're all out. You just end up dead. 5-man smoke from Aurora. Maybe looking to get Whisper again. They'll know there is no Ravage this time if they see him. It's going to be still a tanky hero to try and kill, but they have the Hex. They'll go to the Primal Split. Oops, Cyclone on the onslaughting Primal. There's the finger to get the kill to Whisper. That's a good start. V2 moving forward, Nullifier thrown out. Dreamco's getting used, but they've got the kill on a Makoto with the bashes coming in. They had the control. They'll take this kill. Cyclone onto the Primal Beast. They'll get the kill on Theo Accord. That's going to be 2 down on the side of Heroic, throwing that rock. But now the egg attempt. Can they get this to pop? One more shot. Oh, does not get off. Yuma ends up getting the kill on Kaori. They've got Tai Long low. BKB was used by the Nullifier and the Earth Spike. Down he goes. A good amount of gold for V2 here, who's hidden away now at this Ursa, who's got no mana left. But he does have an Aegis to work with. Borrowed time gets popped, but he needs a little bit more health. Earth Spike thrown out, trying to get the Aegis away from this Ursa. Finally finds that. The old core in some trouble. The right clicks are in, but the disruption is going to be onto the Abaddon. And now Yuma's going to go in, trying to get the kill here on Amira. He'll find the Abyssal Blade. Down he goes. Theocore is going to die again. WS looking over at KJ as well as Yuma, but running away with his gem and trying to get out. But the bash is there from Yuma. The jump forward and a kill onto the Brewmaster as Yuma stays beyond godlike. 16-1-7. This bear, he's feeling it just right.
And again, this is the fight without Tidehunter, basically fighting 4v5, 5v5 if you include Theolicor coming back into the fight with the buyback, but this Ursa just goes crazy. Maybe it would be better if they just killed him and tried to instantly back off, or if they left him with no mana, but the thing is, he does have good amount of mana regen coming out from that Battle Fury, and this hero doesn't really utilize that much mana. His ulti doesn't cost mana. All he needs is to click Overpower for 60, and then he's going to be able to kill a hero, maybe even 2 heroes with it. He just purchased Swiftblink right here because he's so farmed, he's holding onto the Aegis, and he was thinking, well, I don't need my MKB yet because I'm going to be running out of slots anyway.
Right.
And these are 2 fights that Heroic did manage to win without Whisper, without Ravage being used. So for the next one, let's see if he makes the mistake for the 3rd time, but probably not. It is Whisper. Whisper has looked pretty stable overall, so I say 2 uncharacteristic mistakes for him. Still winning a team fight, maybe even forcing them to take the fight where he dragged them into, so we could give credit. Gotta stay positive, Benjamin. Or should I say bot B?
Bot B is always positive. That's how I was programmed to be. See this long replay. By the way, they also got a kill on a KJ. And V2's starting to hurt.
Yeah, especially with the Nullifier. He did disassemble his Radiance, picked up a Nullifier, which is going to be great at shutting down Skywrath Mage. He's the one who has been a bit annoying with this Glimmer Cape. And this is also something that Ursa doesn't like to play into, getting dispelled, removing his Overpower, so you're not dealing as much damage, and then also getting a Butterfly.
Looking over at Abaddon, by the way, he's starting to collect his neutral items. 2 out of 10.
Almost there.
Will he get the bot A?
Playing for 35 minutes. Without the neutral item.
Yuma, of course, gets the Rattle Cage, by the way. That's gonna Would be really good.
Not just Rattle Cage, he also gets Vampiric one.
Oh my
so
God.
bonus Night Vision, what he needs to get the jump, and extra lifesteal, 16%.
That's probably one of the best he could have got. Now he's got that MKB.
I'm not sure if I agree with this butterfly. I'll hold on to that thought.
Or spike onto 2. Immediately the Supernova, the Ravage is thrown out. The Mystic Flare is going to be onto a Primal splitting Brewmaster. Abaddon's in pretty far. The Rock gets thrown on him. They'll go to the Refresher. They'll throw the Ravage out again, and that's going to land on a Kaori. You already used the Supernova. The Pulverize is out. They've got the Silence, but now the Borrowed Time is going to be popped out. They found themselves. You're so alone. Yuma's dead for 100. Oh, he gives up so much gold. Dealacor is gone. Now they'll go after Whisper. Aurora have found their target. They found the bear. They all thought it was going to go so well. They had it split up. The double Ravage is not enough, and it's going to be 4 heroes dead on Heroic.
Even with double Ravage, they still lose that fight. Aeon Disc on Kaori, they were unable to pump out the damage. Also, a little bit of anti-combos, Karate Mage. This is level 3 ulti we're talking about. That's 1600 damage that was spread across all the rulings, which didn't really do much. And then the rest of the team ready to come in and clean up. Brewmaster's doing a hell of a lot of work. He's the one controlling Ursa. He's the one splitting the fight and making sure that they can get the kill afterwards. And they do have the control.
This fight gets split into 2 separate parts. Yuma held away from the rest of his team. They have the Hex, and then he gets cycloned by WS, who's fighting 2 fights at this moment. Cycloning the Ursa, also being in the face of the other side of this fight. Whisper then backs away to focus his attention on a V-Tune, who gets that opportunity with the Borrowed Time, right? So now their attention is there, but it leaves Yuma alone, and he's vulnerable. Without an Aegis, he ends up dying, and now it's just a, hey, can we even get out of this one?
That was good control. It was the first Cyclone from Brewmaster split, and then Kaori used Dual Scepter of his own, pretty much controlling Ursa for the whole duration of the fight. Yuma couldn't believe what happened. Like the rest of the team, not ready to back him up. The fight was completely split on 2 different sides. Aeon Disc now in Lion, which means that no matter what, he is going to be able to get his spells off.
That was...
Oh, wow, look at this. From 78% to 37% for Heroic.
That was Yuma's first death since 10 minutes. So it spent a lot of time just not dying. So that camera visual is him remembering that he is not immortal no matter what. Whisper again out in front, but blinks back and does get that Primal split to get pop, but Mira's here to follow it up. He goes into the Hex. They use that Dream Coil.
Refresher
a lot
on
getting used.
Refresher on Primal. Let's see what he can do with it.
Ancient Seal, Aeon Disc getting the save. Dealacor, he'll end up dead, and now Pop of the Borrowed Time. V2 now away with some shots. However, doesn't get hit, so the Borrowed Time really doesn't give him much back. Both teams lose supports. They'll Cyclone up the Ursa. Yuma trying to find a target to get his paws onto, but where can he go? Yuma jumps in, finally goes after Kaori, who's also got himself an Aeon Disc. The right clicks through. They've got themselves the Hex coming out from Whisper. They'll get the kill to Kaori. That's going to be 2 heroes down on the side of Aurora. WS used that Primal split to start the fight, so he's back to form. He's broken, and Whisper in his face uses that Ravage and gets the control with the bash coming out from Yuma. They'll take out WS, so immediately a good fight in response from Heroic. They saw those percentages come out from Dota Plus, and they said,
like, yeah, we disagree.
We took that personally.
A much better fight coming out from Heroic. They are the ones getting the first initial jump, which makes it much easier. They're fighting as a unit. They're fighting around Ursa. Tai Long, he's the one controlling the fight. He's the one jumping in. And this is pre-level 25 on Primal Beast. This is one of the best. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I really love to play this hero, but one of the more impactful item plus level 25 combos you can have in-game is Pulverized Duration and having Refresher at the same time.
By the way, Abaddon did in fact get Rattle Cage. So it's that upgraded Rattle Cage, a quickened one with extra movement speed, mana, and evasion. But there is that MKB on Yuma anyway.
Yeah, that's why I thought I started to talk about Butterfly, the disassemble that he did with Radiance. He's like, what am I going to do? But Ursa would naturally build into MKB this game no matter what, even if it wouldn't be that good of a carry-to-carry matchup. You're Playing against Phoenix, the mischance, or playing against Brewmaster, he can be very annoying with his evasion. So maybe this could have been something different. I'm thinking more of a Bloodthorn. The Bloodthorn gives you also a bit more control against Ursa, synergizes well with your Manta style, and it's the burst damage that you do need. But we'll see if this Butterfly is going to pay out. By pay out, I mean pay off. And he also hit level 25, Curse of Awareness, attack speed bonus. A lot of 25s in this game already.
They are looking to go through bottom. Another Aegis for Yuma. A lot of time left with that. He's also got the Refresher Shard. Whisper. His Refresher is available to him. Ravaging 15 naturally, though. They've got the banner in the back. That's going to keep these catapults alive, doing some damage. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 range creeps. Can they kill this banner? While they start to shift over towards mid and split push a little bit. Trying to put some pressure on multiple lanes and make life difficult for Aurora to have to pick and choose where they're able to go in. Makoto willing with this Lincolns to jump forward and try and get some damage onto the banner that continues to stand tall and let these catapults continue to hit away at this tower. They'll slow it up with the Fire Spirit so they can save some damage. Yule's used, Makoto here, Tylong in, trying to get the stun. They've got the control. Makoto's able to jaunt down. They go to the Ravage, and now they find themselves. WS, who's not able to get the primal split off. No buyback. Supernova. This one's finally going to go off. They get the stun onto Yuma, but they just don't have the follow-up. Without this Brewmaster, it's a big problem. Her spike lands onto Yuma. The tier 3 low on health, but not taken just yet. 70 seconds without this Brewmaster, who does not have that buyback. They finally pierce the high ground.
That's a long time without a Brewmaster.
Yeah.
They need the split. They need potentially even the second split, but right now, they don't know if he has buyback or not. He's relatively close to it. It's hard to tell from Heroic's point of view whether he does have it or not. Makoto trying to buy as much time as possible.
Jumping Whisper Hex, Aeon Disc, that's going to be popped and used. Thinking about the onslaught, that's stopped by Mira using his own Hex to keep him in place. 2 sets of racks, all at the cost of this Brewmaster's life. Unable to stay alive and get that split off. Does this end up even turning into Mega Creeps? They've got the Glyph, 20 seconds without the Brew. He's also got Refresher. This turns into not just, you know, no Primal Split, but no 2 Primal Splits potentially. And losing so much at the cost of 1 hero. Shows just how much he does for this team. As Yuma going for another Torm. This time 455 each. That's a lot of gold.
Aurora, they still have a chance. They need to get the split off. They need to be the one. And he's also at, I'm going to say close to 25. Not sure if he's going to be able to get it before the next fight. Hand of Midas, unfortunately, doesn't give XP anymore.
Lotus being built for Sky. He's got 3,200 on him. Yeah, Brew would love to get to that level 25. He's also trying to get an Aeon Disc to survive moments like that where he ends up
I think it's time to
dying.
Potentially sell that Midas, get Aeon Disc, make sure that you have it for the next fight. Because the next fight's coming up. You need to send out the courier, probably to enemy side shop. Or if he has enough money for buyback, he needs another 250 gold, so doesn't have it yet.
30 seconds left on this Aegis. Not looking like it's the Aegis that finishes the game just yet. But it definitely has given them quite a substantial lead. Makoto closing in on his own level 25, but like you said, it's going to be some time until WS gets that level 25. Primal's got that extra plus 67 pulverized duration.
Yep, 6-7.
Have we figured out what the meme means yet? Am I too old? Her spike comes in. That lands on the 2, but the Ravage flies forward. The BKB's gonna be popped by Taiwan, going in from Makoto with a Mystic Flare in the silence with that Ancient Seal.
Double onslaught onto
He ends up dying, and now V2 trying to go forward, and they've got the Nullify. It's gonna be on Yuma, who pops the BKB. They use that Primal Split already. They're gonna refresh on Whisper. He's gonna try and jump in. The blink forward, the Hex comes out from Mirai. Now the turnaround. They've got the Yules coming out from Kaori, but can they get the control onto him? Or Spike once again, flying forward. He's lacking the mana. He's lacking the ability to just get this Ravage off in the moment. He does have just enough to continue on as KJ's off to the side, waiting for his moment to jump in as well. He's got that Blink Dagger ready to go with that Aghanim Scepter.
Oh man, Tai Lung, really respect the play that he did. He did go with the Onslaught and then refresh just to get another stun onto Puck, making sure that Puck needs to be out of the fight. Forces a buyback come out from him. Heroic, they will reset their BKBs, potentially reset their refreshers as well. Roshan could respawn in less than 2 minutes if it's a fast spawn.
Right. Point in the game where Heroic will just continue to farm up all of the map and make life so difficult for Aurora, who are now dealing without the buyback of this Puck. He didn't really get anything in return except for a kill on a Skywrath main, which is not exactly the most value on it. Boots travel 2 for Urza, Boots 1 for the Primal, and a Meteor Hammer. Is that what I saw? That was what I saw for Skywrath Mage.
Interesting choice, 47 minutes into the game. It's like, what do I do with this Kaya? Gotta upgrade it, I don't have enough slots. He does have 2 greater healing Lotuses. I think that is his strongest item in the inventory right now. Alright, we can add this build as well. I did mention the one from Underlord with Tranquil Boots, drums, and pipe. To guess the Hero Edition, I think we could try to do the same for Skywrath Mage, because I don't think many people would be able to guess this item build.
It does scream support. So you are cutting a lot of heroes out, but we can post it. We'll post it to Reddit or something. Hex on a Boots Travel 2, or Spike at the longest distance. Lotus Orb is on Whisper. He's looking for the jump in. He does have Ravage available. WS needs to be careful. Still doesn't have that Aeon disc, so he doesn't have a way to make sure that he gets that Primal Split off. That is the real question here, on if his Primal Split's going to be enough value, if Makoto can survive in these fights. He's got this Parasma, he's got this bot A, and he's trying to just survive and do as much damage as he can, but he hasn't been able to make it more than 5 seconds in the fights with the Jump, Pulverize, Ancient Seal combo on him. Even with that Linkens. Jump forward, Waning Rift, Dreamcore is going to be used. They're already TPing over to the outpost. Supernova used early. Abyssal Blade, they're right-clicking the egg, and they get that kill. They go to the Pulverize. It's going to be through. Out onto this Abaddon.
Forever. This Pulverize.
It's so long. That 6-7 extra is so much for him. The buyback to Supernova once again. They're trying to get the kill to V2. The Sunray, but V2's dead for 100 seconds, and they kill the egg again! It's breakfast for everybody here for Heroic. There's omelets all over the ground. The Abyssal Blade, the kill on a WS, that's 3 heroes dead. Technically 4 with the double on the Kaori.
A Primal Beast is one of the best heroes for the late game. Like, what he does has pretty much unlimited amount of damage, unlimited amount of control, and they could potentially just go back. Might need to sacrifice Whisper. The rest of the team focusing on the towers.
Do they even need to sacrifice Whisper? He's given the Lotus again and again. BKB gets popped, Dream Coil on a 3, but where's the damage to follow it up? You've got the control, but you need so much more. Primal Split gets used. Yuma starting to rip through these pandas, and now the Earth Spike lands on both those heroes as well, but where is the damage? V-Tune's still up out of the high ground, while the rest of the team is up over towards Heroic. Mira is going to stand still trying to drain out some of this mana, but he'll end up dead buyback immediately. They're going to try and get themselves Mega Creeps. Heroic. Meteor Hammer slams down from the sky. 3-man Earth Spike. But again, can they find anything to follow it up? The disruption save is there. Yuma is going to try and go after this V-Tune. Abaddon, near a death for the second time. Theo accords the next target. Mystic Flare is down. WS in the face of these heroic heroes, and they'll end up dead to Tai Long.
No borrowed time.
Against the world, no borrowed time, and they've run out of it anyway. Heroic will take game number 1 as they will defeat Aurora 46-27, 51 minutes in.
Yeah, this game was pretty much Tai Long and Yuma show. They gave him way too good of a start on this Ursa, who killed every single objective on the map. They killed Tormentor literally 5 times. They killed Roshan 3 or 4 times, and he was the one controlling every single fight, managing to only die 2 times. And again, Tai Long, I've been very impressed. Whenever this guy plays something active from the mid lane, you gotta watch it.
Yeah, you definitely got to watch it indeed. And well, we'll throw it over to the panel and hear their thoughts. Take it away, guys.
You gotta also watch the bear. I do think that was one thing that came out at the very end of the draft for Heroic that was really strong. And we talked about how Puck coming out at the start of the draft was gonna be supposed to be for Aurora the driving force of their victory. But there were so many ways that Heroic could counter that. And the bear was just one of them, but I do think, Gunnar, the bear is still the show. Yuma.
Yeah, I think we were like, oh, the Puck's gonna kind of pop off this game.
Yeah.
We were worried about the ABBA, but in this game, I think the Puck didn't pop off. Like you were saying, I think Yuma just kind of played phenomenally this game. It was one of the classic Heroic games we've seen pretty much for the last year, where Yuma just ends the game with some like 20 KD, just kills everyone. He's also very vocal carry, so he's like making a lot of these calls. You know, a lot of it is centered around his hero, how they want to play, and they played phenomenally.
I would like to put a pin on the Puck conversation because I feel like we should go back to it.
Okay.
There's 2 conversations to be had. Like, number one is we have to praise Yuma for this. I mean, there was one point where he solo killed 2 people, and I mean, the conversation about Ursa post Ag Shard nerf in a way is that now he's like more of a snowballing carry. This is what Brian, who BSJ was a big Ursa player, keeps saying. So this is one of those games where like the new Ag Shard, the new like snowballing version of Ursa actually looks better. If you're giving this hero like 2 solo kills early on into the game, the snowball potential is insane if somebody knows the limits with the hero. And you know, I was at 21-2 is a ridiculous score line, by the way. What the hell is that? I was a little worried for Heroic that, okay, Abaddon versus Ursa now, like you have, you know, what is it, 6 seconds of damage reduction on Ursa, but Abaddon's ulti is like up to 7 seconds, 8 seconds. So, you know, maybe with the new Ag Shard, it's not as good as of a matchup.
He knew!
That didn't matter.
He knew he was going to play the bear. That's fun.
Yeah, that's
actually.
crazy.
That's
I guess he does play quite a few claw-type heroes. Meepo also has...
Meepo's really not a...
No.
He's got a shovel.
This is definitely a bear or a tiger, and there's no tiger here.
I love the rattle cage, by the way. Just knowing that, like, I'm the carry, I'm going to get focused, I have damage reduction, I'm just going to, like, do so much damage to them when they attack me that it's not going to be worth it. Yeah, this is crazy. 11,000 building damage on Ursa is... I mean, I guess when you're the only hero that's really hitting towers, it makes sense. But the Puck looked like legitimately... Mikoto had no game. This looks so mediocre. Like, every fight, he's dying full to 0 to Sky plus Primal. I mean, Tai Long was playing, like... incredibly well, catching the puck out. Like, that's not an easy thing to do, catching a puck with Primal Beast. But in this game, like, it legitimately looked like, why isn't he face shifting? Why isn't he face shifting? He's dead, you know?
There was a lot of really clean, like, charge that he would do rather than... I think a lot of the other Primals would be like, I'm going to blink ult the puck and kind of stun him for the damage. But he was playing in more of a, I'm going to charge through the puck and I'll do all the damage. There's this really nice play where he, like, had Refresher. He, like, blinks in, he charged Ws, refreshes, charges during the same stun duration to stun the puck again. And he basically just did all the damage by himself. And so it was just, like, really cool to see that, because I think if I want to think about a year or 2 ago, the Primal, they would just blink BKB, stun the puck, and then do the slow chain stun with, like, the shift Q.
And then a good puck will press phase shift.
During the, like, grab animation.
Yeah, exactly. I think also the way that he was using the rocks was
really nice.
Was really nice. Like, and I mean, this is the interesting thing about watching like a young player playing something where he just clearly has these like new, fresh ideas. Where he was trying to hit multiple units with the rocks, but I feel like the rocks were so bad for so long. It was not a good Aghanim Shard. Now everyone's like rushing the Aghanim Shard that like he's like, I'm going to try to hit like 3 or 4 heroes with this. And you'd see it happen, and it would set up for a good charge. Also, he's playing around the charge, not the ult. So it's like he looks like this just crazy AoE, devastates the entire team fight with stunts and damage type hero when it's played like this. And yeah, I just haven't really seen it before too much.
No, it was quite a treat to watch. Definitely one to look out for. But we do want to, Jeng has mentioned the Yuma killing 2 heroes at the start of the game already. We wanted to just show you guys that as well.
We got to watch it again. And like the most devastating thing here is, okay, well, number 1, he's level 5. I didn't realize that in the game. So he gets the level 6 from that kill and then gets another kill.
And the XP.
He starts giggling. Look at his camera. He's just laughing.
In all of this on an XP shrine, it's like
he's always been ever since like there was it used to be the runes, right?
Yeah,
pick up. Yeah. I would play with him, and I'm just in the mid lane, right? Because you didn't really contest him back then, and I just would hear him like giggle, and he's playing an anti-mage. He's like blinking away. He's like, I outclicked them, guys. I got the rune. Like he loves doing this random like solo quit. Monkey King, he would also do it a lot too. So. He finds a way to do it on Ursa, and it's just, I don't know. I don't want to say a specialty, but I think he's the carry player that would probably do the 1v2 there the most.
Yeah.
You know what? Ironically, the other carry player that might do this, make these early rotations on Ursa, Nightfall.
Yeah.
Nightfall just started doing this in Dream League, and we were praising him for it.
And Ursa was his most successful hero for this.
And it was all with Ursa, so it's very interesting to see the hero develop like that through these players having like fresh ideas. So cool to see.
Cool to see. Another fresh idea, of course, was the Skywrath Mage, which we also want to highlight a little bit more because we don't really see Skywrath Mage that frequently. It worked out very well against the Puck this game.
I have told production the wrong time to highlight the Skywrath Mage because you can see so about at 20 minutes he goes from 19 minutes and he's got of course a pretty normal inventory as you can see, but then at 20 minutes he gets a Hand of Midas. We'll pull that up here. Look at this inventory. You're reporting this guy if he's in your pub. But I don't know. It actually kind of makes sense. I feel like Skywrath Mage, you're kind of going to do the same thing regardless of
he has to press his spells. That's all he needs to do.
Press your spells and go die. And the thing is, though, if you can get to the late game where you have the Aghanim Scepter, you have maybe Atos if you need it, Blink Dagger, even Kaya and Sanj is very good on this hero. Like, you're just doing a ton of damage. Like, he was doing 90% of the damage to Pucks in that fight with the Primal Beast. So, I love the build. I love the Midas.
I like how your solution is not like, just pressure spells. It doesn't matter. It's just pressure spells and die. Why does he have to die to press his spells?
Because
someone's got to die.
And if he doesn't die, he doesn't get all his mana back, and he doesn't have items to get mana back. So you got to do something.
Oh, it's for the mana regen. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Okay.
does make sense.
I'm quoting Theolacor. I'm going to my pubs. I'm playing Sky. I'm getting Midas. I'm going to say that he did it.
Yeah, that will definitely
in a competitive game. He beat Aurora.
Well, he did beat Aurora. Can they do it again? That is a question we'll have answered in game number 2 after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, we are back yet again with another fantastic interview for KJ with Heroic at Wallachia. Let's talk a little bit about this roster. I'm very interested in the new players, especially, I mean, we've seen Whisper many times before. No reason to talk about that. He just comes on, comes off. I want to talk about this Thiliakor guy. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Thiliakor.
Thiliakor. Where did he come from? I mean, this is X-Secret, Ovilus, I think, Shopify, and now he is here. Why him?
I mean, I think like he's one of the hardest working guys I've ever seen, like from my circle. Like it's incredible how much effort he puts into the game and like how many hours he puts in. Like I think he got immensely unlucky with his career, like in the past years. Like he went to Shopify and then the team was going bad and they made some crazy changes. And I think like they kicked him. I was like I'm pretty sure he got kicked because he was a Brazilian in the team. You know, like there was no way he was the problem of the team. And then like Dota, you can enter a snowball. People get good players and they don't want to change and blah blah blah. So I feel like any other player with how much time he stayed without a team would have just like, you know, I'm gonna go do a university. But he kept grinding, always kept high ranked, and I feel like now he's ready to show his work, and I trust a lot in him. He's a very friend of mine, and when we started our careers in Dota, let's say, not started, but like when we were coming tier 2 to tier 1 or high tier 2, we moved together and then we started playing from Fortaleza, so we could play Europe. So yeah, he's like the guy that's willing to do everything that's necessary to win.
That's fantastic to hear. I mean, and you're a very motivated team. Every time that I talk to Heroic, you know, it's like, how do we get better? What do we do to get that little bit of an edge? So he seems like he's a good fit. I didn't know that you guys had so much history together. Did you guys play together on teams before? Sorry for not doing that research.
Well, our first TI was together.
Okay.
It was TI 10 with SG.
Oh, that's
probably
right.
Many people don't remember, but like it was where we did it, you know, like we like, oh, finally we got to TI. Like it was our first big tournament, so it was very remarkable for us.
Yeah.
He can sacrifice a lot for the team, and he can do what people don't want to do.
Wow, that's a powerful ally to have on a team. There's a lot of, no offense, but pretty spoiled Dota players out there that just want to do what they do. So that sounds great. This guy's ready to put in the grind. Let's talk about the other one, all right? Tai Lung. This guy is nuts. I mean, what was he, like 11K MMR at 14 years old? This guy's 16 now, absolutely killing it. Can we talk about this guy?
Yeah, no, he's very surprising. Like, I don't know if it's because he's young or if he's just smart about the game, but he picks up things so fast, so quickly. He already knew so many things when he entered the team and how to execute the heroes that he's good with.
All right, so would you say that this might be a Heroic squad that stays together for some time? You think this is a solid one that is going to go through multiple tournaments, or are we still kind of testing the waters?
Next PGL, we're going to be the same team.
Okay.
Don't worry.
All right.
I promise you one more PGL.
Well, that's very good to hear. All right, well, enough about your teammates, man. How are you? How's life been for you? How do you think the team is? Are you feeling confident and good?
I'm happy. I'm very happy with the team state. We had a bit of a shaky start of year, but I feel like that's just Dota, you know, like you have so much, then you take a break, and then like you take a week longer break than you should have, and now you're losing to Peru rejects, you know, so like that's just how brutal Dota is, you know, you cannot stop because you're gonna lose to anyone. KJ from Future, now it's fine, you're gonna do fine, this team is good, don't worry.
KJ is feeling optimistic about the future and his team. And of course, in this series, he has every right to be, because they're one game up against Aurora, and we're already in the draft for game number 2 of this best of 3 series here with Jenkins and Gunner. And we want to see where this goes. And I do think one of the easiest things that we're going to see changed is that Aurora's draft is not going to revolve all around their overall first pick.
Yeah, that overall first pick puck, at least, I feel like that...
you don't think it was good enough?
That test failed. Dude, it's just cyclical. It's like, we saw this exact same thing. I think it was Wallachia 5, where like the value of puck went up and up and up. Teams tried to first phase pick it, and it only worked for GPK. He's the only guy that it worked for because he just happened to be the best mid at the time.
Ooh!
They actually banned it.
Shadow Fiend is still in the pool, and Aurora could pick that up, and I'm totally okay with having a draft revolve around Shadow Fiend, because that is a hero that will win regardless.
Yeah.
So that's an insanely broken carry.
Yeah.
Also, so Tree has been somewhat ignored.
Yes.
In the series.
This series, yes.
Ooh.
Viper.
Interesting. I guess it's a flex Viper, right? Like they can play mid and off lane.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
I assume. I would expect it to be off lane.
Technically, they could play a 5 Viper as well.
Okay.
King Jungles has done it. It's a green hero. He likes to play the green guys.
Yes.
It's not happening.
But I think most likely it wouldn't make sense to me unless it's an offlane Viper. Because like, why would you see Shadow Fiend and then pick Viper and it's not the response to Shadow Fiend? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
So I think most likely I see this and it's like, okay, this is the Whisper hero.
Can you follow SF? Is it like actually good against SF? I feel like that's like
it's
very volatile.
It's okay. Like you don't want to raise the Viper, you don't want to trade into him early.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, game wise, it's not necessarily good for Viper, but I think the lane should be decent if it was mid.
Okay, I mean it's an interesting thing to try. I feel like Heroic tends to have good reads when it comes to Viper matchups. I remember when they had Divide, they were running Viper against DK safe lane when DK was like a real scourge, and that was working for them. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, if you Viper strike the SF, you break his minus armor passive, which is a big part of his damage.
Yeah.
It's BKB piercing. SF will almost always buy BKB, but he can't buy Manta. And you can Manta dodge the Viper strike, so...
Also, even some of them are going like the Blink Kayasha. Like the kind of spellcastery.
Yep.
Well, let's see which bans are coming our way then, because Aurora has banned out the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, assuming these heroes are laning versus each other, they want kind of the same supports.
They do.
Like, they want Clock, Marcy, Spirit Breaker, Tree, and Protector.
Yeah.
And so, kind of these bans, you're also having to think of banning characters for yourself, like what heroes. So like Spirit Breaker you don't really want as a 5, and Tree you don't really want as a 4, so I wouldn't be surprised if Heroic bans the Tree.
Yeah, please
and
ban
Aurora bans the Spirit Breaker.
No way you give...
Especially with Shadow Demon banned.
SF out.
Well, Heroic has the chance to pick out of this, so they could pick it up.
I mean, they could, but then the issue with that is now you likely still... I don't know if you want to put the Tree in as a position 4, and then you have like this weird double melee support duo.
Well, they're gonna... Yeah, I was going to say, because otherwise they give it away, so they pick it up.
Yeah, if you're not banning it, I think you kind of...
You don't want to give the strongest lane in Dota to a Shadow Fiend team.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. I mean, it does mean Kaori gets to play one of his like regular guys. Such
Everything's
as, like,
in.
Yeah, such as the Phoenix. Let's see.
Warlock Jakiro.
I feel like Phoenix isn't the best option for them, but he just likes it the most, and that's what they usually go for.
Also, Trian's not going to kill the egg. And they banned out Ursa already, so maybe this time around the egg can go off.
It's okay. I like the Jakiro.
I like the Jakiro too.
A lot. I think it's good versus the Viper, but...
But it's Kaori, so...
It's Kaori. Best Phoenix in the world.
He gets the Phoenix, he's going to take the Phoenix. I mean, I respect that. The like comfort plays have obviously worked for them up until this point, so why fix what ain't broken?
Let's see what they pair up with it.
Still, a melee support would be pretty nice.
Yeah, they can always play the Phoenix on the off.
They played it. They like can swap their supports, right?
They can.
I think if they're willing to do that, still like the Marcy, the Clockwork, both look pretty good to me. Maybe.
Yeah, Phoenix against a tree lane should hypothetically be pretty
Tusk
great.
is also in the pool.
Mirror Tusk, yeah, that sounds amazing. It's so good against Viper.
Yeah.
Like, Viper hates playing against Tusk. You throw the shards down, he's like, let me out, please.
Yeah. Tusk can be kind of sad versus Tree in the game, because if you get overgrowth, you can't like save your guy with Snowball.
True.
But
yeah. In the previous game, we saw Aurora first phase banning Meepo, and obviously it's not yet the place to pick up a Meepo, but what should I look out for just in case it is a good Meepo game? Or does Yuma always think it's a good Meepo game?
It's every game. He very well could pick it 16, 17. He could be like, guys, every Meepo hits the egg. I'll deal with the Phoenix.
Honestly, against
Shadow Fiend can't man-fight me.
Okay. Shadow Shaman, is that a threat?
No, not for Meepo.
Not for Meepo.
Okay.
bad in a Meepo. I mean, technically, this is technically a good Meepo game.
It is a very good Meepo game so far.
Oh,
but
dear.
There's an 18 pick potential. Like,
yes.
What are the big counters? Earthshaker.
So his number one counter
Troll
is Troll.
But it's
I don't think you're gonna have Troll SF on the same team.
It's a bit weird.
Troll
against Viper sounds kind of sus.
Yeah, Shaker was like kind of a counter, but I think Shaker's kind of in a weaker spot right now.
More so when Shaker's like a strong core.
Yeah.
The Yashikaya Shaker.
I think there's anything else that's like super scary, especially in the meta.
And for a role that's not picked up yet.
Yeah.
This is just the 2 core roles left.
Oh,
Most
Elder
likely.
Titan is a really good one, but
but again, it's
that
like
requires a specific skill set.
even versus Viper is pretty bad because you break the passive, so you actually don't really get this like minus armor thing.
Well, first I got the Jakiro.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
We got a juicy treat on our hands.
Okay, no, I know Whisper plays Pudge, but that means Viper is mid. Or does
I think
Tailang
it's
play
I think it's Yuma Pudge.
Yuma Pudge.
I think it's gonna be Yuma Pudge with the Jakiro in the safe lane, and then they're gonna put the tree in the offlane with the Viper.
I agree. I actually think it's a Yuma Pudge too because he loves going through the portal, and this is like an age-old classic. I remember Dendy hooking Shadow Fiends mid, picking Pudge versus SF. You hook an SF, he can't do a thing. Like he's just dead to you.
Even just like if you think of the ways that they want to play the game, Pudge wants to buy armor, he wants to buy Shivas, and he has a BKB piercing stun, which like buying armor is good versus SF, BKB piercing stun is good versus SF. Theoretically, it's good, and also a lot of the support damage is low instance, right? Like the Phoenix is dots, Shadow Shaman's not dots, but like he has like the serpent wards and stuff, so the flush heap is also really good. You're making an interesting face about this.
It's just funny to me to see like Pudge really owns Shadow Fiend, and they're like, okay, we'll get you by picking a hero that Pudge owns even more with the sniper. Like, Yuma, if Yuma gets his hands on Pudge this game, which I think it will be a Yuma Pudge,
he hits a lot of hooks.
I feel like he's going to run around and have a really good time. They're banning Muerta. You truly think this is going to be an off-lane Pudge? Come on.
I really think that it's just a carry Pudge. I think that's like the simple thing. Maybe they thought it was a mid Viper, and that's why they went the sniper.
Yeah.
And like, sure, in theory, yes, Heroic does have last pick, so it's like, oh well, they get to flex everything. But I've always thought in drafting, just do this, prepare for the simplest thing, and make your draft good. So if they're prepping for like this weird Pudge offlane, Viper mid, last pick carry, blah blah blah, it's like you're griefing your own draft, kind of with the sniper pick.
I mean, they're assuming that they're gonna like shit on the lanes and that Heroic is gonna do bad lane setup. I don't.
They still ban out the Meepo as well.
I mean, I get that.
They could have still. That is the scary thing. Like if it ended up being Viper mid, Pudge offlane, and Meepo safe lane, yes. But you can just ban that instead of picking sniper.
I'm so shocked by the anticipation of like a not Yuma Pudge. It feels like a miss from Aurora. Like a bit of a blunder. But maybe this is like scrim data. Maybe they have a read that it's been Whisper playing a lot of Pudge and not Yuma.
I mean, Whisper does play a lot of Pudge.
He does.
Timber will be banned.
Bro, they even banned Timber Brew. Come on. Like these own Pudge in lane.
So if we're still gonna assume that Aurora is covering all their bases, what hero would do well against the Pudge on the offlane? That is still in, because WS is the only one that's missing his hero for Aurora. And they don't have much time left to think about this. He's got a lot of his heroes already banned.
Lardar?
Yeah, still in.
Xlar's good versus Viper, good versus Pudge. The subs are kind of annoying for this Lardar, but
Gristle can be okay. I mean,
not versus Viper.
Centaur, yeah, not against Viper. Centaur's out.
Okay.
They go for Primal themselves.
Primal's,
it's all right.
I feel like Primal's just like a neutral hero these days. You kind of just like select it. To me, it feels like a higher damage version of Centaur, where you can pick in a lot of games because you can jungle, because you can cut waves.
I've got a random question. If you're stomping around Primal Beast, you're doing all the damage, you get hooked. Do you do damage over the entire length? That's nice.
And you're also taking damage if he has the shard. Everyone dies.
So, I mean, I really still have a feeling this is like a mid that they're looking for.
I think you're just tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah. Oh, tiny Pudge against SF snipers.
A lot of mobility, a lot of HP.
That's just so stupid.
Okay.
Toss them on there?
It's a South American team. They love their repositioning.
The only concern I can see with the Tiny is that they don't have an egg killer. And the Phoenix is like an amazing game versus both Pudge and Tiny.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, like, sure, that's maybe scary, but...
Do you want to see with this, because you see the whole lineup, do you want Viper?
You know what?
Whisper or Tailang, mid or offlane?
Offlane for sure.
I think offlane, honestly, Ember's not bad either because you have the setup of the chains and the hook. Like, that would really seal the deal for like SF and Sniper having a shit game.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's just that I guess the problem is then you're laning an Ember versus a Sniper or SF mid, which is a really bad lane.
Is there any world it's a Pudge mid? No, right? I feel like the chance of it being a Pudge mid is so low.
I mean, it would be good. It's just...
Is it lane well into Sniper?
I think so. I think there's so much kill threat that Sniper has to be really, really careful. If you're just hitting creeps, then yeah, for sure, Pudge loses.
I mean, they could do that if they wanted something that's better at killing the egg, but I'm not sure what they would want that's good at killing the egg. Like, to me, I feel like I'd rather just pick like something like the Ember, something like the Storm, something like the... Not Puck, because it's banned, but something in that genre. Go mid and just dodge the egg. Like, every time he presses egg, you all walk away because there's not even that many stuns for Aurora. Like, they can't hold the team in place.
Weaver. So that will be a Pudge, not carry.
Could still be mid.
I mean, it's a Viper mid, which...
Mid Viper.
Mid Viper. So Whisper will be playing that Pudge.
My concern, I didn't think they would do this because isn't Sniper just like a counter pick to the Viper mid? Like...
Yeah, I mean, that's why they picked it.
Yeah, so I just find it strange that they're not... Like, you pick Viper knowing there's a Shadow Fiend, knowing that most likely that's your lane matchup, and then you dodge the lane matchup that you pick to put it into a losing mid matchup for a Sniper, or for a Pudge lane, which is like, okay.
Maybe they felt that the game was going to be... the games generally go a little bit longer, so they wanted to have a proper carry...
Yeah.
Still as well, just in case.
Jakiro Pudge does sound like it could feed off of an SF lane pretty hard. Like, there is a world where Whisper said...
They might crush the lane.
Just give me the Pudge. Like, I'm going to crush this game so hard. Get Yuma something else that he's, like, happy to play, which is Weaver. And I'll snowball and make some space for him. And then Tai Lung, I guess, like, you can play Viper with the Caustic Bath and just pushing the lane out and AFKing against Sniper.
I'll say I'm not really a huge fan of how Heroic finished this draft. I think that it looked really cool at the start, so I'm not a big fan, but I think their draft is better than Aurora's. I just don't like it. You know, I'm not going to give it
better.
I'm not going to give it like this stamp. I'll give it like 55 Heroic, something like that.
But it could have been better.
It could have been better.
I'll go 67% Heroic. I think that it's still a very free Pudge game. And I feel like if Whisper's calling for it, if Yuma's letting him have it, they understand the hero well enough that they know that it's going to have a good game. They know that it's going to counter the Sniper and the SF. I mean, he has a Jakiro in lane with him. Like, that's a pretty free lane.
Yeah, but Jakiro normally is played as position 5, and now he's played as position 4. Is that...
Theolacor likes to play it as a 4. Like, this team is the one team that will still run it as a 4, and they devastate lanes.
Okay, they're going to devastate lane. We're going to find out, will Heroic get a 2-0 with this Pudge, or will we go to a game number 3? We're finding out with B-Cup on Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Can Pudge rot away the chances here for Aurora, or is it going to be Aurora finally bringing this one to 3 games? Heroic have looked good so far in this game number 1 and in this series, but now you've got this Shadow Fiend to worry about, Lacoste, and I do feel as though maybe this Sniper might have an opportunity to pop off in lane as well.
Yeah, you have 2 massive turrets, Shadow Fiend plus Sniper. You have pretty good front line with Primal Beast. Decent amount of control as well, coming out from Shaman and Primal. So if, in theory, it looks like a good draft on side of Heroic, this is a very difficult draft to execute. This is like hit or miss type of a draft. There's nothing stable about this draft. I want to see how Pudge and Jakiro are going to be doing in the lanes. If you land a hook, you can actually destroy the lane, considering that it is a lane where they have no stuns. There's literally nothing that can protect the Shadow Fiend. Maybe Mira can start in the bottom lane, try to make something happen. Right now, they are smoked. It's a bit of a later smoke. And Kaori did pick that one up. This is the interaction that I didn't see, and I have 1,500 games on Pudge, just in Dota 2. So he hooked, and the other guy picked up the bounty, but it's still like he picked it mid-hook, which means that Pudge also got his mana back.
Okay. So free nothing, but that is a-okay. They've brought the Extreme Protector Up into the top lane. Obviously, those trees have been cut away, and so have the trees in the bottom lane a little bit here by VTune, who's got his own Quelling Blade. Looking at Tai Long already taking a decent hit into his HP as he's sitting here against the sniper, maybe trying to output some of his own damage here with these right clicks. Pushing Makoto all the way back and then trying to open up the lane for himself. Getting a couple denies out of it, as this is going to be a back and forth lane with these levels, and we'll see who makes the rotation in terms of supports as well to maybe help out, especially when we hit that 6-minute mark.
Makoto's playing with the ghillie suit, which means longer duration shrapnel. And Tai Long. Panel talked about Caustic Bat. Maybe he wants to be pushing out the waves with the Nether Toxin, but instead he's trying to battle it out. He's trying to deal damage with Poison Attack. Does have Fairy Fire, and seems like he's going to be skipping the bottle in that mid lane.
Shackles from Mira for a second, but nothing really doing all overall in that lane as he just uses the chicken fingers to hex him up for a second. Tough to play against KJ, but when you've got the trees taken out of the formula, things get a little bit tough for Tree Protector overall. It's one of those ways to try and win the lane up against this Tree Protector overall. Kaori on this Phoenix, which I like his set. He's an owl on this Phoenix. You know, I was over in the green room and they said, you sound like an owl.
Who? Good one, Benjamin. Back to the game. Teolicor, once they hit level 2, I think there's a lot of kill threat coming out from Whisper and Teolicor in this bottom lane. There's going to be a good amount of harassment. Kaori, he's also level 2.
Oh,
there's the hook.
Hits. Icarus dive away, even using the Fairy Fire, but the Blood Grenade thrown on top of him. He's ticking low. The Tango is going to keep him alive, and he'll salve up afterwards. So close with the combo, close with the hook, but the Icarus dive away, ending up saving him. Might not be so fortunate the next time around, especially when these levels get a little bit higher for both of them. We're hitting that 3-minute Lotus timing, and KJ's got trees over here, so he's able to hit onto Mira, who will shackle, but they've brought over Theolagor. Try and get first blood, and who will get it? It will, in fact, be Yuma, who gets that first blood, gets that extra bit of gold, and they get the Lotus.
This should be a pretty easy lane for Yuma. Unless he makes some kind of a massive mistake, I think Drain Protection can still bail him out of the trouble with Leech Seed, with the Living Armor. So he's going to be okay, and I see that Living Armor has been used onto the mid lane on Tai Long, who's playing very aggressive. 2 points in Poison Attack. Extra bit of regen, considering that he doesn't have bottles. He is going for Bracer. Might need to bring extra set of tangos or a healing salve to continue this pressure in the mid lane.
Kodo struggling to kind of find some footing and safety in this lane. He's CSing well enough, though, as he should, but you need to be careful, especially if the Living Armor is going to allow this Viper to just dive him down. The Tree Protector was trying to maybe get some more here in this lane, considering the fact that now they've got the trees back. But KJ, he was the starting point for getting that kill in the first blood over by the Lotus pool, and might be able to do it again. Bottom lane was going well for the Pudge at the moment. Not pushed up, so we won't see Theolacor go through the Twin Gate again just yet. But early on, willing to go through that gate and make those plays. Certainly beneficial for Heroic in that sense.
They want to hook Shadowfin in this bottom lane. Get close to, get on top of him. Pudge for now, saving a point. Thinking whether he needs a point in Meat Shield, whether he wants to go for Rot.
Just standing tall with Shackles, but he's got the Swarm on himself. Yuma gets the trade while WS gets a kill on a KJ. They do end up getting the kill into the Tree Protector. Finally get themselves on the board for the side of Aurora. As Makoto ticking low and dead to Tai Long, who gets the solo kill. So that's without the Tree Protector being alive and that Living Armor not there initially. But now he gets the kill, he salves up, he's got Living Armor, and he's going to be back pretty healthy in this mid lane, and things only getting even more tough for Makoto if that's going to be the case, and Tai Long going to continue to play this way.
Yeah, I want to see someone rotate potentially to mid lane, because if he uses Viper Strike, the Holy Core, Mira is here.
Shackles.
Gonna get a hook.
And
yes,
the hook first.
Kaori dies.
Kill. Gets this kill. The right clicks in. Kaori takes out the Holy Core in death, but that's a trade maybe they weren't expecting to make.
And the reason why I wanted to see maybe someone rotate to the mid lane is Sniper. He doesn't have a TP. If you get in range to use Viper Strike on him, he's straight up dead. Throw in a Blood Grenade from the support, and Jakiros is going to make that move.
It's just an illusion rune, but Yuma's even here mid.
Here. All right, but boys, I said I wanted to see a rotation, not a
Viper.
Not a full team.
Under the tower in some trouble. KJ, he ends up dead first, and now the Viper Strike thrown out onto the Primal Beast. The Icarus dive across 3 of these heroes, and Tylong's going to get up onto the high ground. Kaori, if Yuma maybe can get another shot in, he'll get the kill there. Now they'll even look over at the rest of these heroes, but Tylong dies to Makoto. Yuma, with Makoto in trouble, not level 6 just yet, finds the Sniper and might even look for more. Mira onto the tower. It makes it a little bit more difficult. V-Tune also dead, so in a Whisper while this is all going on.
Yeah, this is before he's even level 6. Like, the read from Yuma to come to the mid lane, pushing out the top lane, and then also this Observer that KJ placed earlier is showing the TP rotations if they're going to be making them to the mid lane, and it also allows them to potentially go in and steal the enemy XP rune. And Yuma, like in the first game, is going to do the same thing, or at least try to do so. Last time he got a double kill.
Swarm on both. Yuma's in trouble. He is level 6, but it looks like he'll just get run down. This time it's the opposite of what happened. It's Yuma giving away 2. Now the Viper Strike. This might work wonders for Tylong if he can get the kill, but he won't chase further to try and get the Primal.
No mana on Weaver, unfortunately. He didn't have Magic Stick. That's an item that you definitely want to have, and we're gonna see the replay of Whisper with Phase Boost just running him down, Meat Shield on, Rot with Rotten Core. It gives you insane amount of damage, and nobody could help him there. No real stuns. It needs to be either Primal Beast, it needs to be Shadow Shaman, and they've been busy in the top lane.
And that was a sick move to get in front of V-Tune and stop him from being able to retreat.
They're not done. Yuma and Whisper, they're chasing him down. V-Tuna.
Immediate TPs. Hex, Shackle, and now some trouble for Pudge. Whisper's dead. Getting baited by his carry to go in on this.
I've seen too many of these videos on Facebook, on Instagram, TikTok. Yeah, when Shadow Shaman uses Shackles, then Shadowfin comes from behind. You know what I'm talking about? No, and then they just leave. I have to show you.
I've never seen this.
You'll laugh. People know.
People know. Who are these people?
These are the meme people.
Oh. Yeah, you were probably in the meme community on MySpace as well, naming some of these platforms.
I was.
Videos on. You'd be in my top 8. That's for sure. Even game up to this point. Yuma, 4,000 net worth, and still kind of matching, not 1-for-1, but that last game on that Ursa, granted, didn't have the same outcome at that 7-minute mark, but that was where he was given a lot of that gold. Yeah. He's still having a very good start to this game.
He is. I'm just a little surprised that he doesn't have a magic wand. This is the item that gives you great stats. It gives you extra HP. He could have probably gotten a kill on Mira in the mid lane. He would have enough mana. And then near the fight, near the XP Shrine, would have enough mana with a couple of stick charges to get the time lapse, get another spell or so.
Dust. Pulverized, top. Yuma is in some trouble, but he does have time lapse this time around, so he's a-okay if it's just the one of the Primal Beast. Things got real quiet after trying to take that shrine, and then the fight over mid. Everybody's backed up into their respective jungles, continuing to try and farm. Level 6 for Mira. Has access to those Serpent Wards that maybe they want to pressure with. Amplified damage, KJ. We'll just swipe it up. Potentially looking to bait somebody in to try and go for that. But SF is keeping up. And they're going to try and go top. Yuma won't have time lapse this time around, but is able to Shikuchi before Mira is able to get any control out with that Hex Shackle combo with the Primal Beast. Hook thrown at the catapult. Just to get some easy golds, not really at the way of Vitun. They'll still sit here top, but they've got the help from KJ as Treant Protector ready to protect and do what he can. Field court, getting Sun Raid, hit with those fire spirits, and Makoto looking for an assassinate, even committing the supernova. So all that to get the kill on the field core, and that will explode. One of the few so far in this series that is able to go off.
This time around, it is going to be easier compared to the previous game. The only one who kind of wants to attack the egg is going to be Weaver, but everybody else, they're not going to be doing it. I was wondering what kind of auras they're going to be getting on Heroic, because both of the auras are going to be very valuable, both Crimson and Pipe. I see that Tai Long wants to pick up Crimson. I also want to see potentially Pudge picking up the Pipe. Not straight away. I think it's okay to get it slightly after, where you get your Aghanim Scepter, maybe even a Blink Dagger, and then go for a Pipe, but we'll have to see. WS, he's the one actually going for Pipe on the Primal Beast off lane, which is a rare sight.
Smoke broken over mid. No hook to hit. And still holding on to it, trying to get that Aghanim Scepter. Yuma's coming around with the Shikuchi, maybe has an opportunity to get a kill here. Mira is actually the one stacking, and there will be a pause from Heroic, all while Mira might be in some trouble. He does have Hex, he does have Shackles and Dust if they want to try and turn this onto Yuma. Primal's a little bit far away, and so is the Sniper, but if it can buy them enough time to TP in, maybe, but there's a lot of heroes here for Heroic.
Primal Beast is very low HP, so he's not going to be joining. But to go back to my point about Primal Beast Pipe, this is not something we're seeing, because mostly he's played from the safe lane, from the mid lane. Some teams played from the off lane as well. Most of the time you want to get Blink and BKB, but there are multiple BKB piercing tools, Viper Strike, Pudge, Overgrowth.
Still sticking on to Mira for a second. Whisper
looking for an angle.
Not throwing a hook, not finding anybody again. So these heroes move over. They'll steal these stacks. More gold here for Whisper to get closer to that Aghanim Scepter. Tong has been left over in the mid lane to continue to farm. Overall, nobody really playing too aggressive for the last 5 minutes or so. It kind of all got shut down after that shrine play.
Aurora managed to stabilize. It was 2k gold lead for Heroic. They started off strong, and then that shrine fight got them back into the game. Shadowfin's also recovering nicely, not dying. They try to put a lot of pressure onto Vitun. That second gank that was coming through the Twin Gate from Yuma was not successful. He was the one who also got a kill on Pudge. They did manage to stabilize. Their high ground defense is also super strong. You have Primal Beast, you have Sniper, one of the best, if not the best hero in the game to defend the high ground with. And also in terms of tower damage, Heroic, they don't have that much. Unless maybe Viper gets a shard.
There's the jump with the blink, pulverize, and now the trample on Athelicore. They've got the Hex, they'll get the kill, they'll take out the Jakiro. Even here at 9, stressful moments, and Whisper, he's 1,000 gold now away from this Aghanim Scepter. They'll drop down the Serpent Wards, trying to get a tower. Gotta be careful of the blink as well as the pulverize. WS is waiting for his moment. KJ comes in, Overgrowth used, Outlands on it too, but where's the follow-up damage to come from? Mira shackling and right-clicks from Tai Long onto this Shadow Shaman. They'll get the kill there, but Vitun looking for the Requiem. That lands onto the Weaver, and Yuma's just blown up. In too far.
Nice.
Not getting the vision on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, their catch is really not that great. Sure, Weaver can try to go in, but it's not a control that you need. Viper was also looking for potential angle to be able to get the Viper Strike, but the cast range isn't really the greatest. It's only 700 at level 1. And then Vitun finds the right opportunity. Hides behind those trees. That's why Whisper is going for a Blink Dagger after he finishes off his Aghanim Scepter. He needs to be able to start a fight.
Whisper, let's travel TP over from Tai Long. They throw down the macro pyre, they go to the supernova, they hit the look at Makoto.
I don't think it was meant for him.
I highly doubt it. That right click doesn't kill Whisper. The onslaught's short. They don't get that kill. Mira's dead too. Supernova goes off, but they both die before Supernova could pop and they could go turn around on a heroic. They look over at WS. He's getting run down. Sunray onto the Core. They'll get the kill there. They'll end up making the trade, but Tylon getting himself a couple of kills. 3 heroes down on the side of Aurora. That is not what they were looking for when they immediately went to those TPs to try and kill Whisper.
I think he was trying to go for Kaori. They have no vision whatsoever, and I don't think that he saw Sniper there. Doesn't matter. Let's pretend that he did.
All on purpose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see that one again, because this is also, like, Pudge, he's extremely farmed. He is having almost 7,000 net worth, 15 minutes in. Aghanim Scepter completed.
Take a look at this replay. We'll see. Sniper's probably like, I've got great positioning right now. And then gets hooked. He starts backing away, and yeah.
And it looked like it was meant for Phoenix. And then WS, like, one bad thing about the Primal Beast in a lot of these matchups that are going to be slowing him down is Self-Dispel on Uproar has been moved from level 15 to level 20 talent. That's a lot of experience. That's like 10 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes, depending whether you're winning or not.
That is a long time to have to wait for that now. He's trying to go into the pipe after picking up this blink. As the game kind of evens out. And Pudge now has this Aghanim Scepter. Blink BKB is the list of items that he wants to pick up. Desolator soon for the Weaver. Yuma's game's slowing down a little bit. He's kind of close to a couple other heroes, but he was top of the net worth by a significant margin at the 7-minute mark. Since then, at 9 minutes or so. And this has been Shadow Fiend continuing to farm really well. And this is why things have been a little bit of a struggle for Yuma. He gets caught by this Blink Pulverize and the damage that Aurora have. And now he has to sit down and think about it for the next 30 seconds.
Feels like he needs a hero behind him. Whether it's an Ice Path, maybe Overgrowth, something that can potentially save him. Because right now he feels very squishy. Even with level 10 talent, 7 extra strength, he just straight up dies. He's going also for the Deso build. This type of a build requires you to be, I would say, more active. You want to be killing the heroes, and it's also not so much farm that you're getting, because if you get Maelstrom, your farm increases by a lot more, because with the Deso, you need to have Shard on top of that to be able to Shikuchi through the creep wave, which also puts you in a position where you can get jumped, where people can actually predict where you're going, compared to Maelstrom / Mjolnirbeard, where you're keeping the distance and using Shikuchi to run away instead of going into the creep wave.
We'll get this Desolator, and we'll see how long it takes for him to finally finish this item, but you see a Shadow Fiend that has now surpassed the 10,000 net worth marker, and that is just such good farm coming in for VTune, who completely opposite of the last game, where it was a bit of a struggle for him on the Abaddon throughout all portions of the game, but at this moment, the life is good for him.
They do see him, but still no moves coming out, and like even this Observer Ward that was placed by King Jungles, where Mira is standing right now, it's in the range of a sentry, but it's so far to the south that you can't even see it.
Really interesting spot there. Gets you so much information, too. 66% on the win probability. Now 65. Some last hit somewhere made a difference. Be a Lotus for Mira, who's looking into the Blink Dagger. Speaking of Blinks, Pudge got his. Pretty quick from Axe to Blink.
Yes, he did farm some of the stacks in the meantime, and also survived that fight.
Whoa, going for Roche. Deso is flying out for the Weaver. That'll help. And they'll go back into the pit, but Fire Spirits fly in. They see that this Roche is kind of low. There are 5 heroes here, but they might need to make a move. They've got the pipe, they'll have the blink, they'll try to have a pulverize, they'll go after KJ, and the damage coming in with the assassinate. Now KJ, he is low, but they hit the hook, they go to the dismember, they find themselves the Phoenix, they get the Kona Kaori. They'll still continue on to Roche. Shrapnel's down, KJ's in trouble, but he'll go to the Overgrowth before he dies. That locks up Mira as well as this Shadow Fiend. Hook's going to be a miss on this one. They get the kill on Mira. That's going to be 2 dead. And an Aegis picked up for Yuma. They can also farm these Serpent Lords. And Heroic, they take a very risky play to go for Roche, but it does pay off in the end.
Their team fight's also strong with the auras. Overgrowth barely hitting 2 of them on the edge. Ooh. Whisper slide off them. Mark with that hook, but
he's
still gonna be able to eat him. Yeah.
And he'll have the Dismember, he'll have the rest of his team, and WS will pulverize, but he's still dead.
And this is right near the another objective. So Roshan into Tormentor, they do have the damage. With this Deso, they do have a little bit of survivability as well. The Olicorp doesn't even need to care, and he's gonna get it, which does unlock Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost at the same time.
Allows you to use one, then the other, not one or the other. Basically, it's a brain surgery that allows the 2 heads to think separately instead of as one. Worth it for 1,400 gold, if you ask me.
It's a shard that you don't want to buy, but it's a really valuable shard in terms of the damage output.
Yeah, it does feel like it really adds quite a bit for this Jakiro, who's going into the Yules, has the Solar Crest, a lot of farm on the Jakiro for right now. Using Tumblr's Toy, a little bit of movement, and we'll see what he wants after this Yules. But after that last game is the Skywrath Mage, Theocore having a lot of impact on that hero, and is still continuing to have a lot of impact here. Involved in the 10 of...
They finally found that Observer Ward. Let's see if Mikoto is going to be greedy. Has Hurricane Pike ready, but Budge is coming. Smoked with the Blink Dagger.
Ooh, gets the Hurricane Pike off, but Theocore is ready. Ice Path cuts him off. Nowhere for him to really go, and eventually it's the Rot and the Hook that gets the kill.
Immediately to the top lane. I respect this move. Tai Long, he's very tanky.
Viper Strike was thrown over on a WS, but he's able to blink away.
Thanks to that pipe.
Kaori, ooh, the Icarus dive. Just to avoid the hook. Pipe working wonders for him. Able to blink out, make sure he doesn't end up dead there, because he was in a very bad position with the rest of Heroic coming over. Whole time, though, V-Tune continuing to farm, and now they're going to smoke. They'll have an Invis rune to pick up. It's going to be Mira, Kaori, and WS, while the rest of the team is either dead or farming. Can they find anybody blink pulverize with control? Extra help from Mira and Kaori with the Sunray.
Ooh, that courier flying to him while they're smoked. Not sure if anybody noticed.
Whisper is farming so well with this Pudge. Very impressive what he's got so far.
They don't have...
Keeping up with SF.
Ooh, Mira, he's dying, but he's gonna heal himself up. This is basically a solo kill. Rest of the team, they were not ready to back him up. They thought most of them were behind him, but Heroic, they were just farming on a different side of the map. Once you get a BKB on Pudge, the only thing that can stop you from getting the Blink BKB bite off is going to be Primal Beast. Maybe Supernova if it's precast, but other than that, you're going to be okay.
I was about to say, he's holding a lot of gold. He might have thought about going for something else, but buys out the BKB in full. Also working with the Treant Shard. So, you know, they have the Eyes in the Forest. That's going to give them some extra information. And the 4 that I see so far are in pretty good spots. That'll get you some information about heroes maybe looking to farm top or farm this little part of the jungle over in the bottom area. Like, these are spots that Aurora have been found in multiple times, and having that extra information, having that extra bit of sight is going to be potentially brutal for Aurora.
It's very annoying to play against it.
30 seconds left on this Aegis. Whisper's going to be the one who pops the BKB. Pulverize is there, though. Makoto's on the low ground trying to do the damage on a Whisper. They've gone after Tai Long. He's taken a lot, and the Rock Toss comes in and hits a lot of these heroes on Heroic. They get the count of Theocore, the chick of Tai Long, and now the side of Heroic, who wanted to start this fight and pressure the bottom tier 2, end up losing 3. This Aegis is about to expire. Weaver's already out of harm's way completely, but that goes terribly for Heroic and really well done for Aurora.
Yeah, Weaver was not in that fight. He did not want to commit. Aegis was about to expire, but a very good jump. You can see these two turrets dealing the damage from the distance, and WS being the body, soaking up all of that damage with pipe. Really like the pipe build in this one, knowing that he's playing into so many BKB piercing tools. He just wants to be as survivable as possible. And this shard, I'm really glad that people are picking it up. I think Malrine started this trend from the mid lane where he was getting Blink immediately into shard and then most of the time getting a BKB, allowing you to have that extra bit of a lockdown and also getting extra uproar stacks.
Looking at KJ trying to get some information. Blink, Mira forward, but chicken fingers and the Hex aren't going to matter if they're right on top of you, so Yuma getting another kill. It's got only 4 charges in that Desolator. I swear he's been involved in way more than that since he's picked it up.
Well, they got a kill near the Lotus Bowl and the one just now, and that's about it. They killed Primal and they killed Shaman. He was not involved in the previous fight. I think he only used bugs and ran away.
Even Net Worth and Whisper coming down. Shadow Blade picked up for the sniper, and there's another BKB for Heroic. Multiple BKBs available for them. Viper working on his as Crimson Boots of Travel and then BKB. Is there anything else you'd like for this Viper? He's got that Ags as well.
I feel like he needs another item for maneuverability in a fight. I would be okay with Pike maybe first before a BKB.
And he's got some maneuvering with the Ags, with the nosedive, but it's not like having that extra layer.
It's a 20-second cooldown ability. I would just love to see another one.
Yeah.
Because if he's getting caught, like, it's very good against Primal Beast when he rushes in. If you can use the Hurricane Pike on him, pre-BKB, that feels really nice to stop him. It's a way of disengaging a fight, great against, like, closing the gap as well. We'll see if he commits. BKB is also a good option, depending how the fight's going to start. If they're getting the hook, if Fever's cutting into backlines, if he's going to be able to deal damage to Sniper. But they also need to have Dusts. They need to have some kind of vision for this Sniper, for Shadow Fiend.
Definitely need to know where these heroes stand at. By the way, just got a Gunpowder Gauntlet and upgraded one for the Weaver, so he was just given a good amount of extra damage as well with Vampiric on it.
A very good choice. And I think on Weaver, you need to go explosive with the damage. You need to have that Daedalus, and then you can start thinking about, do you need Pike of your own? Do you need maybe a little more defensive? Lincoln Sphere against Primal, against Shadow Shaman feels nice, but also Satanic, so you can stand your ground and fight against Shadow Fiend and Sniper. So a lot of these items on the line, Yuma probably thinking about all of them. It's just that right now, it feels like they need some DiMaggio.
We'll have to see if they do get it. And now BKB for SF. Makoto working on a Silver Edge.
Silver Edge is such a good item right now. Allows you to cap their move speed, break them for 5 seconds, and set their move speed to 200.
They're going to try and do this Roche. This Roche will roar eventually. Start to hit him for the second straight time. Do the roar. And he'll roar as you please. Rock thrown over, they've abandoned the pit. Left Roche to think about what's next. But it's a 5-man smoke from Aurora. And they find the angle to jump into this fight and attack Heroic while Tai Long is the only one who's in the pit. Slowly, he'll work on this, but there's the Shrapnel, the Fire Spirits flying in. Not the same as last time when Heroic had 3-4 heroes in the pit trying to get this Roche. They're approaching this a little bit differently than the last time, learning lessons from the fight before. Not really.
Nobody wants to commit.
Committing, yeah, and allowing this Roche to get low. They'll
Let's see who's going to be helping who. Whether these Shrapnels and Fire Spirits are helping Heroic to finish off Roche. Mira in the front line.
There's the Hex, Serpent Wards. Hook to get him out of those wards. And now Roche is very low, but KJ comes over, Overgrowth on a 3. That might just cost him his life and will. There wasn't much follow-up to that either, and now they're going to walk into Roche themselves. They'll think about the Requiem. Tai Long, he's about half health. Macropyre down out of the Roche. Whispers inside the pin, pops the BKB, but he's pulverized, and now they've got the Supernova off to the side. They're going to try to get the dismember the damage. Roche is low. Who's going to get the Aegis? It's on the ground, finally picked up by WSC, kill on the Makoto. So they take out the Sniper. They'll have the Primal back. Tai Lung's down and gone. 3 heroes dead, make it a 4th. The Weaver's the only one alive for Heroic, and it works out for Aurora. They stayed hesitant, but eventually when they committed, it was too much and overwhelming for Heroic.
They were not on the same page. Treant Protector, he goes in, lands a very good Overgrowth, but the rest of the team, they were not ready to back him up. And then you see Tai Lung jumping in right in front of the Shadow Fiend, who just right-clicks him down. And in all this mess that was happening, WS manages to pick up Aegis, and he uses it immediately.
Good positioning from Kaori as well with the egg, in a spot where he knows he's not gonna really be bothered, but is having a lot of impact in that spot as well. For a long time, Aurora just kind of poking a little bit, throwing the rocks in, Fire Spirits, Shrapnels, kind of allowed Heroic to do most of the work. And now they found Yuma. The Shackles will last long enough. They've got the damage and the kill as VTune, top of the net worth, 4,000 net worth ahead of this Weaver, and it's showing.
They're ready to go for the high ground. They do have Serpent Wards, not enough mana at the moment, but we'll have it soon. And this gem is also allowing them to go and remove most of the vision. VTune, amplified damage, still up and running for the good 15 seconds or so.
It's jumped all the way up to a 6,000 net worth lead. The tools aren't entirely there for Heroic, Lukas. What are they missing?
They're missing the execution. I also think this Viper is not scaling anymore. I think he would need to have like 2 more items to be able to be evenly matched against the Shadowfin and Sniper. Right now, he's unable to do so. Crimson Guard, yeah, it makes you tanky, but not as tanky as you think against Sniper peeping from the distance, Shadowfin with a couple of right clicks. It is too much physical damage coming out from them. Even though his armor is pretty high, it's still not enough, especially if he gets broken by this Silver Edge.
BKB finally finished for Viper. These trees are not going to be easy to keep up. Now, like you said, they've got that gem. And now they move over to the Tormentor. This is going to be a shard for the side of Aurora. For Mira. So he'll have that shard, and then VTune close to this Daedalus. Primal finally hitting that level 20 there too, so he's got that self-dispel on Uproar cast.
Definitely needed. So many things that can be dispelled in this game. All the stuff from Viper, except for the Viper Strike. Jakiro can be annoying. Treant Protector as well.
Could kill this Courier. Oh, KJ! No!
It's a full Daedalus.
And Whisper, now he's gonna die. Oh. It looked like it was gonna be
nice dodge
something for them, but now they're gonna try and get this Supernova. A couple shots from Dead. They finally get it before the Pulverize, but it's not worth both your lives. KJ and Yuma, they're dead. And now it's gonna be the Jakiro next. Theolacor has nowhere to go. Throws a Macropyre in desperation, and it does nothing for them.
Heroic, they just crumbled. After that Roshan fight in the near the tier 2 tower bottom, they just didn't execute properly. They gave Aurora pretty much all the tools in the game to recover. And VTune continued to farm up. That only one dead in the bottom lane where they ganked them. And that's about it. And they're ready to close it out potentially.
Top set of racks are gone. Mid having to deal with Serpent Wards. No Yuma Yuma for 30. He really would like to hold out from buying back as he's close to the Daedalus. Not sure that's even going to matter at this point, as it looks like they might even try to close in on for Megas. Mira forward, all the rockets too, but KJ kind of low. Won't matter. Mira ends up dying. They'll get themselves one. They'll miss the hook. Whisper, can he find WS, who will onslaught away and get some space between him and the side of Heroic?
Let's see if they can find something. Oh, there's going to be an opportunity to maybe get something done, but seems like Aurora, they are expecting the move. They do see them, however. This observer board on the high ground.
This is a tough SF to kill. He's got that shield rune. Can they get it out of him, and can they get this kill? But Kodo losing his courier, so 2 couriers have died. The hook ends up landing. Now he'll pop the Manta, he'll turn on a Whisper. They go to the Overgrowth. The rocks are thrown forward. They've got the Pulverize to get the kill on a KJ, as they'll turn it on a Whisper, get themselves a second, make it a third with WS taking out the Theocore. And that was a jump that was made by Heroic, and they end up paying for it. And Tai Long now needs to run. Yuma's nearby, but is this really the spot you want to be in? They do some decent damage. They've got the Swarm on him, but already popping the time lapse as pipes popped. Here comes V2, Tai Long with the BKB, but the right-click damage is just too much for him to handle. He
has no time lapse.
Trying to get away. No time lapse. The Assassinate is there. Full team wipe on an attack from Heroic that gets countered so heavily from Aurora that they call GG, and we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, clutch Lotus Orb coming out from Kaori. I don't think Shadowfin would die anyway, because he had Satanic there. He pops it. It's too much. This lineup from Heroic, as we said when we saw it, it is very difficult to execute. They were playing really well for the first 15-ish minutes, bringing heroes to the mid lane, trying to kill this sniper, and then they just crumbled in the last couple of fights.
And it all fell apart for Heroic. 0-7 for KJ. I mean, Whisper, who looked like he was farming quite well, 4, 5, and 7, doesn't really feel the impact after a certain point. And it was Aurora that really just handed it to them and had plenty of counterplays that worked their way. So we're going to throw it over to the panel and hear their thoughts. I want to hear what Jenkins has to say specifically.
Okay, well, I'm waiting. Jenkins, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I have to say it was an oddly specific throw. Aurora, of course, playing this game absolutely wonderfully into the Pudge. Pudge Sniper, always glad to see the Cardell Sharp Eye versus, I don't know what Pudge's name is, I guess Pudge, the Butcher.
The Butcher.
Very fun to see. I simply think giving away SF has looked very terrible in pretty much any scenario we've seen it. Maybe it's just a bias of like the panels that we have. We watch the SF win. Like maybe the lane is bad
consistently.
Maybe there's like 2 deaths that look pretty bad in the early game when he's squishy, but it gets to a point that like you chunk out so much damage from such a long range. You get a couple of kills in a fight, and all of a sudden you're running down a lane with this minus armor. And yeah, he doesn't affect towers anymore, but you can't fight him. You can hit your towers from halfway across the map.
And you guys made the exact same point yesterday, because yesterday we also saw a Shadow Fiend against a Weaver. And it was the same problem here, right? Where the Weaver just can't do the same amount of damage as the Shadow Fiend without sacrificing survivability.
Yeah, I just think it's really funny, especially in all these clips we're watching right now. Shadow Fiend just is like there in the fight, right? He's kind of staying still. He's like a tower. And everyone's like running away from him or trying to kill his teammates. And the entire fight is untouched. He never drops below like 80% health. And it's just because they're all so scared to come into attack range of him. Because no hero can really man fight him, I want to say. Like that, at least what Heroic has, none of them can man fight him.
He's the best man fighter in Dota right
this patch, it's you walk into his range of the minus armor and you're dead.
I mean, Liquid's idea against it appears to be Marcy. Just like picking something that can stick on top of the SF. And, you know, Marcy is like the ultimate man fighter. You know, maybe Legion Commander is up there as well in the conversation. It's just that those heroes are not as well-rounded as Shadow Fiend, and you kind of have to make them work in the draft, which Liquid is able to do. And I respect that Heroic tried to do it with Pudge. I personally believe, and maybe this is easier in retrospect, that putting Yuma on Pudge and playing fast and ending the game before SF ever gets to the point of being this like unkillable turret, I feel like that was the play, and pick something.
I also think this hero got banned, but like the Ursa that they played in the first game, that's also the other solution to SF, right? It's kind of like the Marcy. You have this hero that like jumps in on the Shadow Fiend, sticks on him, kills him with bashes, but doesn't really get it. It gets banned out. I think the Weaver has looked kind of weak too, but what's looks strong is not only Primal Beast, but WS.
Yeah, in both games, we had a standout performance from the Primal Beasts. I don't know exactly what the reason is. I guess it's something to think about, but like when the hero looks good, it looks so good, like blatantly overpowered, I guess. And honestly, from whatever role, from the mid lane or from the off lane, maybe part of it is like we were seeing it a lot prior to this like last couple of weeks where people are going for like the tank Tranquil's tech. And I think the Tranquil's tech is something that Primal Beast really enjoys doing.
It's so nice. You just get it. Basically what it is, it's 120 health or like 110 health every time you won it, just casually. And that sustain for him, it gets him past this like weird hump at like level 2, level 3. He finally gets to maybe his phase boots. He gets to cut the waves when he feels like it. And you're never in this situation where kind of the offlane thing I've learned from watching a lot of MR replays is if you're at that like 80 to 90% of your health pool, it's so hard to lose the lane.
Yeah.
But usually you take that, go drop down to like 50% in those early couple minutes. So Tranquil just fixes that problem. You like skip from being 50% to being 90, and then you're just full health the whole lane, never get kicked out. You kind of free farm, and it's just, it seems just too strong to build Tranquils.
The reason, by the way, this is a thing on offlane in terms of like, if you're 90% HP, you just can't die. It's because everyone is building like Bracer, Soul Ring, and so you'll see that somebody's inventory will be like stat item, stat item, stat item, stat item, like 4 gauntlets or
1100 health.
You just legit have like 1100 health at a point where heroes do not do 1100 damage in terms of nukes, so they have to nuke you down slowly, and you can't do that against Tranquil Boots.
No, and speaking about nuking you down slowly, a little bit of an oxymoron there, but in the mid lane, generally, that's how it goes. You do a little bit of damage there, you do a little bit of damage on the other side, and we are going to look at the mid lane, because I believe that's where Gunnar wanted to go with a Viper versus Sniper situation.
Yeah, so I think we talked about this. We were kind of scared about the Viper into SF. Like we said, oh, I don't know why they're putting the Viper mid. And obviously Heroic didn't win, but I wanted to show that as like, Tyling's good. He like takes this matchup, the mid, that's not supposed to be a winning matchup. He solo kills the Sniper. And I think watching that game, seeing that solo kill gave me more confidence in their draft, because I didn't really like their draft too much on Heroic. But obviously I think that, again, to me, a lot of this was the Weaver. It just, to me, every time I see it, these like squishy heroes just don't really fit the meta, as at least that's how I see it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge believer in Weaver, to be honest. I feel like you just need so many items to do the same damage as a lot of the other carries, and you're relying on your spells in their entirety to be survivable. So if he's disabled for like 1 fraction of a second, he's insta-dead to any of these like hyper damage carries.
But you did want it to relive a moment from Yuma on his Weaver.
I
did.
Made
a rotation.
I mean, one of the my favorite things about watching Heroic is the Yuma rotations. He's level 5 and going mid. In fact, this is something where like literally almost every hero is involved with this. So I actually think from Aurora, like showing up to this is very important as well. And they almost got some important turnaround kills. Eventually, they do end up taking Tylong down out on the Viper. But Makoto goes down. Makoto had a really rough game, honestly. Like this, but they have 2 carries, right? V-Tune is the other carry. But guess who's getting killed on the flip side? V-Tune is actually dying to Whisper, but it's one of those things, like, it looks so good in the game. You know, I'm watching this and I'm like, oh man, like Pudge is about to snowball this game. But I personally will say I've gotten tricked multiple times by this. Oh no, SF died. Oh no, SF died again. He has to walk back to lane. He's done. It's over. And then he just does SF things and wins the game anyway. Like, the hero's incredibly good.
Yeah, and on top of that, if the clip lasted for 30 more seconds, because Yuma, once again, went for the rotation for the Experience Shrine. This time around, though, he doesn't get away with it. He does end up dying.
And KJ both died, like, kind of for free. I don't know. To me, again, I don't want to harp on it too much, but I think the early game, the way that it was set up, should lead to a Heroic victory, in my opinion. Like solo kill mid, you bring your carry mid, you're playing way faster, and while you're bringing your carry mid, the enemy carry is dying. But I think a lot of it is just this SF, and I mean, in this game 3, I think it's either a ban or first pick. Whichever team's gonna first pick it, just take it.
Now, I will say, it was Heroic that had 4 bans before the Shadow Fiend then got picked by Aurora. So which one are you gonna leave in? You're gonna leave in Largo, Centaur, Puck, or Shadow Demon instead?
Centaur. ST.
Like, okay, there's no hesitation whatsoever.
I think Centaur for sure, and if you really are scared of the Centaur for some reason, I still think Largo. I think Largo's, you can deal with it.
Yeah.
And teams are dealing with it. Sure, hero strong.
We know answers now.
It's the most common hero of the patch, I think, is the easiest to deal with when they're not Shadow Fiend.
Fair enough. And I mean, we haven't talked about it at all, but the Xtreme Protector was on the side of Heroic, wasn't the end-all be-all that some people make him out to believe in terms of support as well, because if you use with the Weaver, he's still going to fall to the Shadow Fiend eventually. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the draft and in the game of game number 3 after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A third and deciding game coming your way between Aurora and Heroic. And for one of these teams, that means that tomorrow they will be playing from match point. So we're going to find out which one of these two teams will get the 2-0 on the scoreboard in terms of series. And so far, we've seen, obviously, success from both teams. That's why it's 1-1 right now. But the way you guys are talking about these two games, I do kind of feel that for Aurora, their win was heavily draft-related, whereas Heroic has a stronger play within the series. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I think so. I mean, nothing against Aurora. I think they're playing very well. They obviously have a stand-in, but VTune is playing exceptionally well. When he gets the Shadow Fiend, he's getting rampages and things like that. You know, it's his hero, but it should not get through under any circumstances. I want to see them like truly tested. I want to see VTune beat a full power Heroic with some
not Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, not Shadow.
Not Shadow Fiend.
Then at that point, I'll say, okay, you know, Nightfall, you can take your little break. It's okay. And yeah, no, I really think like early game, most teams would break down this game and like, there's no way that your offlaner is solo killing their carry, that you're getting like almost team wipe mid, and then you lose the game, right? Like that's to lose from that position is like there must have been a mistake that was made, regardless of Aurora playing well or playing bad. No, they played well, of course.
Yeah, they played pretty good.
They played pretty
I mean, the big thing I saw in that game, if we're going to kind of skip the draft, was the game ended up going back to even. Like they lose this early game, I think not like super hard, but definitely in these types of high-skilled teams, they were on the back foot, but then nothing really happened for like the Heroic advantage. Like the game was kind of even, it became even, and then there's the one Roche fight. And Aurora, honestly, they just outplayed Heroic. Like sure, it's easy for them to outplay them because I think Shadowfiend was so strong at that point in the game, But that's still what happened. And then after that Roche fight, I think the game was just downhill, right? So for Heroic, I think what they need to do is try to figure out probably just a stronger carry.
Ban SF.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. They left it
Not
in.
yet.
Calves, what are you doing, man?
Why?
What are you doing?
I will say it's very good news for VTune because I looked at his hero
That means
list
they're going
a
to be
little bit.
2-0 at the end of the day? Or
Yeah, that's true. But I looked at his hero list, and most of the heroes that he generally plays or that he has played most in his career are very much out of the meta.
Right, they're running
like a Wraith King, a PL, a PA, Lifestealer. But yeah, they're running it back.
I feel like this is classic Heroic Dota, where, like, on one hand, the SF was a huge problem. And I know we're building this narrative that, like, SF is this unbeatable carry. And I believe it. When I'm building it, I believe this shit.
an accurate thing.
But on the other hand, Heroic has always stuck to their guns when it comes to their prep. And I think they're very good at saying, okay, this little cog in the machine is what was wrong, rather than the entire machine and throwing that out. So I really respect it. I personally think that it's not going to go so well for them, but I'm happy to be proven.
I know the mentality of CAFs, and kind of this is like some coaching mentality, is you do all of your prep work, right? So obviously he spends a lot of time prepping. I know that he'll come to every match day with like, this is the team we're playing.
Yep.
These are like 10 pages of like their previous drafts, our drafts, what I want to do if they pick this hero. So they already know exactly what they want to do. And I think the benefit is two things. One, you should stick with your prep work because you should trust yourself, right? Like their ideas versus SF is Viper. Like let's stick with it. I think the second thing that is more so for the future of the tournament is if you can beat this SF, if you can show we don't need to ban the SF and we'll beat the first pick SF, it makes drafting so much easier for the remainder of the tournament because either teams are going to ban the SF themselves, they'll give you the SF, or you just kind of do the stuff that has already proven to work. So that's kind of, I think my idea is at least early in the tournament, they're trying to prove they can beat the SF.
I guess it's like it's playing to win the whole thing as opposed to playing to win, drafting to win every single series,
But then
which I respect from their position.
Do it when you're game up once, like they just did, and then don't do it after that.
I think that's where the
scary
mentalities.
The scary thing is, let's say that could potentially be worse, right? Because now you show that you tried to beat it, and then you're like, oh, never mind, guys. I guess we lose SF. We can't do it.
So they've identified that the problem was the Phoenix, because this will be the first game that Kaori is not going to be able to play the Phoenix. The only one that wasn't banned out instead of it is the Shadow Demon.
Oh, that got a smile out of him.
The rest is completely the same in terms of bans up until this point, and picks obviously as well.
I unironically think they'll go back for Pudge and just not pick the Weaver.
No, they'll get the Shadow Demon themselves this time. Also means, by the way, that now Mars is left in the pool where he wasn't previously.
I don't think that Mars is too scary. Like Mars SF is nice because SF just needs to hit heroes. Like he doesn't really have stuns or slows for himself. So just having that control, but I don't think it's necessarily like you have to ban the Mars. There's so many heroes that give you that ability to just stun.
Yeah.
That I think that definitely banning the Phoenix is better. And Shadow Demon is also just a good hero when you're picking these, I don't want to say like non-carries, but like the Pudges and the Vipers that do like good amount of damage, but they don't like kill because the W gives them that.
Yeah.
Your Pudge goes in, you press W on the enemy guy, he's dead in a dismember.
Well, the Warlock, that was one of the 3 heroes that was still in the pool.
It's so funny. It's just every time I see carry, it's Warlock, Phoenix, Jakiro.
Well, 2 banned, 1 left.
Trian is once again ignored up until this point.
I mean, Heroic took the bait last time, right? Where they picked the tree next. They picked tree Pudge, I believe it was.
Yeah, maybe that's what they think the part of the problem was. They didn't expect for the tree to even go through, and they took it, and it just didn't play into how they wanted to play the game. I feel like the Weaver was also probably the problem. Honestly, if I'm Aurora here, I'm thinking, like, they're dangling these heroes in front of us. It's really obvious they want us to pick them.
This draft is so clean, though.
But they're so good, you have to take them anyway. It's such a clean draft.
You have what? The best carry of the patch.
Yeah.
You have probably one of the best supports of the patch that works well with your carry.
Lanes extremely well.
And then you also have Mars, which pairs, like, all of them, it's just so clean.
Someone's gonna miss the draft, walk in to check, or sit down to check out the game, see this draft, and then think like, how on earth did they get their hands on it?
That's how they.
That's
but
why.
Isn't Warlock considered to be good against Meepo?
Yuma would say no.
Okay, yeah, well, Yuma would say nothing is good against
Sure, the reason he would say it is, I get Fatal Bonds, I press X.
Yeah.
And now only one Meepo takes damage. There's no Fatal Bonds. So Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the type of thing that Heroic's always going to pick Meepo when they can, especially if they're like, I don't really know what to pick. Their carry options were kind of limited when they picked it last game, when they had the Weaver last pick. So this is a way you pick your confirmed carry that no matter what happens, he's going to have a good game. He sees his lane matchup too. I think MOUZ is on average bad versus Meepo because you can only really spear one and then you have like 4 other Meepos kind of running at you.
This does present a major problem now that Aurora might want to look to solve.
Yeah.
What were the heroes that we talked about? I mean,
interesting.
There's an Earthshaker. There's
that's
Troll
Warlord. It was the
Warlord.
3rd most played hero on the Lisa Jenkins show this morning.
Darkseer?
Darkseer for Whisper. That was the biggest difference between him and WS.
I just find it interesting that they're picking the Darkseer now because I don't think it would be contested on last pick.
Yeah.
Like it didn't get banned last game, if I'm not mistaken, and no one's really banning it too much.
But they just want the overall last pick for oh no, because he has to play
He's
the
the
Viper
Viper
now.
I mean, I guess Jenkins did say there's a KJ Viper.
He does play it.
That is a thing. I think.
I mean, against MOUZ and lane, it actually would do pretty good.
If this ends up being a KJ Viper and they pick a new mid, I think this Darkseer pick is really cool.
I forgot how fun it is to watch Heroic draft and to watch them play. Like they leave it so open. This is the cleanest fucking draft
I
I've
don't
ever
know.
seen,
Yeah,
bro.
it's like it's so fun. Haha, the Heroic, they got their Meepo, they got the last pick Viper 5. Like, dude, Aurora, what is this draft? How is this fair?
What would you consider to be the cleanest position for? And ideally, it should be red because it would fit real nicely.
With MOUZ, like Willow.
Oh yeah,
Willow.
Yeah, Willow. There you go.
Maybe because it's Mira, like Lion is also pretty good.
Yeah, it's also red. That's nice.
Chikiro, if it wasn't banned,
Sure.
is pretty good here too.
Yeah.
Just for their draft.
Chikiro's insane against me.
Yeah. I don't know. I honestly could just not picture anything on Heroic's draft, see Aurora's 4 heroes, and be like,
Right,
I would give them at minimum probably a 65% chance to win.
Yeah, these are the most broken heroes in the game that also pair extremely well together.
They're all good. You have Warlock has 3 amazing cores with him. Beastmaster has 2, honestly 1. I think the Shadow Fiend one's like okay to pair with the Beast, but with the MOUZ, it's the same thing. You kind of set up for each other. This is just kind of terrifying.
It's dirty.
It's. I would not want to be Heroic right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they got 2 bans.
Shadow Shaman is also very decent.
Yeah.
For.
I guess the ones in the pool, left in the pool, Shadow Shaman, Lion.
Yeah, some extra disabler. Hoodwink as well has AoE stun for Meepo and break for Viper.
Well, then you already have 3, and Heroic can only ban out 2, so that's all 3 good options. So they're gonna be fine.
Which is why when you swap the Viper to be position 5,
Oh.
he beats these heroes in lane. So what's the worst to lane against as a 5 Viper?
Naga Siren 4.
Yeah, I could see Mira tip whipping that one out.
Yeah. Oh, you meant you meant in this draft. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, my fault.
Exactly. Couldn't see him.
Yeah, no.
Ruin his career. He could pick. I honestly think one of the Hexers, Shaman or Lion, looks perfectly fine. Which I really feel like Lion plus Mars or like a Shadow Shaman plus Mars, the Viper 5 potential is there.
Okay, so if it is a Viper 5 and we're gonna see Beastmaster mid, what would Tai Long want to play against it? Like, what plays well into a Beastmaster mid?
Viper.
Well,
outside of the Viper, Storm is I've seen some success for Beast. I've seen Sniper as well. In pubs, people pick Clinks versus the Beast mid because you eat the boars and then you kind of scale. I feel like that's not really I think Clinks is more of a pub hero than, at least from the mid lane. Trying to think if there's anything else that's...
Bristle is actually not bad, but you're playing against SF who will go for Silver Edge at some point.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, is there
Sand
a
King.
different...
Sand King is good.
Is there a different pos 4 or 5 hero that could really, turn the tides here in favor of Heroic if they do put the...
I mean, most of
Viper
the
mid?
melee 4s are banned, maybe if you want to say Clockwork, potentially, because realistically, it's just easy to pick a melee forward. They're just all banned. But melee forwards are generally the best versus Warlock because you can't deal with you pulling waves. So
honestly, Pudge is not that bad.
4?
Yeah, it's not that bad. You can hook out of Mars Arena, hook out of Aurora.
Yeah, I love having to hook, dodge 4 different Meepo clones, dodge the Beastmaster boards.
Oh, it's fine. You
dodge
have
the
4
Hawks.
nets for the Pudge hook setup.
Okay, no, yeah, my fault. And the disruption illusions, it's a good combo.
That's a setup. That's a setup right there.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know, there's not that much time for Aurora to pick their hero.
How far are we going? What about Kunkka?
Kunkka what?
Mid.
Oh, okay.
It lanes well versus Beast.
It does.
Kunkka Meepo is one of like the classic combos forever. I remember this being picked like 6 years ago.
But
just a boat buff.
Nail on the head there. 6 years ago, it was good. There's Lion, so perfectly synchronized in color as well.
It is literally the perfect Aurora draft.
I think it's just the perfect Dota draft of this patch, of this tournament.
Very.
Aurora won, guys. I don't know. We can let's move on.
This is
Did you go next?
I'm down for the Kunkka because I know for a while when Mars was really OP, like throwing the boat into the arena was just the counter.
Yeah.
For any of these like one and done, I'm gonna stun you and kill you, which Beast Lion, Warlock ulti. Kunkka's a good counterplay to that.
Imagine they do the pause for Kunkka.
That's not happening.
Okay.
Well, with SD, actually, it's not.
I think the most likely hero is just a Clockwork. I think that's like the boring, simple option.
It's the Theola core, or potentially.
Or
Pylon.
thinking him, I would think Rubik.
3,
Theo.
2.
We've listed every hero.
Clockwork. Okay. Well,
we've not listed every hero. We list like 3.
No more than 3. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's a Clockwork, which, if you, no offense, if you guys can predict it, then it obviously was on the radar there as well. That means you use your 24th pick. Haha, gotcha, guys. It's a Clockwork. Is this really going to win them the game?
No, it's not.
I mean, okay, so their logic is that they don't want to last pick their offlane when the carry gets first picked. Like, the Shadow Fiend's first picked overall, and it feels really weird when you're like, all right, you pick your hero up here, and we're going to wait all the way down here to pick our response to you. So they kind of want to take it earlier, and they think that Darkseer's a good counter. It's just, I don't know. I think they just gave way too much to Aurora. Like, I would not ever want to play in this draft.
I feel like Yuma's got a, like, hard carry with Meepo.
He needs to like harder than hard carry. He needs to just be the best player.
Is this a good Meepo game?
Not really. I mean, Beast heals from all of the Meepos, full health. Shadow Fiend is very good at, you do the thing where you're like, aha, Mega Meepo, and Shadow Fiend's like, oh great, more life to lifesteal from.
Yep.
Like the hero legitimately does so much damage. No matter how big your health bar is, he'll take it.
Also, the fact they don't really have ways to stop the SF from hitting. Like, they don't have stuns or anything like that, so he'll just exist in the fights. Pretty much just the Viper attack speed slow from his ult.
Okay. So, I see a Warlock and I see a Mars, and I'm like, okay, then on the side of Aurora, they have team fight, and they have more team fight than Heroic. Then I see the Shadow Fiend is like, okay, they have also got the strongest hero in the game, so the care potential is there. They've got pickup potential because Beastmaster, once he's level 6, he's going to get the kills with the Roar, and he doesn't need much else, and he'll be active and mobile potentially, also with an axe. So what is Heroic good at? What are they going to do?
They do have Yuma Meepo. I think he's the best Meepo in the world. So if there was any player that could win this game on any hero, it would be the Yuma Meepo.
I mean, I said it already. I think it's got to be through the Meepo snowballing.
Okay.
I don't see any other way.
Well, no pressure. The Yuma Meepo, will it be victorious, or will Aurora have a smooth sailing in game number 3 with Pickup and Lacoste?
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 3, Heroic against Aurora. We've got the Meepo, but it's up against the all-red draft. Very thematic and colorful draft of Aurora.
Yep, seeing red looks a very Dota type of a draft. Very simple, very strong, a lot of team fight on one side, and on the other side, Heroic cooked with the draft, and seems like nobody's hungry. Not sure if I like this draft too much. No stun type of a draft. You're relying on your position 5 Clockwork to do all the work in terms of initiating a fight before maybe Meepo comes in with his But it just needs Meepo snowballing. You have Tai Long playing Viper. It's going to be him building the aura from the mid lane, maybe an aura from the off lane from the Darkseer, syncing up 2 auras, and then playing from Meepo, controlling the Tormentor, controlling Roche. But looking at the team fight, I don't think it gets better than this. Looking at Aurora, you have Arena Fatal Bonds against Meepo, and then you throw in Requiem, throw in Casual Beastmaster, the burst damage. Like, everything is kind of synced up for Aurora.
Yeah, it seems like it's a easy execute kind of lineup. And as we saw in the last game, too, with this Viper, you know, there was that point where it felt like it just kind of turned off and wasn't really a hero. I could see that kind of happening again, right? Where now they've dealt with this Viper. He doesn't really do anything. You're so reliant on just one hero as the Meepo, and I don't think it's going to be able to kind of keep up. We'll see if it can, but there will be some time before he gets those items and is really able to accomplish all that much. But Whisper here on the Darkseer. How does the Darkseer fit into the equation for Heroic?
I think they just wanted to have an offlaner that builds, like, creating illusion out of Shadow Fiend is pretty damn good. This was overall first pick Shadow Fiend. But other than that, I don't think he's going to be having that good of a time. Like, you can see King Jungle's already in the bottom lane. He is trying to use Boots of Speed to try to take the creep away from Mira. And Mira's going to be playing that Lion in the safe lane so that they have stun something when they try to initiate. And Kaori is going to be in the top lane with Mars. Not the traditional lane setup, not the traditional lane partner for Mars by any means.
But one that can definitely sustain, or maybe they can, like you said, later on, make the combo work. You did go level 1 into the Fatal Bonds, and that's what they used up there. Theocore is quite low. There's a full creep wave to do damage to, and that's what's going to be able to get the kill with the Fatal Bonds. So Kaori getting that first blood and getting used for good, and it unlocks that level 2 where you've got the Shadow Word, and you can just sustain the Mars in this lane. Things look like they're probably going to be difficult for Heroic in this one. To get anything offensive going on. And I think Aurora are more than fine with the way that this lane is honestly looking like it's going to shape up.
Off to a really good start. The problem is with Heroic, you don't have a playmaker. Viper, he needs some kind of a setup. It's impossible, like, post 15-ish minutes for you to dictate the tempo, like how the game is played. Sure, you might be ahead. This lineup, I think, only works when you are staying far ahead from the enemy team, if you're snowballing. Other than that, you can't really start any of the fights. It's almost impossible. Like, sure, you have Clockwork. Maybe with the auras, you're going to be able to sustain yourself through the initial damage, but that's a lot of maybes.
Hex now, a couple of raises, Whisper down to about a sliver of health. These cogs bouncing Mira a little bit. They do have the Ion Shell doing some decent damage, but Whisper still needs to be careful about what he allows to land on him. And another raise comes through, and there's another V-Tomb, putting it all together and lining it up to get the kill. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they've got the Fatal Bonds on Theocore as well as Yuma again. He needs to be careful once more.
Yeah, more things that you can connect together. Fatal Bonds, like, I don't think there's a better spell that you can use. Maybe Winter Wyvern's Curse. But Fatal Bonds onto Meepos, and you have all this AoE magic damage.
KJ.
You have a good amount of control. KJ is just straight up dead. It's already starting to fall apart for Heroic.
I am worried that they're going to be too far behind for Meepo to really make the ground up. And I guess the one lane that is going well is the Viper. At least he's got something going in terms of being at top of the CS. But you look at where Meepo's at as well, 11-0 at this point, and now even more Fatal Bonds. They go for WS. This time might be good enough, but the Shadow Word keeping him healthy. The Rocket Flare and anything they can get from KJ is going to be nice as they use everything at their disposal to get the kill onto WS. But it is the Battery Assault that helps them to get that lockdown with the cogs.
You got the kill on WS, but you're also leaving V-Tune completely alone in this bottom lane. Shadow Fiend, even in a game where he doesn't get to have free farm, he's still a menace. This hero farms extremely fast, especially if he's off to a good start. KJ, level 2 Clockwork. Doesn't have that much damage to work with, but is trying to be as annoying as possible.
Just in the face of Mira, all while Whisper is in the jungle trying to use these ion shells to get this ancient stacks and get some gold going. He's out there farming as quickly as he can. And it ain't quick, but it's honest work.
Yeah, it's something. Gotta make something done. Going for Helm of the Dominator, farming with those ion shells. It's a good amount of mana. Every single ion shell is 110 mana. You don't have enough mana to sustain it at these early levels, so you need to bring clarities. Mikoto in the mid lane, they're trying to make a move, but he does have boots of speed. Understanding that he's playing against Viper. At this time around Tai Long, he's not playing for I want to dominate the lane. It's more about I want to be able to go into jungle and try to get some maybe stacks going, maybe steal some of the enemy stacks, maxing out that Nether Toxin.
Using the 0-3-2 build. Not really too costly when it comes to the mana, especially you're not putting out as much poison attack. Tap 2 blue, you should be good. But Spear onto Yuma, sending him back, and we'll send the Meepo packing. Not a kill or anything like that, but just stops him from really being in much trouble.
Mikoto is level 6. Aurora is ready if they want to use it. KJ might be the one getting the treatment, and there it is. God. VTune even made a rotation. I really like this. One of the few carriers as well that is going to be making these type of rotations from what I've seen is Yatoro. He's going to be there for a 6-minute rune, making sure that the mid laner is getting the bottle refill, or if maybe they can get something done. Because VTune, he doesn't even lane against anything. Like, he's just completely free farming. He can allow himself to push the lane quickly and then go for that 6-minute rune.
Yuma getting up to that level 5. He seems a little bit more free as the lanes have broken down a little bit, but now Warlock, he's just been trying to potentially stack and get what he can out of the map, and he's only level 4, but that 7-minute mark is going to come soon, and we'll see if anybody wants to make a move over for Heroic. It's worked once, it's not worked another time, but third time's a charm. Mira coming across to try and steal this from KJ. And KJ's still just level 2. But with the cogs, he should have it. Instead, leaves the shrine just to focus his attention onto Mira, who's now under the tier 2 tower and dies technically to KJ. So he can get that kill, move back, take the shrine if need be. Soon, Mikoto will have that roar back up.
It's important that they're not losing stacks to Viper. Meepo could potentially come in theory, and steal the stacks, but with the state of the game right now, they can't allow themselves to go into that area and try to play aggressive. So for now, it's just going to be coming Beastmaster's way. And we've seen, like, every single time I see Beastmaster in a game, the hero does so much.
This Ags is going to come quick, if given this space and time, and you can see that starting to really go that way as they've got a 2,000 net worth lead. This Meepo's far behind. It's the hero that needs to be ahead. They'll deny that Arcane Rune, thinking about going to the Roar out of the core, but he's got a way to avoid that with some disruption. Shadow Word to heal up Mikoto. Kaori, we'll see if he takes a lane for a little bit, if he could get himself to that level 6. Of course, always has the option to pop 2 Black Grimoires, but might hold it. We'll see. Usually you're more inclined to hold it if you're right about to get 6 or you've got a lot of charges.
If you're level 6, you can just keep it and see how it goes from there, because I've seen Warlock players, and Kaori is a very experienced Warlock player, that they just keep it because they want to get to level 20 potentially.
Mira's in trouble. Battery Assault on him, and they even drop down the wall. The Shadow Fiend's going to start to do some right-click damage. So think about the Requiem. They threw a rocket flare earlier to get some slow on him and some vision. But with the Requiem pushing these heroes back, it doesn't look as though they're able to get their hands onto the Shadow Fiend, and they'll just take the prize of this Lion. So Kaori, he does in fact just pop the Black Grimoire and immediately throws down.
That's what he does. I think he's the one who started this trend. It was one of the previous Wallachias, I believe, where
I don't think he used one in a fight.
Yeah.
He always used it to push.
Doesn't matter. He wants to put the pressure on map, open up the map, get some extra far for himself.
Mira again. This is a problem. Disruption. Mira kind of surrounded. V-Tune's coming over, though. They have the help from Makoto, and he's going to use that rallying roar and get that kill in a whisper. 2 and a green. That's what it costs to go and get that, as V-Tune does get the kill.
Seems like you've been playing a lot of Magic the Gathering recently, huh?
We've got a nice group here that all play Magic.
How did it go?
I lost. You are playing the new Flip Coins deck I got you, and I've never seen somebody hit 15 coin flips in a row. He's like, and I hit you for 6,000? Yeah, commander damage? Okay, I lose. I get it. All right, enough.
Good game. What's also a good game is this game of Dota, and the V-Tune is popping off. He's all over the place on a mega kill streak right now. Somebody's going to need to stop this guy. He's building up to 2 defensive items after Mask of Madness. He's playing against Meepo, Clockwork, so the natural item build is going to be Pike, Manta style, to make sure you have multiple ways of getting... Because the stuns they have, it's pretty much Clockwork. That's the stun. Maybe some nets from Meepo, but he should be okay with it. And we still haven't seen the most from Aurora's team fight, because this is an insane... Like, if they just click their buttons, I think they just straight up win. I don't think they have to use any other abilities other than Golem, Fatal Bonds, Arena, and Requiem. If that lands onto 2-3 of them, the fight's immediately over.
Okay. I'll be keeping my eye to make sure. But for right now, Makoto still continuing to farm these stacks. Top of the net worth, though, is the Shadow Fiend, V-Tune, who's been involved in a lot. He's moved around. He's been willing to kind of stray from the jungle and the lane to get a couple of these kills. And you can see 17 stacks already made for Aurora. A high stacking game, honestly. 17-10. And there's the defusal for the Meepo.
Ideally, this is the big timing for Meepo when he's trying to put more pressure on the map, where you're trying to get stuff done. Ideally, you would want to have 3 Meepos.
Work on that Aghanim Scepter.
I had to double check his win rate on Meepo, and currently he is sitting at 66%, 57 games off Meepo.
66?
Yeah. Don't try to do the math. I see you thinking it's not gonna work out. It might be fast, but it's gonna be incorrect.
The cogs were turning, but nothing's going on in there. It just didn't...
What about the monkeys?
Yeah, just hitting the tambourines. Yeah. That's all my brain is. A whole lot of nothing. Recently, I was called a parody of a human being by a friend of mine. So, you know, that goes with the whole thinking and
that's what friends do. The more they insult you, the more they love you. At least with the guys. It's time to make a move.
Yeah,
13 minutes in. This tier 1 tower is going to drop. Kaori with the rock ready. Let's see what the play is going to be.
Oh, all right, guys. That is me trying to do some thinking and figuring out my life and everything, but, you know. Okay. Fine dining and breathing is all I ever know.
Back to game, even though we haven't seen much action. I feel this Beastmaster Axe is also going to mess up with the timing what Meepo wants to do. If it's going to be Aurora taking a Roshan, taking Aegis away from Meepo, this is a pretty massive deal. This is how Meepo wants to play. WS, he does have Blink Dagger ready. KJ.
Blink. God's Rebuke, the spear connects. Makoto's in the area. He'll throw that Primal Roar out, and that will be a supposed kill on a KJ. It will go the way of WS.
Don't mind if I do, WS says.
And even with these kills, still just the 2K lead. Now the 14-minute Shrine is exposed. Theolakor will go over and get that. Nobody to play aggressive on it, and he's trying to get a Blink Dagger. He's still kind of far from it. Just holding on to that PogChamp charm that he's got for the neutral. One of my favorite tier 1s as a support.
Yeah, it's a very good item. As an offlaner as well, depending what you're playing. If you have Soul Ring, that also means you're consuming a lot of your HP, so you need some kind of extra HP regen. Even though Cobalt Cup with the speedy enchantment is probably the best one in a lot of the cases, maybe for the heroes that I do play. These initiators, especially good on Mars. Big fan of it. I think ATF was the one who started this trend, where he was picking up both of them, picking up the Windlace Phase Boots, and then you don't necessarily need to get a Blink Dagger. Like, you can get a BKB, you can get a Yule Scepter, you can get an Aura Crimson Guard if it's a good game for it, and then you can go for a Blink Dagger.
Nobody's really gone into this triangle to disrupt Makoto and his farm. He has just been here farming away. His heat map is probably this side of the map and a little bit further out in the top lane. But life has been good. He continues to just farm. He's got the Zags. He's going BKB. And it just feels as though both sides are content. So you've got Shadow Fiend, who's got the Hurricane Pike. He's also got this Mask of Madness, and he's sitting at about 10,000 net worth. So now Aurora, feeling that advantage, do have this smoke and the ability to now blink and maybe go for Tai Long. They'll throw the ward down. Blink Spear connects, and another kill for V2, who continues to get involved. Finds himself 6-0-0.
Time. You just needed a pick off, and again, stealing Roshan away from Meepo, it's going to be too massive. Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster, 16 minutes in, you're going to be more than fine. Kaori just casually drops that Golem.
Taking a lot of damage. They got to keep it alive, and there's the Shadow Word, so they can use that.
They do see them. This Observer Ward, never mind, they don't see them anymore.
I don't really even think you can defend. You can try to hook shot. Yeah.
KJ's maybe looking for an angle, and what KJ's looking for is also a very greedy item. I see Brown Boots into Aghanim Scepter on a position 5.
He's got the point booster, and he's only about 2,000 gold away. But he is sitting bottom of the net worth with this dream of an axe. And it's not going to get much easier. Arena is down. KJ hook shot, not how that works with the arena around you. However, it is taking some time to kill him. Essence Ring, and eventually he does die. He does get the Staff of Wizardry purchase before they kill him, though.
This is the first arena, I believe, that we have seen. They managed to find opportunities even without the arena. How's Meepo doing? That's Aghanim Scepter flying to him. But I want to see them group up. Like Aurora, their team fight is out of this world. It's also pretty easy to execute with the arena, Fatal Bonds, Rock, and then just pop that Requiem. We've also seen Tai Long, how fast he dies in the previous engagement. In the previous game, he did have Crimson Guard. This time around, it's straight up Ags, which doesn't make him as tanky. Makoto.
And Whisper did so quickly, and Makoto's got that kill, and the look over at Theo Akor, who's going to try and run. The disruption, WS from a distance. Can he get anything? Axe picked up for the Viper while all this is going on. But they won't jump for anything more. Killing that Dark Seer very quickly. It just seems as though they don't have many answers for the deficit that they're up against. And it's an Aegis that they have to fight through. Two heroes that are super farmed on the side of Aurora. The tools aren't quite there for Heroic. Not yet.
Like, even Mira did pick up the Fist of Death Facet on Lion, which is good against Meepo in theory. We still haven't seen it being used. No finger stacks. I think I've seen something similar before. I think it was Boxy who played it, and they needed some like cleave damage, so he went Treads and went Drums on his Lion.
Chaotic Offering coming through. And the Kaori Classic. As they find this Lion, the Meepos will get together. Mira on the run, another net connects. And they will get that first kill. Hookshot flies in. Kaori, he's over on this, as I would say, peninsula. And Kaori will get pushed to the low ground via the cogs, but still be dead.
they were not on the same target. Arena, no real follow-up. They need Shadow Fiend for the Requiem bounce back. They need Beastmaster, who's still holding the Aegis. So killing off 2 supports. Heroic finally showing some signs of life in this game.
Have that Aghanim Scepter, you can get together. It's always nice to be a Meepo when you can get something like that. But it's all about getting the net worth to kind of back it up, right? You start as this 5/4 Blight Herder. You want to be up as a 12-drop Ulamog and be that one, always one, you know, Meepo that can kind of feel like a heavy hitter. They'll go for Tormentor, Aurora, Makoto. Ready with the rest of his team to get a shard for Kaori, who's earned it.
He definitely did. With those rocks on towers. He's also giving him gold. He's getting some gold for himself, farming the camps around the tower, but also giving the team gold that they definitely need. Yuma still smoked. Mega Meepo is online. Optimus Prime.
Voltron for some of the older crowd. Get together. I call being left leg. 40 seconds left on this Aegis. We'll time out eventually, and I don't think they're going to be much worse for wear, although the net worth has stayed pretty stable for the entirety of it, about 4,000.
It's the Meepo effect. He is going to be able to farm the whole map pretty much. He farms these safe spots, and he can get out of the trouble relatively easy. So far, Aurora unable to find the right moment for them, to find the real big team fight, which did allow Yuma to not die. He's been left alone. Now Blink Dagger also picked up. Aghanim Scepter, Diffusal Blade. He's also level 15, has extra bit of evasion, 15% from that talent. Gonna come in handy against Shadow Fiend.
This Aghanim Scepter for KJ is almost a reality. He's gotten a lot more gold since we last checked in, and he isn't bottom of the net worth anymore. 5-man smoke from Aurora. They might find Whisper. Blink, God's Rebuke, looking for the spear. Throws the arena down first. Chaotic Offering from Kaori on the high ground. KJ maybe looking to help interrupt, but the TP from the Clockwork off the hook shot. Makoto not there in time to TP and Primal Roar to stop that. But they get the kill on a Whisper, and it's more of kind of the same from Aurora, where they get 1 or 2, back away, don't force all too much.
And then you have Meepo continuing to farm up. So in terms of net worth, they're not losing too much. Tai Long. Where's the follow-up?
Troll, KJ, he doesn't have that hook shot to disrupt most of this.
Good
Cogs is out onto 2, Cogs pushing them back, and they won't continue on for the Viper. Kind of tough for Heroic, especially without that hook shot, to find that moment to be able to really fight back. Meepo picks up the shard. He's got the dig upgrade now, or the dig spell available. It is technically an upgrade though, because it's unlocked.
Yeah, it reminds me of Duck Trio. Whenever you pick up that one, like first it's like 3 of them, and then they dig underground.
Starts as 1, starts as Diglett. One of the better Pokemon out there. Ooh, gets the Mega Meepo off, so Finger and all that doesn't initially matter, but the damage still overwhelming him. Has to dig, blinks away. Mira's right there, though, to drain some of this mana. And there's the Hex, the Earth Spike. They've got the tools to keep it together. They go and throw the arena, but the vacuum. Is that going to be a turnaround here for Heroic? Starting to do the damage. Yuma's still alive.
Shadow Fiend's
about half health. They've got the Shadow Fiend with the Requiem. There's another Earth Spike to land onto the Viper. BKB's going to be popped by WS. They've got the Disruption to try and save Tai Long. He gets away from the fight. The TP attempt out from this Mars. They don't lose anything on the side of Heroic, and now they want to turn it around and get a kill here. Earth Spike lands on 2 Meepos. The blink away from Mira. They start to disengage. They're waiting up out of the high ground. They've got the Hex. They'll drain some mana, but not get enough out there. Nets happen to land a Kaori. I feel like they were necessary to try and stop Mira, but they landed on the other support. But after all is said and done,
nothing dies.
Nobody dies.
Still yet to see Aurora combine their heroes. They haven't been 5 in an engagement where Mars initiates with Urena. They followed it with the Rock, Requiem, even a Beastmaster Roar. Still yet to see that one. And King Jungles is about to finish Aghanim Scepter, which is going to be lower cooldown on rockets. Probably the most important part of that Ags is providing vision, especially because you're playing against Bloodsport Facet.
Roar. Lining up the stuns. Spear. Oh my gosh, KJ just controlled the entire time. Earth Spike, Roar, Spear, all just waiting for that bar to tick low so they can make sure that he never has a chance to hook shot into some sort of safety to TP out on. That'll slow down his Aghanim Scepter even longer. This net worth lead starting to expand. BKB for VISION.
Dire's top tower is under
Daedalus next on the docket.
Probably they don't want to overcommit, considering that Roshan could potentially respawn at any time.
Buck gets that Aghanim Scepter. Blink for the Shadow Demon. Are these the items that are going to make up the difference here to win them a fight?
A lot of items inside of Heroic.
For Dark
2
Seer.
auras. Ideally, you would want to have Viper with Shiva's Guard. Needs another 300 gold. And we'll be able to get it maybe for the next fight.
Blink. Earth Spike, the jump in, Yuma, but right into the face of this Shadow Fiend. Spear, Arena. Ooh, actually Spear outside the arena. They go to the vacuum at the wall. Chaotic offering from Kaori. Makoto with the BKB. So is VISION. Yuma's down low. He's going to have to dig into the ground. The hookshot comes out. They've got the cogs around on 2 of these heroes. They get the Konamira as well as Kaori. The turnaround's coming in from Heroic. They go and throw these right clicks on a KJ. It's VISION against the Clockwork, but he's got to focus elsewhere because Makoto, he's surrounded by all these heroes on the side of Heroic. They get the Code of the Beastmaster. They take out a third. Tai Long looking to get even more, but Mars as well as the Shadow Fiend are out of harm's way. However, a good fight here for Heroic. One that finally goes their way. They've been waiting for this a long time.
WS. Arena plus the Spear did not connect. He did spear 2 of them away. I think it did connect onto the trees, but they were outside of the arena. And I also think for this one in particular, he could have chosen the different facet, because you have Shadow Fiend, you have Beastmaster and Lion, which means you have that explosive damage, and with the Victory Feast facet, it would allow you to get extra bit of that burst. It gives damage to your allies, it gives damage to you, which you kind of need right now. Like, Beastmaster did die in the previous fight as well, unable to kill anything other than 1 hero, which is a bit surprising one. Aurora, the team fight execution is just not there yet.
Whisper, big impact with the vacuum. They will find Kaori and kill him quickly. Spear does connect and attach to a tree on Yuma. Rockets, abundance there.
I love to see this inventory. Brown Boots, Aghanim Scepter. He sold his magic stick that he did have.
Nice. Is this... They turned around the last fight. This is surely not a grief. But if I saw this in my pub, I'd be a little upset.
Yeah, I think everybody would.
I'd be a little annoyed. Whisper hit with the roar, and they get the Aegis for Yuma. The disruption save on the finger. Whisper's still alive, but he's going to be hexed and killed. Mira is able to help out. They got the kill on a just 1. They're thinking about the Requiem. That's going to fly through. Hits onto the Meatbow as well as the Viper. They hit the Viper Strike onto the Shadow Fiend. BKB, TP out. He'll get the escape.
It's Meepo time now. He's the one in charge of this game. Again, Arena hits onto 3 of them, but there's no follow-up. VTune and WS are not on the same page throughout the whole game. Kaori looks very dead here.
The net from afar. Quite the fisherman when you can cast the net that far. And they got the catch that they needed. Tai Long gonna grab this shrine, and this net worth lead is starting to dwindle down to 0. Looking at the Dota Plus win probability, it is favoring Heroic.
For a good reason. They're running out of damage. Like, they are having some damage issues in longer fights. If Meepo's not dying, they're starting to have a lot of these issues. 2 supports, they just instantly die. You can't really burst Meepo anymore, especially with the Aegis online.
Agreed, and he's got it for 340. And we'll see. Does VTune even have anything to really bring this back? It's just, like you said, it's very disjointed.
Most of the fights are. I mean, he's 9-0-0. He does have 35 Necromastery, but still not really feeling it. I think they need to be able to kill the rest, try to survive, and then play from there. Potentially use buybacks on their supports to come back into the fight. Problem is, Meepo as a hero isn't really investing anything. He has like 2 big abilities, which is Mega Meepo and potentially Dig, but other than that, he has no cooldowns. Like, he's ready to fight at any time.
Trying to latch you with a net, potentially, like we see here. Mira will die to Whisper with the Ion Shell on these Meepos. And the push is on for Heroic. Trying to get the Iascati and then maybe looking towards a Bloodthorn.
You can scale so, because you're buying super expensive items on the hero, it never feels like you just stop scaling. And you're buying like Scotty, Bloodthorn, as you mentioned. You can eat your Ags, upgrade your Blink Dagger, eat your Ags, and then just get insane amount of, like, we're talking about items that cost like 6,000.
Right.
Disperser, Scotty.
I mean, you kind of hope. It's 2026, everybody should be eating their Ags, and we'll see, you know, how that goes for Meepo when he's got the extra inventory space and is able to get, like you said, these big items. And it's all Meepo coming from behind. Like, he didn't have a good start, and he had to figure out how to recover.
They didn't put enough pressure with some of these arenas. They were just not connecting. I don't think we've seen one Requiem arena combo. I don't think we've seen
really
Roar inside of the arena as well.
It's been really disjointed, and you know, the easy excuse is to just say the stand-in effect, right?
I mean, your stand-in is beyond godlike.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not really the stand-in effect totally, but there's just a little bit of miscommunication going on. I think, truthfully, the game's not in this place where it's too far gone. You can figure it out and still have time to dominate the game, truthfully, if you can put the combos together.
Not sure if it's a bit too late at this point. They are starting to scale. I see Tai Long also thinking about getting Scotty. Not sure if they need double Scotty. Feels like a bit of an overkill. Let Meepo get one, and then you can start thinking about getting a different item.
What would you rather for Viper? As they go for Kaori again. Get the catch, get the kill. Yuma now on a mega kill streak. Beastmaster gonna TP out. As that Iascati is finished for the Meepo. I'm gonna keep an eye on Tai Long's inventory, because like you said, you probably don't want to. And I would expect him to switch out.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for like different stuff depending what they need. If you want to scale a little bit more, start building into like some Manta. BKB is a good choice as well, so you can get out of the arena. Not so good against Golem, not so good against Roar, but it also gives you protection. If you feel like you need a little bit of extra control, Hex is definitely a good option.
Yeah. I feel like Hex would be really good here, especially trying to potentially shut down this SF or get that moment where you can kind of get that jump.
Yeah, because he already has 9-second BKB, didn't even pop it.
Right.
Now he needs to start thinking, how do I upgrade? Like, what's going to be my next item? Scotty feels good, but again, I don't think they need the second Scotty.
Still has it queued for the moment, but that never means you're definitely going to buy it. Looking for this Silver Edge for VTune, and Beastmaster wants the Refresher. So does the Mars. No surprise. But if they're going to refresh, you got to expect that the combo's coming.
You use one, get it out of the system, get that bad one out of the system,
and then
go for the like big 3-man arena.
I could see that.
In theory, it should also be relatively easy for them to use the combo, as long as they click their BKBs, because there are no BKB piercing abilities other than a hook shot, maybe Viper Strike, but if you're getting the
Mars
jump...
in trouble. Earth Spike, now Theocore popping the Lincolns, but WS trying to run back, nosedive in, Chaotic Offering flies through from Kaori. They're trying to help this Mars get out, hookshot blocked, but they will TP out and survive.
This time around, they were holding it for a very long time. Arena wasn't even used. Potentially ready for the next round with Requiem.
Almost a hook shot that lands in on the Mars, but just not getting it there, and he's able to TP out. So WS survives, forced to pop that BKB. But Heroic with this 4,000 net worth lead, and Roche timer getting a little bit low, and then we'll see what extra time we've got. A lot of heroes hitting those next talents, and +2 on the power cogs to hit for this Clockwork, who did pick up that Ags, now has an Aeon disc. So the farm is getting there for KJ.
You could definitely get some extra farm with Rocket Flare, with overclocking. No GPM, however. Would definitely love to get that one. Would give him enough money to have buyback for potentially next fight. And the game did slow down. Aurora, seems like they lost the momentum in the last 10 minutes or so. Couldn't find any openings. Makoto.
Nosedive in a Makoto, Viper Strike. Thinking about the Aurora, but the Lotus was there. So they just don't have a way to turn around and stop this aggression that was coming in. And Whisper ends up getting the kill on a Makoto. He's dead with no buyback. A long time gone. And this extra timer on Roche is very short.
This game reminds me a lot about Vici Gaming, game number 1 and game 2, when they played earlier today against Liquid, where they kind of played okay for the first 15-ish minutes. Aurora in this one played, I'd say, 20 minutes, and then they just kind of stopped playing. They couldn't find anything, couldn't find any openings.
And we're content with the movements of the other team.
Yeah.
We're kind of seeing a lot of that. Meepo was so far behind, too. You know, I hate to harp on one thing, but I'm very impressed with what Yuma and the rest of the team have been able to accomplish to pull this one back and get this Meepo to a point where you feel so overly confident to just jump into anything that's in your way.
I wouldn't say impressed by Yuma. This is kind of what you expect from him whenever he plays Meepo.
Fair
it's just
enough.
like he set the bar pretty high, so his performance always delivers on the Meepo games. Level 24 as well. It's a very expensive inventory that he does have.
Dire are scanning.
Looking for Bloodthorn. Did Tawang end up buying out? He bought the Orb of Frost, but he actually hasn't committed yet. Arena down, and the net onto WS. Mega Meepo comes in, nosedive, and now Viper Strike onto the Mars. Hook shot comes through, and that's going to be a kill onto the Mars. So they continue to just kind of throw one of the spells that should be combined, and they're not quite putting them all together yet.
Yeah, not sure what the idea is. He pushes it with the spear. I think he wanted to immediately initiate with the spear into the arena. Sometimes when you are using it, you click it, but if it's on the edge, it doesn't connect. The Mars players will know. It's much easier now. It's been much easier than it was before. The arena formation time has been reduced from 0.3 to 0.1 second long time ago, which makes it easy to use, but sometimes when you're like that on the very edge, it makes it very difficult. But not sure what the whole idea was, because you're definitely not killing Meepo with Lion and Mars there.
Going a little bit low, and soaks up, beats all that. Mira ends up dead, and now Yuma's up on your high grounds, ready to just take your base. And as the old saying goes, all your base belong to us.
Exactly, that's a cheat code, and I didn't know you were a little cheater, but
it's originally actually a mistranslation from a game that was translated from Japanese to English, I believe, and they messed up the translation. But yes,
is
it
that
is
from
also
StarCraft or Warcraft?
I think the
original
is a StarCraft.
StarCraft,
yes.
yeah,
with power overwhelming, and I can see everything.
I think this tells you the story about the game, that your Lion has 0 finger stacks and you have carry that has been godlike for the past 20 minutes and didn't get a single kill on the board or an assist.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Shadow Fiend not having any deaths. No deaths onto your Shadow Fiend is like the dream. And yet it hasn't really parlayed into anything too heavy. It's definitely a little bit of just disjointment. And Tai Long did also commit, by the way, to that extra Eye of Scotty.
Makes him super tanky anyway. You're playing against Shadow Fiend. His Satanic is not going to be as effective for now. It's Mask of Madness that he can disassemble. And he's also a ranged hero. It's also very good against Beastmaster to stop him from life stealing. And Mikoto is level 24 with Refresher, with Shiva's Guard. In theory, this lineup should be able to team fight, but we haven't seen it yet from Aurora.
Not yet, not as 5. Tone will stand on the high ground, then they'll get the blink into the spear back into the tier 3 tower. Disruption is there for the save. He's the one who's got the Aegis. They go to the Requiem. They should be able to get the kill, at least on that first life. These zeros on the side of Heroic are getting a little bit low. They get the kill into Whisper and Theolacor. That's 2 for Makoto. The Primal Roar comes through, but Makoto getting a little bit low. They got the kill into Kaori. It's going to be Meepo into the base. BKB is going to be popped by Makoto. The little run is back for WS and the rest of the team, but they did buy back on Kaori. So Yuma, he is still alive, still healthy. Buybacks committed by both heroes that died on the side of Heroic as well. The Satanic is finished for the Shadow Fiender. Spike onto Tai Long, and as that Lotus feels a little bit more confident to go back up into the high ground and try and get something. Disruption over by the tier 3. Yuma's in, looking for this Shadow Fiend who's silenced with a Bloodthorn, but they don't quite have the damage to get the kill. He goes into the Mega Meepo, and will back away from the base of Aurora for a moment. Is this all they're committing for? Do they want more?
It was a nice play there from WS. His Refresher just got delivered. When he initiated with the first arena, his career went through the whole enemy team, delivered him Refresher, and then he was able to get the second arena, spears them back, uses BKB to run away, and only losing a tier 3 tower, also forcing buyback from Whisper, which is pretty big.
Only losing the tier 3, 25 soon for Tai Long. What's next for him is AC. And they do get the Tormentor, so that's now Shard for this Darkseer. Quick, easy Torm. And Whisper would like Hex next.
I think they need 1 Hex. That's why I was thinking maybe Tai Long wants to get it, but if Whisper, he's still very far away from it.
Yeah, it's far.
He did buy a BKB, which he didn't use yet. Oh man, this inventory, it just looks so expensive. This has to be like one of the more expensive inventories. Not many, it's a combination of 3 items that I don't think we are seeing on any other hero. These are like 6,000 plus gold items. Bloodthorn, Scotty slightly under 6k, and Disperser as well.
Definitely an expensive inventory. What did Makoto took the minus 25 seconds Primal Roar cooldown, so now at 35 seconds.
You could have potentially 3 roars in a fight. 1 normal, refresh, and then have it off cooldown again.
The fights do last that long. It's certainly a possibility. Now taking over the outpost. A little while till Roche is back up. So some time to farm. Makoto looking for a Disperser.
Another expensive item.
Getting that gold wherever they can. Getting some of that allowance money. You ever have an allowance as a kid?
Yeah.
How much was it?
I can't remember. Inflation ate it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's when you
How
really
else would I
felt
buy?
it.
Like, how else would I buy stuff when I was a kid?
I have no idea. I was going through the same thing. I was getting like $5.
Oh, back in the days, $5. That was a lot of money. Yeah. That's a lot of MTG cards back then.
That's wow. I don't know about that. I wish I was playing back then. I had some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in my possession back then.
Now, I was really stupid as a kid. I didn't use my allowance money to buy myself a house back in the 90s. Yeah. Back when prices were really low.
Reasonable and still expensive for the time. Yeah. If I just saved all that allowance, I'd probably get one Nintendo Switch 2 game. Still looking for this Silver Edge for V2.
Yeah, it feels like he's been looking for that item for a really long time. Then he switched to Satanic.
Yep.
Which is not going to be as effective. There is Shiva's Guard, there is Scotty on Viper, double Scotty actually. It's very difficult for them to blink in, knowing that there is Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork, so he keeps spamming these rockets. Very difficult to initiate Shiva's Guard. Mikoto does have Blink Dagger, but did not want to commit.
Spear on a Tylong, but the heroes don't commit forward. Yuma just takes that away. They took that sentry out a little bit too slow, and they gave up that ops. They have some vision on the high ground that has just been taken away from the side of Heroic, so they lose their ward. KO are getting credit for the gold there, and back into the overclocking. Who will be the first to make the move? That's the real question. Who can make that first move? SF would love to get to that level 25. He's close up on it as well.
Radiant are scanning.
But you can kind of see, ooh, Yuma might be the one who's caught this Earth Spike, but yeah. The frustrating thing about going up against Meepo, you throw something like a finger that should feel like a good amount of damage, and he just soaks it all in with the Mega Meepo.
Yeah, he came with the main Meepo, gets the Mega Meepo, and then back to farming.
Waiting for just the next Roche. We're not quite at the point where I'm going to say, hey, we're going 60, but
it definitely feels like it.
At the pace we're at, it's a possibility. We're far from it. We're only 3/4 of the way there.
They've been through the toughest part of the game. Lion did get one finger stack.
Did he?
He did.
Cause for celebration. Lotus reflects that roar back. Yuma gets together. Chaotic offering. Mira's in trouble. He'll end up dead. Makoto with a refresh. Throws a roar out on a Whisper. But is the damage even enough? Viper strike from Tylong. The Requiem. But V-Tune, he hasn't died up to this point. He's trying to do all the damage he can. He's surrounded by Mega Meepo, by this Viper. They finally get a kill onto the Shadow Fiend. The net, the arena once again. The spear to try and run with the BKB and the TP out. The damage is not going to be enough. The Earth Spike connects, and they just cannot kill the Meepo.
He was so low. He was actually very close to dying this time around. They threw everything on top of him. Mira, he tried to go. He tried to go, maybe potentially kill the Meepo, but this is not Mega Meepo. This is Super Ultra Giga Meepo that we're seeing right now. Didn't die a single time in a 48-minute game. 8-0 and 9 out of 22 kills.
Every time you see Mega Meepo, it's Annihilator 4.
Yeah. Dealing 30,000 damage and still losing the fight while the enemy team dealt 18,000 damage. These numbers are pretty crazy.
Wow, balanced in all things, that I can double your damage and still get how many kills?
He soaks up so much. He also has Titanic with Rattle Cage, so those projectiles, they're gonna be shooting up.
It sounds strong.
And he's sitting at almost 300 damage on Meepos.
Did they even kill anybody? Mars caught, and he's dead again.
Hookshot from downtown.
Hookshot lands. They've gotten the net. The right clicks for Tylong, and they'll jump into the fountain, and then, oh, fountain, meet Mega Meepo. Mega Meepo, fountain, you don't do any damage to me. This, I'm going to say, doesn't feel not overpowered.
Well, everybody would play it then, you know, if it feels overpowered. Just go to... Are these professional players stupid? Why don't they go to demo mode and practice Meepo for like 30 minutes before the match and then kick him.
That's not what I'm saying, but I get you. I deserve it. All right, V-Tune, Requiem. And that will be on the edge of Thailand's BKB. But the BKB, the hook shot from KJ, that'll lock down V-Tune. He's died for the second time. He doesn't have buyback. GG is called, and Heroic will take this series over Aurora 2-1.
Oh man, what a performance. I think whoever's going to be playing against Heroic, I think you already should have, but sometimes you do forget you are using bans on different heroes, and this showing the strength of this team to utilize Meepo. KJ as well, man, I can't believe that he got away with brown boots, Aghanim Scepter, no other item.
Selling the wand. I mean, that is that's quite the accomplishment here for Heroic. They get the victory. They get the series 2-1 over Aurora. Let's send it to the panel and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, as we were saying, you know, nothing can beat Yuma Meepo. We believed in him the whole time, never doubted for a second. This was definitely, we believed even if the early game was rough, Gunnar, it was always in the backs of our mind that Yuma would turn that around.
Yeah, I mean, Yuma's like, he is the best Meepo in the world, in my opinion. It's definitely not biased because I played with him, but I still worry about the draft. I think that if they ended up not getting the Meepo, I think the draft, this game is hard. But they did get the Meepo, and he played it phenomenally. Like, there's nothing, I don't really have any notes to say. Just, he kind of just crushed every fight. Even in the early game when they were super far behind, the way he was like playing his Meepo, his microing, and made it so that they would get out of engagements that they should have died in with no deaths, and then they kept kind of snowballing that to delay the game, and eventually it got to the point where Meepo is good for Shadow Fiend in the late game. Like, we did say that you have too many heroes for Shadow Fiend to really kill, so it looked hard.
I mean, I do want to go back to the Shadow Fiend in a little bit, but on the Meepo, I think they're, like, genuinely, I just don't think Meepo's a very good hero right now. But then these players come out of the woodwork and remind you, I'm the best at this. It's different when I'm the literal best in the world, and this is true for teams as well. Like, we clearly forgot how good the guy is at Meepo. So did Aurora. They just lost to it with, like, an S-tier draft, and I was watching on the other stream. Nothing to say. Also got Tinker. Like, if you don't play against these teams, if you don't see them all the time, they have the balls to pull it out and show you that they will destroy you with the hero that they know how to play better than anybody else. I did say I wanted to go back to the Shadow Fiend for a second because I saw on the other stream there was another Darkseer versus SF matchup. So it seems like, you know, we saw Doom as the answer to Largo, and it seems like Darkseer is now, this is maybe stuff that was happening in scrims in the last couple of days because we didn't really see it competitively, that Darkseer might be a pretty decent answer to SF. It's like, this hero is so good that you just let it through. You cut the creep wave in the lane, like you don't lane against it, and then you get an illusion of him. Because really, I think the thing that people are considering very broken about SF right now is the aura. So just really cool stuff from Heroic in this match in general, picking their, like, Siggies, winning with it against a really good draft, and then also, like, updating the meta, you know, which is why I really missed watching this team in general.
I also feel like this game puts maybe game number 2 a little bit more into perspective, because I think they probably were planning on picking up the Meepo then too, but then last phase it was banned. So that was Aurora being on the ball, and then they just ran it back and they moved the Meepo up in priority, so they would not have that happen to them again, as we have the carry versus offline match.
Look at that. 17,000 hero damage on Darkseer is very decent for a hero that is literally buying all defensive items or utility items. Like, this is just how much raw damage he's getting from the SF illusions from the wall. So, yeah, this was a pretty good pick. I expect that we'll see this a little bit more, and because there's now Darkseer in the meta, that means the 4-position meta will probably develop a little bit too. Maybe more like Spirit Breakers, Clockworks, Tinies, things that lane with it pretty nicely, which it's cool to see. Like, I love in Dota how the meta shifts in cycles like this. I think it's really cool.
It is very cool. There were, you know, obviously the start of the game was all in the hands of Aurora, and there was one fight where nobody died, and we're like, maybe Meepo, you know, writing is on the wall. And then there was a fight where he truly was Meepoing.
Yeah, I think this was like the very first time that I want to say Heroic won a fight in general. So there was a bit of misplay from the Mars. He like spears the Meepo, doesn't get the arena off, so the Meepo is just now in the middle of the enemy team. And you can see how tanky he is with the Ags, right? Like, he's just existing there, and he's kiting. He gets to dig underground, get his health back, and I think just the second that this SF's BKB is down and Meepo's not really dealt with, you can just see like, I feel like Yuma's doing so much. He's like kiting the SF, he's a Meepo on the SF, he's Root, and you just look at the fight and you're like, oh, what happened to Aurora? They're all dead.
So annoying playing against a good Meepo. Good lord. Like the little micro tricks that he was doing with the Meepos, getting them low, running them away, using the Mega Meepo at the right time to dodge spells, digging at the right time, but only on some Meepos, then throwing another Meepo at you. It's like, God, dude, just fuck off. Just stop. This is why people ban it.
Yeah, and I think it will be banned more often against Heroic, especially after this performance. Heroic will join the pool of teams that will be on match point for advancement to the playoffs tomorrow, as they are now 2-0s in terms of series. Aurora will be a 1-1 and will join the 8 teams that will be on 1-1 tomorrow. We're going to find out what's happening in our next series. We're having a fresh panel take you through the second half of the day. That will be Richard, Kezu, and Tiga. So enjoy that one, and especially enjoying Paravision versus Na'Vi.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, I am here with a very special guest. We have no one from Paravision. So good to see you yet again, taking the bullet for your team, doing the interview again.
As always.
You're a guy who's been on a lot of teams. You've seen a lot of teams grow and get good, and you've been there for that. So do you feel like this team is on the right track? Are you leading them down this road of being a solid unit again?
I would say Puppy is leading right now, so we will see how it will go, basically.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's transition there. So Puppy's a big personality. He brings a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Are you okay with just giving him the reins? Is that how it works? Is there a lot of communication? Are you cool with just letting him take over like that?
He doesn't take too much, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he actually did in previous. I think it's just like people were telling like he's the guy who you need to listen, basically.
Yeah,
but he's not like this, actually. He's very like, how to say it, appropriate.
Really?
In the moment, yeah, and he's only speak of the things that he sees and not much, basically. It's not a lot of stuff he actually like showing us, because there is not much to show, I believe, because like we were like really good team and we had everything done, but now we are on the, I think we're like we had downed a lot for the time, and we need to get back there as a team, and he's showing us a lot of this about like our communication wise and all of this stuff right now. But he's not the guy who is saying like you should do this or I'll kick you. No. He's actually trying to empower you.
We're talking a lot about these changes that are all happening. I got to talk to you about SSS. I mean, this is a guy that you have made a ton of changes on your team to accommodate and bring in. What made him so good? I personally don't know anything about the guy. Like, how did you find him? Why was he such a good fit in your opinion?
So I wouldn't like explore many things, I would say, but how we found it, basically we were like searching lots of every flanger that he's available or not available, like for a reason. Of course, you cannot get collabs, but like we were watching like all the guys that we can take in our team. Many replays was a lot of discussion like how we want to see our new guy for the team, and we saw that this guy is like incredibly good at some heroes like MOUZ, Primal. He's I watched myself, I don't know, 10 games I think, and he was like really good in team fights, and I think that's the key to be the best offlaner. If you look like Amar, 33 and collabs, like let's say 33 is like breaking the game guy, he will come and like break the game with like Bristleback, Visage, like Bat Riders, but Amar and collabs, they're like all into MOUZ Primals, like collabs more, and like into team fight wise play style.
Now DM, from what I saw, was a very sacrificial, right? He just basically tanked his game, made sure the 9 class, everybody else was having a good time, whereas SSS seems a little bit different.
Yep.
Is that on purpose? Are you looking for a different style with the team where someone doesn't have to get absolutely brutalized in their game, or is this just natural from what he does?
It's natural from what he wants in first place, because we didn't want him to sacrifice sometimes at all. But it's his nature, I would say, as a player, as a core of his play style, and it's good. You know, it's there's no goods or no bads. It's just like how can you abuse it, basically, and how can you play around it. Yeah. So like about Triple S, I mean, it's his playstyle, and we're looking forward to see how it's gonna go, basically, and we're trying to empower it, and we wanna, like, me personally, I think both playstyles works. It was not about, like, the DM change was not about the game, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was other stuff.
Okay, well.
I would say I don't remember the last time when we switched someone, like not Paravision, but me as a, like, game-wise. I don't think people kicking anyone or like saying goodbye because they play bad, because you can suck for months and then you become good, you know? So yeah.
Are you willing to share what? No? Okay, well, no worries. All right, a private thing for you, but a huge information either way. So thank you so much, No One, for
that's all?
Well, that's it. Thank you for an incredible interview. Very interesting stuff, and I'm very excited to see the new Paravision, how they do here at Wallachia Season 7. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 7. The action, of course, continues, and we've got a great game for you now. It's going to be Paravision versus Na'Vi. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, we have 2 former coaches that realize it's a lot better to be on a sofa.
Trust me, it is.
Talking trash than it is in a tournament, high-fiving your players and begging them to do what you tell them.
Looks like T-Governor has something to say. What would you like to throw out?
No, I have literally not. I'm loading up my notes.
Oh, okay.
No,
I just made tea.
Your throat was so sore from yesterday. He's brought a voice program on his laptop.
Say yes.
You get that?
Blah, blah, blah. You don't need to finish the sentence.
No, it's fine.
But anyway, no, you're comfortable? You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I learned that the PVISION manager, I assume, was making tea and coffee for all the guys. And he was like, "This is for Triple S. This is for DM." They all have different orders.
No brutally strong high fives.
There's different styles of coaching and managing.
Yeah,
Well, it's good because we are going to be talking about that at some point on the desk, almost like we plan these things in advance. But first, why don't we start talking about the 2 teams that are going to be competing? We'll start with Paravision. I think I've said this at previous Wallachias. Another team that I really, really like to watch, because it's always good to see younger players coming through. And when you blend it with the right amount of experience and you watch them grow and develop, you really start to ask yourself questions about where their ceiling can be. And you know, obviously, we've seen Paravision win tournaments, right? So they are a very, very good team.
Yeah, I mean, I like this team a lot. I think also because, like, of course, they've gone through, like, having some changes. You know, they
DM left the team or they kicked them. I don't know the specifics.
Let's say kick. It's for drama farming. All right.
For drama farming, we're putting more
kicked
stakes up here. You know, they got the boy Mr. SSS on the block, and it's just this nice mixture of like, you know, the young kids, you know, your Satanic, your SSS that people don't, you know too much about. But Satanic, he's got the skill like for days. Like this guy is insanely good. But I will say he is quite cocky, rightfully so. But that's also why it's good that, you know, you mix it in with, you know, the veterans. You know, you're no one who's played major. This guy won majors like what, 8, 9, 10 years ago. And same with Puppy, who goes back to like Dota 1 Legend. So it's just a nice, good mix.
Here's the teas being brought out.
That's what I'm telling you. One guy had a cappuccino. One guy had like a honey rhubarb kind of tea. One guy had lemon tea. Based on how Puppy's smelling it, I'm assuming that has to be a tea.
Yeah.
You don't just smell a cappuccino.
So
he did not approve.
No, he's like, yeah, I can take or leave this one.
Yeah, the manager, we might not be seeing him again.
But anyway, obviously, with Paravision, one of the things I love about this Team T is the blend. Because, yes, you've got Satanic, the cocky young world star, but you've got a safe pair of older hands with no one. You've got 9 Class, the craziest position 4, who just is so experimental. And this is why they're always a bit of an unknown quantity, but really, you know, on paper, foundationally, so interesting, so sound.
Yeah, no, and like when you look at the results that they've had in general, right, it's like 3rd place here, 6th place there, post-TI, of course. At TI, yes, they did get 3rd place, but in this current iteration, it is one of the inevitable teams, like we said for Liquid in a previous panel. It's like you expect this team to be contesting for a top 4 consistently, to be in the grand finals at events they turn up to, because again, on paper, they have all the tools in the kit to be able to do it.
Yeah, their opponents, Na'Vi, not entirely dissimilar in the sense that, you know, we were talking about them yesterday when we watched them play. A great win for them, and a young team that, you know what, when the pressure's on, they don't get phased, they don't flap.
Niku played incredibly well yesterday.
He did.
I won't shy away from the fact that I was critical of him coming into the series. I said that often he is the type of mid laner that will fall into a system. He'll try to make moves and wait for kind of got the juice to shine. Like he's like the playmaker that waits for someone. But yesterday on his Kez, it's like, this is my game. The Queen of Pain game, it's my game. And I think I've not seen that from him consistently across multiple tournaments, but at least from Blast Slam now to this event as well. I'm like, all right, fair play. I'm seeing a couple moments where Niku's finding that rhythm from the mid lane.
And I think also if they can just like, because it's hard to like have this consistently, especially from a young player, but maybe they're starting to see like patterns of like why or how it happens, you know, from like a coach standpoint, or like being his teammate when if you camp his rune, or if you hear him in the draft like being very like energetic about a pick where he's like, give me this guy, like I'm feeling it, you know, I'm gonna take over the game. So if you can just sometimes, you know, maybe give him a hand, like even if it's like subconsciously to like help him feel good or about the game he's about to play, I do think it is very important for them. And like T said, he's showing that he can do it. You know, he can go like 15-0 in some of these games and just take it on his back. So if they can help him in other ways, that would be pretty.
But also super interesting because we've got a clash of coaching styles potentially. Obviously, we pointed to Puppy. In fact, actually, I'll put a pin in this because the graphics up.
Yeah, no problem.
Wanted to talk about this first,
yeah, because
right?
And then we'll get back to your point. Yeah, we go.
Because we like Na'Vi, their offlane duels. I will say there's room to abuse it. Like you have this double melee, like Nyx Centaur, and game 1 also Nyx Mars, and they played into some TA where they just got destroyed. And I think that Paravision already have lanes that by nature kind of abuse this already, like some Jakiro Ursa against a double melee lane. Like you're setting up Satanic to have a good game.
But with the way that you're looking at the offlane duels from Na'Vi, I'm looking at 4 positions that want to go play through mid lane, that want to activate Niku, and then if PMA can find ways to solo the Ursa game to you know, to survive that type of aggression, then sure, PMA sad time, Niku happy time, right? That's kind of the fundamental like takeaway I have from this.
Yeah, and like I was saying as well, you know, not just conceptually, you know, different, but coaching styles are different. You know, we talked about Puppy. It's always weird, you know, for us old heads to not associate him with Na'Vi. Obviously, he's over at Paravision. He's going to be against Astini. 2 different coaches, different backgrounds.
Yeah, so when we think about like the history of Paravision, of course, I think CY, as a coach to him, he kind of feels like what Astini is. Like he's the ideas guy. He's got creativity.
Yeah,
they're gonna try and be like, this is new age Dota, right? But when you look towards Puppy, and it might even again, it sounds crazy to say this, might even be a potential downfall to PVISION, because when you look at their players, you're always...
Sorry, I meant going up against CY.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. But the thing for Puppy is, like, he will bring the years of experience of, like, this is how to play Dota, this is how to set up the map, this is how to do all that kind of the strategical things. He'll use his experience there. But he might not be the type of guy that goes, you've got this fresh idea, let me amplify it. Because maybe it's not as good as what I think is how to play. He's like the leader of a coach. Burstini used to be the guy where it's like, if you come to him with an idea, he'll go, let me try and like turn this little bud into a flower, let me try and like amplify you. And maybe that coaching style could actually hurt PVISION a little bit. Or it takes them to being a team that was on a 3rd place at TI to winning a TI, right?
Do we know why the decision was made to kind of take Estini out of the picture?
I don't think it's like fully disclosed, but I have heard some of the players say that they didn't like that they felt like cornered and like scripted in a way where it's like, well, if it's minute this, you have to do this play. If it's minute this, you're going to do this play. Whereas I think it's important in Dota that you play what's at hand in front of you, because every game has like a million possibilities. Like if the enemies play different, weird, or in a specific way, it's going to force a reaction from you and vice versa. So I think maybe that's one thing. But I will say, like, for Puppy, because, I mean, I played with him back in the day. He is very strong and firm when needed, but he is also very open to ideas that you bring, as long as there's, like, some, you know, idea behind what you want to do and whatnot. So I do think that, well, he's got some stuff at least to prove when it comes to coaching, but I have very high hopes for this team.
But I've also heard as well he has a bit more of an authoritarian
absolutely
standpoint, which shouldn't surprise anyone if you knew him as a player and a captain.
But I feel like that's the type of thing where it's like, if you harness it correctly as a coach, you can turn teams to be tournament winning teams like consistently. Yeah. If you know the line, because Kezu's saying that he's open to creativity, if you can walk that line of creativity plus this is good and bad for the game, and you have players respect you, that is like the perfect recipe to go into the top. And maybe that's what they had issues with in the past, where they didn't have the respect, or maybe it was like too much on the creativity, not enough on like the good and bad. So it's like, I think, again, Puppy has all the tools. Again, there's no doubt about it. Puppy has all the tools to be one of the best coaches in the scene, if he can actually like find his way to kind of utilize his position.
And with that, the draft begins, and we can talk about Kez some more, which I feel like we're doing that a lot, Kezu. Obviously, we saw them have 4 carry games yesterday, lose all of them.
It's looked, I'm not going to lie, carry Kez has not looked good. I know that it's better than what the stats tell us, you know, like the 0 wins, it's... you know, we're going to get a couple Ws from the carry role for sure. I think also this is like one of the setups where you kind of wanted, you know, the MOUZ, where you get the Kez counter pick, or the Centaur here in this case too. I just want to see like other players like play the hero. I do think that Satanic is like kind of on the list. I would say he's like below Mickey when it comes to like the carry Kezes. And I will say that I don't think this team is flexing this hero. Like also, you see the Centaur, you're going to lock in the Kez as the carry. I haven't seen no one play this hero. The only mid guy, the only mid guy we've seen on the bird is Niku.
And he won. The one win
he did.
Here so far in PGL Wallachia.
He like won on his own.
Yeah, and by the way, what a win.
It was, just buying Earn into BKB.
That was so good. Like that's something else. Like I think we did talk about it yesterday, but just having like this like completely different item build like on mid, because it's not common. What was it? It was Orb of Corrosion, Earn, BKB, and Nullifier also. Like you don't see that item that often from mid. So it's just super cool when you see like something new pop up. But what shall it be? Because Pari, I mean, you could just lock in, you know, your safe lane, dual lane, or if you want to pick, you know, the like +4, it's also fine. I do think for 9 class, he's still trying to find his footing at least a little bit, because melee 4s are still very like prominent and they're being played a lot, but he's also been shifting a bit more to like, I think he's played some Dark Willows at Dream League. He's been playing a lot of Rasta. I think yesterday he had 2 games back to back. So it's maybe like a bit of a replacement for now, you know, feeling like, okay, I want a strong lane. I can't always play the melee guy, but Rasta for them, it's looked very good.
Isn't he like mainly ranged now anyway? I remember like looking at his like drafts and pick positions earlier today, and it was like Shaman, Hoodwing, all the range guys. All right, fair enough. You're just a different player. Because again, I wasn't really up to date with Dream League too much, but yeah, I think as a stylistically, hero pools change. Again, you could argue the influence of a different coach, maybe different ideas on the patch, but Na'Vi, they do run back the double melee in the off lane. Again, you mentioned it can be weak in the lane, but you have to just think about the map play. And yeah, Ancient Apparition. I personally, win rate, not looking too hot, but for me, I like seeing Ancient Apparition picked only when you see the off lane.
Yeah.
It's one of the pos 5s that is so punishable. You put a Beastmaster, a Lycan, an Enigma, any type of like zoo or summon in the off lane, a 4 position with catch, and your carry's just going to feed. Like, you don't really help the lane. But in the game, Earth Spirit, Magnetize, buffed by the Vortex, the Blast to kill a Chaos who wants to play on lifesteal. Conceptually, it's great, but I am always just worried when you open pick AA into not seeing your lane.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this hero come on. And on your note of the AA, I mean, it's like the biggest weakness of, like, if AA just gets to play an AA game, the hero destroys. Like, if you just get to wait, a guy goes in for you, pop a blast, I mean, yeah, Kaz is gonna get cooked. But the problem is there's so many, like, ways for AA to, like, not have a good game. The lane is super volatile, like the mid game too. You're like this one guy who just, like, you're just waiting for other people. So, like, generally speaking, summons and heroes that jump you in the backline are super annoying for you. So I really like this pick from Pari. You know, locking down people. Stampede is kind of useless against Arena. You lock down the Earth Spirit, same with the AA. So you're just kind of chilling and very happy.
Okay. Doesn't Na'Vi just now just lock in, like, the lifestealer, the Juggernauts, the heroes that we don't really see too often? But when you have MOUZ, you want a type of Dispel against Kez, it's really nice. Techies as well, like, you see the blast off coming in. Like, I feel like any natural debuff immunity on a hero, you're going to be able to counter at least PVISION's kind of early aggression, but...
So tell me about the techies then.
I'm going to assume...
He's smiling.
I mean, it's just...
Is it not just 9 classes playing a casual techies? Or?
I think so.
I mean, yeah.
Like, they know that this offlane dual lane is like Earth Spirit Centaur, so I think you can just put your Shadow Shaman there. I mean, techies, I can't tell you much other than that 9 class plays it, and he's like kind of a... I mean, this guy is a specialist for sure. And I think when you see AA also, I think you're like on techies, you're one of the heroes that can like easily fight back if the hero goes to like 80% HP. I think you just drop your spells and you're killing him straight up.
And just for the sake of Reddit and Twitch chat, I'm not expecting to see the squeeze, scope, whatever facet, and where he's like AFK mid, wow, some TikTok brain play. Like,
that's a short.
Last time I saw 9 class do that, I think he did pick that. I think he did pick.
Yeah, but did he AFK mid and just, you know? Yeah, no, yes, Christ.
Papi, on that one, we'll have a talk.
yeah, sure.
That one's, I think, not going through.
Okay, well, they don't pick up a hero that has BKB in the spells, but they pick up a hero that can buy BKB within the first, like, 1.5 items, right? Yeah. We saw yesterday, and I really liked his build, where it was like, I think it was like Falcon Blade, Tread, Yasha, straight BKB, then went back for Manta, Lincolns. So it wasn't like a Miona carry that we see. It's just full, let me absorb the fight. And Na'Vi, they do need that. They need a carry that can just kind of walk into the middle of the fight, give information for the AA. And I'd like to see AA think about Blink Dagger in this game, because against Mars, Shaman, Techies, heroes that can exploit bad positioning, I'd like Ancient Apparition just to full hide in the tree line, wait to see Kez, blink Ice Blast him. Your job is done. So I'd like to see that item in consideration in Na'Vi, or on Na'Vi, sorry.
Because I think, like you're saying, like this game is already a lot about, you know, does Kez get to have the fight he wants? How can you as Paravision like make the fight annoying for like the AA? And I think also with like the Razor AA, I do like it. I mean, the lane isn't like, they don't like kill with each other, but they're just gonna get through the lane nicely. You get your levels, you're happy. You know, your Razor can go through the gate later, maybe help your off lane. Yep. That's probably gonna suffer. Or if not, like play through mid. I think that's still something that's very important, like for Na'Vi overall. Like when your off lane is weak, you want playability on the Earth that he can like at least have a potential to roll on the mid lane or TP safe lane to this AA, to the Razor, and like connect with other heroes.
That safe lane is so scary. Like Razor, AA, Earth Spirit together, you use your spells in conjunction, like heroes will die. One thing that I like about the techies is Na'Vi, their map state is very, like, they have to kind of walk into an area and occupy it. They don't, like, they're not explosive, they're not doing these moves. So just having proximity mines around the map, just like throwing it at Twin Gate, oh, it exploded, okay, they're going for Twin Gate. Having it at some random ward spot, okay, now they're dewarding. Like, all these little vision aspects of techies will make sure that Kez, who needs to survive against AA, get the good positioning. You should argue that PVISION will always have the vision advantage or the setup, unless Na'Vi are just snowballing through the map with some, like, insane, 20-minute Aegis timing or something. But the slower game, the vision, the setup, you can utilize techies really nicely here.
And I wonder what Na'Vi want out of the face here. I mean, I could see, I think like Niku's puck is quite good. That's definitely something they could pick up. I mean, they did ban out Void Spirit, so at least that's maybe, a sign for one. But if they wanted puck, I don't know if their first ban would have been Viper. Generally speaking, you're pretty okay playing that matchup.
Don't you lean towards Ember a bit? I mean, to be fair, I feel like in this pick position, you can list the same heroes normally. 9 times out of 10, it's the puck, it's the Ember, but
11 years difference as well between the two in mid.
Yeah, which is odd.
Worth thinking about.
I mean, Ember is good. I just wonder, like, then what is left? I mean, then the Viper ban makes more sense, and then you also, in a way, make use of Pari, like,
they've already banned
Husker for
Husker,
you.
exactly, yeah.
So that's nice.
I feel like for Na'Vi, it's like you want a little bit of that early damage, utilize the AA, so let's say top lane's good. AA doesn't want to go stack camps in a jungle. He wants to like walk around the map, place a vortex for another guy, and feel like I'm helping, I'm pushing the map forward. And Ember, Leshrax, any of these heroes, they utilize it really nicely, because Earthspirit, he brings the control. AA brings the damage amp. Put your mid laner with that additional like magic damage to utilize the supports that you have. Like, if you pick a farming mid lane, your supports will feel lost. The only moves they can make is when they have cooldowns or ultimates available, they double smoke, get a kill, back to farming. So I really just want to see Niku on a hero that can bring life to the supports. They ban the puck.
I mean, because a lot of these bans also, like if you're Pari in this case, it's a lot about your mid player, because obviously no one has ultimate last pick. It's him. It's not just you listing heroes that he can play, but also where no one feels like this one is annoying for me to like counter pick. So leave something, you know, where you're like, okay, if he takes this, then this is my counter pick. But now I do kind of want to see like where do they go. I think there's some other games where you've seen like some, you know, a Slardar mid against an Ember that's pretty good. Back in the day, you would see Monkey King. I think first of all, this hero's fallen off a lot. AA is also very hard to play into for this hero.
Yeah.
So, you know, Slardar, some lane dominators are usually pretty good. Damn, this hero hasn't lost yet, huh? 100% win rate.
Tinker. Woo! Okay, so in all my recent ranked games, you know, trying to get my way to, what, 14k, whatever it is, it's depressing, it's rough, it's horrible. And you know what's making it worse?
What?
This guy.
Tinker,
Yeah,
all right?
Tinker,
Because shout out to my guy Wish, all right? I did win a game with him, one of the best Tinkers in the world, right? But he plays mid. He goes first item blink, it happens. Goes Kaya, you close your eyes, you take one smoke gank, suddenly he's level 12 with Shivas, and then like every fight is just, he's the conductor. You just don't know what to do. We've seen Tinker so far in Wallachia going for like Ags and stuff, but the rise of Shivas in the top level pubs is like insane. I'm really scared when we get to see pros also doing it, but yeah, in this game for PVISION, we mentioned the vision that Techies brings with his minds, the positioning that Kez and MOUZ bring, but I feel like the Tinker itself is just like, if Kez dies, Tinker can try and carry the fight after.
Do we know if no one's been playing this?
I'll assume so. It's one of his heroes.
I wouldn't like, if I think of Tinker, I don't think of him, but I know that everyone
I was
with
gonna say,
like,
not an associate of him.
yeah, but like with Tinker like rising, obviously he's played it, and this guy can play like kind of anything. And I also like it against AA in a way. It's kind of hard to have like saves, but the shield is pretty good against the Ice Blast too. And I will say last pick Tinker in a game where it looks good, which it does. I think unless Na'Vi find like really cool gameplay or some blinks into the backline, I think no one might pop this game.
Na'Vi have to kill the map, kill the jungle. They can't hit towers, but they have to keep progressing the map state.
I'll see if our commentators agree.
There it is.
They're up on the big screen.
Bring them up.
It's Gareth, it's Wagamama.
You right?
We're going to be talking about the bird again with everyone's favourite Kez one trick.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got Kez, but I think Tinker is the bigger one to talk about here. I did not expect a Tinker last pick. I think it's a bit of a greedy farming route that they're going, but it is one big threat. Like T-Gov said, if you can get those items, I mean, that can be a like fight dictating hero.
You agree with that, Gareth?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a Tinker spammer back in my days when I cared about MMR. You know, I was kind of a one-trick pony back then. It wasn't
there you go.
Be gone.
Right, well, I'm off to go vomit. Go cast the game.
Toxic draft. Techies and Tinker. But yeah, a bit my history there. You know, old Huskar Invoker Tinker player when I used to play mid. It was nasty stuff.
Damn, who am I sitting next to?
That's why now I just only play Warlock +5. I'm atoning for my sins.
Is this community service? You're healing carries as Warlock now to make up for all the bad karma you farmed?
All of the dark times I brought on people's pubs. That's exactly what it is. Now I'm trying to heal the world through Warlock's Shadow Word. But anyway, enough about me.
Have you seen Zayat? He already is on a sneaky little trip down there. Look at the bottom of the map. Everything looks normal, and then you have Zayat. He got the boots, he got the ward and the sentry. He's gonna go for one courier sniping ward, and probably go and block a camp as well with the sentry.
So this is already preempting the Tinker's kind of greedy back farming to stop him from accelerating?
Yeah, I think he wants to get in and block the one of the two camps near that high ground. But it's possible he just wants to snipe a courier as well.
Yeah. Reminds me of those tricks people used to pull with a sentry under tower, you know? Try and block the creep wave back then. You do those funny little moves.
Yeah.
We'll see what Zayat gets up to over there.
Did get pinged out because walking into this vision, but yeah, I guess a little bit of body blocking going on immediately. Pretty hard to catch an Earth Spirit with boots. He can roll away, he can walk away. So he should be completely fine here, especially with the ward seeing the Rasta.
Yeah, give me that high five. But yeah, a cool Tinker pick at the end, because usually, you know, Tinker, we don't consider him as you know, this kind of mid lane hero when there are so many spirits left in the pool. Lots of options out there. But he can operate like that spirit, you know, hiding in the fog, playing from the trees. You need the gap-closing heroes to get in on top of him, and that's something Na'Vi could struggle with here. You know, Ember and Earth Spirit can get there, but if he's protected by a MOUZ arena or this techies, it can be a challenge to get on top of no one.
Yeah, for sure. It is a very greedy mid-hero, though, that typically makes the game a bit more about himself, whereas we see a lot of more playmaking type heroes like the Ember running around and creating chaos, fighting for his team. So definitely interested to see how this is going to play out, but it's an easy matchup on the mid lane. Tinker against the Ember. He should be free farming on the Tinker. Ember, though, definitely not getting punished. This isn't like getting a Huskar against you. You're completely fine seeing a Tinker. That means both of you farm.
I did miss March of the Machines for a long time. Glad they did bring that back.
Said no one ever.
I'm the kind of guy who wishes we brought back universal damage, you know?
Yeah, I mean...
I'm still living in the past.
Yeah, we have already a bit of shenanigans happening here and there. Creep wave pulling and so on, trying to set up the lanes. Of course, we had the one courier snipe as well by Earth Spirit down bottom.
Yeah, just trying to manipulate those waves. Double melee very often wants to play off the lane, especially when you've got the Shadow Shaman and Kez, who are very good at chasing and harassing. And then up atop, 9-class techies with a MOUZ for triple S against double ranged. So this artillery lane from Na'Vi, pretty good at zoning and harassing people out.
Yeah.
Gathering up all that farm for the Razor.
And 9-class getting the big camp pull as well. This is nice for him, getting the lane back a lot. Gonna be able to farm up. See the mobility being used by Zayat. Trying to get some control over there, but not gonna stay on the water rune as the Rasta was also around.
Yeah, and you're never playing this lane head-on, you're just trying
No one getting dove under tower.
Niku going for it.
Taking a bit of damage, at least, from this Flame Guard. If anything, it sets up potentially for a future attempt. He will heal a lot with Bottle, though.
Just going under tower with a couple of melee creeps. Get that Flame Guard going.
But yeah, this is not what I've seen from 9-class. Last time I saw him on Techies, last time I saw him was hitting mid-tower level 1 as Techies just standing there and doing the, outranging the tower. Techies can actually just AFK hit the tower, which does take the tower after like 3 or 4 minutes. Forces some form of response. It's definitely a weird way of playing, but he's not doing that here.
Gunnar was talking about it in the green room, saying you kind of force the hand of your opponents. You're either going to send a support to come and deal with you, which leaves your offlaner in a 1v1, which could be advantageous, or you just take the tower, and then I think you put like a 2,000 net worth kind of value on the map state that the tower.
In theory, it can be nice. The reality of it is that your offlaner is 1v2 for about, as long as the enemy support wants to stay there, and that means your offlaner is literally not going to do anything. You cannot 1v2 in the world of Dota. In modern Dota, good luck being a solo offlaner. It's just...
unplayable.
It's miserable.
Yeah, really bad. Well, top lane, Razor doing well for himself. It's one of those lanes where, yes, you're a Razor into a melee hero, but MOUZ has this spear to kind of displace you and send you back when you static blink. So quite a lot of the focus is going to be onto this techies to try to get riddies to pump the damage forward. But when you step forward like this, you do get jumped by a big blast from the techies. Got the juice very low, but 9-class, the first to fall is Triple S. Will pick up the trade on 1. He's got a spear in a couple of seconds as well, so a double kill incoming. No, the Fairy Fire from riddies barely keeps him alive.
Baited that as well, held it as long as possible. Gonna salve up, so he will be fine on AA, but still fantastic trade for Paravision, of course. Getting that takedown on the Racer, an unexpected kill. He overcommitted just a little bit. And did he? Oh yeah, he's bringing raindrops for both of them now. Raindrops for himself and for the AA, recognizing the kill potential of this Techies and Mars combo.
And it just goes to show it's never that straightforward, right? Like Razor into melee lane, you think, oh yeah, Razor counters the melee heroes, but when you've got this Techies backing up a hero like MOUZ, that magic damage at level 2 or 3 is insane.
It was really the prep work as well. Techies threw a sticky mine, got a few auto attacks off. Suddenly the Razor's in that kill range where you see him, not full HP, but more like 65% HP. That's killable.
I mean, that threshold. And then Techies can go back and stack up the large camp and Ancients as well to build up a bit of bank for his team.
Yeah, Tinker will happily clear that, so this is a very good game to create any stacks. He's probably yelling at his team already, like, guys, everywhere, give me stacks.
Well, he's going to be yelling at his team that Zayat is ganking him. We're going to get a kickback in towards Niku. Good amount of damage here from the Flame Guard and the roll in from Zayat, but nowhere near enough to finish off no one.
Yeah, he's complete fine. Has 1 point in the defense matrix, of course. Diligent to make sure that he has the safety. And the moment he hits level 6, we're going to start seeing him move around and start increasing his farm rate. So those stacks gonna come in handy soon. Meanwhile, we haven't talked too much about Satanic, but this bottom lane...
We want to talk about Kez, do you?
No, I want to talk about Satanic, all right? Satanic, he's not off to the best start ever, considering his lane. The Centaur has managed to get 6 denies, also has very comparable last hits, 22 versus 20. And there's another attempt here for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they're going to stop the started off. PMA kicking things off here for Zayat to land a couple of spells. Again, not quite enough to get the job done, but you've put Satanic in an uncomfortable position where he doesn't have that many resources left to regen.
Yeah.
And 9 class in the mid lane. Just a cold feet and some more harassment here. But so far, this is Na'Vi kind of twisting the screw and saying, hey, we're ramping up the tempo. We're making every lane uncomfortable for you.
Yeah, and Ducalis may have stepped a little bit too far forward. He was going over to check the healing Lotus, but it was already claimed.
Oh, he's in big trouble there. Dead, and that leaves Satanic alone, still at 200 health. With Salve coming on Courier, he should be, okay for the meanwhile.
Yeah, he's going to heal up, but no support for him means he has to be careful and cannot do anything about PMA pulling this creep wave away. So again, taking away farm. We have 30 seconds until the Wisdom is spawning. By the looks of the map states, I don't think we're seeing any invasions unless Ember somehow decides to go for it. He's pretty low though, so I think we're just going to see 1-for-1. Maybe? Earth Spirit is actually saying no. Zayat's making a move up top.
So he is.
It's Na'Vi looking to put pressure on top, but we already have a reaction.
When Techies is stacking as well, so maybe a read here from Na'Vi that 9 class is going to be trying to build up that bank for his Tinker, and that has allowed Niku now to roam over to the left-hand side of the map. Ducalis pops himself into the Wisdom Shrine, but in comes the roll. Zayat contests it, kicks Ducalis on the high ground. Where is he?
He's just
he's stuck now with no his TP's on cooldown. He TP'd to that top tier 1, hey?
Oh, he's got one more tangle, but I don't know if he can make it out of there.
Timbersaw?
He's stuck.
Anyone come and help me?
He's still there. He's going to have to send out Courier or something with a Quelling Blade or Tangles.
He's a Wild Wing now.
Yeah, this is just awkward, man. The damage... Oh, Techies can clear it with the Sticky Bomb. That's a nice one.
Clever.
9 class helping out his friend.
That's good business.
The smiley face in all chat too. Ducalis.
And then did you see what happened to the camp near the Ancients? So there was a bit of contesting there, I think, but I don't know who got to clear it out.
No, I was too distracted by Rasta being a prisoner by this one kick from Zayat. I love that Zayat just walked away as well. My job here is done.
Yeah.
You stay on that.
Cool guys don't look back at the explosions, do they? Just keep on running.
Truly do.
Well, anyway, there's a dire sentry in that camp, and I think it got cleared out by the Ember Spirit, just leaving the Ancients now that are stacked up for the Tinker to come and clear.
Ancients are the big, important thing, though. Right. I think we'll get a lot from it.
And there's Triple S, going to go for the TP. Cold feet, it snaps. That's caught him out, so Mars now getting pummeled by the Zayat. Earth Spirit and finished by Got the Juice.
Nice to see AA again. It's so long since I saw AA in a high-level game in general. Just curious to see how it's going to work out. He's 1 level away from that ulti. Having a good game so far. Only been involved in 2 kills, but he hasn't died.
Had a good lane. And so far, Na'Vi having a really good first 10 minutes. And the Wisdom Shrines, the contesting, continuing to play aggressively over towards these Ancients where Tinker is trying to farm through them. Paravision kind of getting stuck in the mud over here, looking to defend their Tinker, but that leaves the Shadow Shaman exposed. The aggression from Na'Vi just keeps on coming as Satanic looks to return fire. Niku will remnant away while Zayat, he's got 5 stick and a roll in a moment. No TP scroll, but it looks like he's gapped them.
The Echo Slash was off the mark. Satanic didn't hit him in the Fog of War for just a little bit, and that was enough for Zayat to get to safety. He does not have a TP scroll. Looks like he's going for a deny on the neutral on Zayat. He's buying out his items, spending all his gold. And he will just take the slow trip back to base by respawning.
Yeah, the easy way.
I mean, faster than walking, so.
Satanic back down to bottom lane, trying to deal with PMA and his Helm creep. So now we'll start to see that process continue for the Centaur to flourish with the dragging of waves, while the dives in his mid lane is relentless from Na'Vi, finding another kill there with 9 class falling.
They're beginning to unlock the Ember, playing around the Ember, utilizing him as much as possible, and this is what they need to do on Na'Vi. Ember is a fantastic action hero in the early game. He can just run and fight non-stop with the urn that he has as well. Always gonna stay topped off.
Non-stop. And Tinker is slowly getting to items though. There's Kaya Rush. Bottle already into the Blink Dagger. he is that looming threat. You know, we always used to think about the anti-mages and the specters, and I kind of put Tinker in the same camp where if you don't slow down his farm, he's going to get to that, you know, the panel and yourself say he's going to be the conductor, the dictator, the guy who takes over the game.
A go down bottom, they want to catch Satanic. Rasta behind him, can he help him?
They missed the roll, but Stampede is there to gap close. Satanic going to try and weasel his way out of this one, but he's a bird, not a weasel. Ice Blast connects nicely. Zayat gets the kill as the Shadow Shaman's going to get annihilated.
And there's that value from the AA. First ulti, really big.
Tinker's come in here to try and make a meal out of this one. 9 class here on the right-hand side, and Triple S looking at Riddies to finish off the AA, and job well done. Ember Spirit, a little low on resources now. No remnants remaining, so that's going to be the call to end things for Na'Vi in this fight.
Yeah, they have Arena, they can catch Zayat.
Oh, they can.
Gonna use it.
There's the spear and the blast off. Tons of magical damage to finish him off, and Triple S, a well worth double kill.
Courier flies and reveals positioning as PMA. Gonna get caught out potentially, but no, he's gonna walk away. The stun, no spear onto the high ground for him.
And of course, with all that moving down south, Razor gets the freedom to kind of push towards the tier 1, go back and farm through the jungle safely. Accelerates very quickly up to the top of the net worth.
Yeah, and you blink and you miss it. The Tinker farm rate is so insane. Blink Dagger already complete, 11 minutes in. Blink Kaya. He could become massive. It's not the Shiva's insta-build, but it's very possible that he will go for it. The Aghanims and the Shivas are basically the two big interesting things to go towards here. We'll see what it's going to be next for him. But already with the Blink Dagger, we'll probably see him start activating towards these fights and try to actually swing them.
Yeah, especially when you have a Shadow Shaman, right? We used to see a lot of this, like Shadow Shaman Bane with the global heroes like Nature's Prophet, Io, Tinker, where you've got long duration lockdown, allows these TP heroes to get across the map and join with the damage. So we could see Ducalis, you know, smoking up, playing aggressively on lanes, on waves, or we could see him dying under his own tier 1 tower, where this ancient apparition Ice Blast takes him down a notch, and Niku's continually just bullying this Tinker away from lane. I think chains, but he's going to miss it.
Man, they just have Ducalis' number so far in this game. He is struggling a lot. 0-4 and 0 on the Rasta. Still level 5, pretty flat level 5 at minute 12. He wants that ulti badly so he can start opening towers, but without the Rasta wards, they don't have the best pushing capabilities. Kess is not really a hero who just goes to a lane and opens a tower the way a SF or a Luna or something like that can do. 9 class is building a little shrine down bottom. A shrine to the C4 god of explosions.
The god of gunpowder, destruction and explosives. Very good.
Oh, he does see Got the Juice. This is scary for Got the Juice, actually. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, walks back. And a dire scan there as well.
Yeah, the scan was very, very nice, preemptive, and make sure that he doesn't get caught.
Valuable information. Well, Zayat is going to get that move onto no one.
Magnetize was used, but fantastic kill for them. Again, the AA didn't even need to use their ulti as well. That's impressive that they bring down the Tinker.
But so far, Na'Vi playing pretty much the same as they were doing yesterday. Very fast-paced, getting on top of their opponents and making sure that the first 20 minutes is as uncomfortable as possible for these core heroes.
Got the Juice wants to defend. Look at him. He's walking towards the lane. He does not want to drop this tier 1 tower.
He feels strong, doesn't he? He's got raindrops.
He's got a smoke behind. Here comes the squad. The Goon squad is coming in.
Arriving from the south. Niku and Zayat, the gap-closing heroes most importantly. And
watch that AA ulti. It's going to follow quickly on the initiation.
Minute 14. I mean, the Wisdom Shrine's a good target. The massive target here, just to chuck an Ice Blast in. There's an arena there as Niku gets tagged up by a few spells, but with the damage out of Na'Vi, they've blown up 1, 2, and 3 in a row. Paravision getting blasted here as Riddies will be the sacrifice as Satanic finally shows up. Gets a notch on their belt, but
that was a beautiful smoke. Yeah, beautiful smoke going behind the tower before they siege the tower. Centaur, meanwhile, just farming on the other side of the map, but still useful. Stampede allowing them all to just congregate onto the top area, and Centaur happily building his net worth.
And we've got to start asking the question, when does the greed pay off? When does this Kez get up and running? When does the Tinker actually start having impact? Because Na'Vi have just been running this match beginning to end so far.
I think the hard part is that their trio that wants to fight right now is Mars, Techies, and Rasta, and they haven't really started finding stuff. As we see a replay here, look at the AOT clipping the two of them here in a second. The Mars gets just barely close enough.
Yeah.
Massive value from the AA.
That's one of the problems with MOUZ Arena, right? You put this spell down, you kind of want to dogpile onto the target inside, kill them, finish them off, but...
Oh no, Ducalis not again. He's already 0-5-0.
Out in the open. No paddle down this river. The raft is going to sink.
It's falling very rapidly here for him. At least 9 class, you know, he's set up shop there over on the outpost. Or on the Twin Gate, sorry.
Techie's just going to put a Widow Goblin down next to his mines. There's nothing dangerous here, Zayats.
Little doll.
He's going to hear the warning symbols.
Zayats is happy to clear it. He has the Tranquil Boots, so if you do it correctly, you can actually take very little damage or even no damage if you perfectly walk out.
He's going to get blasted on by 9 class. Can he get this kill? He can!
He didn't expect the techies to still be there. A little bit too greedy with clearing the mines.
Well, they want to come and get some revenge. The little goblin scarecrow was watching it all happening. Zayats thought, hey, it's just a cute little goblin. What could possibly happen? He doesn't even have any good items. 9 class will die in the end.
Yeah, but he gets paid for all his hard work with the mines. On mid lane, though, they're jumping.
The arena on the Centaur. Satanic coming in with a Tinker alongside. PMA dropping quickly there as they flurry him down.
A quick takedown, and with the siege creep as well as the Rust Awards, they're making a push towards the mid tower, an important one to open, so they get some form of access to the middle of the map, especially with Roshan starting to be on the menu for both these teams as we're heading into that 20-minute mark.
I mean, especially with the Tinker as well, right? One of the most important things for Tinker, once he gets the Keen Conveyance levels up, he wants the towers to die so the waves push further forward, so he has more access to the rest of the map and jungle camps to accelerate further.
Yeah, it's also heat. Oh, yes. 9 class is going to be...
Oh, he's dead.
Caught out this time. Yeah, it's one of the nice things for Tinker is that he doesn't lose map control the way other heroes do. If they don't go travels, they basically will lose map control. Dekal is under a ward.
Another one.
Another AA ulti.
Big ice blast in. And Niku with Zayat, the Spirit Brother pairing, has been beautiful to watch them just get across the map quickly, find targets, get the D-wards going. And yeah, they're trying to make this map as small as possible for the Tinker.
And this trio has been devastating. Niku has been running the show.
One. TP's up here. He's going to try and TP out again. No stuns, though. Zayat had already spent the roll, unfortunately, to get there in time.
Yeah, roll a little bit too far. Ember wasn't really there. They're looking towards mid already. A ulti on cooldown. I don't think they can facilitate a tower dive necessarily. But it's going to be Paravision who want to smoke up. Rasta going to try and D-ward first. Probably wise to get rid of this vision.
It's been a pretty quiet one here for Satanic. He's been involved in a couple of kills, tried to show his hand at battling, but it's been a farm game for him. Does have a Desolator done. Feels like he's got the damage output now if they do want to meet this fight, because important timing. 18 minutes in, we're already looking at Torment or Roshan. The rune spawning as well. It's a regen for Satanic, so not a massive deal.
Yeah, but he popped the ulti. That's already one little resource spent.
Ice Blast is good. And it does clip to Carl. It's not quite on 9 class, but this will give the opening for Niku and Zayats to get there. Arena's there with a blast off on 2, and they finished off Niku. Satanic comes in with the damage. A curious snipe from Zayats on the back end of the fight is going to leave him open to the roll block from Triple S and a double kill for MOUZ.
That was the value of techies right there. They overcommitted chasing into a techies. It's the oldest rule of any pub, Gareth. Don't chase the techies. They went into too many mines. The 820 damage taken from techies onto Niku there. He got bursted with a nice spear, of course. If it wasn't for the spear, would never have gone to kill, so Triple S landing his connection there.
And all the magic damage resistance reduction from the techies' mind as well, right? We saw Zayat suffer to it in that bottom right-hand corner. Then you got all the Mars damage and all the Shadow Shaman damage. It really can add up quickly.
Yeah, it's funny how both teams have magic damage increase in some way with the AA as well on the field. You have to be wary about the bursts. There's definitely a lot of damage potential in both teams.
Yeah, that Vortex with Razor and Ember is huge.
Yes.
It's a good read, though. Look at Satanic. Again, hit by the Ice Blast. Niku and PMA close in on him quickly. How did they see him?
The wards saw him earlier. They knew that he was going over there.
Ah.
Yeah, he's pinging there's vision, but he's not pinging the correct location. Riddy's ward on the side of the map there spotted him earlier. The vision game has been incredibly impressive from Navi. Like, they've been in the face of Paravision, and they've been utilizing that to take time to get vision down as well. Sneaky wards.
Yeah, all these sweeping moves really open things up for them.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
crazily enough, we've not seen this Razor really, like, he's been in top lane for 20 minutes, right? And now it's time to go.
I was gonna say, Razor is playing pretty chilly.
Riddy's calculating where Ice Blast if he could.
Where could the ward be? But yeah, the Racer used to be a hero that I always identified as, oh, you have to go, it has to be fast, has to be tempo. But he has really shown time and time again, if you go mid-late game as Racer, he can be a monster. Oh, that's so cute. It's a happy Women's Day coming from him right there. The hearts and love from AA to you.
Love to you all. I've forgotten what point you were making now.
No, I was saying how Racer can play a slow controlled game as well. He's farmed his way all the way to BKB, almost full Manta style, and he is the most farmed in the game. He's building towards a Satanic and a Butterfly, and even has queued up, I think, a Refresher after that. I think he has all his plans lined out there. Yeah, exactly. You can press Alt and see it. But he will become a monster. I think he wants to play on the power spike he has now, though. The 9-second BKB timing. This is time to start getting some Roche, some advantages. Contest that Torm for sure.
Yeah, because if he presses BKB, there's very little right now that can contest him. He's going to walk over you like a lawnmower.
Yeah, Kess is the only thing that brings some form of reliable damage outside of BKB, and even against him, it's pretty good to have a BKB because you can use it to protect yourself against the bleed. Yeah. You can dispel off stuff when you're BKB.
Well, the minefield is being built up again by 9 class. Defying the Geneva Conventions. Naughty, naughty little techies.
So it's going to be Dire setting up on a Tormentor. No surprise, I think, from how the pace of the game has gone. But Radiant making the most of this, farming the entire map. You can see how they're not sticking together right now. Generally in Dota, it can be dangerous to split up. But they know at 20 minutes, there's going to be Tormentor taken. So right now was a few seconds where they could all be really greedy and try and expand their farm area.
Trying to build a barrier around their Ancients now to protect that Tinker, create a bunker around him to keep no one.
Whenever the game slows down, I go to 9 class and I'm like, what's 9 class up to? What's he building, you know? Because he's setting up the high ground control here. Obviously, even against smoke ganks, can be amazing to have techies just give you that alarm system. He's installing basically the doorbell protector system here, the alarm in case of any intrusions.
That's pretty important when there's Embers and Earth Spirit. Just sprinting around causing all these problems in your neighborhood. We've got the Juice. Still going to keep on farming down this outer layer of the map.
They're smoking up though. They're coming.
Paravision want to make a move in towards No One, who has set himself up in his bottom lane, kind of dangling as a bait in front of Na'Vi. Let's see if they fall for it, because Zayat is lurking in the shadows down to the south. No One is playing kind of delicately here.
I think they need scared. They need the supports. I don't know if they can burst the cores here.
PMA shows up and heads straight towards the tower while Paravision go for their own little wraparound. In behind got the Juice. Again, 2,500 HP, and when you miss the spear, that's a no-go from Triple S. Arena defensively, 9 class and Ducalis in the back, but this Ice Blast perfectly placed will force them to split, clip on the techies, and Paravision, that is signal to fully retreat. Yeah. Play another side of the map now quickly, because Na'Vi have shown their hand down south.
Yeah, A ulti spent, Mars ulti spent. Better for Na'Vi though, for sure. Happy to not have the Mars ulti controlling, and they get the DD rune of an Ember.
And Aghanim is nearly done.
Yeah, I think they could just try and let him have the space to farm that. Meanwhile, the rest of them are sieging up on the tower. Got the Juice feeling confident. Mars can't really burst him without the ulti. Of course, there's the Pipe. We haven't talked too much about PMA. Not doing anything too surprising on the Centaur. Pipe.
Standard.
Yeah, Pipe, Crimson. He got both of them, so protection against both the magical and the physical now.
And Niku will go and farm out the rest of the map. Finish off the Aghanim sector for himself, so even more ability to gap close, find the Tinker. Make difficulties there for the Paravision supports who do like to play from Fog.
Yeah.
A couple hundred gold away from it. And
Satanic getting targeted up top. He has the Manta style to dispel.
Stampede forward and the static link going though. We might still be in trouble. Has got the Juice, dodges the spear with the BKB. Little grapple to the high ground, and Echo Slash gets distance. Ice Blast barely misses, and a blast off in from 9 class will hold them back.
Oh no,
roll in from Zayats, the bombs! The
no.
Oh, he's dead when he lands, isn't he? No, the spear sends him out! Triple S will still get the kill. A little messy and sloppy, but now got the Juice with no BKB, sprinting forward to deal with No One, draining some damage, but this is real rough fighting into this area where Triple S has an arena. Double spear into No One's damage. Niku has arrived, but the Razor's fallen. Centaur disengaging, and Ember Spirit realizing he's all alone. No backup to help him, and Paravision have held this high ground.
TP in front.
Oh, no one, you're right. Does get the TP in front, but the Remnant's there to safety from Niku. He's fine with the last one he had in his pocket.
What a fight coming out from Paravision, though. They get to play in their area where they already had prepared. That's the good part about techies in this match. They can set up those dangerous fields to fight into. Yeah, and Tinker basically unchecked in that fight. He got to just dish out with the Aghanim Scepter as well.
I've been talking about the greed of Paravision, but this was greed from Razor this time around, trying to chase that Kez down all the way up into the enemy triangle. Na'Vi thought they had something there. The return fire from Paravision, incredibly strong. And we can see the staying power, right? These extended fights, if Paravision can wait out BKB, allow this Tinker to dish out spell round after spell round. And Na'Vi are quite reliant on that jump, catch, kill, immediate burst, numbers advantage. If they don't get that, it can be struggle.
Yeah, this is all looking like they're trying to make a comeback, you know, start taking over, and they have the pieces now. The Mantis and Kess for extra survivability, the BKB on the Mars so he can actually go in. Tinker still needs a little bit more safety. The BKB and Shivas, and he will become a monster. For now, yes, he has insane damage, but he needs his protection. He needs the front line. Otherwise, they do have the tools to burst him with the AA ulti and everything else on Na'Vi. Game is still anyone's to take over. And I think PMA started feeling as well. He needs Blink. Like, he doesn't have agency over who he goes on as much. So he's queued up the Blink Dagger now. He is already tanky. He's making his team tanky, but it feels really bad not to be able to jump people when you play against a Kess and a Tinker who all have this fast mobility, getting around in the fights, and you're just waddling around as a Centaur.
Especially if Ember wants to go and find and hunt a target, there are still multiple other targets you want to go for. Might even be Zayat saying, hey, I need a bit of assistance here. I can't just be rolling in alone at the middle of mines. I need a bit of help going deep.
Yep.
And Paravision starting to feel that the tides have turned somewhat. They eye up this Ember Spirit, but again, Triple S is off the mark, and Niku's just that little fraction of a step ahead.
It can be so tough. If you smoke at nighttime, you don't have vision on him. I mean, that spear is very tough to land. And Slide of Fist dodge, Niku, of course, one of these super fast players. He's one of the youngest pro players, right? So you can expect him to have fast reflexes there.
Yeah, what Richard was saying is 11 years difference between Niku and no one, which is pretty incredible. But you can look at it both ways, right? There's 11 years of difference in terms of, you know, dexterity. You know, the younger player usually have a bit quicker, but there's 11 years of experience on no one's side.
For sure. Yeah, no one, he's been here before. He's seen these games. He knows how they play out, for sure. He has a lot of, you know, advantage in how he basically breathes Dota and has done it for so long.
That was a big roll from Zayat, starting on the two supports with a nice magnetize, and the Remnant zip-zapping over the top of Techies and Shadow Shaman, picking off Ducalis and Night Glass falling as well. And Riddies continues his streak as well, dominating that.
Yeah, splitting their targeting really well, getting both of them. And this game, I think Paravision aren't that far behind, but it feels depressing from the point of view of the supports.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just looked up Ducalis again. He's 0, 10, and 1. It's just painful, but he has to do what he's doing. Getting out on the map, trying to get vision, trying to help the techies maybe find pickoffs, but everybody's basically farming, right? Tinker's farming, Kess is farming. And Mars doesn't have the damage to burst anyone with the two supports at this stage. So what do you do as a Rasta? You exist.
Yeah, I mean, you have to inhabit some part of the map, right? You can't just be sitting in Fountain. You've got to go and do something.
Yeah, you're smoke protecting, largely. You place yourself in front of your cores as a barrier, making sure that they don't get killed.
And I guess also the story here for Paravision is they're looking at this thinking, okay, we're bleeding out a little bit, supports are dying, but quite often in these games, a kill leads to Roche. Yeah. In this game, Na'Vi don't really have a great Roche-taking lineup, so all these kills have kind of led them to farming items and pushing lanes, but no big objective that gives them a lot of that freedom.
That's the downside about Razor. He's not insanely fast at taking Roche as a carry. Comparing it to something like Ursa, of course, who's like prime for it. He basically needs core kills to be able to take up Roche, or at least some big push first, take out these tier 2 towers, and then they could think about it. So for now, it's mostly a farming game. Satanic is just about to finish for Got the Juice. I keep saying for Got the Juice, which sounds like he left it at home or something.
Ducalis is out on the map again. Where are you going, little buddy? Lotus Pool? There's a little flower in there for you. Nobody to contest him either. He'll be happy and safe. And RV, in the meantime, though, are gathering up all of their forces, rallying around that new item pickup from Got the Juice that you mentioned.
Yeah. They have the Blink Dagger on the Centaur, and they have the Satanic on the Razor, so...
all they need is vision.
Oh, they already have... the alarm system is going off. Ring, ring. Ring, ring, someone's hearing a smoke.
Intruder at the door!
And you can see the reaction as well. Paravision, they all back up, play safe areas, staying under tower on both Mars and Kess.
He's still trying to sweep through this bottom jungle.
But
another
again,
mine blows up.
Ding!
Early warning system kicks in yet again, and Nine Clouds just keeps planting them down on the floor to see who's coming.
Ding!
And another one. So yeah, I mean, a massive use of resources there, gathering up all your forces, spending a lot of time hunting, don't get anything for it, while Paravision continue scaling on their cause.
It's also spending a smoke. You only have so many before you start running out.
Yeah, finite resource.
It's not that easy to make all these moves continuously.
And Paravision are going to use that information of Na'Vi being in the southern part of the map to smoke themselves. Get on top of Zayat here with the Arena Spear. No response whatsoever from Na'Vi. They're just going to leave Zayat to die.
A good takedown, and they get to kill on the best hero for themselves as well. Having Kess get the gold right now, getting Deso charges as well. He needs to start building up to become the late game threat. He is the most farmed on the map, taken over the Razor even. Once he gets the Butterfly, it will be hard for the Razor to man-fight into. I'm not sure what the adjustments will be for Razor here. Can't say forgot to use it. He's going Butterfly for himself, but he won't be able to DPS into the Kess at all. With parry and evasion and you not having True Strike, you're just not going to kill him.
No. I mean, the game kind of breaks down and slows down like this for Na'Vi, who would be the ones building up momentum for the first 20 minutes. I've got to feel good for Paravision and their morale to be able to hold on to this one. That's what Techies gives you.
Yeah.
This ability to delay the game out, make areas of the map uninhabitable, no-go zones here for Na'Vi to enter.
I mean, Techies and Tinker are two of the handshake, like
do you want to go into this area of the map?
Make the game as long as possible. They're both in the same boat here. They want to go late game, they want to control the field, and it's very frustrating to feel like you can't really smoke gank at this point. It's been passive for so long. Look at the minimap. There are mines all over the place. Yeah. There are a ton of mines set up, and this is just information that they have.
And it feels like we're on a knife's edge here. You know, it's an 8K lead, it's a 10-kill lead. It feels like Na'Vi, you know, have got the real strong grasp on this game. But Paravision, if they win a fight, that's a fight into, you know, Serpent Wards for Roche, or tier 2s are going to fall. A lot happens on the map when they get a couple of core kills because of that macro style that Tinker brings, because of the emphasis on like tower pushing, objective taking that Shadow Shaman and Techies give you.
Yeah. I think they have hit a bit of a wall in the draft on the side of Na'Vi. One thing that they're not that good at is taking objectives. Towers or Roche, they're not that fast at it. They don't really have the building damage. They don't really have the Roche potential. And that means even if they have a massive lead, they basically have to create more kills to further the game.
They do have a lot of brute force power, though, still, Na'Vi. So if there is this 5v5 clash where, you know, vision advantage comes in or a good catch from Zayats is there, there's the chance for Na'Vi to steamroll their opponents.
Okay, big pickup here. The Shivas is complete for the Ember. It's coming out.
Nice. And a BKB for Centaur as well.
Yeah, also going to help him stay alive.
When everyone's getting their farm on.
But the longer you have this passive game, the more Tinker is using the map, the more Techies is limiting your space. So the net worth has dropped. They need to do something on Na'Vi.
They're forcing this Roshan.
Oh, this is feeling pretty rough, man, going in like this.
It's not atrociously slow, but it's not quick by any means.
It's more that it's spotted, and you're all very vulnerable.
And the smoke from Paravision. They know exactly what's going on here.
Are they in time, though? They're a bit slow. Roche is falling.
Zayat's on the high ground with Riddies at the back. They're trying to give info to Na'Vi here as Ducalis blinks in. The little Goblin Scarecrow in the back as the snipe on the AA is there. A buyback from Riddies and got the juice moving forward. Sees Ducalis, an opening for them. To blow up the Shadow Shaman. Niku gets the kill while Triple S, he's on the run back. 9 Class snatches the Aegis as Roshan dies. The Mars Arena's defensively with a nice 2-man spear, but a BKB and a TB in from Tinker, giving protection to Triple S, and Satanic is in on Zayat. A few swipes of the Katana takes the Earth Spirit out of the game, and got the juice with no BKB or Manta style could be overexposed. Tinker and Kez. Gap closing pretty quickly, but they don't have the info to go deeper.
Massive move there by them. The long wraparound, we get a pause. Wow, okay, so unfortunately some packet loss going on, but that fight was really well orchestrated by Paravision. A lot of teams would probably just want to go into the Roche, contest the Roche that they saw in front of them that Na'Vi went into, but they understand they have to get onto that AA. He is the biggest danger to Kess. He's the biggest danger to their carry. If AA is gone and he doesn't have the ulti to drop onto Kess, then he's pretty free in the fights. And that wraparound was very successful. Meanwhile, the Techies was killing Roche with landmines. See, just dropping mines. Ember tried to steal it, but was just a little bit too late.
Okay. So Dire killed it, Techie snatched it.
No, actually, yeah, exactly. He got lasted with the Remnant as he jumped in.
And in this mid lane, Ember Spirit still trying to play forward here, but Satanic going to rebuff him pretty quickly. And with no Remnants remaining, yeah, no ability to keep on going. And this game has flipped. That Roche attempt from Na'Vi, very risky business. They felt like they needed to do something, but it comes back to that topic of their lineup not really taking objectives that well. And the greedy Paravision side have scaled. They've ramped up now.
Yeah, we head into late game, and this is where these heroes are going to start thriving. The Tinker is going to get more and more monstrous, and with the Butterfly now in the hands of Satanic, he's going to start doing some serious building damage anytime they win a fight. Arcane Rune on the Tinker as well.
I mean, when
we even need it. He's got so much CDR. It's overkill.
Those are useful at all. I'm just thinking back, when we came out of the draft, would you have put Na'Vi on a clock?
Oh, to a degree. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't really want to go late game against Radiant's lineup, I think.
I mean, what's the clock looking at like now? Like, are we 10 to midnight? Are we we're in the witching hour?
It's definitely the witching hour, Gareth. I think the next 10 minutes, they need to basically start bringing this game back and starting to win. Otherwise, as we head towards 50, 60, I don't really see it anymore from them, to be honest. I know that Razor can be a strong late game hero, but I'm just watching this game unfold, and they're creeping. It's like the inevitability of Paravision in this game.
Stuck in the cement with a bulldozer coming towards you.
Yeah, I mean, can we have a minimap update on how much Techies is limiting the field right now? Look at that. Look at all those green little dots everywhere.
Update. We're going to find out who's been using Morse code to send us a message. I freaking love techies. Things definitely do slow down to give both teams a bit of a breather now. And of course, you know, no Tormentor, no Roshan, no key objectives to play towards. Makes it a little bit awkward to figure out where you want to be on the map.
They're starting to do it a bit, by the way. What they need to do, I think, Na'Vi, they need to start sending these Razor Illusions to just clear mines. Yeah. He has a Manta style. You need to start getting rid of this map control, because otherwise you can't smoke. And we saw what happened when they tried to smoke. They just get revealed immediately, and they catch nobody. That's the one way they can break this status quo of just farming. And the status quo isn't really favoring them. Paravision now have more farming grounds.
I thought the lead is all gone, right? It went from 8k down to 4, down to 3, now down to 1.
Technically ahead, but definitely not in reality.
No, we for the past couple of minutes, we've said this is Paravision's game to chuck away. There's a mind check. It's vibrating.
Oh, God.
Zay's going to roll over it. Even with the Helm Creep of the Centaur, we saw how much emphasis was put there by the MOUZ and the Techies to finish it before it could go on any demining missions.
Yeah, almost would like to see like Niku also get a Manta style just to start getting rid of this, because I do think the Tech is having this silent impact on the game.
They need some like Katamari Damacy rolling inflatable guy to go out to these minefields and blow them up.
Roll and pick up all these bombs. Yeah. Meanwhile, it's going to be Paravision smoke up. Zayat is trying to smoke reveal, I think, was positioning.
And he rolls up to the high ground to play with Got the Juice, and there's a straight BKB from PMA, gripped up to the high ground as well to make sure there's no continuation.
You know what they saw? They saw the TP in coming in from Tinker. Even if you're in smoke, if Tinker TP's on you, or if anyone with travels TP's on you, that's actually visible. So you have to be a bit careful about revealing that when you're in a smoke. That's why they got so scared and ran away. They saw the smoke, basically.
The aura effect. What's going on there? Well, Kaz with a blink dagger now as well, hey? Getting pretty stacked.
Yeah, going for a swift blink as his boot replacement. Very natural choice at this stage. He's still 2 levels away from level 25, where he's going to start really doing a lot of damage. But with the blink, he's going to be able to close distance on that key targets. Riddy's game has now turned into basically a horror game. He needs to sit back and get that ulti onto key targets and not die. all he has to work with, one Blink Dagger. The Solar Crest, it won't do shit to save you. That is a false promise right there.
It'll block half a hit from the Kez.
Yeah, if even that.
He blows a kiss at you and you die. Oh, favorite little buddy, Jeremy.
It's got such nice white teeth. My goodness. And a lot of them. The smoke is coming out again, though. This is a tight moment for Navi. They already got revealed by the alarm system. And then the jig is up, right? Like, do you get anything from here?
It's just, you can't walk past this like demilitarized zone that's set up by Paravision.
Yeah, there's literally a wall.
For the DMZ, wire fences, barbed wire, there's mines, all sorts of business here.
Oh.
Hello, there's a jump on this Razor with the arena, but the spear misses. The Ice Blast comes in, but got the juice drop low. Got the BKB off and turns to life steal back up. Razor still going to finish off the Mars, and Niku picks up a double kill. Got the juice will still die though to Satanic. The Kez goes wild, but he's blown up by PMA. No one, last man standing here in the fight, getting double-edged and whacked around as Zayas misses the roll, but Riddies and the Ember remnanting over the top gives Niku a triple kill and the Vision on Triple S to get the Yules into the sky. The mines can't protect you here. You're out in no man's land, and Na'Vi have got their men. 5 in a row, plus the one of the Mars. Make it 6.
Absolutely insane fighting there coming out from Navi. The A ulti, he did it. He cleared the horror game, Gareth. He did it. Beautiful landing, got on the key target, like we mentioned. And even though the jump was nice from Paravision, that spear missing was crucial for them. Not being able to fully chain stun as well. They were not able to secure the kills the way they wanted to immediately. And then Navi bite back. And Ember just doing crazy work in that fight as well. 6,000 damage coming out from him. Just jumping all over the place, using 8 fire remnants, just flying left and right. We get to see the replay.
And it starts with a good go on the Razor, but you don't land the spear.
I think he tried to spear the Centaur, but Centaur BKB the spear. So I don't know if he wanted to aim for him, but yeah. In the end, you see Kez here trying to fight, but with the AA ulti, you're not gonna get your HP back, and eventually he just gets dragged down. The staying power. And Centaur, I mean, we haven't really hyped how hard he is to kill. 5,300 HP, now sitting at 4,900 HP. He gets stronger and stronger, of course, having the shard. Throughout that fight, he was just growing.
So what, Paravision is a paper tiger then? They're fronting all this aggression, putting the mines down, saying we're incredibly strong, you can't defeat us, it's impossible to break past our front line. But once you do infiltrate behind enemy lines, you find out Paravision, if you get hit by an Ice Blast, they're not that strong.
I think it's basically that. Like, the game is a lot about Riddies, and can we give some props to him being 10, 4, and 14 on AA?
On an A plus 5 AA.
Out of meta hero, a hero we hardly ever see. Riddies is absolutely playing like a god here. Very impressive stuff.
Incredible stuff from him. A quick Tormentor from Na'Vi, and then swinging through the Twin Gate. They'll pair up with this Ember Spirit down south.
He will see the ward as well, so all of them know that they were spotted. Gonna just go through the gating again and head top.
Keep the lanes pushed out. Don't give Tinker any space to push this map across the river.
There is a refresher now in the Ember as well. Rewards for all that hard work in the previous fight, so now he can send even more remnants. Double BKB is also going to be really nice against some of the good lockdown on Radiant. There is the Hex, of course, on Mars, so against Hex on him and Hex on Rasta, you do have to be very cautious not to get caught out.
So if we had 8 remnants in the last fight, how many we're going to get in the
Probably
next one?
13, I would guess. He's going to fly all over. Depends how many people he kill. With some buybacks, we could see even more.
Absolutely. Dire Vision right now sees the Tinker over in the Ancients area. No one thinks he's safe, but he's absolutely not. The jump across by the Earth Spirit forces the BKB out of no one's Tinker, and will get him to Fountain safely. But that's resources expended.
Yeah, no BKB piercing stuff to hold him in place there, unfortunately. You do have the MKB on Got the Juice as well, so he has the ability now to just go through Kess pretty fast. That Butterfly is not giving him full safety.
And there's always the chance, you know, you think you can just BKB TP potentially. With Ice Blast on you, there's a chance that the Nightfall doesn't work.
Yeah, you might just die in base.
Yeah.
You have to be in time, do it early. That's why Tinker stayed safe.
Paravision want to try and break out of the rut that they found themselves back in again. The ups and downs of this game.
They spot the Ember. They see him. They could jump him. Hex.
There's the Hex. He has BKB, but he's not going to get off in time. They make the jump and take him out quickly.
That is why Hex is one of the strongest things at this stage in the game. 40 to 60 to 120 minutes. Hex is king. It's such a good thing to have. Why MOUZ invested in it.
Can we look at Ember? Did he like? I would imagine he's going to immediately put in quick buy Lincoln Sphere. Like, please buy Lincoln. Someone give me a Lotus Orb.
It's a jump scare, man. When you get jumped in Hex like that. We're looking for more.
Alive now. Paravision. 70 seconds with no Ember Spirit. They could get more. Razor's on the run. Ice Blast is spent.
Yeah. Using some resource. That Stampede and AA ulti gone means that this is clear for Satanic to go into the Roche pit.
And the pit is open.
Yeah, with the... Oh, poor Roche. He's so small.
He's not a widow guy. Zayats and PMA playing forward, though. Thinking about contesting or going for something there. But I don't know if they're going to be committing. Now the Roshan is about to drop, giving Satanic the Aegis of the Immortal.
Yeah, they don't have Ember. I think they can't fight.
No.
He's so important for them. If he doesn't go in, then it's going to be very easy for them to get onto that AA, get onto the backline. But now with Aegis on Kess, we can start seeing some high ground pushes. We can see those final towers getting removed, the bottom tier 2.
And now that singular
Is still a tier 1? The bottom tier 1 is alive.
You're right, there is. And now with Aegis, right, the singular Ice Blast isn't so much of a deal breaker. He has a bit of leeway as the Kez.
Yeah, that's very true. He is, however, finishing up a Hex now. So he has Blink Hex on Riddies, and he has Shard. So he can Blink Hex someone, then follow up with the Cold Feet and the Hex, like, or with the ulti and the Cold Feet. He's going to hold someone in place for a long time.
Solo kill someone.
Yeah, nearly.
Zayat having a go at 9 classes techies. Trying to plant mines on our side of the map. That's not allowed. No one has to BKB and try and warp himself out of danger. In comes Kez, though, looking to make a fight out of this one, getting blown up by Na'Vi. 3 in a row, Tinker evacuated. That's left Kez all alone in some serious danger. High and dry, the tide can't save him. Satanic and no one trying to play continually on this Razor, but the Ember Spirit's going to come back in and they've gripped the Razor out of danger. Satanic can't stick to his man. He's being whacked around by Zayas and PMA. Niku will come to finish off the job.
Man, he fought valiantly, but he could not take down that many heroes. Beautiful save there onto the Razor. Nicely played by Zayats. Very heads up to... I think he blinked away to pull him back and then rolled back in again. Using this Blink Dagger on the Earth Spirit that we've been hyping a little bit as a very good utility for him to have.
8,000 damage, 12 remnants. You were close.
Yeah,
very close.
There we go. Plenty of jumps, and that's why you wait for the Ember. Giving away Roche is okay, as long as you don't fight without your most important hero in the fight. You get to see the replay for that. Look at the AA. I was watching this AA sneak up on the MOUZ. He hexes. He's gonna Blink Hex the MOUZ and get a beautiful ulti into this. MOUZ didn't get to do anything really. Just shut them down by a support as well. So scary when a support has Blink Hex.
Oh, that is a killer blow, that is. And no one comes back in. He's like, guys, what, you got a DD rune? Let's do this.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he was that a kick? Because he went slightly, yeah, he wasn't even pulling him, right?
He just drifted over the cliff tops.
I think he boulder smashed him. He has Ether Lens and he has cast range neutral. That's what it was so long. Yeah, I thought it was a pull.
It was so long range.
Because the pull is longer range than the kick normally, but yeah, he has crazy cast range on Earth Spirit.
This is such a cool build. We've seen this flourish a lot recently, right? There's like Blink Force, Blink Yules, Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Adding in an Ether Lens with a little bit of tech there is real sick from Zayats.
Yeah. He has a lot of ways to manipulate the fight, and he might even go for a Wind Waker later if this game drags out, which would obviously be even more layers of protection.
Ooh. Niku nearly found him there. Now it's a bit of a mad scramble for Paravision to try and push out lanes. Tinker down to bottom. MOUZ and Shadow Shaman trying to lurk on the outskirts of the map. While the natural position for Na'Vi here, Dire side into Ranging Ancients, play 2 lanes at the same time from that high ground staircase.
You know what's crazy to me? Like, we've headed very late into the game, but I have to say, I haven't really felt the Tinker at all have impact in this game. Like, 2, and 6, yeah, he exists, and he did have some fights where he did a lot of damage, but he never has become this big threat taking over the game that we sort of expected from him. So, no one struggling a little bit, and I think a lot of that goes back to just how Na'Vi have been playing as well. They've been doing a great job catching him and making him feel scared in teamfights.
Especially, like, you set the tone, right, the first 10 minutes, and that tone was absolutely set that we will dive you. Like, even, what was it, like the third or fourth wave where Niku was diving tier 1 with the melee creeps, putting pressure on...
yeah, level 3,
yeah, even that's, like, unsettling the Tinker, and these thoughts continue through the game where you're thinking, Niku's got my number a little bit here.
Yeah, you do, you know, you gotta play like a shark, right? That's the quote. You have to be with aggressive intent. Kess walks high ground.
Oh, danger, danger. Drifts off to the left-hand side, but the damage is substantial. Blown up inside that defensive arena, while Na'Vi will surround no one, force him back. Satanic does buy back, as they'll grip the Razor out of danger a little bit, but Kez's damage just destroys him. The buyback works out, but Paravision looking at the Razor kill into an AA takedown too.
They're dipping out. Yeah, they're just leaving. Razor, unfortunately, his team said, we can't save you, buddy. Yeah, roll away, jump away, get themselves to safety. So the fight works out for Paravision, but still, they do not feel good about this. They had to use the buyback on their carry. Now it's very dangerous for them. So you gotta make something happen with the 70 seconds on the Razor. For now, looks like they're setting up to push towards top. Maybe start thinking about going high ground with this.
And like a little unfortunate in the timing for Na'Vi as well in the terms of the DD rune spawning and Niku picking it up. If that had been, you know, a little more patience from Na'Vi, 10 seconds of waiting, that could have been a fight for them with DD 5v5.
Yeah. Yeah, also a bit risky for them on the side of Paravision to lead with Kess walking up the high ground first.
Oh, yeah.
He is not the hero you want to lead the charge. Definitely send up, you know, Mars or someone if you can, but I think he was the only one with buyback at the point, so he was using it, other than Tinker. Wind Wakers are coming in everywhere, by the way. I'm checking the items.
Right.
I'm seeing a Wind Waker on Tinker is completing in just a second. We have Wind Waker on Ember already, and there are more Yule Scepters that could become Wind Wakers.
And then Centaur has Refresher Cart as well. So we've got so many ways to take people out of the fight and out of the game to delay things and buy time for these key heroes.
Yeah, absurd saving possibilities are going to come in. The late game team fights are going to be out of this world soon.
And when we think about this Razor...
Satanic?
Oh, yeah.
Pushing it.
That's a risky spot to be in.
Yeah, pushing high without buyback, but he knows what he's doing. Limit testing.
And then having this Razor, who you've already sort of touted as this late game hyper carry with this kind of build.
Can be. Yeah.
When he's being saved up so many times, being allowed to, you know, BKB, allowed to Satanic, being refreshed up, he can dish out some serious damage if he's being saved by these Wind Wakers and Centaur cards.
Yeah. I do have to say, watching a Kess with 6 items and queuing up a Daedalus next item and still no Aghanim Scepter, it pains me. It straight up hurts watching this because he... Yeah. But I'll contain...
No, it's fine. We'll get the on-site therapist to come and
yeah, I need to... Yeah. Don't worry.
Richard, we'll send you to Richard. Richard will talk you down.
I hear Liquid have a spot for you know, as Kess.
Oh, yeah?
It's okay.
They've got some good support staff. They'll sort you out.
Mika would never do this to me.
Na'Vi looking to try and settle this map again on multiple fronts. Mid and bottom lane, their homes currently. As Paravision put all of their eggs in that top basket around the Kez. So it feels like they want to try and poke at high ground and force Na'Vi to come back. That, you know, tug-of-war game is what Paravision are playing right now.
It's definitely Na'Vi with advantage still here. Yeah. They have a really good spot, because if they kill Kess a single time, that could be game over. The problem is Tinker is a good base defender, but this possible dieback, oh, Kess.
Danger.
Almost in vision there.
While the Juice is leading.
9 class is revealing the smoke.
They saw the Kez casting spells and killing the camp, so Niku forces BKB TP out of Kez, Ducalis Glimmer Cape, then BKB TP.
Wow. And another night. This is the Nightfall celebration here.
He's not even at the event, but his spirit lives on.
3 times in a row, apparently. I mean, honestly, that's just what you need to do, right? All of them need to get out safely, and there's not going to be a fight before these BKBs, surely.
No.
Tormentor gets taken. This does mean that Roche, who could spawn at any given point, will be very hard to contest for Paravision. At least, like, Mars can refresh in BKB, so he's not that hurt by spending his.
So what does Kez do with his Daedalus then? Just
damage.
Little fidget. What does he swap out and in? Is Swift Blink?
I think he's gonna wait for the BKB to be used and then swap it.
Fair enough.
That's basically the play in the team fight.
Or it's just his little fidget spinner. He's just gonna play with it.
Not gonna lie, it's pretty hard to juggle in this Daedalus in a team fight because you also don't really progress the cooldown.
You're playing Kez, you got 20 bloody buttons.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would rather have an Aghanims consumed than a backpack Daedalus. That's all I'm gonna say in this spot.
Big agree.
It's more spells you can use, but he's buying a refresher next. He's straight up never going to get it. I think that's the thing. A lot of pro players just don't play Aghanims Kess, so they're not going to, get used to that so much.
Well, they're gonna have to soon.
Eventually. Give it enough time, though. I think someone else said it on the panel as well, like, once the heroes existed for X amount of time, we will see more people lean into that. It just takes a lot of practice and time. We see a smoke move by Paravision, heading out, wrapping around. This is the type of smoke that has worked out for him before, when they try and get onto the backline by going for these big sweeping moves, trying to find AA.
Yeah, I mean, looking for any kind of buyback, right? Currently, Ember and Kez, the ones without. Everyone else...
This could connect beautifully, honestly. They're so close. But Riddick is hiding in the trees. Stay in the trees is a mantra in Dota. You should listen to these words, AA.
Smoke's going to break on PMA, who's well positioned here. The jump straight in from Triple S and Ducalis, but the grip back to high ground. Got the juice in the arena.
Oh my God.
The damage flurries out of Satanic far too quickly for Na'Vi to respond properly. While Nightclass is deep in the back line, Sneaku tries to play the front. Onto the Tinker. Dealing with Triple S, but Na'Vi without the Razor's firepower. They've got to dip back to the high ground.
Yeah, that was some quick burst right there. You could see he swapped the Daedalus for the Manta style, so yeah. Terrible damage coming out from Satanic. And that resets again. Back to a chill state. Pushing out lanes, control this Roshan area. With no Razor, it's hard to hold on to this. It doesn't have buyback.
This whole game feels like we've got both teams on a tightrope, going across two very tall buildings. Because it is that immediate jump from Paravision with their Hex that catch on people, that can blow them up, get the numbers advantage, that makes things very scary for Na'Vi, especially if it's on a core.
I think the difference right now is that there's no easy save on the side of Paravision. They have the Wind Waker over on Tinker, but other than that, they don't have great saving capabilities.
Triple S in the midst of it, gets a big arena. He's going to try and BKB TP out and will succeed.
All right.
That means Roshan is wide open for Na'Vi to go and take it.
Yeah, even now it's really slow though. Centaur and Ember cannot kill it.
You're right.
Razor is dead and he is, unfortunately, the majority of the damage they have. Their supports are not even good support Roche takers, so very weird to be in a spot where you could have taken it maybe, but essentially just watching a Tinker farm.
And this gives time to 9 class.
Speaking of Tinker,
build up mines.
Have you seen his net worth or his gold right now? His bank account.
What's he saved up?
5 digits, Gareth. 5 digits. Dear God, he's gonna buy the world. He's just. How do you want to win? I don't know. Money.
Incredible. What's he going to do with all that money? What's he going to buy then? He's got everything he needs.
Dagon 5, maybe?
Dagon 5? Just You're going to buy Twitter, is he?
Big damage. Buy Twitter.
He's going to take over social media side.
All right, so Razor's back. They're starting Roche. Of course, Paravision, they can sense this, they know this, but will they react in time, though? I'm not sure they are.
They would love to lure Na'Vi up to that high ground into the mines, but it looks like they're just going to settle on giving Na'Vi the Aegis. Got the juice now with that. Second life could be a big problem for them, though.
It will, because we saw the really fast burst in the previous fight where Kess used everything, unloaded, and Razor got deleted really fast.
Same story with like Ice Blast, right?
Yeah.
Ice Blast on one side and Kess on the other. That snap damage.
The problem is, though, he can do that once really fast, but can you take him down again after the Aegis? Can you stay and man fight into the Refresher Razor? Also, he needs to pass that. Okay, Refresher Shard over on the AA. So he can now blink Hex ulti, and then Hex ulti again with, of course, the rest of his spells as well. He can straight up solo kill people now, actually. If he finds Mars, he could kill him.
Well, Tinker has spent his money. Scythe device for no one. So another great way to catch on to someone and maybe kill them.
As Na'Vi come to clear out the mines, no one steps up, sights up Zayat, gets caught, stunned, ice blasted, refreshment readies, but the spear pins
Wind Waker.
The Wind Waker now saves the Tinker to allow the BKB and maybe a TB home, but no one's going to keep on fighting, jumping around and then dying. Ducalis is in with the BKB of his own, Satanic looking for the damage onto PMA, a lot of burst. PMA with a stamping cart, not going to get out of there safely though. As no one pulled back, he comes back into the fight. Satanic is still slicing around the pirouette to do the damage out, but he's been pushed off to the right-hand side, and Niku with got the juice. They've killed them off. They've still got buybacks here though, Paravision, and they're playing into this second life of the Razor. Niku, he's still got some to play with though, has got the juice, that damage too much. No one to save him means he dies, and the Ember gets pushed into the mines.
Holy, what a fight! That was the craziest fight we've seen so far at this.
How many buybacks was that?
That was 4 buybacks, I think.
Oh my god, 17,000 damage! Some people dream of doing that
They used 5.
An entire game!
Yeah, 5 buybacks were used, but all of the buybacks were used on the side of Radiant. Only AA bought back on side of Na'Vi. The rest of them are holding.
That's Earth Spirit.
Gonna use Earth Spirit. More will be forced as the 5-man force is coming here. Pushing up, they need to do more damage. They need to get the core buybacks. Centaur respawning in 40, so he probably wants to hold his. If anything, we might see a buyback from Ember or Razor.
Well, I'm going to say it. Screw your Aghanims Cage. This Daedalus is doing some big damage.
Yeah, he's bursting people, for sure, man.
Goodness gracious me. And now they got a banner up on the high ground, and the first tier 3 of the game is claimed by Paravision. And a game that's been run by Na'Vi. Elena Barracks about to disappear as the foundations of Na'Vi's base are being shaken.
The buybacks are coming off soon, or the respawn's coming off soon though. They open up the top tower, which was already super low. Centaur respawning soon.
I mean, we don't buy back here, do we?
No.
Ember Razor, we just hold, let some lanes die and go.
They might though. They might with a jump. If Centaur sees a good chance to jump, they might actually pull the trigger on one. But I think they should just wait. Play on the advantage. All of them, except for AA, have buybacks, and 4 heroes used buybacks on Radiant. It's such a good spot for Dire. Even though they lost, yes, mid-racks, top racks, I actually think that Na'Vi are the winners in all this, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But I really think buybacks are the most important metric in late game, unless we're talking straight up mega creeps. Well, losing 2 lanes, we're 59 minutes in. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they've got people who can clear these scripts pretty nicely. And the Dota Plus says the game has flipped from 69% for Na'Vi to 79% for Paravision.
I think Dota Plus is trained on pubs, though. I think it's not trained on these elite players who exploit buybacks.
Especially in a position now where you've got 6 minutes, right? Or 5.5 minutes, the massive window of buyback status now that Na'Vi can just go and pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to rule the field. We do see Paravision, of course, shrink back into their side of the map, understanding that if anyone gets picked off, that could just spell doom for them. We have a lot more gold being built up on a few players right now, as we have 8,000 gold on the Razor. And Ember spent his money for a rapier.
He sure did.
That is ballsy move, Niku. He's not holding back.
He wants to go for that killer blow.
And he's jumping in carelessly. He's just leading the way with this rapier. This man he has some heart.
Well, you said going to be a shark, don't you?
Yeah.
Sense blood in the water. Your little receptors are going wild.
You're liking the tier 4 essence ring? It's an S tier item right there.
Essence ring's so good.
Okay. Good news for Paravision. While they don't have buyback, they have a whole lot of mines in their base. So if Na'Vi were to dive them, they could turn this on their head.
And what's Kez getting?
He's thinking about it. It's gonna be a Minotaur, yeah. It's too important.
Evolved.
Extra Agi. It's not bad. Kess actually scales quite well with Agi, getting bonus damage from it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
9 class still out of the base. Trying to give a point from which no one can maybe pivot out onto a lane. The vision in this game, now we get to 60+ minutes, kind of lacking as we've run out of observer wards.
Yeah.
There's only a couple left out there, and one is just freshly placed by the Dire in that southern jungle.
Na'Vi is taking time to try and get their neutral items. Tinker, what's he considering here? Is it just a Regalia?
Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead. Cooldown reduction, mana cost reduction.
He's considering it. He's really weighing his options. I mean, Rift Shadow Prism could be a game winner too. Just send it out, lure someone to go onto your illusion. Yeah, that was fun. He does go Book of the Dead. You get your wish.
Oh, yes.
I think this definitely could come down to one of those situations where we're base racing, honestly. The way this game looks, especially for Paravision, with them having already opened up the Dire base.
Stanek was hungry for that rapier. He saw it. He wanted to kill Niku, but not going to be that easy, of course, as he just flies away, Wind Wakering to safety. Meteor Hammer on the Ember as well, increasing his already high mobility.
Attack range and cast range for Riddies there on his neutral item.
His Fallen Sky. Yeah, he can fly around now. Blink and Fallen Sky, so mobility on this guy.
So easy to catch him anymore.
And Centaur went with the Book of the Dead as well, so that makes 2 Book of the Dead so far. We still don't have all the tier 5 items. Also, Racer getting the Stygian Desolator is pretty crazy. He can just take away armor so rapidly now with the double ulti plus that.
We really need a new inventory slot for some of these players. Let them spend 10 grand to get new slots. They're all filling their backpacks.
There has to be a number where, you know, it would be acceptable to add 1 more inventory slot if you spent that much gold for it, right? What would it be, 10,000?
No, genuinely, I think the number is probably close to like 30,000.
You think that much?
I think it's that much. I think it would never happen.
Turbo, that's why.
That's true, actually. No, but I don't know, having another inventory slot is like super busted.
It is. It would also be a sort of unfair buff. Some heroes would be benefiting more, like Alchemist. And we see, he wants to get high ground vision. He wants to drop an Observer with Riddies going up.
If they see the Tinker, can they go on the Tinker?
All those mines, though, you have to be very careful about overcommitting into this.
I mean, just Techies and Tinker, as heroes in general, have always been the, you know, that mantra, if you can't push high ground, your net worth lead is false. These heroes just make it so much harder, so much worse.
1 minute and 20 seconds is roughly the timer here for most of these buybacks as well. So if you can't make something happen as Na'Vi before then you might not get any use out of those buybacks being spent. Of course, they did cost a lot, but other than that, they haven't really gotten any objectives from it.
What's the Roshi Woshi timer?
He is pretty fast. Before the buybacks are coming back, at least 50 seconds.
And a DD, oh my god, a DD rune spawns as well. This could be a dream for Na'Vi. The Rapier, double damage, Niku, Ember Spirit.
Stars aligning a bit. He's not gonna buy a new bottle and bottle it up, as he already sold his, of course. 2 TD is too much work.
And Paravision are going to tuck back in their base. There's a line drawn there by Zayat saying the likely move is to go through the Ancients. But currently they are on lane pruning duties.
Yeah. Techies hit level 25, got the faster mines now. Not going for the carry Techies. Transition, be the right clicker. Buy a Moonshard.
Oh, exactly, buy a Moonshard, yeah. Hurricane Pike, Moonshard, get it going.
No, he's got the fast mines now. That does really help his burst, though, and all these mines he's got in the base will activate within an instant when you jump in.
Look at those handsome devils. Reminds me of the devil from Futurama. Funny little face.
Roche is up, of course. He's going to move in just 5 seconds, so they will have to go and contest the top area. That could be a bit easier for Paravision to maybe get out there if they want to. Thing is, I think they're pretty happy in their base. They're pretty cozy. The smoke gets used also.
You know, it's very cozy for us as well. Having bird's eye view, no fog, we see absolutely everything.
And we're not stepping on any mines.
Exactly, we're not walking through bloody minefields. It must be so tense being 65 minutes in, 24 to 40, knowing that you've had several chances in this game to kind of pivot towards victory.
And these split-second things, right? There are so many blink hexes in the game. You have to be very... There we go.
Exactly. If we see them again, they're pretty close.
They're the same picture, Gareth.
Funny little guy. He's good with the fiddle as well, that devil.
Long smoke around coming out from Paravision, trying to catch anyone going down to react to the Necrobook push down bottom. So far, though, Na'Vi are just staying tight, play with each other.
Overwhelming blink for Tinker. Roshan time it is.
I love the commitment from Satanic, though. He's queuing up an MKB as well. He's like, you know what? Fuck this Aghanim, so I'm never buying it. I'm 9 slotting before I'm buying that shit.
Yeah, no Ag, no shard.
Okay. I mean,
Aghanim, I barely know him.
Yeah, I respect the hustle, man. He's got to juggle those items in the backpack.
Oh, he's a skilled gamer, that's for damn sure. So Na'Vi get another Roshan for themselves. Aegis, Razor, Cheese on Centaur, and God knows who's got the other bits and bobs.
A little bit here and there. Refresher Shard on the Earth Spirit. Does mean that he can save people really well with that Aghanim Scepter on Earth Spirit as well.
I'm sorry, how many books of the dead have we got? There's 2 on the Dire and one on the Radiant?
Yeah, there's 3 total. Unfair.
Demons everywhere. Yeah, there they have it. 3 Fallen Skies. Oh. Very nice. Assault Cuirass for the Centaur now as well to help them high ground push and deal damage to towers. Na'Vi still have to navigate the minefield, figure out the angle of attack.
Actually, it's like, can we go high ground?
Get some differential equations going. What's the area under the curve? God knows. It's just straight line into straight line.
Look at Zayats though. Zayats is being absolutely agent here, getting behind the enemy lines.
How'd you get there? Just rolling in.
Roly-poly.
Who's he going? Oh.
Yeah, he got there without revealing himself because he rolled off the map and then it puts you over here.
Oh, it clips you.
So yeah, it clips you back in. And he kicks someone out.
Oh,
the Mars.
Oh, the Mars. He turned him into a stone. The statue gets kicked all the way back in. Triple S will still get the BKB arena out while Zayat's on the gate trapped to the left-hand side. Got the juice, goes diving for the Tinker now. Mars in trouble though, getting blown up with Refresh, and Eon's back up with the Tinker, protected by the arena somewhat. Remnants deep from Niku's Ember hunting, but Satanic's picked up a double kill on the other side. Tinker dies, buys back immediately. Razor's falling. Satanic inside the Serpent Walls both die at the same time. Aegis claimed up. The Satanic Kez will buy back. In the base, the barracks will fall while Na'Vi return again with Got the Juice going ham. The Satanic, the triple kill, the big Kez with a rapier in his hands forces Na'Vi to buy back on this Ember Spirit. Hexed up as the Ice Blast flies. Tinker's in trouble, but so's Niku. Nightclass and Triple S pairing up with Satanic to get ultra kill. Niku's out. No buyback for him. And Paravision have defended their base. Got some massive kills. Na'Vi thought they could end the game, but it wasn't to be.
Oh my god, look at the buyback line on the left. There's just everybody popping it. 2 diebacks on Na'Vi. This is devastating for them. And finally, Paravision, this is their time to strike. Kess is queuing up the Satanic now, realizing he needs his namesake item as the rapier is in his hands.
You got another item? You can't fit anymore. Got the Juice has returned to the battlefield though. No one inside the Cyclone comes down a bit of a third with the Ice Blast landing, but he's got to jump away. As Got the Juice is struggling to stick on a target, being chain disabled by the Shadow Shaman. He's dead and has to buy back. Na'Vi now in a 3v5.
Buybacks being spent, but they have time now to regroup on the side of Paravision. Everybody playing towards each other, getting their spells and lockdowns ready. And this Kess has the damage. All they need.
Just holding on and holding on. Tinker and Techies playing along, getting this Kez into the late game scenario.
They don't have the fountain kick from Earth Spirit as well. Would have been one of the ways they could defend here.
Rapier.
AA ult is up soon.
Rapier
2 seconds.
Razor. Ice Blast ready. They need that surprise jump, but the smoke from Paravision keeps them under that umbrella of safety, covered and hidden. The wraparound from Got the Juice, PMA and Readies, they know they've got to make a move and do something before their throne falls.
They're gonna go.
There's Triple S revealed. They've got the jump in. PMA 2 and stun. Eon does, but Triple S gets some distance now as he drifts away to safety. But the damage from Got the Juice! He annihilates them! Ice Blast forward to Cars in trouble now as well. He's in the card. Now the parrying of Satanic. The Kez, he's too strong. Oh, he's annihilated them now. And Na'Vi, surely no chance anymore. A double kill for Satanic. 5 dead on Na'Vi. Paravision with Kez and Tinker alive.
Holy, they have done it. They're respawning though. He can't keep pushing.
It's a 2v1.
Yeah.
There's a rapier on the floor.
The Spirit Brothers are back.
There's a courier coming over to say hello.
The courier can't take the rapier. It flies back to base, tucks his wings and says, okay, whatever, I can't take it.
There's a Manta on the floor.
Double rapier on the Kess. Screw the Manta. The brothers, all they have to defend the throne now. 2v2. But it's Tinker and Kess, the 2 strongest heroes together.
Earth, Wind, and Fire, heed my call. Ember and Earth Spirit will do it all if they can. Tinker and Kez dealing with the throne. The double rapier damage too much to handle. Paravision do it. 71 minutes of gameplay. Na'Vi thought they had avenues to success, but the Techies Tinker shut it down for Kez to come back and clear out the game.
What a performance by Paravision. That was a crazy game. Na'Vi too. Man, panel, take it away from here.
Yeah, an epic game, or the most toxic pub you've ever been in. You decide. But it's definitely the longest game, I think, of the tournament so far. And disappointment, as you can see, but it was wonderful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much back and forth. I do think if you're Na'Vi, like, you're like happy for the most part, but you've got to be like at least a little bit destroyed that eventually, I mean, it's this play where Zayats is kind of owning and then he pulls. I mean, it is Techie's Tinker, you know, if you pull the trigger here, like, bad stuff is kind of bound to happen.
I mean, and also like fighting in the base against PVision's lineup where you have Tinker right next to its fountain and all your heroes, like, it's so strong for PVision to fight in this area. So you've got to give credit for Zayats thinking with this mindset, you know what, we're going to go for this deep play, hug the true line, utilize the roll, then get the kick. Like, Zayats was having such a great game, but again, the heroes that PVision have in the position that they're fighting, you have to assume they will eventually win the fight with the multiple resets that they can do. And Na'Vi, like, they were playing so well. Like, Niku was doing so much work throughout this game, Zayats doing all this work, the Ice Blast, like, it was so beautiful. But then you get tinkered and Kez and yeah, shit happens.
And honestly, you did call it script-wise. You know, it's got to be said to you that it was one of those things where, look, it was all good for Na'Vi, but high ground is just a different beast when you're playing into these heroes.
I mean, just look, like, we were watching this fight, it lasting, you know, the entire year. But like, there was some fights where Satanic was doing what, like 17,000 damage in one fight. Then you have no one, of course. Like, he only died 4 times in this game on the Tinker. But there's multiple moments for that entire game where you see Niku nearly hit a slight change on him, or Zayats nearly hits a roll on him, and maybe he could die. Like, the entire game felt like Na'Vi was like one big kill away from finally being able to breathe and go, you know what, we can actually progress. Like, it felt like Na'Vi had these like shackles on them that winning a fight wasn't enough for them. They had to win the fight, break PVision like so much that they had like a minute of freedom to think about what they can do, because unfortunately just going even, getting 2 kills, is not enough against these heroes.
And let's do it, right? We've criticized Satanic in the past for trying to force heroes. Kez is one of those heroes everyone's trying to force in the carry. There was no carry wins.
Until
the curse is broken. Satanic has done it. That's why he's pointing to himself.
I mean, it was a hell of a game to like try and even, you know, to close it out with a W. Because like we're saying, you know, Na'Vi, they were playing like really nicely for the most part. There were obviously moments they could have done better and like, you know, maybe close the game earlier. But for the whole time, like for an hour, you're playing like kind of chill, going for like the nicer plays. But then eventually you pull the trigger at like the worst time possible. So that just got to hurt at the end.
Just love Dota, mate. Like, come on, that game is exactly what you want to see. Like, you've got just the tenacity of Na'Vi, then you're using the experience of PVision. Even though they have young players, I feel like they know the type of draft and way that Na'Vi needs to win the game. So you're just seeing like 2 very different styles clash against each other, and it's like that this game, it needed to go the distance to see the true colors of both teams.
We'll try and pick out some bits from
some of them.
Yeah, they're from like the 72-minute extravaganza or whatever we've had.
As always, you like to start really early in the game. And the first wisdom, game breaking.
Yeah, I'll take you guys. Before this game turned into like some low priority shit show, where I really like what Zayats did in the early game. Like, first of all, I've never seen some dude getting kicked up on
the high ground. That's a cool spot.
It's super cool.
That's wild.
But just for like losing double Wisdom Shrine in the early, like even just losing the first one is super big. But now at 14 minutes, Na'Vi, you know, they're strong. They're using the right amount of heroes in this play. They smoke over. They bring the Razor. So here's the secondary Wisdom Shrine that's already stolen. This is minute 15, where you can even tell by like on the camera down below. Like, he's trying to get a 6, and he's just annoyed that he's dying at this point, because not having your ult at minute 15 is very unheard of, especially for like a tier 1 game.
No, sure. And then obviously as well, one of the problems that we did highlight with the Na'Vi draft is, sure, you can do damage in fights, but what happens when you need to take objectives?
Yeah, and that's why it's like after Kezi showing the wisdoms and how Na'Vi did such a great job shutting down the XP, you look towards like Roshan, an objective that Na'Vi wants to take. But, you know, we're starting the clip with PVision having this wraparound. They'd already been in the pit for many, many seconds, you know, chunking away. Look at half HP Razor. Like, after you take Roshan, normally at this stage of the game, your carry's not half HP, like desperately entering a fight. So it just feels like this is like the realization for Na'Vi that they didn't break enough of the map. Like, look at the mini-map as well in this highlight. The top tier 2's alive, the mid tier 2's alive. Like, when I see Na'Vi's lineup, I need to see more kills in the early game, more like conviction. And I think that's where PVision did such a great job at kind of like offering up the right heroes to die under the pressure, but then going, you've killed a guy, sure, but you're not actually stopping our big game plan occur, because it felt like the Kez was online, Tink was online. Like, it felt like a very honest game. And with Na'Vi's lineup, like, I wanted to see PVision struggle to get back into it. Like, I want AA, Earth Spirit, Centaur with an early blink, like, get kills, keep going, keep killing. And then now you're, like, compounding PVision to overlap the farm. Like, you have Kez Tinker. Like, those heroes, Centaur as well, they're all farmers. but I never saw them have to like struggle to farm. It felt like they were cruising.
If you looked at PVISION, first of all, I think they were holding greedy enchantments on both supports for like 20 minutes, and they were just running out on side lanes feeding because they know Tinker needs some space, my other guys need some space. I'm just gonna run here because they didn't really have any moves anyway because they're just farming and like waiting for whatever to happen where people get fed, then we can play. So Na'Vi, I do fully agree. I think there were moments in itemizations that could have really allowed them to do more in this game.
Well, let's look at the 44-minute team fight.
Yeah, there was some point. I think was it 44?
Yesterday.
Was it 34? Yeah. There's some minute mark of a team fight.
I think it was 44, right?
Yeah, you're right. You cooked. And I think
Thanks,
it's more about just like Earth Spirit and Zayat's what he was doing.
This was sweet though.
Like we ended the show, the game by instantly showing you his kickback. They lost the game after that, but I feel like the way that Zayat was playing, utilizing the cast range on his enchantment, on the 8th lens, always thinking, am I kicking to kill? Am I kicking to save? Am I dragging my Razor out of the fight? Am I then going to kick the Razor away over multiple cliffs to ensure that he's not dead? Like Earth Spirit in the right hands, be it Zayat, be it Boxy, these are the type of fights, these long engagements that these players will shine. And it's like all the things Na'Vi were doing. It really feels like we should be saying that they've won this game.
Yeah, we should be praising.
I know.
them.
You said this yesterday as well on day one. You were talking about the Earth Spirit maybe getting back into the meta because players like this are showing what it can do, and it does do a lot.
No, he did a lot in this game, and like even at the end, like you can tell maybe it's like this game like glooming where it's like we can't go high ground. It's so hard, but you try to be creative. You look for this way, and I think even then maybe you can like talk about the buybacks. I think Paravision always got like the better side. They use so much on the Tinker, he buys back. They get some turn kills. Then I think at the end, Nico he kind of like pulls the trigger on his buyback, and like then comes in with a dieback, and it's just like there's definitely things to take away from this game if you're Na'Vi.
Oh, for sure. Well, guys, we could talk about it for another 15, 20 minutes, but there is a time limit on these things. We have to go to a quick break. When we come back, this crazy series is going to continue, so make sure you join us.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. Yeah, welcome back. An epic game here with Na'Vi taking on Paravision in game one. We move into a game two, and here's what we can say about Na'Vi based on what we know from having watched them yesterday. They've been in this position before. They've come back and beaten a good team after having been behind in a series. And, you know, for a young team, they do seem to be one who mentally, they're never going to get too defeated, too deflated.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're that young of a team, you play enough pubs every day, you're not winning every pub.
Yeah, you're dealing with a lot of garbage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right,
Like,
exactly. That'll test anyone. Yeah.
Like the older you get, the less pubs you play, the kind of the shorter your fuses. I feel like when you're younger, it's like whatever, especially when you're in the correct group. So yeah, Na'Vi, they are never to be questioned, their mentality.
I mean, obviously, in a game like that, right? I'll put your coaching hats back on for a moment. It's a 70-minute loss. Do they hurt more than the quick ones?
Oh, you obviously find, like, you go to Nico and go, oh, you shit the bed, you died batch. You really remind...
Tell one guy he's real stupid.
Yeah, you remind the player, like, this is how bad you are. You show him the contract expiring in a month, like, playing better now or you're kicked, like...
But no,
of course not. No.
Are the 70, are the long ones like that, the attritional losses, are they worse?
I think it depends a bit on like how the game is like won or lost. I think in the moment it will feel worse, but like let's say you're CY and you're Na'Vi, I think you should be happy for the majority of the game because there were good things. But you choose like the critical moments where you feel like the lead was enough for you, where you could have like fortified your lead to actually make it a winning position, or like, okay, they abused us on buybacks or this, or like, the way they played the map with their two supports, like, is something we need to change. I think they should be happy overall, tweak something small and go next.
Yeah, like you said, you just find like 1 or 2 points in the first study and you go, let's improve that better. Maybe it's a twin gate rotation, maybe it's a way that the Ember connects with the support, but like, you find something novel and you go, this is how we make sure we don't get into this position again. Because normally when you finish a game like this, the community will always talk about, look at that mistake at the 60-minute mark. How do you do that? Why do you die back like that? But in a competitive sense, that doesn't matter. Who cares? When you rewind the clock, it's like them going for Roshan and spending half an hour trying to kill it. Maybe they shouldn't have done that. Maybe they should have got a kill first or done something else. Like, you could always argue there's a different narrative to be had, but competitively, the first 20 often can be changed or improved to ensure that you don't get to a 71-minute game.
Yeah, because I think also like you're not going to go and tell Nico like, oh bro, why did you die? Like, why did you buy back and
nothing.
Die? Like, it's like so like nonsense. It doesn't really do anything. Where it's more like, because everyone has different ideas too, like about the game. Maybe they think, if you go Blink on Razor, it can like help your mid game, or if you don't go Roche at a different time or with different items, then you can do it like that. Because I think it's important for Na'Vi to just take the last game for like the good and the happy things and like scrap the rest, change something small, and they can just recreate it in the next game. I think Paravision are actually the ones that probably are talking more about last game than Na'Vi are.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder what Puppy made of it.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I just saw him there, he's like sipping his tea. He's like, my plan all along.
Yeah, coaching's easy.
I wanted to break them in a 71-minute game in game 1. Tactical brilliance. Yes. Tactical brilliance. Now we go to game 2. That's what Puppy would do.
I mean, I will say this, like, as much as I enjoyed that game, I don't want to see that combination of heroes again.
It's just,
no one ever wants to see them.
Yeah,
like, whether it's a pub, a low prio, or a competitive game.
Yeah, but don't forget, like you were saying before we went live, it can get better, right? You said there's Terrorblades, of course. There's Naga.
Sniper.
You need Underlord. So it's like, if you want to make this really toxic, again, the draft's about to begin. There was a unranked stack. So when I stopped playing ranked for a bit, there was an unranked stack that would queue into me and purposely not go for kills. They would see I'm streaming, and they would only pick Underlord, Kotl, Sniper, Jakiro, and their entire game plan. Whenever they see you, they wouldn't do damage. They see it creep wave, they'd kill it. They would make the games last 50, 60, 70 minutes because their entire toolkit was rushing Octarines and refreshers and killing every single creep wave. Yeah. And it was just
I don't know why Flax does that to people, but he's...
Oh, yeah, was it him? Okay. But like, that's how I can envision, like, that's what, PVISION did. They had this idea of just, let's just delay, and it's a concept, but they banned the kits.
Yeah, there it is. That's the talking point, Kezu.
Yeah. I mean, good one. The winner of last game, I think, to me, it's Mr. 9 class. The guy just played techies for 70 minutes, playing Minesweeper. He just ends up winning. Like, even at some point, they were down like 8k, 9k gold, and he just gets like some solo kill. I don't really want to see this hero. But I think it's just like anti-Dota, like, overall.
Okay, so you're not the one to talk about old techies and...
I won't talk about this hero either. It's also not Dota.
Do you think they'd have potentially won the game at, let's say, 50 minutes if they had a different hero instead of techies?
Probably not. I'm pretty sure the hero actually did a lot in that game.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Didn't know if you were going to, double down and try and flame it more. So
no.
Didn't know if we were going to have that debate or not.
Only the right amount.
I also think 9 class is one of those guys. He's just really good at pushing the limits of the hero. He always seems to be able to get that blast off, get in, get out, not die. Really annoying.
It helps that Na'Vi just forgot to buy a nullifier as well. It's kind of difficult to buy. You could argue like Ember doesn't want to buy it. Centaur, it'd be kind of like a wait, what? He bought it type item. Razor can't buy it, but I think the fact you have multiple force, glimmers, and all this stuff, And Tree and Protector.
Right, let's do it. We can finally talk about the rise of Tree. What a hero I actually play. Let's go. Let's do it. Low mechanics, super strong right now.
Terrible win rate though. You know, follow the stats, guys. No idea why they're pros. Again, pros are wrong. Title it. No, Tree's very strong, of course, because of living armor. You max out as early as possible. Having a damage block globally is very helpful. On top of that, you then have invisibility. You get free vision with your 15-minute shard. You can buy it if you need it. If you can take it at Tormento, if you're lucky. Like you give vision, you give sustainability, you give map setup, and all this shenanigans. It does so much, but you don't provide damage. You don't provide like your control. You provide also is removed by Lotus and Yules and Mantas and BKB. So you do have to be careful that Tree isn't your only lockdown. But in regards to the vision and the sustainability, he does shine.
I just think he's just one of the stronger laners you can sort of have right now.
No, for sure, yeah. Especially because you go boots first on the hero. You then can play through your whatever side lane you're in, and then you can just walk mid. There's plenty of trees on Radiant and Dire to actually be able to just poke your head in. You buy one branch, get that additional little bit of movement into the lane.
And an IO ban.
That's some 9 class tech.
Yeah.
I know he's been I think evolving more as a player, like obviously, you know, different styles, more heroes like into his pool. And I think also to go back to the tree, I think Na'Vi have like the only guy like in Zayas who plays a very good position for Treant. So like I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they're one of the teams that can actually flex it, at least when it comes to the support roles.
Thank God we don't see core tree. That was such a the whole Ags meme.
Yeah, no.
And it's like you go arm like it. Again, it looks really funny, but it's so anti-competitive because like you need so much gold to be good. You need armlet and an axe and a harpoon, and it's like that's never going to happen in a competitive game. But it was very funny to see in pubs for like 3 days after the
like 10k HP.
Yeah, it's just never competitive. Yeah, until today when Na'Vi. Yeah. Also, Largo into tree. You could assume like Largo's just going to be good there. The lick dispels anything that the tree wants to throw into the fight. So if they ever clash in the same area of the map, Largo is going to be the winner there. And again, with the IO ban, we've yet to see IO Largo as a partnership, but that just sounds so broken. Like Ags, Kaya-san, Shivas on Largo, IO just pumping up more amps to him. Yeah, it just sounds so good.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Like, why is this the first time I see Largo and then the enemy team bans IO? Like, I haven't seen this yet. And it just makes too much sense that it should have been played by this point.
It's because Nigma aren't at these events, right? Because if GH was still playing, you know, and Nigma there, I think that's like the only team outside of maybe 9 class. Like, who else is like the big IO guy?
I feel like we've lost a lot of them.
We have lost a lot of the IOs. Maybe it's like, does Malady play IO? I don't know. Either way, we just don't have big statement IO players nowadays. Disruptor, it's like, it's another sign of aggression. It's nice for lane. And I think it just is a real statement to Na'Vi that when we get Ags on Largo, we will be running at you, no matter what. I think that's the main thing. But Na'Vi, they look at the Disruptor, and you could argue Centaur, you know, often is countered by Disruptor. But outside of just Stampede away and Glimpse, the auras you buy, you can just ignore Disruptor very easily. You buy 1 pipe in Static Storm, you're now not dying. You also buy pipe to mitigate the Largo. So I don't mind Centaur, more for the fact of buying auras. Again, maybe the Stampede could be a little cause for concern, but in general, I think Na'Vi is going to be very happy with their heroes.
I mean, I think it looked good last game too, right? Like I think PMA was very good, like on the Centaur, and like you said, while the Stampede, like it goes both ways, you know, Disruptor has some counterplay. You kind of help the rest like to get into the fight because AA3 are so damn immobile. So like having, you know, Stampede to also like help them move around a little bit within the game is pretty nice.
Are we looking at mid Spirit here though for PVISION? Because competitively, 9 class, I believe, has never played Spirit. So, is that what we're seeing?
I'm guessing it's a flex for them. I mean, it could be mid. I know that he was one of like the better Earth Spirits when it was meta, like not long ago. But I will also say, ever since this, you know, Boxy bringing Earth Spirit back with like the lens, I mean, basically what we saw last game, I think there've been more 4s that are like picking up the hero.
Ooh. Now, I think this gives me like just flashbacks to Eastern European qualifier like draft. I look at it and go, this is what I've seen for so long in different qualifiers for this region. Like these are the heroes, at least Centaur AA Sven. Like this is like iconic to the region. But they're very powerful. It's a very farm, slower game. Like, you want to push out your wave, chill. AA will give you the vision. Sorry, the tree will give you the vision. AA might go for a sniping kill with the mid laner down the line. But yeah, for Na'Vi, it's just chill lanes, get items, then play Dota.
Obviously, when you get the double armor talent on the with the tree, dropping it on the Sven.
It's going to be so much armor.
It's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, it's like damage block from tree, armor from Sven. Like, into Clinks is always going to be nice, right? Any armor gain will be very good there. So yeah, I think Na'Vi's they're just content.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like what they have, at least for now, because you can just see, you know, Sven with Ice Blast is going to get a kill. Centaur with Ice Blast also kind of gets a kill, especially also on these heroes from Paravision. Whereas Pari, I think they would like to thrive a bit more on, like, Chaos. You know, if, like, Clinks, like, snipe some dude on the backline, like maybe the AA, or... Because Largo also, he has to play around Ice Blast, otherwise his hero doesn't really exist in the game too. So you have, like, Na'Vi who want to play, like, more straightforward, you know, push out a wave, smoke, get a kill, whereas Pari want to like play more sideline, sneaky around, have Clinks like snipe some dude out.
But that's why I really want to see Earthspirit be the mid laner for PVISION. Because from mid, you're looking at Vessel, you're looking at, probably not Blade Mail, but like Vessel into BKB, Shivas, you're always thinking about like, let me go find the next guy, get a kill. And because you're so aggressive, Disruptor feels good. And between you two being like this partnership of aggression, Largo will get his items, and there'll be TPs wasted, and now Clinks will actually get to his Desolator and Filker, and now AA is feeding to the Clinks. Like, I think, again, maybe Nineclass does play the Earthspirit, but I'm just picturing like no one shining so much here if he can actually just get to play the mid Earthspirit.
I'm also just kind of wondering like what Nineclass would play. I mean, he's kind of more open. I think
he's also not played Largo, by the way, so far as well, competitively.
Yeah, I don't think they're flexing this one.
Yeah.
Because I guess it's just offlane Largo just straight up. It's like, okay, you know, you're gonna play against AA sometimes. That's life.
5 seconds.
Because I mean, we could assume that both teams need a mid, but Pari can flex the Earthspirit. But so if you're Na'Vi, it's nice again. I think if Nico can like play the type of mid that first of all is mobile in a way, because against Disruptor Earthspirit, it's nice if you don't just always get glimpsed back. So I think heroes like, you know, Void Spirit and I mean Paco's already out, but they always can work. And what else am I missing? I mean, they obviously took out the Ember, because last game he kind of owned, even though he had a very crucial mistake at the very end.
Pretty pain.
There you go. That's
sure.
Mobile.
Whenever you see Na'Vi just chilling over the side lanes, you always kind of think, like you're talking about active heroes, but just a little bit of damage. Again, like all Na'Vi needs to do is buy a little bit of time, BKB blink on the Sven, go play Dota, right? Yeah. So that's kind of where Niku's been picking up.
10 seconds remaining.
And now no one is talking. So that does actually give an indicator of Earthspirit potentially not just being the mid. It is going to be a first for Nineclass if he is to take it.
Yeah, I think he will. I wouldn't really want to see Earthspirit lane against Quap.
Exactly,
at this point.
If it wasn't Quap pick, if it was one of these like generic Void Spirits or whatever, please play the Earthspirit mid. But because of the Queen of Pain, the Dagger, the Nuisance, the following his map play with the Queen of Pain, like Earthspirit goes to roll to the side lane, then you follow Sonic Wave, it's like, it can be uncomfortable. But then there's always the argument where if you go Vessel and Blame. Again, I'm just a big fan of mid Earthspirit, but yeah, the lane is sus. And he takes Void Spirit. So
I don't think there were like that many insane options left.
No.
I don't really mind it.
Yeah.
Well, I am going to double check, but I'm pretty confident based on the old Dota buffs. Sorry if you're wrong, Dota buff. First time for Nineclass.
Damn, and Void Spirit has 0% win rate. I feel like this hero it's actually quite good. I mean, there's a lot of skill that goes into the hero, but I think the item build is like pretty cookie cutter. You go your boots, Urn, Vessel into Shard, you kind of farm it up, and then you get like your more luxurious items. And I do think it makes sense for Paravision in this draft. Like you want to play, like we said, the sneaky stuff, take some guys out, you know, go in, kill a guy, go out again. But I think overall, with what I've seen from Na'Vi, I mean, I like what both teams have, but I vibe a little bit more with what Na'Vi have. I would say it's a little more like straightforward. I think also the Niku Quap, what I've seen yesterday, it was very good.
Yeah, I mean,
he had a monster game on yesterday.
So good. But everything about Na'Vi's lineup is just play on discipline. Anytime you jump, it has to be that obvious jump. Like you see the Clinks, you kill the Clinks. You see Void Spirit, you're killing him. You can't like half-arse your lineup. And then PVision's like everything needs to be very like poetic. You need like the Earthspirit to get information, but then to kite back and oh wait, Sven's wasted his ultimate. Clinks, don't show yourself right now. Oh, it's expiring. Then we go for the kill. Like PVision, it's like if they win these fights, it's gonna just be beautiful Dota.
We've actually got a little bit of time. They're just swapping a bit of now, I think. So talk me through the Void Quap matchup in mid and how it's likely to play out.
I mean, I would say it's definitely Quap favored, at least a little bit. I think also with the fact that there's a tree in the game. I mean, I don't know how early he will skill armor, maybe probably like level 3 and plus, but it should help the lane like a little more, even in that sense. But they should both be happy. It's like a farm lane.
Yeah, it's also like when you think about tree AA and outside of the mid matchup, it's like what supports, what can they do to mid? AA doesn't rotate well to mid, but tree kind of can with the boots. The lockdown's still not going to be clean. Voice will be able to jump away. So I think that alone, the control of Earth Spirit Disruptor, that could offset the matchup. Quap wastes a blink, gets glimpsed back. You're inside a Remnant, kicked on the tower. So I think the advantage of supports, the damage they bring, is something to really note. And that PVISION can maybe kill Niku a couple times and do these small little things to give an early Vessel to Void.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the worry that when Niku had the Quap in the last game, he got off to such a good start. He was just able to like snowball, shit out a bunch of damage and, move around the map.
Don't let him do that again, Don't let him have this freedom. You gotta...
Yeah, that's absolutely.
I mean, at least I hope he doesn't pull like some GPK, where at minute 5 he's like doing well. He runs into the
I forgot about that game.
He can die to like Earthspeed and Disruptor, but like if you play properly and like you understand the lines, like, you're not blinking in, like, you're gonna be chilling, you're nice. I think also like if I'm Earth Spirit in this game, like if I'm 9 class, I would kind of look at my safe lane to play there. You have a Disruptor Clings against like double melee. They're gonna be clicking them, they're going low HP. Pick up some nice easy kills, start the early game, be chilling.
Also like tree into Disruptor as well. Like normally trees kind of chill, but I can see like tree grabbing away, Disruptor glimpsing him back. It can get awkward. Also, I don't think trees can get like threatened and like pressured, but just the idea of like wave pulling into Disruptor is always difficult. So that's one thing. That double melee, is it going to be as simple as Navi's always kind of like utilized? What is it now? Like 4 or 5 games in a row that they've had this like double melee setup.
I feel like at least here they've done it like every game, and like the last tournaments, I think they were still toying with like one or the other. I think now they've kind of been like, okay, we're gonna double melee it up. You just get through your lane. Maybe you give up some laning, but like, you gain some more like mid fighting and team fight for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Tree's gonna be, using the overgrowth, right, then you've got to catch the Disruptor. That's also gonna be key in the fights, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of who jumps who, right? Like if Tree's setting up and then getting good vision, overgrowth and Sven jumping, you're probably dead. On the flip side, if Earthspirit's getting this vision and now you're out of position, Clinks is there like, hey, look at my agony, so high skill. You're
on top of you. And
it's a very scary thing. So yeah. Vision, jump, very important.
Lots of work for the supports to do them.
Yeah.
As always. Supports are underappreciated.
Every single game. Can I get an amen for all those beautiful supports out there doing the hard work?
Right, agreed. Well, let's have an amen from our commentators. Say amen.
Amen. Yes. Support players, support heroes. Everything glorious. Yeah, they deserve all respect that they can get. I'm not sure if they're playing Earth Spirit and Disruptor though. They're kind of toxic, nasty heroes.
I mean, honestly, we've seen some pretty impressive performances from the support so far. Just watching, Riddies in his previous game on AA there, the sneaky like Ducalis and his horrible start that they had. They turned around into a win with some really nice jumps later on in the game and so on. I've been pretty damn impressed. Speaking of sports, we have double boots for starting items on Navi. Boots on the AA, boots on the Treant. Going for the movement speed.
Chase people down, run away from people, don't get chased down by an Earth Spirit.
Also, looking over to Paravision, they're playing 6 silver tier Dota Plus heroes. They're playing some, non-expertise stuff here, just coming out with a draft that they think will work well together. We'll see how that's going to go. Meanwhile, Navi definitely leaning more into hero spamming stuff. Ton of platinum tier, master tier, lowest is gold.
Yeah, so at least 9 class have been playing Earth Spirit in his pubs.
He has, yeah. It's not his first ever Earth Spirit game. That would be something, though.
That'd be incredible.
Let me load into Earth Spirit. I'm sure it's easy. He did say mode Zayats. He is before this game in all chat. He wrote to Zayats, and Zayats responded saying, "Let's see it."
Yeah, show me.
Show me.
Show me. And then let me show you a different green hero, which is the Treant Protector, which he's playing. Yeah, with a little pause, so the chat has gone a fair distance now. But here we are, game 2, after a 70-odd minute game 1, in which Navi felt they had victory in their grasp. It was turned by this techies Tinker cares of Paravision. We have another topsy-turvy draft from Paravision with some interesting combinations. But first, touching on Na'Vi, who are already getting aggressive on Satanic with this Zayat's Treant in the offlane, the double melee, already putting some pressure.
Clean from no one. The start on CS here, 3-2 versus 0-0 so far on the mid lane, just getting all those last hits. Full first creep wave last hit and got 2 denies on top of it as well. Fantastic by no one.
And what is this a lane where you kind of skip out on Dagger as the Queen of Pain because of Dissimulate and
I would skill it. I would skill it against Void Spirit, I think. Yeah, because you force him to use the Dissimulate, then you might still land him. It's not super easy to dodge Shadow Strike. You can pump fake him out, maybe bait him to use Dissimulate.
It was a thing for a bit, right, with the Puck and Void Spirit matchups where you're like, they can dodge this stuff, so...
Against Puck, you definitely don't want to, because if you do miss against Puck, he gets all the HP and mana back. So it's terrible if you ever use that. But yeah, against Void Spirit, I think you need it, because otherwise, as you see, he's able to play very in front, very, very aggressively, and his lasted damage is simply better.
He's a melee hero.
Yeah, he hits harder, hits immediate.
Yeah, much better. And on the topic of Queen of Pain, we've seen, as the panel are talking about, Niku have a fair few good games on his hero, especially when he's activated by that Warlock we've seen in the combos with the Fatal Bonds and the Sonic Wave. This time around, he's got an Ancient Apparition to play with, plus this Sven, Centaur, Treant as the frontline bodyguard and disabling heroes. So it should be a pretty good one for the co-op to put out the damage.
Yeah, you and I were weighing options for perhaps an Invoker game here coming out for Na'Vi for the mid lane before they picked their hero, of course. And I think the Queen of Pain makes more sense. It's this really active early hero that they can play around with the supports, and that's usually what you want to have. Otherwise, it does look like a crazy Cataclysm game as well.
What's going on? Deforestation in the top lane with all the Quelling Blades, making sure that Treant doesn't have easy access to the sneaky moves.
Hugging the few remaining trees.
We're going to turn it into agricultural land, or what? They're going to start planting crops up here?
Yeah.
Oh, 9 classes died! Riddies gets the first blood as the Earth Spirit goes on a bit of a migration wander down into that bottom river.
Oh, he had his own boots, but wasn't enough to stand against the boots of Riddies as well, chasing him down. I mean, AA can be a very oppressive hero when you're playing some melee support, and he's trying to get the pull on the range creeps. Not gonna get it in time, though.
But yeah, overall, a much more straightforward draft from Na'Vi in terms of how we envision the team fights and how they're going to be executing things with their starting with a Sven, initiating with Overgrowth, Ice Blast to follow. Things kind of seem like they follow the chain reaction effect. I'm struggling to see Paravision's game plan, right? How these heroes join together. What is the symphony of skills here from Paravision?
Yeah, they have possibility to catch people and execute, but a lot of it relies on like sort of semi-skill shot things, right? Landing your Ether Remnant and so on, whereas Na'Vi is much more point and click execution. They see a target, jump him, like Sven stun or a Centaur going on someone, even just Queen blinking in. It's
caveman stuff. I hit you on head with club.
Yeah, it's very easy to execute on the side of Na'Vi, whereas Paravision, they will need to find good positionings basically and surprise Na'Vi. Use that invis from the Satanic Clinks or perhaps jump people when they're not ready as Void Spirit. But their initiation definitely going to be tricky.
And then maybe extend the fights out, right? Once you've got past the immediate burst of all of Na'Vi's ultis, you've got Largo to heal and sustain, Earth Spirit with Magnetize, glimpses back, and the gap closes of Void Spirit to keep on chasing, which is real nice. As no one bottles the Water Rune under Niku's nose, and the bottom spot, Riddies and 9 class also fighting over that one. 9 class the one to grab it.
The old man out clicking the young prodigy.
11 years different.
Faster. Old and fast. He's making me happy here as I'm, closing in on the 40s. It's nice to see no one repping, He's been around the block a few times. He's still fighting on the mid lane.
It's been beautiful to see the resurgence of no one, right? Coming back from those old Vega Squadron VP days, as Riddies now going to feel a bit of pain from Largo on 9 class, but is able to slip it into the river. But yeah, a second wind basically for no one from his glory days of trophy hunting.
He hasn't hit his prime yet, Gareth.
Oh,
That's
really?
what it is. No one prime, it's not in the past, it's in the future.
That's a good way to look at it. And Riddies in 9 class still with his tete-a-tete in the bottom river.
Non-stop fighting and skirmishing. It is making it a bit awkward for him to bring in resources as this Earth Spirit keeps playing behind the tower, looking for the couriers, being a nuisance.
He thinks he's a Slark, does he?
Yeah, because the Sven has a gloves and tango, but it's still in base. His courier is not even sending it out yet. Just hard to get his resources delivered.
Some little froggies there, and a move from Ducalis gets them on top of Got the Juice. An unexpected move. The panel had talked about this potential for rotations and tri-lanes, potentially for the Earth Spirit to move into the Disruptor Clinks lane, but instead it's the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice kill, but at the same time losing the Clinks up top. It's, it's keeping the status even here, both the carries dying. CS-wise, no core is dragging too far behind, other than Queen being gapped a little bit on the mid by the Void Spirit.
And then as the game progresses, we've seen this Void Spirit versus Puck matchup kind of flip from lane stage to in-game. Itemization-wise for no one, is this like a Yule's into Ether Remnant kind of catch game, or is it stats into scaling?
Oh, it's gonna be a Spirit Vessel for sure, but from there on, I think he probably will go towards just whatever suits for early aggression. I think Aghanim Scepter comes to mind.
Oh yeah.
Just for catching capabilities. I don't think he has to go early safety, but Yule Scepter is good against the Treant. I think he can forego it though. If it was a puck mid, bit of a different story. That's where you might want to consider a Yule's.
Fair enough. 9 class, not going to land the roll on Riddies this time around. A wave pushing in towards Triple S, going to give him a bit of safety to farm. And this whole situation that's been created by the Earth Spirit, and we always talk about the Largo as this kind of greedy, non-laning hero who wants to farm towards Aghanim Scepter. Having a good start like this is vitally important for Triple S.
Yeah, it really is. I mean,
Niku, he's blinked in aggressively here behind tower, and he's met his match into Carlos and no one. Blink in 3 seconds with Fairy Fire 1, but that's not going to be enough to keep you topped up. In comes the cavalry from 9 class.
Yeah, we saw this in the previous game as well, that Niku has no fear. He will try and make moves. Sadly, didn't work out for him there, and that's going to give more healing over to no one. I also think they passed over the great healing Lotus to him, realizing that the Void Spirit is going to be a great hero to have this on, to play aggressive, look for some ganks.
And they're still able to go and get their Wisdom Shrines 1 apiece, as Zayat comes back for his as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite even there. The Disruptor is going to try for a base glimpse, I think. Not really going to reach it, though.
Yeah, no one even trying to go and give vision with that Dire Observer Ward on the high ground still there as well. Maybe could have found it, but Niku's going to realize exactly what's going on.
Yeah, nice. Gets the D ward, bit of extra experience from that, and a lot of creeps to clear, so didn't lose too much. Even though he died, there were still a lot of creeps far back on the enemy side, and he gets to take them now. And he's going for that Soul Ring build again, the extra mana on Queen of Pain. It worked out really well for him previous time, so I can't wait to try that, honestly. I haven't really played the Soul Ring Queen.
Yeah, it keeps you out on the map. Just allows you to keep playing that tempo. Spam out your spells, and of course it's a great farming item, let's be real.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice one to keep you active on the field, and that's something the pros value a lot. Anytime you spend running to base is downtime, you're not really being useful.
Wasting money on TPs, screw that. Overall, reasonably close laning stage. Not much in it in terms of net worth, dead even on kills. It has felt like Paravision got a slight edge in terms of that early net worth, but that's all leveled out now.
Yeah, and both the carries farming up a Storm as well as 59 CS on the Clinks, 55 on the Sven. They're angling to try and set up down bottom.
Now the Treant has come down here, binding up the Earth Spirit, but the kick away, got the juice, can't quite stick on his man, but that will allow Riddies to come in from the left-hand side instead.
Yeah, get the kill, very nice. A quick takedown, and there has been some disruption for the farm. They haven't been able to make any stacks for Sven due to a sentry blocking the Ancients all this time. So it is going to time out now. It's not going to block this spawn.
No one currently farming jungle. They've not seen the Queen of Pain in a little while. So maybe just tightening up here to make sure that Niku's first rotation doesn't hit successfully. But it's in fact just farming time for the Queen of Pain, who dips back into the jungle.
Yeah, got the Soul Ring, so might as well put it to good use. That's where the max out Scream of Pain as soon as possible is, of course, really, really nice. And skipping the Shadow Strike like he did, he's going to be able to still have high levels in Blink. And maybe this will give time for Treant to try and pick up some experience on mid lane, but looks like no one is holding the lane back pretty well, not giving free experience away, still denying despite not seeing an enemy. There's always someone leeching experience in Fog of War, Gareth. Make sure you get those denies on the mid lane. Someone is looking at that creep and wants that experience.
Usually it's me putting Fatal Bonds on the creep wave. Just shove out that wave, stay in the trees, hide away. Yeah, you've got Earth Spirit behind the Void Spirit as well, making sure you've offered that little protection in the pocket behind him. Don't allow Zayats to get the catch, as we get another D-Ward in that mid lane, and the protection of the rune top. Fortunately for Paravision, it's a DD bottom.
2 in a row. So last time it was no one tipping Niku for getting the lucky rune spawn, and this time again, lucky rune spawn for Niku, getting nice ones to Arcane Rune into DD Rune. These are impact runes that are going his way. No one wishes he had his hands on these. And he would explode out of a mid lane. This does really stunt his game a bit on Void Spirit. He was owning laning stage. He did really well, but without runes, it's hard to gank.
Glimpsing Niku, making things a little uncomfortable for him. No real kill threat there, especially with Zayat behind. Just making it a little bit awkward for him.
Yeah, Spirit Vessel used though, so no charges on the Spirit Vessel now. Tragic for Void Spirit's future gank. Speaking of ganks, the got the juice. Sven is still happily farming away. No more ganks landing on him yet.
And this is where things really get quite different between the Sven and the Klinks, right? They've had decent laning stages, things have gone okay, but Sven ramps up very quickly, while it feels like Klinks often needs that little bit of extra time to feel comfortable.
Yeah, and also they have a bit different motives now. The Sven wants to... Oh, hold up.
Nice move by Niku, but 9class showing off his skills.
The kickback. Very good. Smoke coming down bottom. As the Void Spirit and Disruptor group up to have the Disruptor ulti. This could be enough for them to take down the Queen of Pain if she blinks left here.
Straight into the middle of both of them. Static Storm is there. Ether Remnant to drag her in. A well-executed move by Paravision. It's going to send the alarms blaring as a TP out from Sven. Turns for the Ice Blast from the AA to deal with Satanic, who came in to fight. He's going to get blown up, but now it's wide open for no one to give chase onto Sven. Spirit Vessel charge on him. No way of escaping the harrying effects of this Spirit and Largo.
The Centaur ulti there coming in, trying to help them out, but sadly Sven still gonna go down. It did save the AA's life, got him to safety at least. But yeah, very nice gank coming out from the Void Spirit and Disruptor. And again, the rune spawns top. No one has to be, you know, punching his keyboard. So yeah, this is just frustrating. That's 3 power runes in a row spawning the opposite side.
The little double blink and eyebrow raise, like, really?
Yeah, come on. I don't want to go base. You know, he's out of resources, so...
Shift tab, message Ice Frog, like, come on, dude. Yeah. Are you serious? So it's also lurking in behind tier 1, but realizing there's not really an opportunity here, he's going to get back out onto that top lane.
I think you should make it so if you stand on the rune spot where it doesn't spawn, you get like 1 charge in your bottle. Like something, you don't even get a water rune, you just straight up get a bit of water. You picked up, you know, if you're there on the spawn timer. Not if you go there later, but a consolation price.
Half a bounty rune.
No.
That's a nice blast onto Ducalis. And Niku's got plenty of damage to take down Disruptor. Maybe they could have found Satanic if they had some reveal, but that's an Invis Klinks who is invulnerable to being caught.
And with the Dominator from PMA, get the Dark Troll Summoner, tower falls pretty damn fast. So, good kill into some push.
Starting to pick up the tempo, which is what Na'Vi has been showing us these past couple of days, how quickly they can play.
Yeah, but it's not really... It's not break-back tempo here. We're not seeing them actually just running people over, and the time, or the clock is ticking, right? The Triple S Largo, he's building towards that Aghanim Scepter. 1,200 gold to go. Once he has it, they will have a huge power spike on the side of Paravision. So they need to keep making stuff happen.
No one's going to get a freebie here, it looks like, on Riddies. Attempted cold feet, turnaround from the AA, not going to function as he would have wanted, and they also had Earth Spirit with Disruptor backing up. No one there as well. On the topic of Largo, though, you know, we can foresee in these later fights, once the Sven is ready with that bomb, blink dagger with a big damage output, Largo likes these extended fights where he can keep things going and healing. Sven offers that alpha damage that could take him out before he's allowed to do that.
Yeah, Quick Burst is amazing against Largo for sure, but Largo, if he already started playing his songs, he gets crazy amount of armor, and Sven is physical damage, so I think it's more gonna be down to the A ulti landing on him and the Queen of Pain ulti. Those are the big things I'm looking towards, but you're definitely not wrong that if Sven catches him, you know, pants down, no spells used, no armor bonus from his ulti, he will die quickly.
So definitely tells the story of Na'Vi kind of crafting this anti-Largo draft. Like, it's not necessarily specifically against Largo, but they've got lots of elements here that are good to deal with it.
Yeah, for certain.
And Pipe being worked on by PMA.
They're gonna try and get him right now.
Largo down at bottom lane. He's gonna waddle back to his tower.
Not too keen on chasing up high on that lane.
What, 800 gold to go? A couple of neutral camps behind him to farm. So some good space for him to play into.
And they're building stacks in the jungle as well, but yeah, he just has to stay patient, Triple S. He knows the playstyle. I feel like it took a little while before people really settled into how to play Largo. Speaking of, he's probably gonna get jumped here by literally everyone.
He's diving for tier 1.
Dear
so
God.
Panic's looking for the centaur top, and Triple S is obliterated bottom. There's the Sven God Strength while top lane. They do get onto PMA with a stampede already being spent aggressively. 9class and Satanic make short work of the centaur.
Yeah, and they have the Desolator on Klinks as well, and they're on the tower, so could equalize a bit. As the tower bottom is falling to Sven really rapidly. Klinks could try and do the same up top. Ulti is coming off cool and in 30. It's a bit too late to defend the top tower.
Well, glyph it. But yeah, not sending anyone top just yet. They're still lurking down in that bottom Dire Ancients area.
I think they're forfeiting that tower. It's too much of a move, too many heroes. They TP down bottom, so they can't really TP react up top.
And Treant has already got his shard as well, so they've got these eyes in the forest over towards the Ancients. Well, Niku not getting his hands on the haste route. No one just a step ahead of him this time.
Finally. I mean, credit to no one. When the rune has spawned where he is, he has been getting the rune as well. No matter if Niku is there, he cannot really contest. It's very hard to steal the rune from Ether Remnant Void Spirit, right?
That's true.
Drops the Remnant, keeps you stunned.
No luck involved in that regard.
Yeah.
And then Clinks with his shard, able to pummel down some stacked neutral camps and keep accelerating as he's actually ahead of the Sven. Usually we see Sven getting this massive acceleration, clearing out all the stacks, but he's not had access to the left-hand side of the map just yet.
They also prevented him stacking early, or the support stacking early, right? With the sentry block on the bottom Ancients. So he has not had perhaps the exact farm that we would expect from Sven, but credit to Satanic as well. His farm is insane on Clinks. He's very, very far ahead of where he needs to be.
Queen of Pain after the Kaya, move towards the Aghanim Scepter. Courier with the point booster did get sniped, but not a massive deal for him. But there's the more important and faster Aghanims on the Largo. Now it's ready. Do we flick the switch and say, hey, 17 minutes in, Roshan Tormentor time, let's go fight?
I think we might see some really big fights, Gareth, because at the same time, the pipe is up on the Centaur. So Aghanims on Largo, pipe on Centaur, both of them are ready to fight and join. And yeah, we'll see who comes out on top, really. It's going to be down to initiation for me.
Blink on Earth Spirit's Courier coming as well. Tons of stuff lining up here as the stars align for both teams. Invasion of the enemy Ancients for the Sven, though. Looking to show off his own Blink debut, but they get scanned by the Dire. Paravision know that something's lurking in the shadows. There's a monster coming over that hill, and they don't want to be involved with it. They're smoke breaking, they're standing in position, just holding that very strong forward line.
Man, this is some crazy vision he's providing on Treant.
Smoke break?
Yeah.
Zayat in the trees. He's put a little bit of fear there in the step of Paravision. Right next to a sentry ward, but he kept tight to the tree line. He's going to see Triple S.
Largo.
Start things off with an overgrowth into the Ice Blast, and Largo is getting annihilated by the Sven. He disappeared to Satanic. Your carry's gone. Sure, you killed the frog, but what next? Niku's going to have to blink away. The Magnetize's ticking over. TP out from the Ancient Apparition. So it looks like offlaner for carry, while Nico
the stun
is going to get caught. Try to TP out of that enemy base, and he gets slapped by 9 class and no one. Another blink a little bit deeper, but you're still going to suffer.
That was some quick reaction there by Paravision. They get jumped on Largo, which could be devastating to the fight, but they were immediate with unloading the damage onto the Sven as he exposed himself in a bad spot. Clinks just absolutely shredded him.
Ah, I blinked and I missed it. The Largo's dying. I was like, hang on a second, the Sven has also fallen.
Yeah, Sven, I mean, he popped Mask of Madness, right? I'm not sure that he used Warcry before Mask of Madness, because he really died super fast.
1,353 damage from the Clinks.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 20 minutes in before he's got any of these big damage items.
And that's a bad feeling. As a Sven, you definitely want to be ahead of Clinks in net worth to feel comfortable. Whereas Clinks, if you're even close to the Sven's net worth, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. And here, he's ahead by 1,000.
Gorgeous spot to be in. And then 9 class, toying a little bit with Zayats there. And the old chat line.
They're having fun with each other, 9 class and Zayats.
A little back and forth between them, that's always nice.
Yeah.
And now you're probably thinking, has got the juice, he's like, guys, I need BKB. I need to be able to get away from these stuns and slows and stuff like that.
For sure. Yeah, you don't want to play against Paravision's draft without PKB. Largo, Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, and Disruptor is a lot of different things that you need it against. And in particular, if he's going to go first like that, jumping in on someone.
Again, this Treant, we see how valuable he is and why he has been such an important first pick and high priority ban hero. The vision, the eyes in the forest, sees this smoke coming, so Zayats will be out in the front looking to break smoke, give vision, while the rest of them have tucked behind tier 2s basically, all the way on the other side of the river.
I mean, Treant is just the best vision hero in the game right now. There's no doubt about it in my mind that, you know, he is the #1. There are some other good things you can do as well, but it's keeping tabs on them. AOT is a little bit late to the party for this, and you see them splitting immediately, not sticking in the AoE.
Oh, very simple Tormentor for Paravision. They'll get that first key objective. As Na'Vi just pumped the brakes a little bit. Again, just trying to get a little bit more farm on this Sven to hit his timing, but also you're looking at Queen of Pain. Niku behind the Largo in net worth. It's really fallen behind.
Yeah, I mean, it started out rough for Niku from the get-go. The laning stage against Void Spirit did not go as well as I think it could have, but no one has just been playing a very clean game. He out-CS'd him well in lane. I think he got really nice body blocks, kept his high ground, played very nice on the creep wave. And yeah, 1-for-1 on the Wisdom as 9 class steals the Radiant one, but they go for the bottom one instead, or Dire one instead.
Sneaky fella. A bit of a push on the tier 2, just through the catapult wave. Gets glyphed and held back somewhat. As Paravision gather up around the Clinks again, wanting to try and unlock Satanic potentially.
500 gold and then Satanic is ready. He just wants to farm Ancients, get a little bit more, and then he has Aghanim Scepter. It is not as broken as it was a little while ago, where Clinks was in every single game, but it's still a pretty damn good Aghanims. It's a lot of damage. It puts a front wall as well, where it's hard for someone like AA or Tree to just walk in even. You get melted by those skeletons.
Yeah, it used to feel like Aghanim Scepter was, or Clinks in general, was wait to Ags and then just end the game.
Yeah, also, Sven is really bad at clearing the skeletons.
Yeah,
he's not like something like Luna or Jaro who can just hit those skeletons super fast.
Tombstone, Serpent Wards, any of those like toxic little bits on the floor.
He wants to hit hard, not many times, just a few big swings, that's it.
On an important target, not Bruce Campbell's enemies.
No.
There is Ags done on Satanic. Level 15 Clinks with both the Shard and the Scepter. Feels like he's pretty ready to go as Paravision do gather up now around their Ancients. Starting to think about that potential access to Roshan. But first of all, bottom tier 1 would be a great objective to take to open up the map a little bit more and reduce the access points for the Radiant. Science first up though is going to see them coming.
They're trying to find him, but they can't see him. They don't know where he is. It's easy for us. We see the Treants, but this team, Paravision, they're just walking blindly.
Well, Sven's jumped in with the Ice Blast flying over the top, but that got the Juice has to get stampeded and BKB, but he's still dying to the Clicks damage. The physical burst comes through, and Na'Vi overplaying their hand. That's right outside the Roche pit too.
These aggressive jumps for Sven, and this time he definitely didn't have Warcry. He just melts, man. He has so little armor. 9 armor, with Clinks having Desolator, removing 6 of it immediately. He just gets shredded.
And that's even with the, like, last game we had the early warning system of the techies with the mines. This time it's the other side with Na'Vi having the Treant, seeing things coming. Yeah. But it feels like that information, Na'Vi just getting a little bit too eager to make things happen as they feel this game start to slip out of their hands.
That was a crazy jump though, because all of Paravision had been in Fog of War for quite a while. He, had not seen anyone push out the lane. They were staying hidden. They were looking for a smoke gang and then, didn't get married to the idea of it. Eventually, Disruptor was a bait.
And then it's pretty simple, systematic stuff for Paravision. Go from Roche to tier 1 tower, take control of that bottom jungle, and start carving out this area of the map to force Sven even more shallow on his side.
Yeah, also they're getting closer right now on Dire to the point where they can maybe afford a luxury gem to start clearing out these Treant vision spots. What are they called even? The little eyes in the forest.
I kind of missed when they were owls floating above the trees.
Oh yeah, they were cuter.
Little ghost owls.
But I do like that they go now if you kill them. Treant spots Ducal is coming down.
What can he do about it though?
Well, last time he baited his Sven with it.
Yeah, true. Ducalis is gonna electromagnetic shove back the Treant, hop into the trees, glimpse back the Sven. Ice Blast, and the Stomp is there though to clear him out.
Not quite able to get himself to safety. He did have a little hopper, the Tumbler's toy, but no Blink Dagger on the Disruptor yet. Here we can see the jump. Like, they were looking for that gank for so long.
And they see everyone, right?
They do see them. They saw the AOT passing over people. That was an insane jump by Got the Juice. Yeah, the Lick removed the armor, and as you can see, the Warcry was on cooldown, so yeah, that was just insane. But back
now,
alive.
Though, they're onto the Clinks. Satanic with Aegis, first life gone. Backup arriving quickly now. No one's here to help out as he'll respawn in, but the Sonic Wave pushed back. Down goes Earth Spirit, and the Godstrike BKB Sven slaps into Clinks as Na'Vi secure a team fight victory.
Yeah, that was massive. Getting onto him, even if he has the Aegis, doesn't really matter. When they all have set up in position like that, there was a nice attempt to save him with the roll stun coming in beautifully from the Earth Spirit, but he just becomes a +1 in that. Maybe should just have tried to get away from it altogether. A nice catch for them. So the Aegis didn't last for too long.
No, it didn't. And now we're back into a dead even game state. 10-10, very little in net worth difference between the two.
Yes, the Clinks is leading the way and is quite farmed. The rest of the course, we are seeing Centaur farming pretty decently, and Queen has made a bit of a recovery as well. And despite Largo getting a pretty early Aghanim Scepter, we haven't seen him ramp up in tempo.
I do love a bit of ramp.
Ramp. The most powerful thing, I hear. Lacoste also likes it.
I just get more mana, more land. No one with a shield rune. They scan onto the Queen of Pain, who just spent Blink, but it looks like 9 class jumped and didn't find his target.
Yeah, they do get a D-ward at least as they walk in here, so didn't get paid in form of a kill, but they get removing some vision, 205 gold as well. Clinks is walking into several here. Treant might drop a sentry. And a ward.
Some pretty big difference makers as well. The BKBs on Na'Vi, we've obviously seen got the juices.
Oh, this could be disaster.
Now with the Queen of Pains, they're able to play aggressively. The double move away, the drifting Clink gets out of danger. Triple S strumming away on his banjo has forced a disengage from Na'Vi with a Stampede out. They've spent their spells and the chase is on. This is where Paravision flourish. They can chase with a roll back in. They've got glimpse and catch galore to drag them back in. No one zaps over the top of PMA. The TP out from Riddies should complete, but they've found the Centaur at least.
So all in all, they get 1 kill. Treant has hidden in a nice little grove. They can't see him for all the trees, Gareth.
The cops in the trees, yeah.
Yeah, you can't see him.
How long have you had that one sitting and waiting?
Production was ready.
That was him bottom lane looking at the disruptor. Oh, yeah.
Just sneaky stuff. But yeah, that was a beautiful save there with the Earth Spirit Shard pulling away the Clinks. That's why I said this could be disaster. He had his friends nearby. Satanic wasn't completely alone. Oh, the kick back.
Yeah, this time Riddies, he's been surrounded on all sides. No one will continue his very nice, crisp game. 5-0-5 on the Void Spirit so far.
Hasn't hit his prime yet, Gareth.
No, he hasn't. Still going. He's going to become beyond godlike.
Gets the rune as well. Just an Invis rune. Use it just to regen a bit and maybe move and look for something. They find PMA.
Yeah, glimpse back into the kinetic field with Triple S thinking about the body blocks of the continuation, but Satanic took a while to get here. I'm trying to keep him in place with a lick back in. The Blade Mail returning some damage now as Niku joins, but gets manipulated by 9 class.
Void Spirit going behind everybody. No one is calling that maybe he can set up here. Giving vision with his Invis.
Sees Niku straight in with the Shiva's Spirit Vessel and the roll, but it's not going to connect with Niku's BKB. Big spent to protect him, but now they've got an Overgrowth and a Sonic Wave on 2. Ice Blast looks good as well. The Triple S to land and got the juice. Throws a stun, but can't go past the Clinks.
Yeah, Clink says no. Sven turns around. He learned his lesson. We saw it once, we saw it twice. He does not want to run alone into those skeletons, firing at him.
Right, Clinks is bonkers in damage output.
That was very nice by Zayats, though. He waited for the lick, and only then did he commit the Overgrowth. He has to be so cautious about how he spends his ulti, since it can get dispelled. Only ended up being 1 kill, but still gave them something for that dive.
And it still feels like, although Na'Vi have these jump tools and the immediate burst, the past 10 minutes they've been on the back foot. They've not been able to get their own moves. You know, apart from that move on the Clinks in that Ancients area to take the Aegis, it has been Paravision stepping forward and going for it, but I think forcing Queen of Pain BKB like this is pretty important. Yeah. Knowing that Paravision rely on Earth Spirit Disruptor, they are all of the team fight and lockdown that Paravision have. They've got very few stuns and control, so Queen of Pain's BKB is incredibly... Where did he go? When Largo stepped up here, they were to bite this one off. They got the juice, is being evaporated. Ice Blast on the Satanic though. He's going to be in trouble as well. Back up from Riddies to finish him off. Carry for carry as PMA dragged back into the midst of battle. Satanic picks up the double, but Niku's here to clean up. Another touch on the Disruptor will finish the job. Zayat's looking at Triple S as well. And Niku running out of gas somewhat. Always blinked into the skeletons. Oh Niku, no! The Army of Darkness nearly takes him down. No one might find him as well as he does kill off Riddies.
That was the worst location you could blink right there. Forgot about the Skellies still being around, doing some nice stuff there. In the end, he does live, but all of his team falls. Niku, they were the ones aggressing this, and they get punished for it as Paravision. Good reaction. Commitment from Clinks as well. He just said, I will kill this man. I don't care if it's risky.
Well, that Daedalus paying off big time.
Yeah. Yeah, massive damage, of course. Both these carries have the Daedalus in hand. We saw the delete immediately on the Earth Spirit there. Blinked, tried to roll to safety, but Sven, 2 hits was all it took.
I've really got to consider the buyback status as a massive resource in this game with the incredible immediate damage both teams have.
Yeah, it's getting to ridiculous territory. Survivability is definitely not on par with the damage output in this game, especially as we have heroes like Queen can also bring a lot, and even Void Spirit with his Shiva Spirit Vessel Kaya, he does a lot over time.
And usually we have this expectation that there's like a save hero in the game, right? There's some kind of way to delay things or hit the reset button. We don't really have that, apart from Stampede.
Yeah, it's like living armor.
Yeah, I don't really
That's best I can do is 350, I'm sorry. Disruptions, Fall Promises, Graves, no, sorry. They're all out of stock.
Centaur can buy an Aghanim Scepter, and that'll get him there.
It's gonna be a shard over on Ducalis. That's the little thing to get, but usually not the most impactful shard.
I think that's quite
extra utility.
Quite interesting. 60% win probability to Paravision. Is that just the new hero buff? They have Largo, therefore they deserve 10%
I
more.
mean, they are 7k ahead gold-wise right now, and they just had a pretty good fight for them. But yeah, the Largo basically got through the hard part of the game for him. And now with an Aeon Disc, I like that early pickup. A lot of people would have gone for something else here, but with them having Shivas on Void Spirit, I don't think he needs to go for anything on Largo specifically, so he has the luxury of going for Aeon Disc, doesn't get bursted by the Sven jumping him. This can allow him to have that continuous effect, because Largo, more than any other hero in this game, wants dragged out long fights. Yeah. He wants to have a, you know, time to play his full song.
I think I did see no one had Aeon Disc queued up for a little bit as well, but he swapped back into the Aghanim Scepter you mentioned to add that extra bit of control which they desperately required.
Yeah, I think they need that silence. That will be one way to try and lock down some of the heroes.
I guess that kind of
Queen
ties into the whole buyback thing, right? Aeon Disc's functionally similar to a buyback, just withstanding that initial burst damage to buy a bit of time for you to react. I just wonder if Sven might consider, you know, as we head into late game, that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it can be useful. The downside with Aghanim Scepter on Sven is that it applies the Dispel only once when you do it, right? So if you go on someone with the stun, it dispels them, but then you don't have the Dispel again if Aeon Disc triggers afterwards. Right, yeah. So you need to hold the stun.
Like blink first, hit them, then stun after.
Yeah, you gotta pop the Aeon Disc and then stun. Which he could do. It's usually just one hit, right? So one crit and that will do it.
We'll see what happens in this next fight, as Roshan has just respawned, and a few item time is being hit as well. Na'Vi go with the smoke, wrapping around that bottom pit, but Paravision have already evacuated the entire area.
Yeah, Paravision sitting around the mids. I think they're aware of what's happening, though.
And there's no eyes in the forest in this zone either. We're seeing Zayat move forward to get a high ground vision down.
Oh, they saw the sentry get placed with their Cling Skeletons. Give them
for Paravision. They jump on Niku. Early BKB force, and that's a big deal. Again, now he's susceptible to getting glimpsed or static stormed.
Yep. And that's a Blink Dagger on Disruptor as well.
Triple S dancing forward. A little jig as he gap closes onto Riddies. TP out from this Glimmer Cape AA.
Ooh.
Just about makes it home.
Barely. The frog launch was in the air. It looks like they're all gonna get away safely, but they're being herded away from the Roshan area. Rosh is only here for 30 more seconds, so if they want to take it down bottom, Paravision will have to be speedy.
With Largo a sheepfrog, herding the little sheep back into the pen.
Exactly.
All the way back you go.
There's the value of that gem on Void Spirit as well, clearing out these trees.
I don't know Lassie has
the jump.
3 S's in her name. There's a jump straight onto the Earth Spirit. Night Class disappears. Centaur and Sven make short work of him. Clink's dishing some good damage back into the Centaur, and that glimpse should be well timed after BKB to bring PMA in the midst of the Skeletal army. Ice Blast flew across somewhere, but Triple S is still going with Satanic by his side. They've also got the juice to reset and back up, while Niku
on the Queen.
He's got no BKB on Queen, but the damage from Sven is good. Satanic's blown up, and Triple S, even with an Aeon Disc, he's being dealt some serious damage. Cold Feet snaps, but Niku's finished off by no one. Zayat's on the run from this Void Spirit now, while Got the Juice sticks on his man, but the frog keeps going.
The frog?
The frog is still alive somehow. Bypasses the Ice Blast, gets away from Sven, and a 5-man wipe for Paravision.
Oh my god, if you do not finish off that frog, he keeps playing that damn loot or whatever it is. And you're just, I mean, ticking down over time. I thought the fight was going to be terrible when Klinks died. The DPS should be gone, but no, there's still a lot of damage. The Largo, the Void Spirit, they keep dishing. 6.3k damage from the Largo, on par with the Sven, who did 6.3 as well. That should tell you all you need to know about how dangerous this Aghanim Scepter is.
And how committal Na'Vi has to be. They feel like they have to go on this Klinks, blow him up, and that reveals the position of the AA. It shows where the Treant is, and it gives no one this chance just to dance around the fight, pick his target. Sees Niku.
I honestly think there's bait. Like, Klinks? Yeah, Klinks is important, sure, he has a lot of damage, and he's fairly squishy. Not really super squishy, but bursting him is nice. But here, for instance, they go into Earth Spirit, but if you don't go on Largo, I think the fights are going to be so hard. Look at him just dancing forward with the Shield Rune as well. I guess he wasn't a good target during Shield Rune, but...
Yeah, and a kind of whiffed Ice Blast from Riddies, right? The expectation there is going to land it on a core hero.
Yeah, I think Largo has to die with Ice Blast. That's basically it. Back in life, we have a fight brewing.
Oh, they've jumped in, have they? PMA and Niku. Looks like they're going to try and deal with that Void Spirit, as no one goes very deep and gets blasted by the Sonic Wave. His kill spree's gone. Massive money into the pockets of Niku, while 9 Class trying to roll away back up to the high ground and TP home, but Niku opens up. While PMA's being annihilated by the skeletons, he's got just enough in the tank to get over the bridge, but he's glimpsed back in.
Running away, tucking and resetting. Looks like Void Spirit is going to be the big takedown there. So not too bad of a fight for Na'Vi, getting a nice kill on him. A tip coming out.
Just rename Disruptor to Tim. Can't get across the bridge unless you know the wing speed velocity of an unladen European swallow.
What is your favorite color?
Answer me these questions 3, and Centaur doesn't have enough Trivial Pursuit knowledge.
Unfortunately. Man, I'm just watching Triple S rise to the top here. This Largo, he was doing pretty good early on. Then it was a bit of a slower kind of mid-game, but now he is nearing the absolute #1 in farm. 23,000 net worth. He has a lot of items to his name. BKB and 4,000 gold to go with it. And this was
juice.
Oh, he didn't click the BKB.
He's jumped on Triple S, but there's Eon Disc popped. Niku, Riddies, Zayat coming in from the rear, looking to continue this chase, but the Ice Blast is well off the mark, and no overgrowth spent means Triple S is perfectly fine.
Watching him run away, just playing this, it looks so silly.
Little, like, Crash Bandicoot bounces, you know, jumping around.
Clowning on them. But they do get the Roche area, however, Sven used ulti for this. So, yeah, sure, you pop the A on this, that's nice, but without Sven ulti, I don't think you can fight at all. So this is going to be time that Paravision will abuse. Swinging in immediately.
It's hunting time. 13k net worth lead. Paravision eyeing up this second Roche.
Yeah. With a Hurricane Pike on Klinks as well, he can keep himself safe a little bit better. We already had the pull and the kick and whatnot, but now he has his own tool to reposition.
Very true. Niku and Triple S having a little head-to-head again. This Largo is so incredibly tanky. You can just walk into any area of the map. Really imposing force.
I mean, he's got 4,000 HP and 40 armor.
Plus.
On this.
Plus.
Yeah.
Hello, who's that? Well, it was the Sven a moment ago. Disappears.
Whew. Yeah, that's the sneakiness. Satanic scouted him out. They jump together. Nice little AE ulti, but not really gonna do much than bother him.
And that should be the path right into the pit.
Yeah, for sure. 40 seconds. Largo even starting it. Playing some music for Roche before the party arrives.
Was that the opening band before the headliner comes in?
And it's Klinks!
That's Paramore to the Taylor Swift of Satanic.
Yeah, it's the Burning Army. That's a good name for a band.
I'm sure it already exists.
I'm sure it does.
Hello, Niku jumped in. Cheeky Devil, gonna BKB TP out of here. Gets home as he tries to steal the Aegis.
Yeah.
Satanic and the Dire getting their hands on both the kill and the claim of the prize.
Yeah, not quite fast enough. Nice try, though. He did backpack his items to get ready to make space in inventory, but no luck for him there. And this is BKB spent on the Queen as well, so not quite as ready to defend high ground.
Right, 40 seconds, no Sven. Banner on the floor. Klink's notoriously good at killing off buildings. Will open up on his tier 3 mid lane.
Yeah, he's absolutely melting them. It's that full Lincoln Sphere for the Largo coming out now as well. If he wasn't hard to kill already with the BKB and Aeon Disc, now a Lincoln's on top of that. I mean, what do you do as Sven?
No, look at no one just go in for it. You're going to try and defend your base, are you? I think not. Void Spirit dives in deep. Triple S picks up the kill. Lane of barracks gone. They can't go immediately for a second one, but there's tier 2. Since there are tier 2 still standing, but they're just going to traverse up the top to deal with it.
Treant was super nice for the Vision early, but I really haven't felt his impact other than the shard and the Vision he provided early game. But once the gem came out, I feel like this hero has been neutered by the existence of Largo.
And look at no one. He sees a target, he goes on it, and he kills it. Yeah. Both supports drop quickly. Well, got the juice. He's out in the open here. Finds an opening on Ducalis. Needs a couple more clicks to finish the job.
He's so fast.
To steal this as well. In the river, Ducalis doesn't quite get away. The stun on the Sven from the Crocus, though. 9 class clears out. Got the juice while Niku has to blink back away from this dangerous position. While
Clinks is just pushing.
Killing Throne, is he? Killing tier 4s? Satanic is just going for it. Diving in basically into the fountain. No one clears out Riddies yet again, while the double catapult Clinks combo are looking at tier 4 towers.
They're on PMA, they're calling to go on the Centaur as well. I think they can bring him down here.
Na'Vi are just being ripped apart. The thread has been pulled out of the sweater of theirs and it's absolutely been ribboned. Niku, he's got an opening on 9 class to only Sonic Wave down the Earth Spirit. Into the cart, PMA stomping back on the Frog and the Void Spirit, but now he's very low. BKB expiring. No one dives in with a Shiver's Guard to simulate. Doesn't finish the job, but the Clinks is still going on tier 4s.
Mana resource looking so low for the team right now, though. No mana on Largo, no mana on Static.
To the fire and the flames being played by Triple S. Guitar Hero galore.
Yeah, big notice.
PMA, they're on the Clinks, but the lick back, the displacement keeps Satanic safe. Not enough damage from Na'Vi without their Sven to deal with the cause of Paravision.
Fighting the skeletons, that's the best they can do right now, but the buildings are falling.
The PMA's trying to kill Skellies with a stolen Dire Creep, but he can't do it. Now the throne's exposed, another Blink Stomp. Niku's in, but the turnaround
Nice
from no
silence.
one. Nice stance from the Aghanim Scepter. Satanic. He's down the first time, but Niku had to spend almost everything to deal with him. No one. Overgrowth and jumped by Zayat. Ice Blast in. PMA moves forward. No one. He's going to get away from danger. And Na'Vi bleeding out.
The impact of this Largo man over time is insane. The Aghanim is popping off. Clinks still going. New A ulti flies in.
There we go. Right
Sven is
onto the
respawning.
Clinks. And it looks like the throne for now is safe. The lick back from Triple S gets Satanic some distance, but got the juice. Oh, the Hurricane Pike pushes him back. Satanic has the gap. And no one with Triple S with Earth Spirit rolling in. Ducalis Static Storm gets capped by the Sven. Got the juice though, is overexposed. Out in the open, and GG called. Paravision take it 2-0.
That was really impressive. Like we said in the draft, I actually think Paravision's draft was harder to play, and they made it work, not just a little bit, they made it work beautifully. They actually just had really good reads on the map, played into no one a lot, who played stellar from the start to finish. I think he was the man of the hour for me. That laning stage was great. His impact out of it was insane. I don't know. Don't have much more to add here, so I think smarter people will talk about it, Gareth.
I mean, that is one of those drafts where I didn't get it from the start. I still don't get it at the end, but maybe the panel get it.
No, turns out we don't, mate. So we're going straight to break. Now, obviously, look, T-Gub's here, so he's going to get it.
He gets everything.
Yes, of course he does.
Yes.
There we go. There we go. You know who didn't get it this game? Got the juice. My guy, Mr. Apple Juice over here, was just...
Come on, man. That's worse.
He was... I mean, it's just like, it's just a generic juice, all right? It's just used to bulk up all other juices, all right? When I go and buy a nice, flavored juice, I don't want it to be 80% apple.
This is grapefruit juice, what he did this game. That sounds terrible.
No, that's actually really nice and good for you.
Let's find another bad one then.
A bad juice.
But I said it beetroot. No one's drinking that.
I would be down for that.
Okay, sure. For the sake of, even though I love beetroot, hate beetroot juice, sure. Anyway, this guy... Awkward game, all right? For the Sven, multiple times, we're going to probably show some clips later, but it feels like the story of the game for me at least. It's like, Niku was making some moves early, but then he just started getting picked off. He was jumping into some Earth Spirits and Static Storms from Disruptor, and then after that, Sven stood up and was like, now it's my time to shine. He also started jumping into it as well. I think PVISION just had really nice positioning the entire game. Sure, they were dying a couple times, but
this one.
Yeah, they just kept offering up, like, just enough. Like where Satanic dies, no one pops off. Where no one dies, Satanic pops off, And then meanwhile, Largo's strumming the entire time. I just didn't see Na'Vi go with killing both Void Spirit and Largo and Clinks in one fight cleanly, then take an objective after. It was always like this weird scrap.
Yeah, and Wagger hit the nail on the head, I think, with what he said. He might be a Kez spammer, but he does say smart things occasionally. I think if you look at the draft on the left, it's easier to execute, right? And the Sven is key to it. And,
Absolutely.
And just never got in the game.
Yeah, because I think they did do like a lot of good things, but they were major mistakes that T pointed out, and like we will show it after. But I will say overall, I think that Paravision, they leveled up their play from like game 1 to game 2. Like I think also like overall, like SSS is playing this Largo. It's not like the easiest Largo game. You're up against an AA. There's a Sven as well. They were like camping him early on and like trying to get him killed. But I think overall, like no one, he just, I mean, he popped off. Like look
the
at
old
these
man.
stats.
Yeah, it's like
the old man at 28.
I mean, throughout this entire series, he was out clicking the water rooms away from the Zuma kid. Like, whoo! I mean, no one. Yeah, had an exceptional performance. Like, just the voice spirit into co-op, the CS advantage he had over the co-op, turning that into then just the map play. He utilized his supports nicely. You know, I think Satanic, he kind of filled that role of I will do a shit ton of damage with Ags Deso, but I don't care if I ever get caught by this Sven, because he's going to waste a BKB to kill me, and I know no one's going to help me out and get the kill after. So I think there was a lot of trust between the Void Spirit and the Clinks, and that's why I described their draft as like this like beautiful lineup. Like them winning the game, it will be this balance of like someone will sacrifice themselves and someone else will shine. And like if you're a bad team, you will just feed with this lineup. So I think it really just shows like how good these guys are, because like, this type of lineup, it takes class to win with it.
Let's go back to minute 17, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is important. Like Na'Vi, like we said, their draft is like easier to execute, and honestly, they had a lot of the tools to like set it up properly. Like here, you have a lot of like trees already from Zayats. You have all the trees with the shard, and he's breaking the smoke. Like so, you just pay attention to the fight, because what happens? First of all, they jump together on. I think it's gonna be the Largo, where both Sven and Trian like they break their initiation. Like here, they're both going. You don't need both to go. And Got the Juice didn't use Warcry, so he's just getting obliterated in this play. Where again, you're breaking the smoke. You have full vision. You have full information. Like you can plan the fight as you want, and like this is a very strong point for you. So Got the Juice dies, your Pop dies as well, so some of your most important heroes, they die, and this is like the first time in the game. This is a very crucial point like for them. And you had it like also later in the game, like this happened multiple times where Got the Juice, he's like going in first, because eventually the game should turn into, if Klings isn't showing, he's not allowed to show. Like both carries kind of need to wait for this, but he's just jumping the gun, and these are very crucial moments. Like in these lineups, you cannot make those types of mistakes.
Yep, not at all. And I mean, Clinks as well, like when you get Deso and Daedalus, like you can just eat through some of these tankier armor heroes. Like you can just like shred them. And normally when you look at this type of matchup, I'm expecting Clinks to be on the back foot a little bit in that mid game, because he is found a couple of times. But yeah, just PVISION, they just punished them so nicely.
Yeah, like this is the other one. So like his Warcry, why is it used? You killed an Earth Spirit, he's not interacting with you. Like, you also have a BKB later when you look here, the Clinks is just like two-shotting him. And like, you can just imagine like this clip, if it, like, let it play out with Sven still alive, or like Clinks or other heroes had to like man up more on him, then maybe Queen gets more time to know you actually clean up. Like here, his team is nearly doing it while he's shitting the bed. So if he like does it properly, maybe they win this fight.
But maybe also you could argue, when he dove the tier 1 tower and he didn't do it, he was like, my muscle memory should be Blink, Warcry, Mask Madness, like that. Like maybe he's like trying to condition himself to be.
It's possible.
Like,
yeah,
I fucked up the mid lane. Now when I go triangle, I'm not gonna do it this time around. What if the Clinks is better position? What if when I jump and kill this guy, they're already ready, right? So I think as much as we can critique the second clip, I think it is just proof of him going, wait, I made a mistake, I need to fix it. But then it's like, well, like you said, you can also go better from there. So yeah, just Got the Juice. Difficult game.
All right. Any final thought from you, Kezu, before we go to break?
No, I think not really. I think Pari played pretty well. No one's the GOAT. You know, takes a long break, comes back, shits on some noobs.
Living the dream.
Yeah, living the dream.
Well, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get into the final series. It's a banger. We'll see you in a moment.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Right, before the break, I promised you a banger for the last series. It is, of course, Falcons versus Team Spirit. We're going to break it down on the desk, and we're going to start with the big talking point for Falcons, which is, of course, Malrine, not here. He's at home practicing Counter-Strike.
Absolutely.
Of course, you know, to get that rank up in that easy game. And meanwhile, Lorinov...
He had to do it.
Come on,
fair
man.
play.
I gotta hold my corner.
You know it's a really hard game, though?
No, but...
Fortnite. Sorry, go on.
True, actually. I was going to say, listen, I'm actually on the Dota 2 side of the argument,
that's
but
right,
whatever.
yeah.
But anyway, they have the best stand-in of all time in the form of Lorinov.
Is
that so?
I mean, I say the best, but he's, for some reason, only standing in. Yeah. Like, my guy has tried to play on VP, on Chimera. He's had some stints on some other, bigger rosters, but they've always, disbanded and ended with not being successful. But Lorinov, when you think about the last year of play, he stood in for Aurora once, then he stood in for MOUZ. He's only recently gone back to Aurora as well, having that very good stint, helping them go through, winning a Tier 2 event with Fissure, winning the the Div 2 of Dream League to get into then the main league as well, getting second place there. So it's like when you think of a mid laner playing on now 4 different stints in the last year, I can't think of another player that's had that many stand-in moments in one season.
But also crucially the finishes. I mean, it's like he's standing in, he's having deep runs in tournaments.
No, I mean, obviously the guy is very good because he's making it happen, but I do agree there must be something that's maybe a bit off. I mean, I don't know him super well, so I can't really tell. I would say that maybe in teams where he's actually in, I do think he's quite a passive player and he needs a lot of farm. So I think when you're standing in, I think it's easier for people to accommodate the style that you have. They play around, okay, you're slower, we're gonna do this, we give you the space. But I mean, he's making it work.
But not only that, Kezu, the one difference I will say that Falcon's going to have to sort of work in is I don't think he plays any of the heroes that Malrine is kind of known for. They're obviously very different hero pools, right?
I mean, I guess there's maybe one overlap is maybe Huskar, but I think the other ones is he's definitely I would say more on the farming route. Well, I mean, Malrine likes to farm too, but I think he has a nice balance of he opens up the early game, he takes some stacks, he goes to the offlane, helps Samar to take the tier 1, whereas I think Lorinov, he's kind of, he chills more in his lane. He will TP or come with a rune, so he's a bit more laid back.
It's also the difference of, I think, Malrine, on any panel you listen to, the praise is he can win the unwinnable lanes, he can do this, you can draft as if he's going to win anything. Lorenov's not the same player. Lorinov is more of the traditional mid where he wants a bit more information. He wants to beat you in the lane. He wants to be the Huskar into your Ember. He wants to be the sniper into your puck, right? So I think in that sense, they're very different players, but yeah, Lorinov has proven through Aurora, through MOUZ, all the other stand-ins, he can hold his own at the tier 1 at the top of the game, but yeah, again, his real teams, they never work.
So we'll keep an eye on Falcons in that narrative. Meanwhile, now let's talk about their opponents. Team Spirit, ubiquitous in Dota tournaments, in Dota excellence, and even though they're a very different beast to maybe the classic era Team Spirit, we saw them pick up a win already, and they're still doing key things in key games, in key moments so very well.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this team, they're known for their late game, but also the mid game and the map play, and that's something I also want to try and show a little bit more to the people at home, because it's very many small things, honestly, that this team does that makes it so good. So here, it's 1930, so Tormentor is coming up in 30 seconds, but it's important how they play on the map. They have this 2-2-1 split, so you have Collapse bottom, pushing out the wave. You have Panto in mid with the puck, just, controlling this, and it's very, they don't just stack as 5 and make stuff happen. So Collapse was bottom, pushes out the wave, he TPs top. In the meantime, they're attacking mid S2, and they don't kill Ame, but that's fine. They know Tormentor's coming up, but you don't kill him, but you know that you're taking him out of the next fight. So they're already ready now with the rest of the team taking this top fight, and they're ready and willing to take the hit, because you now know your team from mid, they can easily come to you. You take this fight, and Ame in the meantime, I mean, you can see it on the minimap. He's still mid, he can't really be in this fight. And I think like what the top teams do so well is that it's like it's chill, it's simple play, it's good map play that like one thing leads into the other. And I think here too, many teams, they would go to the Tormentor after this play. But instead they know, look at all the cooldowns. Razor has an old Centaur, has an old Hand of God cooldown, Shaman Ward's also down. So this gives them Roche, and it's like this even game at like a very crucial point from like very simple map play turns into like a 4K lead with an Aegis.
I mean, the joke is Ame might not have turned up if he'd had full health anyway.
Yeah,
maybe it's possible.
He does love an invitation to jungle and farm more. But the cool thing with that clip as well is like the way they're baiting on mid lane. It's like they're forcing a TP. If they TP, they'll then go top and they own top area, right? So it's like even if they don't, that chain events doesn't occur, they're gonna get a free Tormentor if they waste TPs to mid. If they don't waste TPs to mid, they'll fight top. They'll get free Roshan. So it's like I think there's clearly, obviously, a class to Spirit and how they map move. And no, I just like the fact that as well, Lao's back. I think
same.
Yeah, like
same.
Lao, of course, as a player, is always like for some reason gained a bit more of like the flack for Spirit over some years.
I think he's a player that really struggles to get the respect he deserves.
Yeah, and I feel like he is like such a fundamental player for the team. Where it's like when they had like Morel, what I can't.
He's here right now in Yellow Submarine somewhere. We'll ask him.
I'll be honest, couldn't care less.
Morello.
Anyway, that lad, he just wasn't that good in my opinion. He's a shining pub player, but he doesn't have the class, the craft of the game to actually like elevate Spirit, because Spirit need like confident players in their own systems and like their own way to go, I can make a game my game. Yeah. And like Lao, even though he's had flack just for like being that type of player, he can do it. And I feel like in the puck game we saw from him, he can do it. So yeah, it's like Spirit with Lao back, moving in his direction. Like I'm expecting the thing that you just mentioned to happen consistently.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm just happy that you said it, because I think Lau, he got hate for like years. I think even like winning TI with this team, you know, people are still like, oh, it's fake, you know, he's like the worst player. Exactly, he's the worst player in the team. But I think he's just showing it time and time again now, you know, they're going through roster changes and he's coming back, he's putting in the performance. I think it's just like about time that he, I think, gets the respect that he deserves. Whereas I think if I look at Falcons, to me, it's a bit similar. I mean, I've said this many times before. I think Skeeter, or like generally the carries that don't hard carry, they very easily get overlooked. It happened in the past, you know, with Matamba Man or anyone who's not Miracle, who's not Yotoro. But this guy, he's very important for this team.
The little systems players, like like you knock them out of a team and everything just comes crumbling down, right? They're so important, and always. I mean, always overlooked. I feel.
Yeah. I mean, I feel in general, I think the problem Spirit always have is when they bring in someone new, it is always the weight of expectation, because they've been so good in the past and won so much and really set such a high standard. So I do feel sorry for the players that have to fill those kind of shoes. I always do.
It's a tough one. I felt the same, like, when was it? It was Saberlight who replaced 33 after they had just won TI. That's a tough.
That's why I'm still like very much in the Saberlight camp. Like it was a real tough gig. One of the toughest you could have had.
Yeah, it's just you know, because you gotta, I think, like, the context, it does matter. It's like also with like when you have young players go up against like all the veterans, sometimes like they're behind 10 years of like tournaments and experience and games, but then sometimes, you know, young kids come around like Satanic, Tai Lung, I'm probably missing like Niku.
Sure.
They're like 17 and they don't care. They're just blasting you out of the map anyway.
The thing is, like, we give so much praise to Lau. It's like, can you move the camera away, please? Oh, we're talking about you though, Lau. Wait, what? Sorry, what? The camera, you don't, come on, don't listen to the players. Put the camera back on him. Don't change.
Like,
just hold strong.
Yeah, the worst part is that means he knows we're talking about them, like, probably.
Do you think that, I mean, surely the players, I mean, we're not talking about Amar, but...
I mean, I feel what more can be said about this player? I mean, obviously, phenomenally talented, complex personality. He's one of those chaps that everyone says in person he's a sweetheart.
He is.
See, I've never heard anyone say anything bad about the guy in person, and then obviously his persona online is among the foulest to have ever graced Dota 2.
Nowadays he's like a lot more mature. I think like the point you're referencing is probably like kind of back in like the OG era of Amar.
I do like some of those like clips and.
But like nowadays I feel like he is like a lot maturer, and also I love how like honest he is with certain things. Like in previous events, he was talking about how like the team's not winning scrims, we're not doing this. Like he doesn't care about being honest about his own team. Like obviously he's not going to reveal strats and stuff, but I feel like for players to actually open up and be like, we can't win this, we're not winning with this, we can't do this, like we're lost. Like to have that level of like honesty, it's kind of rare. So I feel I kind of wish more teams had that ability just to provide like a just context to their position, because Falcons, in honesty, like they're not that good in the grand scheme of teams at the moment. Like what they are meant to be doing as an org, you know, how they've built this roster up. They had a very good year, obviously won TI, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, you always expect them to be doing always well. And they're in a very slight rut.
It's like kind of the same, I think, with Team Spirit, right? When you see either of these teams and they're not getting like top 3 or top 4, you're like, wow, they're not in form. Because you know that when these teams are in form, like they're supposed to be like at least semifinals or go to the grand finals and like, you know, put up like game 4, game 5 to it. But I do agree. I think Falcons, they always have like they're like very hit or miss, at least at some points in the year. And I think it shows really quickly, because usually their individual skill is like so high that when, like if I ever see Amar die randomly in the early game at the enemy tier 1 tower, I know that he's currently like not in the zone, because this guy doesn't have random deaths, at least not when he's like in the zone and kind of like priming.
Yeah, I think as well, Falcons have been really good in the past. They like when they figure out a meta, you know, they just know how to be so oppressive with it, even if it's boring. I mean, that was like the big criticism, right? They would get those 3 strength cores and then just like spend all day farming and whatever they had to do to win.
I live for this. I mean, the thing is, it's like when you say it's being boring or whatever, it's like.
I mean, I would never say that, but I mean, you know, like a normie opinion, I guess. You know?
From a spectator standpoint,
we love you, normie.
Yes, it can be boring, right? It's not the enigmas, the IO relocates and stuff. But when you think about like to build a concept, to replicate it competitively time and time again, and no team able to understand how to beat it, that's not on that team being boring. It's on all the other teams not being good enough to understand why. What is such a, you know, so it's like I feel like the direction of that dislike shouldn't have been towards Falcons. It should have been towards the 19 other teams, depending on the size of the tournament, failing at playing against them, right? So, anyway.
To the draft, early doors. The draft, as it was called yesterday.
That was yesterday, yeah. My voice
we'll get a new
today.
meme later today, I'm sure. It's still yet to drop.
The voice is fading, yeah.
Shout out to Strepsils, keep them alive, right?
I'm actually using a local Romanian brand, and they actually are quite nice. So
good.
Shout out to Romanian pharmacies.
Yeah, thank you. Big Pharma.
Let's go, Big Pharma.
Big Romanian farmer.
No, I got forced to say that. I got a 10% discount.
But anyway, so you know, we've seen a fair bit of Razor on Falcons.
Yep.
Not a surprise there.
No, they play it on everyone. I would say it's like one of Amar's also like his best heroes. You know, he's played it in so many different matchups. He knows all his item builds. And same for Spirit with Beastmaster. It has looked very strong in their hands. Like, I've been very impressed with carry Beastmasters. I think there's like a month it's played, then it's like a little bit flexed, and then 1 month later no one touches it. And I think now it's kind of back to it. But the safe lane Beast, you stack your Ancients, you go Ags, later you go Silver Edge. It has looked very, very strong.
Yeah.
It also just helps with the draft where you pick Beastmaster, and from mid lane we described how it's kind of hard to beat the hero in mid. Like you need like a Queen of Pain and a strong 4 position with a 5 that also might want to rotate, and then you have to do all these things to kill it off. And that alone is like such an advantage in the draft, right? And so it's like from carry to mid, it does its job.
Yeah. Yeah, very tough to beat when it's just sat there with the ball.
It just exists, yeah. Don't let the ball die, push out the wave. Woof. Your job is done. By Ags, and then BKB Blink. None of this like weird BZM, Shadowblade, Silver Edge shenanigans. Just keep the build like it's
be normal.
Yeah,
just be normal. It's not that hard.
Shout out to normies again.
Shout out to normies again.
Then again, we also when we say be normal, I don't think Beastmaster's in an era of being normal, because the whole Ags drums of whatever Slom. It's kind of like
this is interesting.
A loss of his identity. Anyone what's interesting?
A DK ban, because obviously you know we don't really know where the hero is. It's not been a contested pick, but we do know again Falcons.
Skeeter
loves to play it. So.
Yeah. It's such an easy way to draft for them where like depending on the bans it would have been you pick Jakiro or you pick Hoodwink or something here, and then now next phase you pick the DK plus another support, and you know everything's getting flexed until 24. It's very, very powerful. Falcons, like outside of picking statement heroes, they love multiple flexes, utilizing second pick like that.
And also, like, you know that Razor, I mean, if Razor is to be, you know, your mid or your offlaner, you're already, there's going to be some type of team fight or catch that's missing. So that's usually also how they make up for it and why Skeeter is so important, like, for this team, because he doesn't need to hard carry. He can if you need him to, but he will, like, play the other heroes that, you know, help facilitate, you know, the younger guys on the team to help them have a good game. And he kind of, you know, goes under the radar.
Another under the radar.
Going to be dropping a lot of those.
Surf and wards. Whew.
I will say as well, I have noticed on day 2.
You saw it.
Yeah.
I have noticed on day 2 the rise of the Warlock bans.
Yeah, you don't have many bans in general in like the second phase, so you have to be very specific with it. And how we just like the 13 pick, that Jakiro, it's like you want that hero to be the most generic lane winning support possible, so that the rest of your draft is not impacted by, oh god, we picked AA and now we can't win the lane, right? Like Jakiro, Warlock, you could even argue, so Tree, sometimes Shadow Demon, depending on the team and how they play it. Like they're the 4 heroes that on 13 you pick it and you don't care what happens on 14, 15. Like that is pretty much what you need whenever you see number 13, that logic has to be applied.
I mean, I'm overall just like a Phoenix fan. I think also we've seen like the Brewmaster, Shadow Shaman in other games. I think from Tundra, I think it's also similar with like Shadow Shaman and Phoenix. Like you have a lot of like good like area control and like objectives. You know, Urasa can help you with the Roche and the towers. Phoenix helps you with like Torm and team fights overall. And I think it's also annoying for Razor. While the hero is fast, he's not a very good egg hitter. He wants to like link a guy with his BKB and just like use this, you know, 6 to 9 seconds in the fight to like run a guy down. And I think also we've seen like a resurgence of this hero. I think ever since like maybe a few weeks ago, especially during Dream League, like Phoenix has really been popping off.
Yeah.
Okay, I like the Abba pick. It, like when you look at Spirit, everything's killing that one guy, right? It's the Sun Ray on top of the Hex from a Shaman. It's the utilizing of the Roar as well. So now Abba, combo break it. Muerta as well, I'm going to assume, is going to be the 4 position for crit. Yeah. He's going to level the cooling, unlike the carry.
Thank God.
Yep. And Shaman blinks in, hit by silence. Okay, you can't play Dota. Phoenix wants to dive in, combo break it. So I feel like Falcons, their entire game plan is don't get run over in the first 15-20, invite the aggression, and then utilize your tools to outplay, be it from the Crimson or Aura from a Razor, the shield break from an Abba, the silence or stun from Jakiro Muerta. So yeah, I like the fact that Falcons are just, they are going to play that slower farm game, but if they get online, they are going to show like how they can kind of just counterplay.
Okay, they go with the Lara Storm. I think he already played it, or like I just know that it's just very good for them when he has, you know, the type of mobile heroes. I think also 18 pick mid has looked kind of very strong. I think there was like this time where people tried to get this mid on 23, because then you have the 4 guys who get banned out on, you know, the last 4 bans. Your Puck Storm, Ember Voice, where it's like, ooh, you know, get some mid Tiny, some mid Conquer that no one really cares about. So I like this. I think this also threatens Razor. Like Razor mid doesn't do too much to Storm. If it's offlane Razor, he kind of invites you to just TP to this lane, you zip onto him, you get him killed. So I like where Spurs are going with this.
It does offer up long enough to try and counter the lane, but you know, to counter a Storm, you need the, I mean, Huskar's already first phase banned against Falcons anyway, so that's already one tick in the right direction. Yep. I was going to talk about Ember, that's now gone, so they are already walking down the line of Lyle isn't just going to get the, oh god, play comeback on Storm type game.
I mean, what else do you have? Because you want some type of lockdown. Like for now, your supports, they can walk behind one of the cores, but they can't really like do anything spicy. And the Pango is, yeah, that's an interesting ban.
And Pango has been just nerfed in the face, destroyed.
Yeah. This might be like some scrim stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen Collabs play Pango in a while, because I assume it's, you know, Beast goes carry, Storm is mid, they ban some offlaner.
Again, I can't remember what was the exact nerf to Pango? Again?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah, sure. Like a lot.
It's like, I feel like it's been nerfed in so many different ways recently that it's not fresh in the mind. No one's really playing it. In pubs, I've not seen a single Pango game in like hundreds of pubs. Competitively, I've seen like twice, but I could see a potential argument for it. The idea of just more pacing and nuisance, but yeah, it is a rogue ban for sure. That's I
mean, I guess like they would like to have some sort of like more lockdown, you know, so you've got the Phoenix Egg, like you've got people going in, so locking people down is nice. So, you know, looking for like your Mars or, you know, insert the Pangolier. I don't know what else Mr. Collapse has like up his alley. Centaur, I think, is always a hero also that kind of comes to mind when like you play against Razor, like just having people like, you know, have them disengage from the link. And again, another tool that's good against this BKB. I think those make sense.
Oh yeah, that's a shield crash got fight.
It's like his Q is
yeah,
worse.
I'm reading it.
Are you reading about?
I'm refreshing myself.
His ult is worse.
Yeah, I know his ult got worse. The swash got worse.
Yeah.
Remove double jump. Yep. Oh, is he one of the heroes that has like no facet? Did he get a new facet? No.
Okay, so they take out Centaur. I mean, overall, I think for the game, Mars is pretty good. There's probably also a world, I think, where your Beast can play offlane. Overall, it has looked like one of the weaker roles, I would say, for the hero. Like, Carry Beast has just looked better, but, you know, if you see some pick for Yatoro where he feels like, okay, I can pop off on this, you've got that option as well.
If it is a Beast carry, I feel like one pipe on Falcons and good timing. Like, Radiance Aber, pipe on a Razor, knowing that you have a counter pick down the line as well. Like, I feel there is a very clear window Falcons can try and break Spirit before it becomes that 45-minute back and forth game, contesting Roshan's, whatever. Like, that would be my only concern.
It's like some Mars Primal would be cool for me, I think, for Spirit.
The Mars gives you tempo as well.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's also other games, like maybe if you go further into this tournament and people keep picking Razor and like Abaddon's, I think there's also some games where Yatoro will start thinking of like Morphling again. I mean, it's a hero we haven't seen much, and I don't think they'll pick it here, but there's always room for like, you know, some of the older heroes that are maybe like somewhat forgotten in a way. What do you want, Mr. Collapse? Sure.
So
Mr. Fishman.
Yeah, but also they're kind of keeping all like some options to some degree, like where people are going to be laning potentially. But outside of that, it is a scary lineup, right? If they do get the Axe Blink on a Beast, the Storm with a Witchblade, and then Slardar now opening up the Tormentors and Roshans, like you get a kill, an objective will be taken through the Shaman or through the Slardar. Like they have all the little tools to be very, very annoying. And then for Falcons again, it's just more about respecting that, and they have to be really efficient. I'm looking at Falcons, and all I see is like you need efficiency and Lorinov to find a way to delay Storm entering the game.
Okay.
And instead, that means they aren't trying to delay the Storm because they're just putting the Razor mid. So when I talked about that timing of the pipe, it feels like if Lorinov from the mid lane is going to do it, I don't know if mid Razors go for auras compared to just Yasha BKB.
Like,
but
he's the one that does like the one item into Crimson on most heroes.
Yeah,
I don't know about
like the Manta Crimson build.
Yeah, he's like that. He does it even on Huskar, so I wouldn't mind that. I don't know about the pipe. That maybe that just feels awkward.
Yeah, no, it feels that now with this style of draft, pipe's now not even in question.
Yeah,
like they kind of pretty much play on Abaddon not need obviously again Manta Radiance, Razor having BKB. Amar probably having like Blink Yours or something, and maybe BKB as well. So I think Falcons, their last pick, comfort. It does invite Spirit to actually be a bit more aggressive in the game at some points, but yeah, Falcons, it's pretty much the race to get 2-3 items and then not die to Spirit.
Yeah, I think for them, it's like also what Falcons like to do, like overall have good lanes, like have Skeeter go through the gate, like open up the map a little bit. And I do think their mid game is quite strong, but I think it has to hit, because if I look at Spirit, I think like their Tormentor timing and like getting an early Roche, and I think Larl has potential to pop off like your Storm against, I think, very limited stuns.
The pick-off play is so scary.
Yeah, like that too, like their map play is so good. If you're Falcons, you need like an Atos on the Muerta or like a Yule on Mars. So like you're item reliant to like get the pickoffs, which is not that easy. So I think Spirit, I think they're cooking.
Okay, well, I'll bring in Garamama on the big screen. I'm going to keep doing that, by the way.
You've got infinite iterations, I think.
Maybe not. We'll wait and see. Who's going to buy the pipe, then?
I mean, I do think that it's quite likely that we'll see like Greaves coming out from the Razor for some tempo. We'll see pipe could definitely be a big item for them. I agree with the panel, what you said there, that their pickoff on Team Falcons is the worrisome part, right? They have a bit hard time catching people across the map. Team Spirit definitely looking more aggressive.
Gareth?
I mean, I hate Abaddon. I think he's a really boring He's just slow, buys Radiance, doesn't really accomplish much. And
Falcons are back!
Yeah. I don't know, I love Beastmaster, especially in hands of Yatoro, going with this like Aghanims Manta build, and he just dominates and runs the game. I'm leaning hard on Spirit here.
Yeah, I do think they have a little bit easier time. We'll head into the game and we'll see, you know, how they're going to get towards those key items, though, because they still need to get to the Aghanim Scepter. And laning stage, pretty strong here coming out from Falcons.
All right, well, I look forward to hearing you tell us that story. The game is ready. We'll see what happens.
Abaddon, stinky hero. Nasty, stinky Abaddon. Farming Radiance.
Filthy
to be fair, it is a very Falcons draft from Falcons, right? MOUZ, Razor, Abaddon, very tanky, annoying heroes that build up tempo and scale. You can absolutely see this one playing out in their regular macro style.
I mean, I was going to say, when is it ever not? Falcons typically they do have a very clear identity that you usually see, and Amar already yelling at you, witness me. Mars looking to be the big teamfight spell in this game. There is, of course, Phoenix as well, but I think Phoenix might have a hard time getting those really good ultis here because there's some funny stuff going on where Jakiro can double hit. Murta eventually will be able to double hit, and Crit is one of those players who every now and then sneaks in a bit of, you know, power treads, get a bit of attack speed going at least for Murta. It could be hard to land a good egg.
There's a bit of banter in all chat as well between the two offlaners. Collapse saying, oh, you got your 24-pick Mars waiting till the very end. It's like, it's the second time I've done it. It's a new hero. Apparently, there's a hidden backed pick from Amar that might be coming out in the future in the tournament that Collapse has caught a peek of. We'll find out how that all goes, though. Game 1 of this best-of-3, Team Spirit taking on Team Falcons. Amar up at that top rune spot, being eyed up by Rue and Laurel, so a little step back.
I think every single offlaner basically has to add Bat to their repertoire in this patch. It's just that strong. If you're an offlaner or an aspiring offlaner, I recommend trying out go for the Bongo Boot Rush on offlane Batrider. It is absurdly strong. Very, very nice to play because you're so damn hard to kill. And you can just kind of play a farming game, more so than the Blink Rush and Pickoff. You're just kind of vibing, hanging out, farming a big area. And left undisturbed, you get towards the pipe, and then you're absurd. You have so much HP regen that you never die.
Yeah, he's a great hero. Not in this game, though, sadly. As we'll get into the lanes, skitter down south with the Abaddon alongside a Jakiro. Pretty obnoxious lane there that should be able to get Abaddon to his Radiance timing reasonably simply. While in the mid lane already, Lorenoff going with that static link to drain some of Lar's damage and secure himself some last hits early on.
Yeah, it's very nice. Get the immediate damage difference there. Bonus 23, minus 23, offsetting it a little bit. Laurel still can spell farm really easily though, having the static Remnant. Storm, arguably the best spell farming mid laner there is, so he should be fine even against the Link.
And top lane, Yatoro already giving the clicks to Amar. Keeping his boar back as well. Let's keep the harassment going.
Yeah, he was using Boar really nicely to zone Crit out from the high ground there, using his Phoenix as well. Oh, the Hawk gets killed off by a Mars Slam.
Panto denied the Boar as well in the back. Making sure nothing given, nothing gained to Falcons in that top lane.
But yeah, can expect a lot of aggression on this lane. The Murta Mars is something they've run a lot of times in the past on Falcons. Always looking for kills, but at the same time, Panto has had some performances on Phoenix. We saw a sneaky ulti last time where he got who was a kill on a mid laner or carry player? I can't remember, but he's been making some moves, this boy.
Yeah, that was like the bottom right corner.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I can't remember who it was, but I remember the moment.
It was the carry, right?
Yeah, it was someone turning, carry Razor turned around to try and kill him and then died. Yeah, Panto's had some good performances on that, for sure. And this Muerta, you talk about this combo with the Mars. It used to be Mars Snapfire, right, as the main one, and now Muerta has really emerged as this replacement as a position 4 ranged hero and just feels much more potent in every regard.
Yeah, Murta still brings a lot of utility, having that silence plus the dead shot, and then still being pretty hard to burst by nature of just having the ulti. Ulti becomes less of an aggressive thing for support Murta, whereas carry leans heavily on it for damage output. Murta can use it to dispel in this game against the fire spirits and of course protect herself against Slaughter ulti.
So what? Yatoro there just lost his courier. It looks like Lorenoff's going to give the chase down to Laurel, but a ton of damage given back to him by that Remnant Overload. Yatoro loses his courier there. Like, how big of a deal is it to lose your courier, give gold to your opponents, and why do we not see pro players keep their animals safe?
Honestly, sometimes you just tunnel vision too much in the laning stage. You have so many things. There's harassing this guy. There's 2 players you're playing against. You're coordinating with your teammate. And then you have aggro pulling, last hitting. There's a whole lot of things that you're juggling. And then suddenly you just forgot that your courier is just about to bring you your precious tangos. As long as you get your delivery, you're happy. If the courier dies before it reaches you, that's when you're sad. If it already gave you your stuff, you're like, okay, that sucks, but, you know, it's fine.
Well, money into the pockets of Falcons. Happy with that. So far, pretty even last hitting there across all the cores of Team Spirit. Razor a little behind his counterparts, but should be able to catch up. Well, we have eyes on the bottom lane. Abaddon and Jakiro. Quite a lot of damage over time has brought Collapse down to about a quarter of his health, but the lane is in front of his tower, so a safe spot for him to sit and farm.
Yeah, he's good to farm there for now, but had to pull it under tower, so it's gonna come back around, and Abaddon going for something nice. Mid lane, and keep seeing the same song and dance. So far, though, the Storm coming out ahead in CS.
Amar up at top, spears Panto under tower, very close to losing his life, and the Axes will secure it. That first kill of the game does go to Falcons as Panto falls, while Laurel in the mid lane fires back up. Stays alive to that plasma field of the level 4 Razor. Yatro's lost his courier with items on it this time.
That's not a good feeling right there. Yeah, he wants his boots as well, but he can... oh, wait. Did he not drop it before Panto TP? Oh, okay, a little bit of a miss. He had boots in stash, but Panto TP does not bring them, so he'll be slow for a while. It's okay, his courier will respawn eventually.
Mid lane getting a bit funny. Dire Wave coming onto tower as they go for the water runes at minute 4.
Yeah, Laurel is just trying to avoid having a straight laning phase here. Trying to do shenanigans on mid lane, something Storm quite often has to resort to in different matchups. Razor is definitely stronger just for straight up laning. Every single core is very close in CS, by the way. 24 to 20 is the range here. Just 1 creep wave difference between them.
Yeah, super tight. So is this Storm Razor lane like similar to this Huskar Necro versus Ember Spirit? Not as bad, obviously, but is it the same kind of thing where Storm wants to dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge?
Honestly, Storm just wants to maximize farm. That's really it. He's not really struggling in a lane against Razor, but he wants to get as most as possible, so pulling the creep wave and moving towards jungle like he did now, stacking up the jungle and farming away. This is more what you're aiming to do. Hit level 6 as soon as possible, and then start eyeing up ganking. Collapse, getting slowed a lot.
A few stick charges and raindrops in his pockets. It's going to be okay to keep on battling. And Rue can add in a lot of damage here with the Ether Shock and the Shackles, but for the most part, this is just securing Collapse's farm as that wave will push forward.
It's a bit limited on Rue here, being Rasta on this lane. He basically always has to shackle the Abaddon. He can never target snaking because of the Aphotic Shield. So,
Dispel.
Yeah, it can make it a bit strange for him how to initiate. If you wonder why he doesn't shackle the other target there.
Well, a purple ping from Amar saying, hey, look at this guy up top, but it's the middle lane with eyes on Laurel as Lorinov kills off the Storm even before the Muerta got there, and then Amar goes for the solo kill top in a 1v2 scenario to get Mars the kill. Snaking's looking at Rue down bottom. He gets Lorinov the Arcane Rune.
Amar still not
about
safe.
to die to Yatoro with a boar slow. Some more axes, but no mana to go. So this Mars could spear back, get a bit of distance.
Oh,
tagged up by the boar one more time, and no! The axes don't land. Amar sidesteps them, gets up the staircase. Now Yatoro is still chasing.
The mana regen is too slow. He's not going to get mana for axes. Magic Stick. Not quite in time.
No range.
Oh, he thought he was juking again, but wouldn't have killed him even if it landed, I think. He regen too much with the bracers.
A wild sequence there for Falcons. Couple of kills, Rune grabbed, and Tier 1 tower dead because both supports rotated in mid.
Yeah, Crit actually did land the dead shots onto the mid lane there. The super long range. You're right that Murta didn't arrive, but her bullet sure did. she can reach people from so far away. One of the benefits.
McAvoy's wanted.
Yeah. Curving that bullet.
Right around the tree line, and then straight back to stacking camps. Skitter is also contesting the Wisdom Shrine and doesn't want to commit to it, it looks like. There's a nice play by Root. Gonna shackle him up and go back to collect the XP.
Slardar running on the Abaddon here. He does have Chainmail to protect him, but still not comfortable to have a Slardar hitting you. He actually gets away pretty fine. Didn't get too many auto attacks on him, couldn't keep bashing him.
Chainmail pretty good against those blunt weapons.
Moves up top, the gate. Oh boy, 4 people coming up here. Yatoro, pretty far out.
Amar with a spear to the trees. Ice path in. Falcons picking up speed here. Quit's gonna get axed, and clicked by Laurel. Shield protects him, but still finished off. Storm still has a bit of mana to play with. And Chase isn't easy here for Falcons, but they're going to give it a shot. Another rebuke and the slow from the Jakiro. Soul Ring's there for the Storm, though, to get him the distance he needs.
Oh, wow. You get that Soul Ring delivered on the courier?
Might just have, while Rue in the meanwhile in the back has been slain by Lorenov.
Gets to safety, but yeah, nice Lorenov picking off another kill, and this does expose the top tower. Big creep wave as well. Abaddon is going to start making his way down bottom. Skeeter's like, my job here is done. Let Amar have his free farm as, of course, he pulls the wave into the small camp. This is some really nice farm acceleration for him as well, not just taking tower.
Panto has to go and grab the haste rune before Lorenov got there. Well, yeah, crazy situation, you know, with that tier 1 tower falling so quickly in that mid lane as gold flowing into the accounts of Falcons. You can see Mars and Razor both at the top.
This is what Jakiro is extremely good for as well, right? Taking out towers super early in the game with the liquid fire.
It's like old Ench.
Yeah. Oh, it's incredibly useful and can really stifle Spirit's impact on the game here. They have this good pickoff lineup, but if you lose your towers early, map becomes small, it's hard to play the pickoff Dota. You want to be on the field, so every tower they take on Falcons is going to give them security later on.
And there's like compounding problems as well, because we have to think about Beastmaster as a very important timing hero. Snaking's going to get roared. Nice spear from Amar is going to force them back, but Laurel's arrived to add that extra touch of damage. But like compounding effects of the Beastmaster needing his item timing, well, Amar's going to go arena him, Calling's there, this Aghanim Scepter is going to get delayed even further. Because when you lose your towers, you lose your life, you have less map space to farm, and his Ag Scepter, which is required as a fast item for Beastmaster, the more you delay it, the worse the hero is, obviously.
Yeah, and for sure, Beastmaster is one of the heroes who's the most item dependent out of all the heroes we see drafted here in this game, and he's looking pretty underfarmed now. 3.3k net worth at 10 minutes is nowhere close to where we expect to see Yatoro. He is one of the, you know, the top farming carries in general. He's super efficient, but they've really done a great job shutting him down.
I should never have bad-mouthed the Abaddon, should I? Look,
Yeah.
look at where we are now.
I mean, it's Skeeter. You know he's going to go gate, right? He's always going to go... Skeeter is one of those extra anti-carry players from the carry role. He will make the gate move.
The Duraccio.
9 out of 10 times, yeah. Duraccio and him.
Or if we go even further back, the was it CDEC Aggressive?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wishes he had gates. He basically played like he did.
He invented gates before they existed. I'm a level 6 gyro, I'm TPing. Going. Still firm control here for Falcons. A minor 2k lead, 10 minutes in. Not super drastic, but definitely advancing faster than the Spirits team are.
Yeah, I mean, bottom, they're setting up on the Slardar, gonna slow him. He does have the sprint, he's gonna be fine. But they're starting to build towards pushing the bottom tower as well with just these two heroes.
They're whittling away at the resources to make sure you can't hold on and put your body in the line of fire.
Yeah.
So now what Spirit want to slow things down, try and find an even pace here. Because it's not just the Beastmaster, right? Storm Spirit also quite reliant on farming stacks and jungle camps to keep his own net worth up.
Honestly, I think all of them are just mode farm right now. Right. They need items. Blink is 1,250 gold away for Slardar. Storm, like you said, wants items. He's probably the most likely to join fight with the supports, make some smoke rotation. But Beastmaster, he just needs to, you know, lock in and get his items, basically. It's going to be 2,400 gold before he completes that Aghanim Scepter.
So now time to bodyguard all these high-value areas of the map. Phoenix and Shadow Shaman sitting around in that top jungle with double wards, quadruple sentries to try and give them that extra vision advantage to hold on to that.
They have the mech. There's a mech difference right now where mech is complete on the Racer.
Oh, yeah.
And the Storm is not going for the mech build. He's not going for the Guardian Greaves build that we've seen quite a bit. Instead, it's Power Treads, going for a more traditionalist approach.
Scaling.
Yeah.
A bit stronger in that mid game.
As for...
Like you said, Falcons, they go for tier 1 bot.
Yeah, easy as well. No defense for this one. Power Rune, they might find crit here. He fears away, and he's going to deny the region.
Yeah, nice calling to stop Panto's advance.
Good stuff by Crit. And he's tanky enough to deter them jumping. And he has the Vit booster going for Rod of Atos, of course, to help catch the Storm Spirit and Slardar.
Yeah, it felt like Storm maybe could have jumped that, but you're right. Yeah, just a little bit too tanky to go on with raindrops and 11-1 charges.
Yeah, 1100 HP as well. Like, that's a lot to even go through before factoring in those other things you mentioned.
And like, always an interesting dynamic when you have these kind of teams of this kind of caliber playing against each other, because we all know how oppressive Falcons can be when they get an early lead and they press forward on the map, getting this advantage, building and building. But with that said, Team Spirit are also notoriously good at taking these mid to late game team fights where even if you have a massive lead, they find these wild openings where they can flip the game.
Yeah, both these teams have like conflicting power spikes, right? Everyone knows Falcons typically take over games really hard and then keep that control, but Team Spirit, one of the most tenacious teams in Dota, hard to keep down.
Oh, we're down 30k? Don't care.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll smoke up, kill 4 people, and then it looks like it's an even game again. They are very, very difficult to count out.
Still can't understate the challenge that they're facing now, though, with this Greaves, overfarmed Razor, the MOUZ now running at you with Yule Scepter pretty much done. Now Panto on this Phoenix getting rebuked and speared back. Needs some defense in the form of Rue and Larl.
What a
Call in
silence.
place, though, to stop any kind of Hex or Shackles, while Larl will jump crit to maybe make him pay for that, but he gets off his ulti. Yule Scepter to the skull and the Shadow Shaman, and the arena there on Larl. Spear back. Rue, finish off the Shadow Shaman, and any thoughts of aggression that Spirit had quickly hampered.
Very nicely done there. And Crit, we see him using that defensive ulti, just holding it for a long time, baiting the opponent to go and overcommit on him, and then finally they just pull the trap and say, okay, you're dead now. Get caught in the arena.
And Lorinov was there joining in, like, any more? Any more targets? Spirit don't hand anything over to him, but they were ready. Falcons are ready to bring everybody to fight that if Spirit were ready.
Another big thing is that the rune control is really going well for Falcons, denying the region rune earlier, now getting the DD rune on the Storm, or on the Razor, denying these things from the Storm, who's one of the most rune-dependent heroes from the mid lane.
Man, rune-dependent, would love to have Aegis later on as well.
And just check the farm level on Amar, dude. Like, when you let this guy have a good start, he's so damn efficient about getting, you know, stacks whenever he can, farming the jungle plus the wave at the same time. 7.5k net worth Mars.
I mean, this was the team that started the whole carry from the offlane, right? Really subverted everyone's expectations.
The Battle Fury or something.
The offlane has become the safe lane. Like, what's going on here? And the Yule Spear going to be able to catch the Phoenix, but a good jump from Laurel gives some protection to Panto to dive away as Collapse comes in to battle back into the Mars. Dead shot thrown, but Amar has bitten off a little more than he can chew.
Rue is still chasing for more. Crit pretty slow, trying to get safety.
Good TP spot. Yeah, well done by Crit.
Very nice. Yeah, he understood that not safe to just keep walking here, so they only end up losing Mars, but that was the most fun player on the field. Big takedown there for Team Spirit.
An important window, right? Making this aggressive move top left corner gives the Beastmaster a lot of safe time to farm that high-value Ancients area on the right-hand side. So now Agnums is done for Yatoro. 15 minutes in, you know, it's not ideal, but he's getting there.
Yeah, also the Agnum's completing. It doesn't necessarily mean that now he wants to go. That's sort of just your farm steroid.
Now he wants to go farm.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, 1 minute slower than average, so it's not a horrible timing. He definitely got it, you know, despite all the odds.
Yeah, still pretty good. And Amar is still being punished in this top lane. They stuck around here to deal with him. All four members that were up here for their initial fight gives Laurel a dominating streak.
Wow, TP in and dies again. From being on the top of the mountain, now he's falling behind these other cores.
And bottom lane, Skitter's being poked at here. Has the ulti to level it up and cast it, but still low HP. Has to pop his magic wand. And Yathro has spent all his mana farming jungle count as Waga.
Yeah, he couldn't roar. Otherwise, he could have waited for the ulti to go kind of low duration, then pop a roar.
And they're turning on him. Ice Path into the catch-up from Skitter. Macropire there as Larl jumps in, but Yathro is being burst down. Skitter falls, trade carry for carry. Larl out of resources now, but Collapse has jumped back in onto Lorinov. Falcons being toyed with here by Spirit as they lose 2 cores.
Collapse with some really nice impact from this Blink Dagger rush. This is what you need when you rush Blink on Slaughter as well. Some people play a greedier approach, go for perhaps an Orchid or Midas to get some attack speed and farm rate, but Collapse realized this game is not going our way, we need to activate, and he's been the one, the catalyst that made these good fights happen.
Yeah, investing in aggression, you want that aggression to pay off. Some stacks being made up to continue Yatoro's farming rate, thanks to Panto. Yeah. And honestly, the like linchpin hero, as usual, is Laurel on his Spirit. The Storm of Laurel has brought everything together. Yep. He's already, got 12 galvanized stacks. He's having a laugh.
Yeah, only died the one time as well, despite losing his mid tower early on. He's done a great job being involved in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it's been cool to see, right? You lose mid tower, then top tower fell like dominoes, and Spirit camped top left corner, holding onto the area of the map with 4 heroes while farming.
I think that's because it's so unconventional. Teams typically wouldn't do that, and that's why it worked.
The element of surprise.
Yeah, he's going to use the Phoenix here, wrapping around, looking for the angle.
Nice dive. Oh, Rod of Atos, though, there from Crit. Roots up Panto. And the Yules and the Spear should be able to finish the job here. I don't think Panto, no Supernova, no point in casting it even if he had the mana for it.
Yeah, that gives him the blink on Mars. So now with blink and Yules, he can now start catching anybody. The Slardar and Storm before BKB timings are vulnerable targets, but Storm, with the good game he's had, he's not far away from that BKB. Only needs 500 more gold, and then he will have a response.
Things back to pretty even. Serpent Wards on that top lane, trying to deal with a tier 1, but Amar and Crit there will bulwark and kill them off. And Rue just trying to open up this map, because that move there, that push on the lane, the Serpent Wards on the tower gives Laurel, access to these 5-6 camps up at top.
Also nice usage of the bulwark. That tower would have fallen if it was any other hero, but Mars redirecting the auto attacks to himself, using the bulwark active, of course. It's like one part of a skill that's not super often relevant, but whenever it is, it's always cute to see it. In particular against something like a Medusa, you buy a Blade Mail, just turn all that damage into her.
Well, another catch here from Amar. Yules into Ice Path, the combo they're going to utilize, and the calling to silence, another finishing blow onto Panto. There's a kill on a support in the mid lane, so they're going to try and pivot elsewhere to look for objectives, as of course 19 minutes in, we're looking at Roche and Tormentor. But this, in the meantime, Team Spirit took the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, they're still farming, trying to get their items. The Beastmaster did not go for a Blink Dagger immediately, instead bought the Ogre Club, working on a BKB himself. I think they're respecting how much the magic damage output is from Falcons. It's just too much to ignore.
A Storm jumps over the top, has BKB up, half HP Roche. Lol goes for Crit, looking to kill off the Muerta, but doesn't have enough in the tank. Now Zip and TP out. He's caused some havoc here.
Yeah, he's delaying it. He's going to come back with resources in a bit.
Yathra's going to start stacking up axes now as Amar makes the jump to find a target. Doesn't quite have the vision to keep tabs on the Beastmaster.
He tried blindly to catch, but didn't find anyone. As Roche is going to move down bottom, they're going to follow him and secure that Roche, but this does give a chance for Team Spirit to take the Tormentor. So at least they will get a decent trade. When you're behind, this is acceptable. You get something for yourself, take away an objective you couldn't fight for otherwise.
It's funny that, isn't it? Because it feels like they're behind in map state. They have been behind this game. They've got that 1k net worth lead. So like, by net worth difference, they're actually ahead.
Also, they're not going for Roche.
They didn't go for Roche.
They're going top. They're looking.
They might catch Rue here, but this can't be worth it for Falcons, surely.
Yeah, they went through a gate. Down bottom, Crit is going to see them, and he has Rod of Atos. He's calling for them to come down and look for a kill.
Well, this has been very smooth from Spirit. Now a 3 or 4k lead for them.
Spirit are confused right now. They're like, wait.
They're not Roshing?
Roche? What? So there's a Roche that's low HP, and they have Beastmaster and Slardar.
It's a dream.
Now they're playing the area. And BKB is back off cooldown soon for Storm.
And Yatro's having his delivered. There's Amar making a jump, but that's BKB. Yatoro doesn't cast it, tries to roar. Static Link in, now he'll try and disengage. Shiny Golden God thinking about turning with Lar's arrival onto the Razor. Amar backing him up. They've got the crush from Collapse, though, to jump in onto Lorinov. Finish him with a Storm. One more click does the trick. Supernova in the back as well with the Sunray going. They've kept everyone alive to give Lol a double kill. It's disastrous for them. Falcons, they've got Skitter alive, though. Back to full HP, burning through the Beastmaster and the Shadow Shaman. The Radiant's burn will do the job. Started as a disaster, turns out to be a decent trade for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons. The egg in that fight, yeah, it was lasting for a while, but it was a lot of people falling, ultimately a lot of cores dying, so now we can't really see Roche being taken by either team. They all have to fall back. Skeeter gonna be pretty happy with the outcome though, as he lives to keep farming, finishes Blink Dagger on the Abaddon. An early Blink, by the way, not an itemization that we usually see. Normally it's the Manta style, but he wants to really get in there, have some mobility.
That is a very, very close gold exchange. Pretty tight by the metrics and how that fight ended.
I mean, they can just go again. Roche is available yet again. This is where you start thinking, like, who's more dependent on their ultis? And I would say not having the Phoenix ulti does make it pretty hard to fight for this Roche. So Radiant are swinging straight into it.
Such a funny build on Lorinov. In the panel we're talking about it, this Crimson Guard second item, which is going super tanky, gives them the opportunity to play forward and be aggressive because they feel unkillable. They're so strong with so much HP, they'll force Yatoro away from his Ancients and out of that high value area near the outpost.
Yeah, he's working on it. Lorinov getting tankier and tankier. The entire game plan for him is just to be unkillable and be the frontliner, opening the eyes of the Mars to go for the key targets, the pickoffs. Sadly, they don't have
the blink.
Yeah.
That's an Abaddon.
Their Roche damage is super low, so they're looking for these pickoffs instead.
Roshan has healed back up.
Roche is fine. He's good. He's like, guys, you don't have to kill me. It's been 4 minutes. Just leave me alone.
Because he was at like 4,000 health at one point, wasn't he?
Less even, I think. Yeah, he dropped pretty low, like somewhere around there.
Oh, plenty of time for him to heal back up.
Time heals all wounds, Gareth. And Roche, he's benefiting from it right now. He's soon back to full.
Especially with Roche.
They keep shooting him, though. Dead shots, fire spirits. Leave him be, guys.
He's got Kevlar on. He's fine.
This has given a lot of time for finishing some key items, though. Collapse has been farming non-stop on the side, on the Slardar, working towards that BKB. He's 100 gold away, so he's going to be more powerful in the next team fight.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Amar, quick buy.
He's mad.
Oh, Amar trying to buy his Hands of Midas. He's going to get caught by Rue. Serpent wards after Hex, but Laurel doesn't feel confident here to stay around because Falcons brought the numbers to defend their Mars.
It's a pretty sad thing to be a Shadow Shaman and have your foul play trigger, and then you realize it's a Radiant Abaddon staying next to you. You're not getting out of that one.
No escaping that.
I guess he does have the shard, so he can always try to pop a healing lotus or something, but yeah, no, you're dying.
I mean, is Amar genuinely thinking about a Hand of Midas, or is this just memeing on us cast?
I think this is just stuff Amar does. He does this in pubs too, and like sometimes he will buy it, but most of the time he just does this. He's probably yelling at his teams right now. He's like, guys, tighten up.
It's espionage. He's obfuscating his real item build. Pretending, I'm going to buy 3 Hands of Midas. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean, it does a +6 down in the corner, and there are 4 that we can see, so I think he wants 10 Hands of Midas.
Jeez.
Yeah, he wants more than he can hold, quite literally.
Crit. Spotting out Laurel. Has already spent the calling. Rod of Atos and Dead Shot. Just poking at the Storm. While bottom lane, there's a few heroes approaching this Slardar. Mars and Razor are on to Collapse, forcing a fast BKB from Slardar. In comes the Shackles from Rue to try and keep Collapse alive, but that might have sacrificed himself. Yatoro though with a roar, Laurel back in, Arena's down,
nice
Collapse falling with Rue as well. Macropire placed, Skidder comes in with the ulti to pop, so he's still perfectly fine to keep going, and Lorinov picks up the double kill. Spirit, it feels like they're out of gas in this one, but they want to turn with the Supernova and another zip onto Skitter, and they found a kill. The opening, thanks to Laurel's Storm, just keeps them going.
Yeah, they have a lot of gas in the tank, and the Abaddon not having ulti. They recognize that weakness. It was a good save against the Primal Roar, at least saving his Razor, but in the end, 2 core kills coming out for Team Spirit. Yeah. Are we adding 2 more Hands of Midases after that?
I'd assume so.
he's back on BKB, okay? So he's mentally reset.
He's found a normal item. When Kezu and T were saying, yeah, Beastmasters, be normal with your item build. Let's not go for any funny Silver Edge business. Maybe Mars has got to go for a normie build as well.
Is it Amar, or who is it as refresher on their sticky purchase as well?
That was Amar,
yeah. Just for when you need one real quick, of course. And Roche has relocated yet again, and he is back to full health. I would like to update you that he has recovered from the attempts on his life.
Yeah. Good healthcare system in Dota, isn't there?
There is.
The ICU, actually, is impeccable. Bringing people back to life.
Rue?
Necromancy from the dead.
Being sneaky. Collapse has been spotted, though.
As Spirit don't have all their heroes up here. Storm is mid, Beastmaster's bottom, but it looks like Collapse's BKB is enough to let him slip through the river. Shadow Shaman's still lurking all the way over to the left-hand side.
He's being beyond sneaky right now. This is behind enemy lines.
Is he going to go Serpent Ward away?
Oh, that tips off Amar. He got... jump.
Crit's just going to poke at Laurel here. Pierce of the Veil as well to protect him from any right-click physical damage. And Laurel thinking about finishing the job, but Crit's giving it to him. Abaddon's arriving as well. BKB from Storm. Crit is shielded, and now Laurel's got to give up on the chase.
Guard.
And he's running low on resources. No mana remaining. Skidder Could he blink on this and finish the job? Like, they don't have control, but they might have the chase and the damage?
I think he may have overplayed. Yeah, he doesn't have much.
Yaturo's come, though. Roars up the Abaddon. Deadshot fears up the Storm. Oh, he's bouncing around the trees, but he can't get caught by the Ghosts of the Calling. Zips to low ground, safe and sound.
He didn't have vision to catch him with the Atos, and the ghosts were just slightly off to the side. Did not quite get the angle on him there. Meanwhile, up top, there was a funny...
What was happening with Rue?
Oh, wait, hold up. They're chasing for more. Mars gonna blink on them.
Blink out by Collapse, blink out by Rue, turn around onto Mars with the Hex of the Shackles, Serpent Ward. The chain stun's not going to come because the shield is there, but the damage is good anyway. Mar gets cleared, and Skinner might have to pop his ulti. And he's shielded himself up, so he's okay for now.
Yeah, he shielded off the Shackle, but the crush was immediate afterwards, and that brings him down quickly as it reapplies the ulti from the Slardar as well.
Phoenix damage is insane.
Yeah. No, okay, back to the fight.
Yeah, what happened with Rue?
So, Amar was farming in the jungle. Oh, here we see the angle in the Storm. Look at the silence, it's so close. He doesn't have vision of him here. Barely in Fog of War, couldn't Atos.
And Abaddon had ulti, huh?
Yeah, I think so. But so Mars was farming jungle, there was a Wild Wing nearby that he was farming, and they only use their spell if an enemy is near. Right. So he got tipped off by the neutral that Rue was being sneaky and near in the vicinity because the neutral cast a spell on him. So he started hunting, looking for the Rasta, found the Rasta, but eventually Rasta just shackled him and blinked away to safety.
Clever.
Got out. Rue being a ninja.
Well, even given that first 15 minutes of play, Falcons haven't managed to keep that oppressive nature up. 8k lead for Spirit now, as they've found so many ways to fight back and open the map for themselves.
A lot of it's on the back of Laurel as well. He's been doing so much work.
They will snipe out Panto in that top lane with that smoke move. There's been a lot of wave cutting and like back farming. Laurel and Rue have been doing a good job opening the map. But this might have been a step too far. Has to BKB, zips into the middle of the rest of Falcons, but he's got plenty of mana to zip away.
Yeah, sadly, he tries to make something happen, but realizes he can't really kill a support in time before BKB goes down. So just gonna have to back out, and this should finally be Roshan falling.
Well, Roshan's like, I've just had my cast taken off. My leg is healed, my bones are healed, and come to break them again.
Well, he did get 10 minutes extra of life, Gareth, and isn't every minute worth it?
Sure.
That's a long time in Dota.
It is a long time.
You know,
I just don't know what kind of life Roshan's living in this little dank cave that he resides in.
Think about it like this. You know, he may respawn in 8 minutes from now. So technically him getting 10 more minutes of life, that's like an entire lifespan. He got like 80 years worth, Gareth. It's big.
Oh, accidental BKB? Or did Yatro see something that we didn't?
I'm not sure.
Well, he doesn't have it for 90 seconds now. So how many Roche years is a human year? Are we going to get into dog years and cat years?
I think 10 minutes is a lifetime for him. You know, average lifespan, yeah.
Oh, who's that off to the left-hand side?
Rue. They see him, though.
Yeah,
right?
The little red zaps are going into the tree line. He's going to try and steal it. Doesn't get it done.
Bro, Rue is playing 5D chess this game.
So
what is this man on? I don't know. Did they fix that? Because you could see that in Fog of War.
Yeah, I assume
the Tormentor thing. Normally you can see it. I don't know if that's been changed and it wasn't in the patch notes, but I thought they would see him for sure sitting in tree line. Maybe nobody was looking that far to the left.
Maybe.
You know?
They can't see Laurel here, but they can see Panto. Storm's going to zip to deal with crit, though. A quick blow up on the Muerta. And now Falcons trying to figure out how to approach this. Mars is coming in from the south, but I think Lauren and Skitter might just want to back up.
The problem is they can't really siege towers, even though they have the Aegis. Storm just goes up, clears the creeps, not really scared of anything. Without the Murta alive, you're not going to be pushing anything.
And Yatoro is getting pretty big. 19,000 net worth.
He's been farming, for sure.
They see Lauren off. That's the Aegis Razor. Don't want a hard commit on him, so right now Sunray to poke and a Slardar to jump, looking to force the Abaddon ult. Storm's silenced, but he's got plenty of health to walk it back, while Lauren off. Aegis might be claimed here by Collapse, but he's got his team behind him. Razor will not be found.
I'm glad this happens to, you know, everybody, including Yatoro. He was dodging going into Dust AoE because of his Shadow Blade. That was his own team's Dust. He was walking along the edge of it for a long time, and then he's like, oh wait, this is our Dust. I also do this, so feels good. I wish there was like a color, you know, identity on it. Yeah, maybe make it a little bit green, a little bit red.
Dust.
Yeah, see if it's allied or enemy Dust. Can be confusing sometimes.
Give a little bit of sparkle. Oh yeah, this is the Rue cam now. We're just watching Rue do funny stuff on the map. What's he up to?
What's he up to this time?
He's sitting behind Yatoro. Ah.
He's just getting the experience while the Manti-Losers were farming, you know? Get yourself something on the map.
That's not even the real Yatoro, is it? The real one's top left corner. Now coming through the gate though, Collapse and Yatoro are going to join up with Rue now. And Lorinov showing on the wave has BKB and the Aegis, so this is a little bit awkward. Rue going to pay the price there, pops into sheep form, but...
Yeah, he's going to fall.
Find him.
The rest of them, I think, will be fine to get away from this. Got channeled the gates. Will be in time. Yeah, he's invisible, so could not do much. I mean, not like Abaddon can stop you from gating anyway. He can silence you with the Orchid, but that doesn't stop already existing channel. Laurel is watching Amar. He jumps him.
A quick Yule's up. Misses the spear. Uncharacteristic mistake from Amar, and that's him having to BKB and still dies.
Oh, that is painful. Laurel is making stuff happen this game. 9-1-4. Impressive from him, but like you said, also a Yule spear miss from Amar Mars. Feels like something is off with him today. Not really having a great game.
Yeah, but I mean, back to Laurel. He's had a cracking one.
Yeah, for sure.
20,000 net worth, tons of galvanized stacks.
Yeah, really? all the mana regions stay on the field, and he's got the Whisper of Dread with attack speed and vision increase, which is very nice during the nighttime. In 1 minute from now, we'll see if he still has it then, though. Neutral items still soon to be upgraded.
And this is a period of the game where Falcons had Aegis. They've not really been able to press any kind of advantage because they have been behind. Panto with Lol and an Eon Disc on the Phoenix actually gets away from Skitter and Lorinov while Yatoro comes forward. Abaddon ulti already spent. Yatoro's quite low mana though, and thinking about how to re-enter. The Shadow Shaman's going to drop, Snaking's traded out. Lol beyond godlike, but this Sunray Supernova combo into the arena that Amar tried to place to defend his Skitter. Abaddon blows them up. Lorinov's trapped in the Serpent Wards too, being finished off by them, trying to break free of the cage that Rue put down.
Yeah, still has the Aegis, so they don't really care. Looks odd, but he's not really worth going on right there. It's about the timeout anyway. Beautiful save from Panto with healing from the Sunray coming in there over the top, keeping Yatoro alive. Yatoro very, very close to getting the Silver Edge into Roar on Abaddon as well there before the ulti. I think he activated ulti manually on Abaddon, realizing what was going to happen. That's something we can look out for in this game as the Silver Edge Roar. Of course, he's queuing up the Orchid next. Then you won't be able to do anything against it. If you get silenced, broken, then that's a sad Abaddon.
Like, overall, pretty cool from this Phoenix. Like, the hotspot, obviously, showing the massive damage output from him in these team fights, but going for this Ether Lens Eon Disc, going for all the items that have the AE at the beginning of them. Yep. More range on that Sunray is pretty nice, but this Eon Disc keeping him alive is very good. And look at that, he's just behind the Storm in terms of overall damage done.
Yeah, he's having a cracking game as well. Panto is definitely stepping up here on this Phoenix. And he's building towards a refresher. I kind of like the choice. One ulti is nice, but what about a second one?
Well, there's the first Hand of Midas for Amar.
Oh, no way.
I saw it pop up on the right-hand side of the screen.
No way.
He's bought one Hand of Midas.
Okay, the 36-minute Hand of Midas.
Yeah. Curious.
I'll leave it to the panel to explain why this is a good choice.
Well, I don't understand it. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I guess he feels like they can't win now, so this game has to go late and queue up to Midas.
I mean, what's the maths on Midas now? How long do you need to...
I mean, I never really bother too much with the maths on it, because ultimately it gives you gold over time, whereas hardly any other item has that property. So to me, it's not relevant how long time it takes. It's just a gold generating item over time.
Okay. Gold engine.
Yeah, and there's never it's not a binary thing where like, oh, now it's given back the amount of gold I spent on it, so now something happens. No, you're just getting gold over time, right? It's just neat.
But it's one of these things where he's kind of looking 20 minutes into the future, right?
For sure. Yeah, you're definitely, in practical terms, he's definitely looking for like minute 50, 60, you know, that's the power spike that Falcons are aiming for now.
That's a pretty wild state of affairs then. I mean, they're obviously 13k behind, and Spirit have been running this game,
I think,
for the past 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's through this Lyle Storm. Another jump, a roar. Lorinov breaks free with his BKB. Here's the Veil from Muerto on the left-hand side, but Yatoro, he's being burst down by this Razor. Lorinov finishes the job, the Sunray unable to do enough. And Skitter with that ulti is going to keep topped up. Although Laurel half HP being jumped by the storm yet again, but the Yule's Arena Spear will find Laurel this time here. They'll blow up Rue and Laurel in quick succession as Lornoff, Skitter and the boys get the job done. Collapse being walked like a dog as Lornoff stands his ground and delivers.
Man, that was showing how hard it is to burst some of these heroes on Falcons.
That gold swing.
Yeah, having the Abaddon for the combo breaker with the Aphotic Shield, keeping the Razor alive. They switch targets, going on to the Snake King Yakiro instead, but then they leave Yatoro hanging.
It's the Hand of Midas effect, Waga.
It is the attack speed. That's it. I mean, now if you win a fight while having Midas, you just get, you know,
value.
All kind of validation here. Like, oh, it's such a good Midas now. Now it feels amazing.
You got Guy Fieri's Flavor Town. You got Amar the F's Value Town as Hand of Midas.
Yes, that's what it is. It will push him pretty close towards his refresher though, and then the Midas will double in value, Gareth.
Perfection. But yeah, going on Lornoff there, very tanky with all his auras and stuff, shielded.
Yeah, Yatoro got left against Skeeter and against Lornov. That's not really an easy fight for a Beastmaster to win. Fighting against Razor and Abaddon is not a good time, especially with Abyssal on the Abaddon now.
All these BKBs for Falcons paying off. Spirit, as we've said, usually very good at these mid to late game team fights. Just not finding what they needed there. And we've entered late game now back into pretty much a dead even game state.
I think someone told Amar that they kind of need a Hex here over the Refresher because he queued up the Hex instead. He is playing against a Storm after all. Even against Phoenix, it's really nice to have the Hex. Get some good lockdown. Oh yeah, they dropped a gem in the Roche pit, by the way, to see when Roche is spawning. This is a funny little tech that you can see sometimes, where you can't get vision in Roche pit with your courier, but you can drop a gem there, which gives you vision. So you will see the Roche when he's up.
Clever, clever. Yeah. And they've got double gem as well, so...
Yeah, you might lose the gem if the enemy walk in there, but that's the risk you take.
Well, Collapse is going to see Amar here. Quick jump in with a crush, and Storm follows through, but Amar got the BKB and then the counter Yules into Ice Path Spear Arena. That looked pretty sick, but they didn't have everyone lined up to keep on playing that aggressive turnaround ploy.
At least they keep him safe there. Mars gets to safety. Did have to crack his ulti, but that's fine. And as they realized it's not safe anymore, they picked up the gem again and brought it back.
And we know it's 30 seconds to Roche. Not far away now. I'm assuming they reclaimed the gem.
Yeah, they just sent it base. It's like when you have map control over that area, you can do it, but when an enemy take over the area, you know someone's gonna check the Roche pit. You don't want to give away a free little present to them. By the way, BKB on crits. He is getting strong. Shadowblade, BKB. Upgrade that to a Silver Edge at some point, and this Murta can transition to become a core.
Oh yeah. Oh, we've seen it.
And he's got the Silver Edge in the quick buy now. The DPS will be there.
It's no joke, especially against the Phoenix.
Yeah, the egg will die so fast. That's one of the good things about having Murta's Gunslinger.
Another smoke move. This time from Falcons. Approaching the ancient spot, gets a catch, not on just the Phoenix, but the Beastmaster as well. Has to roar up the Razor, but the shield from Skitter is there, and Yatoro dead for 90 seconds.
That DPS is so absurd. He just melts to the ulti. Razor doing almost all that work. I mean, it's funny. He's got so much survivability in his item build. It's Greaves, Lincolns, Crimson Guard, BKB, and then Assault Cuirass. It doesn't sound like it's going to hurt that much, but boy oh boy does Razor just absolutely demolish Beastmaster.
They're going to try and contest this? They've got no Beastmaster for 60, but look at Collapse and Panto. They've got Refresher Phoenix.
Oh, no.
Skitter comes forward, Supernova up, Lornoff dropping low, Roshan about to fall, Collapse in the pit. Collapse snatches it. Aegis grabbed. He does it every time. Collapse finds the opening. He's got Jakiro locked in place. Amar, he's going to walk through his arena now onto the Law Storm, but Panto keeps going with the Sun Rays. Another Supernova. Law falling, can't be healed up. Rue tried with the shackles on Skitter, and they might be able to take him down at least. Get the Abaddon. But Spirit with a grab.
What a jump, man. What a call to make that play, and they're still not done chasing after Amar. I think he's going to be fine. He has Hex, he has Spear. Don't think they can really reach more. Beautiful timing. It was a nice try by Skeeter and Abaddon, blinking out, trying to stop the jump in, taking the fight. Unfortunately, the Radiance takes a little bit before it stops Blink Dagger. It needs to apply. And that time didn't happen before Slardar blinked into the pit and stole the Roche.
Can we get an overall damage check on this Phoenix? He just did 5 million damage in that fight.
That is absurd.
Mental.
Got the refresher as well. Double Aeon Disc value, double ulti value.
30k damage. He's done the same amount as Lorenov has.
Yeah, he's...
What is it? Is it 30% of the damage on this Spirit team has been the Phoenix?
He's basically making up for the fact that Slardar is typically a pretty low damage output hero.
Right.
However, you know, the odds or the numbers are kind of counted unfairly because he minus armors a lot. And, you know, do you count the damage before or after the armor reduction and so on? But yeah, the Phoenix is definitely dishing in this game.
That's without Yatoro as well, you know?
Yeah, Yatoro has not been the focal point for Team Spirit here. He's not the impetus that drives the power that they have. He's more kind of just been run down by Razor mostly.
It's Laurel and Panto doing all the heavy lifting.
It's concerning for Falcons though as they head late into the game.
With Crit's quick buy, I don't know. He's looking at some massive items.
Oh yeah, he got the Moonshard, the Blink. He put the full Christmas wish list there. It's looking like when I buy presents for my nieces, you know. It's like, yeah, you want all these things. All right, Crit. And you shall have it. Just need some patience. Level 25, big power spike for the Razor. That attack speed stealing is going to be massive. When you go for all these defensive items, having talents that give you DPS increase is amazing.
Getting slotted on some of these heroes, though. So Refresher Orb for Lorenov going to be the 6th item for him.
It does feel weird that Yatoro is still the #1 farmer, but every fight he has basically just had to run away from people.
It's testament to the target acquisition from Falcons, right? Spotting their man, finding him. Obviously, the most recent death was a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
TP to that outpost.
I think it's also the fact that they have no save yet. They could go Aghanim Scepter on Phoenix and try to pick him up. It's a risky save, very risky, but it's a potential. He's queuing up the Lotus right now, which obviously would be amazing against Razor, so he can't static link people.
BKB Abaddon, he's had enough of these sun rays on him.
Eventually, you kind of need it.
Yeah, I guess so.
And also, might make it so he doesn't have to pop his ulti in some situations, if you have the BKB instead.
Radiant are scanning.
Crit. Did go for the blink before the Silver Edge, valuing the mobility.
And it's kind of nice here having that Aegis on Slardar. Like, obviously, you ideally want it on the Beastmaster or the Storm, big Aegis carriers, but now Collapse can feel quite bold in his initiations.
Yeah, for sure.
If they get a little bit of vision.
I think right after Laurel, I think Collapse has been the standout player this game for Team Spirit. He's been on point for most of these team fights.
There's a jump there from him. Laurel and Collapse pair up with Panto. Find another kill, quickly dispatching with Crit, who's dead for 90 seconds. No buyback.
Yeah, no buyback.
900 gold off is miles away.
I mean, he spent full spent for the Blink Dagger. I think they know he doesn't have buyback.
They're going for it, yeah. Serpent Ward's up. Collapse front lines. Has a minute left on Aegis, so can quite freely whack away at the tower.
He's hitting pretty fast. Got the alert Giant Maul with the Salt Cuirass. The Slardar is bringing some DPS now.
Should just be a full lane of barracks. Now, can they go top after this? Because they've got some big waves coming in.
Yeah, there's Hex Refresher on Mars. He wants to jump, I think.
They're thinking about it. Goes for the play. Hex is up Storm. Razor moves forward. They're trying to catch out Laurel here. Can he be protected or save the spear into the arena? Laurel, the second arena, but the zip away. Storm's alive. Collapse. His Aegis is claimed. Yatoro now turning and trying to deal with Lorenov. The Yules into the sky, though, deals some serious problems to him. Well, Collapse forces Lorenov back into base. Another zip from Laurel and a catch on Razor. They're falling apart. Falcons try to defend and they just all die.
Oh, that's so tough, man. You go for this 4v5 fight.
The game's over.
It doesn't work out. Immediately punished. It was a nice try, but they didn't really kill anyone. Their damage isn't fast enough to burst during the Mars catch. He got a nice double spear. He refreshed, he speared again, kept them stunned, but it was not enough. Ultimately, their damage output isn't that fast. Razor needs time to build up. He didn't get that.
The team spirit effect, going late game, winning like one team fight to end the game, but like Collapse, jumping into a Roche pit to take an Aegis. That's a classic for him.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from Team Spirit. The fact that they were that far behind early on, but they don't break. Team Spirit is just crazy hard to crack.
Beautiful stuff. Well, another one there on the tally, another one on the list for Collapse, another Aegis grab in the Roche pit as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gareth. I think that is obviously one of the key moments, if not the key moment in the game. For Spirit, it was looking a little bit shaky at one point. Falcons clawing their way back into it, but Spirit too good in the end.
I mean, I would say like Spirit, they had like the dominating hand like over this game for the majority of time. I do think, like you said, there was like a small slip up like somewhere in like, you know, the mid to like later stages of the game, but overall it just felt like Spirit knew very clearly what they wanted to do and what Falcons lacked in their draft, like, you know, catch and nice map play, and I think they just abused it like very nicely.
Yeah, let's not forget that. Look at the net worth right now. At the 21-minute mark for Lyle, right? He's top net worth. His lane was an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Solo killed by Laurenov. He lost his mid tower. Sure, he got relegated to jungle quite early on, but that's one of the things, right? You farm up, you understand the fights you want to choose, and you know, before this, Falcons, they were doing really, really well on all 3 cores, having this great time. But I feel in the back of your mind, knowing that Beast and Storm were top 2 net worth for 20 minutes, like Falcons make one mistake, Spirit will be ready to pounce on it. It wasn't as if they had a full shutout of the Spirit cores.
And I think also like throughout this entire game, there's a lot of like cool individual stuff that is still happening like from a lot of the players in the game, like not just from Spirit, I think also from Falcons, like Laurenov again, we were debating also his item build like pre-game. He did actually end up with most of the auras that you could build, like the Greaves, he had the AC, he had the Crimson as well. And I think he was a very standout player to me, at least for Falcons in this game. I think the rest, you know, people were like trying to do their job. I think some maybe more than others, but I think he was very solid for them. But I just think overall that Spirit, they just had the upper hand. I think also Panto on his Phoenix, he played really well. He had very good positioning. His Sunrays were on point, even in this clip. I think he has like 2 or even 3, and they're like all on like 2 cores at the same time.
Yeah,
like he was cooking on the Phoenix for sure.
Like he was doing work. Now, I feel like for Falcons, it's going to be one of those things where the Raze had such a great early game that if the Abaddon was like any other hero that had better timings to play on, we could be talking about a very different game. But the fact is, like, every engagement, like, sure, I think Skidder at some point was on a killing spree, but it felt like it wasn't as like explosive as what other options could have been, right? So, you know, Laurenov leading the charge, but again, there just wasn't enough firepower. Like, they have tankiness, but it's like something was missing, right?
No, I fully agree with you, and I think it's also the correct point. Like, even if you go back to like the second ban stage, I think Spirit, they took out the DK. Like, you get this Abaddon, and it was fine, but you have now like Abaddon, Razor, they're both like clunky. It's very tailored what they do. They don't kill you on their own. They don't even kill you if they like sync up together. You can just dodge them. And I think, you know, Larl on Storm and like everyone else, what they did, I think just insane performance.
Yeah, you can see he's like, you know, call me. What up now, haters?
I'm back.
I'm back.
One call away, an easy win. Just straight up.
I mean, honestly, it was kind of funny because it's like you were saying with the draft, they were cooking, but I think there was a few people kind of looking at the draft and going, you know, it could be hard to like kind of execute and deliver on the promise of it, but they just did it so well. Meanwhile, Falcons, I agree. I can't quite put my finger on what was missing, T, but it just felt like they couldn't get in and out of fights particularly easy unless it was Amar initiating.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Laurenov running in and being a body, or you have Amar with an arena, and then Skidder on the Abaddon. Like, again, it's like he had some moments of being present, but it's like also your item timings never really connect the same way. It's like you're on Abaddon, we'll probably touch on that later, but I think just, again, to simplify it, Abaddon just felt lost in
like I think
the first half of the game.
Well, we can look at some examples, I think.
No, for sure, because it's just, I think it goes to show like when the games are that hard, because of course Falcons, they're an insanely good team. But you know, it also like about the counterpart, and I think like if we look here, Roche, it's 1930. So in 30 seconds, Roshan will move if you can make sure that Falcons cannot make it happen. And it's here, it's only Larl. Like look at the rest. Spirit are in the area, but they're not committing. So Larl just doing this, you know, using his BKB, 10 seconds. Now Boars are scouting it. This now means that in the next 15 seconds, they can finish Roche on Falcons. Now they have to wait for Roche to go down. You can see them on the minimap. They're waiting. They're taking over the triangle. But Spirit here, they don't care. They're happy to trade like them taking, you know, the Tormentor. Now again, the game at 20-minute mark, it goes from even to 3k gold. Suddenly they kind of like create this scenario out of thin air. And here's Collab stealing number 8,400,000. And it's just like, you can, if this guy is alive and in the game, don't hit Roche. You just, it literally, it needs to be like a rule, you know, like you can not do this. Because I've seen this more times than I know.
Like, no, I found the answer. You need to have Zeus on the team, all right? You hit Roche, Zeus ult, there he is, there's Claps, we got it, you know, and then you got to instantly run at him. But between the Lao contesting the first Roshan, and then Collapse sniping the second one, it's like these, or not second one, the 40-minute one. These are the things where it's like if you give this type of lineup an Aegis, you give Lornoff the ability to even do more. Again, Falcons probably will have a much better time. Abaddon will get the Orchid, the Basher, the Blink quicker. He will be a shining star. So yeah, Roshan, Spirit, they're kind of the smaller things in the game, not that small, but the macro things in the game, they always seem to be on the ball with.
I would like if they, for the next draft, like I think for Falcons, just to make it easier, because you also talked about it, I think they are lacking this type of catch. So I think that Spirit may again ban out the DK, so maybe ban out the Phoenix, so it makes you like feel better about picking like a Sven, or look for like an Ursa, like just carries that naturally play more aggressive, at least if Lornoff is on the more farming hero, which I think in most games he will be. He's playing the snipers, he's playing the Husker, so complemented somewhere else with something else.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Time for a quick break. Spirit winning that one. We'll see if Falcons collapse in just a few moments.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, we are here with Crit from Team Falcons. Falcons at Wallachia. I don't think we've seen you guys since Season 4. How do you grace us with your presence here?
It's great to be back. Honestly, it's just like a few, I would say, unfortunate things, like just made us not go. Like we were in desperate need of a bootcamp before Riyadh, so we had to choose between playing this or like trying to do well at Riyadh, so then we had to skip that one. And then the last one, there was like, we were like all burned out like crazy, so like we would have just come here and lost and left instantly. So now we're back, and I think we're in a decent spot to do well. I think last time we were here as well, we got knocked out in groups or something. Like we lost to the Navi junior team. So yeah, hopefully this time a bit better.
So you guys do seem like you're getting back into form, though. I know things were a little bit turbulent in the last year. Obviously, the big TI win, and then the rest period, and then a lot of people thinking, when is this rest period over? How are you guys feeling about the team right now?
It's still a little bit shaky, I'd say. I think it's a work in progress. It's kind of what it feels like for us. I think a few things, like now we're playing obviously with a stand in here as well, so like stuff like that, and I think we're working on it, and I think it's getting better, but it's still at a point where we're like we're not at the level that we want to be at, the level where we think we're like gonna consistently be able to win tournaments or at least be in like grand finals and stuff. So I think for us, yes, still working on it, and we'll see if we can do a little bit better here and then make it closer to that. And I know there's a lot of other teams that also have stand-ins, and there's like only a few teams that are really like looking like they're in good form right now. So I think we have a decent shot if we can just pull it together in this one.
This is a team that seems like you'd really be affected by stand-ins. There's a lot of teams out there that just switch players all the time, but you guys have been extremely consistent. Do you think that this is potentially going to be a bit of a problem at this tournament, especially after the last one?
It is going to be a problem to some extent. I think it's also just the players we have, like Amar and Malrina, both very like, their hero pools are very shared, so like if one of them miss out, then we lose a lot of strength in the draft, let's say. And I think, like, let's say I missed the tournament, nobody would care. Like, it would be fine. Just
That's not true.
Like, get some random high rank +4 and they'll be all good because there's no difference. But for them specifically, for us, it's a bit of a problem because they are a big part of like how we draft. So I think, yeah, it causes some issues. And then at the same time, we're getting in Lorenov, who has been looking very good recently, like even better than we've been looking. So we'll see how that goes. We've played a few games with him, and it's been pretty good so far. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's always a loss when we lose one of the kids.
Well, you're not the only team that has stand-ins. Things are a little wonky at Wallachia, as they have been before, which makes it one of my favorite tournaments to see teams kind of in these new environments. Who are you looking out for in this tourney?
I think the obvious ones are like Liquid. They have no stand-ins and they're looking like a top team already. The other teams that are like kind of looking good were Aurora and Tundra.
Yeah.
But they both have some stand-in situation and like it's a bit of a mess with Aurora. So I think I would say Liquid looks like the safe bet for first place, like the biggest contender, and then every other team is kind of like nobody really knows who's gonna come and do well. But I think we're in the pack as well. Like I think there's like 5 or 6 teams right behind Liquid that could all kind of turn up and do well. So pretty exciting.
So, I was wondering if you saw that unique little interaction in your game with XG with the Queen of Pain refresher ult, and do you consider that a bug or is that part of the game?
I think that's like a knowledge problem.
Okay, all right, there we go.
Because like if we know about it and we're not Queen of Pain players, then he should know about it.
I see.
So like if he does it, then it's something he should be aware of. it's like a skill check.
Skill issue. All right, fair enough. So what is your favorite kind of interaction like that as a man who's been around? Is there something really weird that you like taking advantage of in game or you've seen before and I was like, whoa, I didn't know that worked like that?
And there's constantly things in Dota where it's like you don't really know how interactions are. Like, you know, I can tell one thing, it's like Earthspirit was like used to always be able to pull people out of kinetic field with his grip, and now like you just can't do it anymore. And it's just like Valor just like, let's just take that away. And like it's constantly like that. There's some things like, you know, when Shadow Demon uses Demonic Purge on somebody, you can't use Largo's Lick to pull them out. But you can use Earthspirit's grip to pull them out. So like, there's just not that much. There's not that much consistency.
All right. Well, seems like Falcons is trying hard, feeling rested, ready to rock. Crit, thank you so much for your time. Oh, absolute pleasure. And we'll see more from Falcons and Mr. Crit here at PGL Wallachia Season 7.
All right, welcome back. Spirit are ahead against Team Falcons. And we're going to talk about what happened actually in that last game a little bit. Because there was one key detail that I thought... I wanted to bring this up.
You want to bring it up?
We could go over this without talking about it.
Yeah. You know, just before we get into the draft, you know, you can see here, these are the 2 carries.
Yeah.
It's 26 minutes, a crucial moment in the game. But look at these items. Can you see what I see, T?
I see everything that you see. Of course, the boots. The boots is what you care about. Right. No, boot diff. No, that aside, look at the kill participation, right? 43%, 83%, right? I think Yatoro already stepping up a little bit there. And less to that, I feel like when you pick Abaddon carry, it's very timings based, right? So when you win in the early game, you want to see that Orchid when the enemy only has just a BKB, let's say, or even no BKB in a good time. The fact is, Skidder, that second death he has here, that's because 30 seconds before this timestamp, he did die, gave a free diadem away to Yatoro, and he had Manta. So before Skidder even got Orchid, Yatoro had BKB and Manta, and then of course Lal was popping off on the Storm Spirit. So I feel like Falcons, they were walking this fine line, one key mistake, one wrong item timing coming into play, and Abaddon can just disappear from the game. Like, you need everything to be flawless.
And it's still worth talking about because obviously we highlighted before we went into this series about how, you know, Skeeter will play those non-traditional carries. They're not hard carries. They're sometimes just big tanky boys that do pseudo damage, you know, whatever the team needs.
Yeah, I think they might be swapping it up at least a little bit for like the next game, because I do think that they could feel it in the game. It was just like harder to play the map, which I think even like I agree with T's point, and like even then maybe he shouldn't even have gone Orchid next. Like, why don't he could have thought about a Manta, because it could like help your map, then maybe your Mars has like an easier time, like, you know, to actually play the map and finding people. But I think overall it's very crucial for Spirit to like try and force Skeeter on this type of hero that doesn't, you know, catch people as nicely because, again, need to remember, they have a stand-in. I think usually it's like Skeeter and Malrine who like kind of share this responsibility of like doing stuff and catching people. And I think Lornov, they're going to make him feel comfortable. So he's going to be Razor, he's going to be Sniper, he's going to be Huskar in games where he can be. So, you know, look for the replacement guys that allow you to make it easy.
And also, when you're standing in for Falcons, I feel like when you look towards like Skitter's playstyle, a Mars playstyle, it's like it's probably one of the harder teams to stand in for because like if you do something too extreme away from the Falcons' logic, you're going to suddenly drag Amara into too many fights that he doesn't want to be part of. Or now Skitter's needing to farm to fix the fact that my mid laner has gone a bit crazy, you know? So it's like you do need to find that sweet spot. And I feel like they were so close to making it work in that last game. And then, of course, Spirit, Roshan's contesting and sniping and doing all this stuff just eventually unraveled them.
Yep.
They go back for the old Beastmaster.
Don't fix if not broken.
And Falcons go back for the old Razor.
Don't fix if broken. Yeah, seems right.
Are the bands the same? Wait, yep. Everything's the same. Cool.
Yeah, Spirit are the same. So
we get to that thing again. If they do the repeat draft, we can be all hyped about, oh, it's just the repeat.
Oh my god.
I mean, it is Aoi, to be fair. He was part of the problem in that finals when
that's true.
He did run it back.
The full run it back.
A full run it back, then lost. So
I mean, we definitely will see some adjustments.
Still an amazing final.
It was great finals. Yeah.
Last two have some pretty nice grand finals.
Spirit helping them out.
Interesting. I would be surprised if, because last game around they banned DK here. I don't know what the other ban was. It was DK +1.
It was DK Warlock.
Interesting.
And I don't mind that because even though we just critiqued the Abaddon, it takes one different, little choice here, and the Abaddon will have a very different game. Like Abaddon, as always, like I think with Aurora, with Nightfall, like they've shown that making the correct choices on this hero, you can just be like a fortress that your team plays around. You make a mistake, sure, you can, fall off. But I respect the fact that Spirit, even after a win, they're like, yes, fair play. We know the ceiling of this hero.
It's also interesting because with Spirit going into this game and the only hero they really banned for Beast, is Bristleback. So I think it's also like something other teams should look at. This is the one hero that they respect. They feel like, okay, if we take out Bristle, my Beast can flex between the roles and we don't really care. Because we haven't seen too many good answers, I would say, to the Beast carries or even in mid. They just run away with it, whether it's some BZM or Yatoro in all the games now where he's played it. Because for now, I just feel like most of the times this guy just has a free game. His team fight is pretty good. He's not really getting locked down. Once he gets BKB, he doesn't really die. So I do think that other teams and Falcons here need to be a little more creative for this game.
But you could also argue Falcons had some good kind of options to deal with the Beast carry last game, right? In regards to damage, Beastmaster did 21,000 damage, right? Phoenix, 35,000 damage. Storm Spirit, 37,000 damage. I think when you pick the Beast carry, you are leaning on other heroes to sometimes kind of get you over the line.
Definitely.
Because the Beast Ags, the pick-off play, it's counterable through just reposition the guy, save the guy. You cannot just be, you're not going to 1v9 the game. So maybe that's where Falcons look towards other aspects. Okay, you know what? We need more focus on the mid lane. We can't allow Lao, even if we take his tower, we need to make sure Lao is deleted from the game because we know we can deal with a Beast scaling problem potentially. But they take the Warlock again, the hero that was banned out last time. We talk about the importance of the 13 pick being able to play into most lanes. They had Jakiro last time, this time Warlock. And no real issues there. Lockdown will be a problem to think about.
They're gonna have to fix it. Last game they were lacking on it, so I hope they have a very specific idea of the 16-17 double pick, whether it's some whatever Lion +1, and I kind of look for something that gives you some good lockdown.
And now the trainers you give away Jakiro, and my fear is those lockdown heroes you can sometimes come from the 4 position like a shaman, but now it's Spirit get Jakiro. I want to pick shaman to maybe protect myself, but it can be very scary. I think the 16-17 from Falcons, it will make or break their draft. This is very important. It's reminiscent of when Na'Vi, Spirit take the shaman instead. Is when Na'Vi had the Warlock Abba opening, same type of logic where they picked very poorly. That game was over in 25 minutes. Spirit though, just ensuring that they have the pick-off play.
And insane push.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, heroes that they play the map very well. They can go in 1+1 combos and actually get kills. If they're left alone, they're going to push all sides of the map and get your wave push in, hit your tower a little bit with some liquid fire, drop some wards. which is why it's important for Falcons that like you need your own pressure, like either something where you're pressuring the map or like when they run around that you can actually easily catch them. Okay, get the bird.
Sure.
It's fine, but it's like it is blind, and I think the hero is very good, but there have been like more and more answers, and it's a hero that I like overall against Kez is Doom, and it's something also that Spirit have shown overall. I think just like having this clear lockdown against this guy or like a clear silence so he can't just like, you know, swoosh around and come back in and like, woohoo, Raven's Veil, Raptor Dance, grapple out and like whatever. I think it's just overall a pretty nice answer.
Yeah, any lockdown is good. Like even a yours is really nice. Like when you're trying to go in and kind of clutch up with the ultimate, there's still like a 1 second charge, like wind up time, right? You hit a yours on him, he's now just out of position. And in Spirit, they have the lockdown already. At least for the Kez, you are naturally going to itemize in a way that, let's say he goes for the Battle Fury build. It's going to be Battle Fury, Manta, Lincolns, BKB. It's Manta to disjoint the Raw. It's a Lincolns to soak up a Shaman Hex. Like, Kez can become like this frontlining hero 3-4 items down the line. And then you pair that again with how Lorinov played the Razor with the AC, the Crimson, and all this. It is going to be quite annoying to play into it much later on. And then we talk about Falcons needing some lockdown to prepare themselves for the potential Puck or Storm or whatever on 18. Spirit take the Shaman, so they take the Lion.
Yeah, that too. Like the Laurel Puck and whatnot. It's just, you can kind of tell at least a little bit that there was some sort of, it was hard to catch them. It was annoying to play the map, you know, some small adjustments. We still have to see, you know, Falcons have the overall last pick. Of course, that's like their most important pick of the entire draft. I still think for now, it is not fully answering what Spirit have. And this puck pick is still incredibly strong, even, you know, with Lion like soft covering it.
But yeah, Crit just has the entire game on his shoulders, right? Like if Lion's out of position, if Lion gets caught, if you know what, include any version of that, Puck has a free game. Put like into Kez Warlock Razor, you are just by Parasma Shivas and you're going to kill anyone, right? So it's very, very scary. Crit has to really make sure that he has that positioning on lockdown. And then you have to ask the question for Falcons, at least, with this last pick. Do you want the Razor to go off lane? Would you rather not just put the Razor in the safe lane with the Warlock? You just keep shoving the wave, you don't care what Collapse picks, and then you find some more lockdown through Amar in the off lane?
I mean, I guess then the question is, does Lorinov play Bird?
That's a good point. I kind of blindly assumed he might play Bird. That's bad.
Yeah, I feel like
I take that back. I retract my statement. Lorinov Bird is not a thing.
Yeah, then, I mean, because you can play Razor. I mean, yeah, let me see. You can put your Razor offlane and like, I feel like you pick whatever gives you like a more and clear solution. Like if you can pick a new mid that is good against Puck and gives you the lockdown.
Don't worry. Yeah, after forgetting that I wasn't looking at Navi's draft, you are 100% right. Lorinov.
Nico is not here.
Nico is not here. From the mid lane, Lorinov will find a hero to do what I say.
I mean, it's entirely possible. He's been working away in secret.
It's possible.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you never know. It's the blessing of being a stand-in. You can bring secret tech to your mercenary travels.
Yeah, the thing is, like, whenever you see Puck, people always will talk about Sniper, but I just don't think their draft's strong enough.
I mean, have we seen Skeeter? Or, like, do we know what his record's like with Kez?
I mean,
he's definitely played it more.
Yeah.
He's not outstanding.
He is the reason for the Reddit post.
So,
yeah.
He's fine. He's good.
Yeah. Fine.
But the levels of Kez.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. One of the best players in the world. He's
so if
fine.
we had a tier list, it's like...
We need to start doing that. We should just make the death segments tier lists now. We should start rating players.
I mean, based on... Yeah, for Kez... Are we in agreement that there is no S tier Kez, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Therefore, Mickey's an A.
Yeah.
Satanic's like...
I think he's also
Mickey's the closest to an S.
Yeah. And then, like, Skidder would be like a BC.
BC seems fine.
And then Arme
B- or C+.
And then Arme's like C.
I guess I haven't watched enough. I mean, he had that one...
I just watched one game and that alone.
It's similar. I think it's like...
Yeah, but that one game was like a D.
Yeah, I know. That's why I push it to C.
Yeah, you're being generous.
That was being generous. There's just one game, though, at this Wallachia. Oh, Spirit got a little Timbersaw. Naughty.
I mean, I guess it's kind of, like, in a way, like, obviously, Kez Warlock is a very strong lane, but it's not like a kill-heavy lane, right? They're going to get what they want, and probably more than what they want, because Kez and Warlock are incredibly strong laners, but with Timber, you get some pure damage later. You're kind of just chilling. I mean, Falcons didn't really change much, to be honest. They swapped out. Well, it's a bad end for Kez. I would say that's probably good, because there's more aggression, more explosiveness.
and at least the way that Amar plays Mars, he always goes for the Yules. So
Yes.
Yules into puck. Like there's little ways to do it. Crit, it's not all on him.
Such a good start last game.
Yeah, I mean, he was top net
Near
worth.
flawless, top net worth.
He was getting chased as well, dodged
Yeah.
multiple wild actions. So like the Mars on Amar, like again, you cannot argue about it. It's just when you look at everything coming together, I feel like if Skidder goes for like Falcon Deso and plays into the map, I'm liking this type of draft because you're utilizing the razor timings, you're utilizing lockdown of Mars. If Skidder goes for Battle Fury and delays the timings and suddenly it's like Razor's ready but Kez isn't ready and then you got set up but no damage, I really want to see Skidder join his team at the correct time.
No, I'm with you. And I've also seen these Kezes that have like a good early game, which, well, most of them do have. And they have avenues to like go to the mid lane, pop some cheeky silence on like a puck, go to like your Razor, or once Amar has the Yules, you can go together with him and actually get some kills. So I like what Falcons have a lot more compared to game 1, but I still feel like there's some other things and small things that they do have to fix because overall, I think Spirit they also have a similar draft to the last game, right?
Yeah.
Like, Lal, I would say, is set up for a pretty good game again. I think Collapse on his Timbersaw is maybe a bit more up in the open for me, but I think he should do fine. And yeah, I feel like it should just be pretty chill for Spirit.
Spirit will 100% punish Falcons if you misstep. Like if Skidder goes too far, if Lorna steps too far, like you are going to die.
Yeah.
Into Timbersaw, pure damage with the lockdown of Beast or Jakiro, Shaman or Puck, like you are going to be deleted. So Falcons, some of their overstepping they did in the last game, that needs to be cleaned up because Spirit will capitalize on it and punish. So yeah, I mean Spirit's draft, scary.
Do we have any worries about the Beastmaster carry damage output in this draft specifically?
I think it's fine. He's always going to be able to kill off a support, and then that alone will then make up other people shine.
Yeah.
And then Puck, Plasma plus Shivas, Beast then enjoys the additional damage output.
And I think also like with Timber in the game, you have pure damage. Lorenov likes to play this Ultra Aura type of guy, which it's not good against pure damage. So Timber can kind of cut through it, make up for Beast, who doesn't maybe have the most damage for the game, but I think they'll be fine.
Yeah. Got nothing else to say, mate. But you know what? I do have to say. The casters are ready. I've stole your job. Whoa!
Is that even true? Is that true?
Hello, yes, I am ready. Thank you, Rich T and Kezu, as we get ourselves away from the panel and into the game. It's game 2 between Falcons and Team Spirit. And like they were saying, shades of game 1 for Falcons with their draft, adapting and changing a few little elements, but overall the same kind of vibe.
Yeah, definitely seeing some similar stuff, even on Team Spirit, getting Rue onto his Rasta again, getting Yatoro onto the Beastmaster again. So yeah, definitely some repetition going on here, but these elements that were swapped out are going to have big impact. I think that Falcons, what they have going for them, though, is this big teamfight stuff. They have the Warlock ulti, they have the Mars Arena, even the Kes ulti, I would say, is a pretty damn good teamfight spell. Whereas, sure, you have Coil and Macropyre. These are nice spells, but Timber's more of a skirmisher, right? He just brawls. He's not bringing one big spell.
So it's pretty cool. Laurel with his puck obviously can traverse the map pretty quickly. Orbs out to lane, places that lane ward on top of the ramp, while holding an observer ward as well, pretending he hasn't placed it, then hands the observer ward to Rue, who shows on the lane, saying, Hi, I've got an observer ward. So really obfuscating this vision that they've planted in the middle lane on the staircase.
Yeah, just using the puck the most you can, really.
And then
go for a
gives
late
them information of where Amar is, so they can wrap around with a smoke to get on top of the Mars. It's all beautifully set up here by Team Spirit, with the smoke, the mirrors, the faking, and then the kill for Yatoro to get first blood.
They were trying to give it to Laurel, but Yatoro's bird, you can't really stop it. The bird wants the last hit, and the bird will get it. He's gonna fly in approach, too. This is an angry bird. And the boar is gonna deny it, well.
I always found it wild that, you know the noise of the bald eagle you hear in movies?
That's not it.
It's fake.
Yeah.
It's fake.
A lie.
It's actually some little peregrine falcon or a pigeon or something. It's not actually, it's not a bald eagle. It sounds like a screeching fox.
Yeah, it's deception is what it is. But that's what
Hollywood,
like.
typical Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah. Always lying to us.
Well, there we go. First blood gathered, and off to the lanes we go. Off the starting blocks and at the races. So collapse up top, the Timber against the Kez. Currently 2 supports off wandering and dealing with other business.
This is a very volatile matchup. Played this matchup tons of times, and overall it can go well, but it can really backfire as well for Kess, as he doesn't have the highest HP pool, and Timber having a lot of pure damage, well, all pure damage pretty much other than his right clicks. He doesn't care about Kess' high armor or his parry. Those things don't really bother him. So Timber can be a threat for sure.
And then bottom lane, Yatoro being bonded up here as Snaking has swapped himself down to this bottom lane to play with Amar. And try and trade hits into Panto and give this MOUZ a decent laning stage through the Shadow Word heal and the pressure you apply on the Beastmaster. Never easy, though, to lane or trade hits into a Jakiro.
Oh, they're stepping
Panto put it on him with the Hawk yet again coming in to swoop in for the kill. And Amar might still be in trouble yet. With another dual breath, he'll spear back one. Panto gives him the clicks. That's enough. 2 kills, 3 in total. Spirit leading out in this game.
Yeah, they just got too far down in the lane, and level 2 power spike on Beastmaster and Jakiro together is so damn strong. So they were caught on level 1, didn't have a way to fight, didn't have the heal yet over on Warlock, as he only had Fatal Bonds. That's the danger when you play on the off lane as a hero like Warlock. He can work really well on the safe. Oh, there it is.
That's what they sound like, I'm sure. None of this whistle. When he's Suns fan, he makes the
rats of the sky.
Eagle noises are much better. Yeah, top lane, the 2 hexing heroes giving each other the clicks. And this is going to be Rue getting jumped by the Kez now. Trying to shackle and get Collapse into position. Gives himself a gap there for Collapse to body block up Skitter.
Exactly. He's going to have to stop pursuing here as there are too many trees around. You don't want to fight against the level 2 Whirling Death with all these trees. 16 bonus damage per tree if you were to fight him over here.
And then peering into the middle lane, 13-8 for Lorinov, so quite a nice amount of denies there. He was a fair amount ahead of the puck, but it seems like Laurel has managed to catch up somewhat at 9-4 himself.
I think this lane starts better for Razor than it continues. Basically, before Bottle, you can do quite a bit, but then with Bottle recharges and Laurel getting his mana to keep spell farming, I think he's going to be fine. Yeah. For now, it's looking great for Razor, but he doesn't have a Bottle build, and that might hurt him a little bit. We'll see, though.
Staying power.
Yeah, he does have Rain Drop coming out, so he will try and offset the continuous damage from Puck. And maybe a bit of Water Rune control could be big in this game. We'll see if he gets help on it, though.
Oh, they never did find that Observer Ward. Still up there on the stairs. They never knew it. Never saw it coming. And Laurel just continuing to dance away from that static link with both maneuverability spells. Very unlikely he'll get the full drain. While bottom lane, Panto yet again. Pretty far up this lane to find the wraparound backstab on Snaking, and Zone Amar out of lane as well.
I mean, Jakiro, it's just a very oppressive hero, and he's in his element here playing on the safe lane. Warlock just repeatedly getting punished for going a little bit too close.
We've had tons of these kind of safe lanes, right? The SF Treant. I mean, you know, Warlock Spectre was always on back in the day where it's like, okay, we're just going to heal and stay safe, but now we've got this play aggressive, play forward. Jakiro and Beastmaster might be one of these new ones where you've got long-range poke with the axes and then the continual damage from Jakiro. It really upsets off-laners.
Yeah, it's very hard to lane into because you also have to try and take care of the summons, and if you don't have proper AoE damage to do it early on with low levels on your nukes, it can be hard to fight back into this. And mostly, it was all about that getting caught by the level 2 timing and then getting punished, and then they've been on the back foot since then.
Perhaps 1 level in that reactive armor. Has some magic damage thrown at him by Crit and Skitter, and that's going to finish him off.
Finish with the Kasurai Katana active. Very satisfying kill. The execution. And Kess starts yapping. That's one thing about that hero, man. He does not stop. He does not stop yapping. There's actually a bug that he stops talking, and that's kind of thankful because it gives you a moment of silence.
Get out your TV remote, hit the mute button on it. Come on.
Yeah, I open my console in Dota. It just spams error codes over and over. That's when the hero stops talking. It's nice.
Someone's had enough and hacked you.
Yeah, he's trying to fight into Timber, but full HP Timber does not care at all.
Especially now he's got some levels on him. Yeah. Amar's going to spear back Yatoro, but I don't know if that's enough to save him. They'll bond and rebuke to get some damage back onto Panto, but with the double boars and the ice path coming, Yatoro and Panto are just ruling this lane. Gods and kings destroying Falcons.
I mean, this is insane. 6-0 is the score on the bottom lane. That lane is completely disaster for Falcons.
4-0 to Jakiro. He's got arcane boots in a minute.
He's huge. He's really rich, really happy, and he can swing down to the bottom power rune here as well. Get the shield rune or hold it. Very nice.
Gets it for Laurel to bottle and then can turn on Lorinov.
He might die.
King will try to heal the Razor up. Panther will die, so the streak goes across. Laurel trying to finish this job off, but the Shadow Word is enough.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Snaking, finding some good impact there, and does get 1 stack on his Grimoire at least. Thank God he could come in and help there.
Super vital kill for them to get. And Collapse then left to his own devices top, with the support starting to roam around, and the fact that Crit and Skitter don't feel super confident in just outright killing him with level 2 reactive armor.
I think that's the most defensive ward I've seen in a long time. Oh, hold up the roar.
It's level
Not
6.
again.
Yaturo's here. Ice Path into roar, the double boar. Amar's going to try and kill them, but they're both on 5 HP. Both boars survived.
And the Hawk too lives barely with 40 HP. Nothing going the way of Amar. And they're going to invade. Yeah, he's getting the look now. He's like, dude, really?
And what was the ward you were talking about?
On mid lane, there's a ward that's behind the tier 1 tower, essentially, defensively.
Oh, wow.
On the dire tier 1, it's I mean, it does give him some vision in front of his tower, but that is, yeah, like I said, most defensive that I've seen. I think the sentry can't see it, though, which is hilarious because...
Just out of range?
Yeah.
That's pretty far back. And then in the end, we get double Wisdom Shrine for Team Spirit, so gaining massive advantages across the map and pressuring this tier 1 bottom very early on. Night and day in terms of lane for the Beastmaster, right? Much faster Aghanim Scepter on the horizon for Yatoro.
For sure. Yeah, he was having a very different game in the previous game, and now destroying this lane, it's going to be a much faster Aghanim's timing. This can change everything for the game. And Team Spirit, you saw how powerful they are when they start in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
So if you give them a lead over Falcons, this is looking good for them for now.
It does feel like they are dragging their feet a little bit, lagging behind the rest of the pack with the Puck and the Timbersaw. Comparatively, they're a couple of 100 gold behind their counterparts.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the Kess is farming. He's doing what he's supposed to, and of course, Loranov has been playing really well in mid lane.
The Hasted Razor coming up top. Collapse. He's level 6, so throws the Chakram on Skitter. Control from the Lions, decent here. And they've got plenty of damage through Loranov to take down the Timber, although he does do a chunk back to them.
Yeah, he returns as much as he can, but ultimately the Razor just dancing around him, removing all the armor, brings him down, and they're looking to steal a bit of theft, Gareth.
Oh, over in the stacks.
Yeah, Loranov wants the money. It is curious as well that Loranov goes for this skill build where we've seen quite a few Razors quite early on skill the third skill, but laning against the Puck, it doesn't really make sense. He doesn't have any targeted ability, so he's unlikely to trigger it. Obviously, he could trigger it by auto-attacking, but he can also phase shift dodge, so
yeah.
Don't need Storm Surge. Just go for the nuke.
We're going to find another go on the Timber here. Golem from Snaking to start it off. A nice little spin from Skitter. Collapses low, but with 100 health left, he survived it.
Ooh.
The Shadow Word on the tower, he does die in the end.
I can't keep him safe. Too
Meanwhile,
much bleed and shadow.
Some thievery on the other side. The Pilfering Puck and Panto are here to take out some of the ancient camp stacks.
They're getting away with it as well. Where's the sheriff, Gareth? There's nobody stopping all these burglars.
Well, Amar, he's meant to be the Amar the sheriff. He's actually just down at bottom lane trying to hold on to his tier 2.
I mean,
Jakiro shoved the lane all the way in.
Yeah, Amara, he's working to stay ahead of the supports, man. I see that Jakiro, he's already about to eat up the Timbersaw net worth. He's mighty farmed this boss fight.
Also, Amar the sheriff is an Egyptian actor, apparently. Omar Sharif. The Skinner's going to finish off that top tier 1 tower. Take that one down and open the map up a little bit here to keep invading those ancients, keep the Timbersaw off the map.
Okay, bottom rune controlled by Panto. Gonna be a DD rune going the way of Puck. Really nice rune to get your hands on. Puck has all this utility. Silence, stun with the ulti, a lot of mobility. Getting damage is usually the hardest thing that you want to add, so that's why Witchblade is always the rush. So DD rune, what I'm saying is, basically solves the only problem you have on Puck early on.
The Bond's there to delay any kind of push that Team Spirit had any illusions of doing.
Yeah, as top lane became pretty uninhabitable for Timbersaw after those 2 deaths. The Kess is farming very, very aggressively up here now. He's going for the Vladimir's build. It's a build that can be really nice if you group a lot with your team early on. And the nice thing is you're always going to be full HP. You're not going to bleed HP by farming jungle in any way. Overall, this is more aligned with grouping up and doing stuff a bit earlier, more so than the Falcon Blade, which is more selfish.
So it's this timing around this whole Tormentor, Roshan, the Yules on Mars, the Razor with Greaves. They're going to have stacks of auras.
Exactly. Because if you just look at it from what it gives you,
in a vacuum.
It's essentially the same as Falcon Blade. It gives you mana, gives you damage, gives you survivability, right? In the form of Vladimir's, it's lifesteal, Falcon Blade is HP.
Yeah.
And 2 Falcon Blades will generally give you more of all these things, but it's not an aura. It doesn't do anything for your team.
Crit looking for another tower deny, and they get it. So bot tier 1 and mid, both denied by Falcons. Losing a bit of traction on the map, but still finding some spark to fight back. This 7-4, that early lead and tempo that Spirit felt like they were building up, kind of withers from that mid lane and top lane that Falcons bring the numbers.
Yeah. I think the looming threat is still this Beastmaster, though. He is closing in on a timing, and it's a much more important timing than anyone else has going for them right now. The Kess will get Vladimir's. He has it now. It's nice. Doesn't do that much. But the Aghanim Scepter is literally a change in personality for Beast. Okay, Skeeter is going on one of the typical Skeeter moves, quickly activating, looking to go behind.
Yeah, Amar starts things off with the arena, but a quick roar from Yatoro buys a bit of time. The trouble is that time is quickly caught up by Skitter and Snaking to drop the rock on a quick slash on him.
I like how there was no reaction from Team Spirit. They're like, yeah, why are you farming there still? You know, it's 12 minutes in, you get caught, nobody TP to try and help him. They're just like, nah, dude, we're going for top tower. We're cracking the enemy tower instead. I think that was the wise choice. TPing in, they would probably just result in 1-by-1 feeding instead.
That means Falcons now full access to that bottom jungle. They can clear out some camps, get some wards through... Snaking doesn't have any. I was thinking maybe they come and get some wards down here to spot the Beastmaster, who loves inhabiting this area of the map.
Yep. Yeah, he did TP to pick up the farm that's coming on the tower, so they will see him reveal himself and show they're still playing this area. And Kess getting some very, very good farm here on the Ancients.
Yeah, cool to see Skitter Snaking, stacking up both those camps to get Skitter to farm through it. Helps with the Golem, then pushes it out. Make sure you take away the piece of the pie that Beastmaster would want to come and claim a little later on.
Yeah, for sure. They have the mech timing on the Razor, so I think they might want to keep forcing some 5v5 fights, or at least force bigger engagements.
Would imagine so, yeah. Blink Mars, mech Razor.
Yeah. For now, though, gonna start clearing up the triple stack that they have. Sorry, actually a quadruple stack. It's double of both.
That's big money. A big boy Loronoff. Guardian Greaves almost done.
Just snaking. Fatal Bones always steals so many creeps when you use it.
Oh, I know.
It always gets that gold.
That's my money.
Yeah, great. Keep farming. Do the work for me.
Regen rune there.
Also, I'm a big fan of what Snaking is doing, going for the drums in this game. I think drums on Warlock is generally really, really nice. Works well with the Golem. Gives you, you know, some buff for your team as well to just run people down. But then again, I also just value drums really, really highly.
Panto.
Oh, the bait. Mars was baited.
Amar jumped in. A trap was set.
Yatoro was sitting behind, waiting patiently, and gets rewarded for it. That's it's gonna be.
Also sees Crit in that top jungle. Serpent Ward trap, collapse to come in to finish. They'll try and heal up Crit with a bit of top up from the Greaves. And Loronoff eyeing up collapse with Snaking alongside. They want this Timber Saw, but he's got another chain. Another way to maneuver, but the damage from Skitter is far too much.
Yeah, silence as well. Throws the Talon Toss onto him there. Very nice to just prevent him from trying to burst the Razor. I don't think he could have anyway, but ultimately, nice punishment. And they get to farm up all these wards as well. That will put the Kess pretty close. 800 gold for the Desolator to complete. It is a bit of a delayed timing compared to what you may be used to seeing. And that's because the Vladimir's is twice as expensive as going for a Falcon Blade. So you're 1,000 gold behind where you would be in timing-wise. So Dessa would have been completed now with a Falcon Blade build. But he will be stronger, of course. Just a different power spike. The Blink Mars, looking bottom, but everybody has left the area. Yatoro is not looking to get caught again, so he TP'd to safer pastures. Maybe not greener, but at least he won't die over here.
The trauma response of a carry being ganked a single time. No longer wants to inhabit that area of the map. Goes across the left-hand side to farm through
Meanwhile, Amar died like 5 times down here, and he still wants to play in this area. You know?
Offlaners are built different, aren't they?
They truly are.
Resilient guys.
Until they queue up a bunch of Midases. We'll see. We'll see. They're just going to play the bottom area for now. 16 minutes into the game, of course. 4 more minutes, and then the top area will become much more fruitful. But actually, it's a sneaky Roche with Aghanims on Beast. You always have to be wary about this. They scan it, but it's far too late.
That's already gone. Long gone. 17th minute. So now they've got Aegis on Beastmaster. Probably means Tormentor belongs to them. So I'd imagine Falcons just try and play through bottom.
Yeah, this is a big chance for them to do a whole lot. I think Falcons will stay down in the bottom area, but that's also what Team Spirit are expecting. So the invisible puck lurking.
There is some deep vision here, though, from Falcons. Don't know if it spotted Rue on the way through.
No, he stayed outside of the wards on the high ground, so he has not been spotted yet. Rue, ever so sneaky, as we saw in the previous game. He's going to reveal himself soon. Oh, he sticks around.
I mean, regardless, there's no one down here as we invert the map and Falcons head back up top. I mean, what are the chances that Falcons go and contest Tormentor or try and take it themselves? Because they're quite strong still.
They are, but it's still 3 minutes away. I think it will be tough. I think they will keep trying to fight, though, because when you have Deso on Kess, you can't really just go farm. It's not like the Battle Fury build that just wants to chill, so they're diving in under their vision. They saw this Jakiro.
Yeah, Panto came to try and ward this area up himself and quickly realized that he's seen under it, but this nice coil and roar catches Skitter. Lion's in trouble, Laurel picks him up, and Mars dead to a double kill.
That was some beautiful 3-man coil into a snappy roar right after. And you see the DPS Beastmaster can bring with that Aghanim Scepter. Of course, having the Aegis gives that confidence. He can just jump in, no fear in the world. Falcons get punished. This laning stage and early game has really not been what we're used to seeing from Falcons. I mean, Panto, yeah, he gets caught, but was he caught or did he bait both us and the Team Falcons all along?
That's a couple of times. He's been the trap set, baiting people in, doing a bit of pantomime there. He's behind you. Oh, no, he isn't. Oh, yes, he is. Comes back in and gives Yatter a double kill.
They literally just closed the trap around them. It's like, yep, you got the Jakiro, guys. Congrats. It's a support.
And now he's like, I've got a sentry ward now. I can come and de-ward.
Yeah.
Or not.
or not. I mean, he has places to go, stuff to do.
There are.
There's mid-creep wave. He wants his Guardian Greaves as well. They want him again. I think they just want to jump him once more.
Trap set? Golden drops. Panto surely dead this time.
Yeah. You can't always be ready. That's the secret. Just kill him over and over. Sooner or later, there won't be a trap.
He's called the bluff several times. Yatoro going for a solo kill. That's tons of damage. Essence Ring popping back up, but Amara is still dead. Rue was also alongside to help if need be. While Falcons holding high ground here. Going to get jumped by Laurel. Backline stab onto the Lion, so lacking control on the Falcons side. They need to disengage, but Skinner's being caught by Rue with the shackles. The damage comes through quickly. And Collapse is still chasing. Lorenov has the TP. Snaking, opting for the same route home. Will lose his courier in the fray.
It is night and day watching Yatoro on Beastmaster in the previous game and this game.
But he's ahead.
It's all about getting that good start on Beastmaster. We've talked a lot about like Largo, and now he depends on Aghanims, getting it in relevant timing. Here, I think we see how it's also very true for someone like Beastmaster. Any first item Aghanims hero who gets all their steroids from Aghanims as an ability, if you shut that timing down just a little bit, a few minutes, it can change the entire impact on the game.
I love how cheap Greaves is now. Like, seeing a Jakiro 20 minutes in just pick up a Guardian Greaves is so nice.
Yeah.
Hello. Lorenov, he's got a Greaves of his own. Can't use it, though. Chain disabled, down he falls.
Rue, right place, right time.
And Laurel. With the help of Panto, they're onto snaking. This is turning pretty rough for Falcons. The game's gone sour as Team Spirit just continue to apply that pressure.
Using the Aegis, I say using, the Tormentor healed to full again, so I don't know how much it was a use, but he took a full heal from it and will now be able to take the Tormentor.
It was a resource that was expended.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only opponent that he needed Aegis against, I guess.
Yeah.
No, this game is starting to look real rough. Falcons are getting absolutely manhandled by Team Spirit, and their play on the map has been beautiful. Dropping snakes up top, tier 2 tower on the fire. They're always doing something. Team Spirit are not having a silent minute in this game.
I'm getting stunned by some little frogs in the jungle.
It's a lot of stuns. Farming magic stick charges, that's what it is.
Little tendrils come out. And Panto back to hitting tower. It feels like Falcons have absolutely had the wind knocked out of their sails.
Yeah,
or from beneath their wings.
I think the call has been made. We need BKBs. That's the typical call that teams will make when things are hard like this. And they're pretty close, in fairness. They're 100 gold away from the Mars. They need 400 gold on the Razor, roughly. And Kess is, well, he's far away.
So on the back foot somewhat, trying to gather up their forces and play together, because you said this Kez with the Vlads wants to tighten up and play 5-man somewhat to get some utilization out of it.
That was before they were 12k gold behind Gareth. Now I don't know. now it's just tough.
They've got to do something. Can't just fall flat here. Smoke break, Lal jumps. Silence and coil on 2 cores. No overcommitment from Spirit, though. Very disciplined, as they have no vision up there. Crit's going to jump with Snaking, though, onto Lal. Trying to finish off the puck, and they blast him. Well done. Yatoro, though, with a roar and damage on towards the Razor. Lorenov in some serious danger. BKB from Yatoro keeps him safe, but Amar's giving chase. Collapse covering the exit. Keeping them at bay, but the Arena Spear kills off Yatoro, and Falcons have found an opening. They swoop in, get some massive core kills on the doorstep of this Radiant Ancients area with Collapse turning, the Chakram damage, not quite enough. Ruin Collapse getting slapped by Amar.
They're
Comes
all
back
falling.
into the fatal bonds, they're falling quickly. 4 down and Collapse left alone.
Kiting him.